9 Sun God King Chapter 1955 to Chapter 2009. After Pippi Pig went on stage, he is still somewhat afraid, his body is slightly trembling. And Qin Yan also signed a soul contract with Ling Tatian to make him feel at ease. After Ling Xiaofei jumped onto the stage, he looked at Pippi Pig with an impatient expression and said with sneer, "Little pig, you better admit defeat directly. To be honest, I don't want to beat you up at all. I am the pride of the Ling Tian clan, beating up a little pig like you is an insult to my image. Fighting with a pig, no matter how you look at it, he will definitely win." If Pippi Pig looked like a ferocious inscription beast, Ling Xiaofei would not be like this. This guy Ling Xiaofei's luck is really good. A young man from the Ling Tian clan said with smile, "This is the dragon pearl and Ling Tian great protector that fell from the sky. Ling Xiaofei can become Ling Tian great protector just by defeating this little pig. Isn't this too easy?" A middle-aged man said with jealousy. Many old fellows have worked so hard for so long but still failed to become Ling Tian great protector. This Ling Xiaofei actually picked up such a big bargain, his life is really good. Many Ling Tian clan people are sighing. They are truly jealous of Ling Xiaofei. It can be seen how high the status of Ling Tian great protector is. The barrier around the stage opened, Princess Anya shouted, "Begin." She also doesn't know why Qin Yan brought Pippi Pig up, but she can see that he is very confident in Pippi Pig. When the battle began, many people secretly shook their heads. They all felt that this battle is simply a farce. Pippi Pig is very unhappy in his heart because Ling Xiaofei is looking down on him, the strongest pig. Pippi Pig's cultivation is not low. In the Divine Inscription Mountain, there are many delicious things that can help his cultivation increase very quickly and his body also become very strong. Admit defeat. Ling Xiaofei immediately rushed over and kicked Pippi Pig. Pippi Pig is now a very small and cute little pig. It looks like it can be kicked away with a single kick. However, after Ling Xiaofei flew over, he actually kicked the air. Pippi Pig's body moved like lightning, it flashed a few times and it looked like it easily dodged. When everyone saw this, they are all very shocked, because Pippi Pig's speed is very fast. Many experts present do not believe that they have that kind of speed. Pippi Pig was a fellow that was very afraid of death. Its speed was also innately fast. It had carried Shiman Dazhuang on its back many times to successfully escape. Little thing. Ling Xiaofei cursed in a low voice, and once again rushed towards Pippi Pig. This time, his body released a very strong silver qi wave. This silver power was the same as Ling Xiaochu's before. When Qin Yan saw the silver light, he could determine that Ling Xiaofei had not used a stronger mental attack. Ling Xiaofei rushed towards Pippi Pig. Both of his palms danced in succession, blasting out waves of berserk energy that landed on the ground and enveloped Pippi Pig. In an instant, more than half of the spacious fighting ring was enveloped by the silver mist. That little thing should be half dead by now, right? Ling Xiaofei rubbed his palms and sneered, dealing with this kind of little thing is as easy as turning over one's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Because Pippi Pig suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiaofei, and it was even floating in the air. Ling Xiaofei turned around fiercely, gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Damn little thing, why are you so difficult to deal with?" As he spoke, an intense silver light burst forth from his body. Ling Xiaofei was about to unleash a very strong spiritual attack. At the same time, Pippi Pig's buttocks suddenly spurted out a burst of energy. Bullshit. This was Pippi Pig's ultimate move. That wave of energy surged out majestically and covered the entire fighting ring. Ling Xiaofei, who was just about to attack, smelled a foul stench. His facial expression immediately changed drastically, and he let out a strange cry. The power that he had just accumulated in his body also completely dispersed at this moment. It had to be said that Pippi Pig's ultimate move was still very strong. If one didn't defend against it beforehand, they would usually be hit. No one knew what had happened. Because of the barrier, Pippi Pig's attack didn't rush out of the stage. Ling Xiaofei's face was flushed red as he clutched his throat and retched. That kind of stench was not only smelled by the nose, but also deeply felt by the soul. "Fart, there's poison in your fart." Ling Xiaofei cried out in agony and rolled on the ground. He was currently urging the energy in his entire body to expel that stinky fart. Pippi Pig's buttocks faced Ling Xiaofei and farted again. Ling Xiaofei, who was on the ground, cried out in despair. He was sent flying by a very strong force and crashed into the barrier. Then, his eyes turned white and he foamed at the mouth. Fart to the heavens! Pippi Pig shouted excitedly. Then, it ran over while jolting its buttocks and attacked Ling Xiaofei again at close range. Ling Xiaofei was already half dead, foaming at the mouth and twitching. The people below the stage were all dumbstruck, even Xianxia felt incomparably surprised. Pippi Pig's smelly fart was indeed very powerful. I won, I won! Pippi Pig shouted excitedly and jumped up and down. Then, it retracted the remnant smell on the stage. Everyone came back to their senses and burst into an uproar. The people from the Ling Tian clan could not believe what had just happened. The genius of their Ling Tian clan had actually lost to a little pig. Just a moment ago, Ling Xiaofei had mocked and accused Ling Xiaochu of losing to Situ Xiaoai. Now, he had lost to a little pig and he had lost very badly. Earlier, when Ling Xiaofei was about to release a very strong mental power attack, it was also when his soul and mind were at their most sensitive. Pippi Pig's fart at that time made Ling Xiaofei's soul even more assaulted by that stench. Ling Xiaofei felt that he was attacking a little pig, so he did not defend at all and was defeated by Pippi Pig in a few moves. Princess Xianxia counted to 10 but Ling Xiaofei did not get up. She announced that Ling Xiaofei had lost and opened the barrier of the stage to let Pippi Pig down. Ling Xiaofei was carried down like a dead dog. The people of the Ling Tian clan were extremely angry because the genius of their clan had lost to a little pig. This could be said to be the greatest shame in the history of the Ling Tian clan. Ling Tadian checked Ling Xiaofei's condition and said with a frown, his soul is in a self-sealed state. That's why he fell into a coma. That poison is really powerful. It's not fatal but it's unbearable. Even his soul is involuntarily sealed. Only in this way can he not continue to be ravaged by that poison. When everyone heard this, they were secretly shocked. That little pig's fart is actually so powerful. After Ling Tadian tormented Ling Xiaofei for a while, he finally woke up the genius. Clan Elder. Did I lose? After Ling Xiaofei woke up, he felt as if he had just had a nightmare. Ling Tadian nodded. I don't want to live anymore, I want to die, don't stop me. Ling Xiaofei screamed and fainted again. Ling Xiaofei lost miserably. This made the people of Creation Heaven City very happy. The arrogance of the Ling Tian clan has long made the people of Creation Heaven City very unhappy. Now that the Ling Tian clan has lost 2 matches in a row, everyone is very happy. Ling Tadian looked at Xianxia and said, Sect Master Qin, you really have some ability. The reason why the Ling Tian clan lost 2 matches in a row is because Xianxia appeared here. It's just that you think I don't have the ability. Xianxia said with smile, Clan Elder, do you want to fight with me? I'm too lazy to fight. Ling Tadian said, even if I win, it won't be a glorious victory. After all, I'm a senior. You won't fight even if you win and get the Dragon Balls? Xianxia said with smile. This is not a question of whether or not I have the Dragon Balls, this is a question of my principles. Ling Xiaofei doesn't fight with women and I don't fight with juniors. Ling Tadian said righteously. Everyone can see that Ling Tadian is terrified. If the clan elder of the Ling Tian clan loses to a junior like Xianxia, the prestige of the Ling Tian clan will be destroyed. This caused Xianxia to feel very surprised. He was fully prepared to fight with the people of the Ling Tian clan but the other party is terrified. With the help of Princess Xianxia, he has cultivated a very strong sun core but he still hasn't had the time to try it. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the huge purple-red heavenly eyes in the sky. He can't help but feel alarmed because the heavenly eyes suddenly blinked. Is it an illusion? I feel that the heavenly eyes are blinking at me. Xianxia said in his heart. It's not an illusion. Ling Yan'er said, what you can see, I can also see. It was indeed a blink just now. At this moment, a group of people suddenly flew over from high up in the sky. That group of people are all wearing golden armor and many of them are giants that are a few meters tall. It's the Heavenly Guards and Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Many people immediately noticed and let out a burst of shouts. These guys. Ling Tadian looked at the group of heavenly men and said with a frown, are they going to start a war with us? Elder Ling, let's prepare to fight. Princess Xianxia looked at the heavenly man in the sky and said coldly. The heavenly man and the heavenly armor guard arrived in a mighty manner. Their bodies shone with golden light and waves of heavenly might penetrated the barrier of Heaven City and enveloped the entire city. It felt as if a ruthless heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The heavenly law divine realm called themselves the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao power they controlled was extremely powerful, especially the group of heavenly men. The divine universe divine weapons in their hands were the most terrifying. Heaven City, Heaven Suppressing Sect and Ling Tian City, all of you listen up. From now on, you are not allowed to take half a step into the buried heaven land. A middle-aged heavenly man shouted. Is the buried heaven land your family? Why are you not allowing us in? Ling Tadian sneered. From now on, the buried heaven land belongs to my heavenly law divine realm. If you are not afraid of death, go in and give it a try. The middle-aged man said coldly. Xianxia felt that there must be some changes in the buried heaven land, so this group of heavenly men did not want others to go in and destroy it. Pfft, we are not afraid of you dogs. Ling Tadian shouted angrily. Then I'll give you a warning. After the heavenly man finished speaking, a large purple cloud suddenly floated in the sky. Under the purple cloud, Heaven City, Heaven Suppressing Sect and Ling Tian City suddenly trembled. Heaven's Eye, show your might. The heavenly man shouted. Rumble, two blood-red lightning bolts suddenly pierced through the purple cloud and struck the barrier of Heaven City. The blood-red lightning bolts pierced through the barrier and landed in Heaven City, causing a violent shock. Now that Heaven City was under attack by the celestial being, Princess Xianxia had to take action. The palace master of the heaven-creating god palace was the most powerful person in the heaven-creating city. If she did not make a move, then the other people in the heaven-creating city would be even more afraid of the heaven. Man Xianxia knew that it was impossible for Princess Xianxia to deal with so many heavenly people, so he had to help, the heartless immortal venerable, the sacred master of the immortal desolate land, and the dragon emperor of the immortal desolate land were currently in the heaven creation city. Seeing that the heaven creation city was attacking, they naturally could not just stand by and watch. Are you all crazy? With your strength, you are no match for that group of celestials. They can use the Eye of Heaven to deal with you. Ling Tadian shouted, come back quickly and hide. The attack of the heavenly Eye just now made two big pits in Heaven City. For the time being, he did not know the situation of casualties. Elder Situ and the others also followed the flying dagger in the air, but they were stopped by Princess Xianxia, who asked them to stay in Heaven City and evacuate others to hide. The elders of the heaven-creating deity palace were also activating various defensive formations. There were only a few people who went into the sky. They could be considered the top ones here. If they couldn't deal with the heaven realm, then the others would just be throwing their lives away. The people from the Ling Tian clan didn't go out, because they knew the strength of those celestials. To be able to cooperate with the Heaven's Eye, this kind of power was very terrifying. When the celestial being in the air saw Princess Xianxia and the others flying over, he sneered and said, are you here to die? Heaven City is protected by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Although we can break it, it will take a lot of time. We were just too lazy to attack. Since you came here to die, I have no choice but to accept you. Our heads. Xianxia and company could fly out from the inside, but once they left, it would be difficult to enter the barrier again. Therefore, it would be very dangerous for them to go out. That was why Ling Tadian had advised Princess Xianxia not to get herself killed. It's you bastards who will die. The Dark Knight Princess shouted, her voice full of anger. She was the 9-Sun Divine Lady, and it was her mission to protect Heaven Creation City. Heaven City was under attack, she must fight. Not long after, they flew out of the enchantment of Heaven City. There were only 20 to 30 celestials in the sky, and more than 200 heavenly armor guards. Previously, Xianxia and company had seen more than 100 heavenly beings. More than half of them had yet to arrive. It was very likely that he was still in the buried heaven land. The middle-aged celestial leader's face darkened as soon as he saw Xianxia's expression. Previously, Xianxia had caused the natural law divine realm to suffer heavy losses, and he also had the dragon pearl and divine universe amethyst in his hands. The heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm wished for nothing more than to tear Xianxia to pieces. Xianxia, you've got guts, the middle-aged celestial shouted. Then, the heavenly armor guards behind him rushed over. The dozens of celestials didn't attack. They thought that the giant heavenly armor guards were enough. Qin Yun took out dozens of armor suppression sacred talisman weapons. Dozens of flying daggers flew out and formed a talisman weapon formation that surrounded the group of heavenly armor guards. Boom! The talisman weapon formation suddenly exploded with a burst of power. After the talisman array formed by the suppression holy talisman weapon exploded, the heavenly armor guard's heavenly armor would lose its effect. At the same time, Princess Yi, the heartless immortal venerable, the immortal desolate dragon emperor, and the immortal desolate holy master all rushed towards the group of heavenly armor guards. Using the weapons in their hands, they released powerful saint force and slaughtered the group of heavenly armor guards. The heavenly armor guards who had lost their heavenly armor were unable to withstand a single blow from a saint transformation expert like the heartless immortal venerable. Those 20 or so celestials had originally thought that their 200 or so heavenly armor guards would be able to take down Qin Yun and company. However, they never expected that in just an instant, more than half of them would be killed, leaving only a few dozen behind. The people in the Heaven Creation City were all cheering non-stop. The heavenly armor of the heavenly armor guards was extremely strong, causing people to feel deep fear. At this time, after the heavenly armor lost its effect, it was pitifully weak and was easily killed by the immortal desolate dragon emperor and the others. Ling Tatian said in shock, "This Qin Yun, he is something that can suppress the heavenly armor. The talisman weapon he released just now can actually make the heavenly armor temporarily lose its effect." When the 20 or so celestials saw so many heavenly armors die, they were all infuriated. "Kill!" The leader of the heavenly armor guard shouted angrily. "Senior Long, all of you hold on." Qin Yun didn't have many armor suppression sacred talisman weapons in his hands, and those celestials all had very strong heavenly armors. Within the Heaven Creation City, many experts flew out one after another. There were a total of 20 to 30 powerful elders from the Nine Yang Divine Palace, Divine Inscription Palace and Heaven Creation God Palace. On the side of the Heaven Suppression Sect and Divine Inscription Mountain, many experts also came to support. More than 20 celestials, now they are facing dozens of powerful enemies. But they are all fearless, because they can see that Qin Yun doesn't have any sacred talisman weapons to deal with them. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Heartless Immortal Venerable rushed in front, followed by Ancient Ox Devil and Fire Qilin, these powerful inscription beasts. They want to buy time for Qin Yun. Qin Yun is drawing runes on his hands. He wants to use inscription battle technique to draw a very strong and large rune to suppress the heavenly armors of those celestials. Those celestials all have divine universe divine weapons. And Yan Shuriwei and Ancient Ox Devil also have divine universe swords, which they obtained from the upper realms. The Divine Inscription Mountain also turned into Hercules and joined the battle. Xiao Yuemei also has some armor suppression sacred talisman weapons inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. She suddenly released them and after making the heavenly armors lose their effect, she grabbed the celestial and vigorously tore them apart. Crash! A celestial being was torn to pieces in the hands of the giant like Hercules. This caused the people of the Ling Tian clan to feel fear and trepidation. Celestial beings are very strong. The defense and attack power of the heavenly armor and divine universe divine weapon are the most terrifying. But now, a celestial being has died so badly. Yan Shuriwei also has the armor suppression sacred talisman weapon that Qin Yun gave her. Coupled with the divine universe sword in her hand, dealing with a celestial being is not a problem. Out of 20 celestials, 5 died in an instant. Those celestials can no longer remain calm, and Qin Yun also quickly drew a set of runes. That set of runes is densely packed, like a very large net. It suddenly fell from the sky. The group of celestials knew that this is the power of the runes suppressing the heavenly armor. They wanted to dodge but the net-like runes suddenly shot down a large amount of multicolored light. After being illuminated by that multicolored light, the heavenly armor on their bodies suddenly lost its effect. "Kill!" Qin Yun shouted. Celestial beings without heavenly armor are only slightly stronger in terms of defense. Right now, their most powerful weapons are those divine universe divine weapons. However, the people of the Heaven Suppressing Sect and the Ancient Heaven Clan all have divine universe swords in their hands. With the cooperation of the experts of Heaven Creation City, they immediately gained the upper hand and suppressed the group of celestials. Heavenly Eye, show your might. Kill them! The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. Two violent bolts of lightning suddenly descended. Xianxia shouted explosively as a black cyclone suddenly appeared around his body. That cyclone had an extremely terrifying suction force. It was the devouring power of the nether sun. The two lightning bolts from the heavenly eye were originally aimed at Princess Xianxia and the others, but they suddenly turned and charged towards Xianxia. Boom boom, the two blood-colored bolts of lightning charged towards Xianxia, causing the place where Xianxia was to explode with red light. Seeing this scene, the people of the Ling Tian clan all cried out in alarm. The people of Heaven Creation City are extremely worried. Everyone could see that the reason Xianxia drew the lightning onto his body was so that Senior Immortal Heartless and the others could seize the time to attack the group of Celestials. This damned fellow! Seeing that the situation was not right, the middle-aged man in the lead cursed in a low voice and was about to escape. Xianxia was wrapped in blood-colored lightning. The violent lightning revolved around his body and condensed into a large ball of lightning. Don't even think about running. Xianxia controlled the lightning ball and attacked the middle-aged man who was about to escape. Boom, after the middle-aged man was hit, his body was pierced through by a bolt of lightning. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil to allow himself to charge forward along with the lightning. His two fingers that were clasped together were throbbing with blood-colored electric threads. Heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing the heavens, the extremely penetrating and violent energy struck towards the middle-aged man's head and instantly pierced through it. As for the other Celestials, they were all killed by the combined forces of the experts from the other great powers. He had won. The people from Heaven Creation City and Heaven Suppressing Sect were all cheering endlessly. The battle in the air just now was intense and turbulent. It lasted for a short period of time, but it was very shocking. Everyone knew very well that if not for Xianxia, it would have been impossible for them to win so easily. The ability to suppress the heavenly armor caused the heavenly armor guards and celestials of the heavenly law divine realm to lose their powerful defense. The heavenly man is only SOSO. Xianxia looked at the remaining fragments in the air and snorted coldly. The group of experts in the air sighed endlessly. Although they could kill the celestials and the great sky armored guards, it was mainly because of Xianxia and the divine inscription mountain. The celestials were only SOSO, only Xianxia would dare to say such a thing. The purple clouds in the sky dispersed. Xianxia looked at the pair of purple-red heavenly eyes. At this moment, he was no longer that afraid. Looks like those fellows have discovered something in the buried heaven land. Princess Xianxia said, there's no time to lose. Let's set off for the buried heaven land now. Elderly said, no problem. However, it's best if we have more sacred talisman tools. Sect Master Qin, how many of those sacred talisman tools are there? The sacred talisman tools need to be refined in conjunction with the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The Heaven Creation Palace Master and the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. I will pass the refining technique to you and let you refine it together. You should be able to refine quite a few very quickly. Xianxia said. There are many outstanding inscription masters in Heaven Creation City and Heaven Suppressing Sect. We will need a lot of time on our way to the buried heaven land. Let's refine it on the way. Princess Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. After returning to Heaven City, Xianxia passed the refining technique to Princess Xianxia and Xianxia. Then, he asked them to look for people from the Divine Inscription Palace and the 9-Yang Divine Palace to gather more Saint Inscription Masters. The people of the Ling Tian clan had already returned to their Ling Tian flying city. The Ling Tian clan was indeed very powerful, but their equipment was very poor. Even if they had a very powerful body, they would still be unable to resist the equipment of the heavenly guards. They originally wanted to show off their strength to the Heaven Suppressing Sect and the Heaven City, but in the end, they were the ones who showed off. The Hercules transformed back into the stone ship garden and flew through the air toward the buried heaven land. Xianxia stood in the garden and released his mental power to summon the cloud dragon. At dusk, the pair of purplish-red heaven eyes in the sky looked very strange, as if their heavenly might had weakened a bit. Not long after, the cloud dragon appeared. Senior Yunlong, what's going on with those heavenly eyes? Those heavenly beings can actually make those heavenly eyes show their might. Xianxia asked. When Yunlong saw the heaven's eye, he said that he would go and ask the people from the natural law divine realm. When he saw Qin Yun, he asked, "Are you going to the buried heaven land?" "Yes." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Tell me about the heavenly eyes." The situation of the heavenly eye is very complicated. In short, it's the heavenly eye. As for why it's like this, I don't know either. Yunlong said, "The people of the natural law divine realm can indeed get the help of the heaven's eye. After all, they are working for the heavenly Tao." Qin Yun said, "That group of celestials came before. He even brought a bunch of heavenly armor guards with him." Yunlong laughed, "I know about this, they were all killed by you." When the celestials and heavenly armor guards died, the remaining power in their bodies would be devoured by the cloud dragon realm, so the cloud dragon was very happy. "They won't let us enter the buried heaven land." "Do you know what happened in the buried heaven land?" asked Qin Yun. "The fellow from the natural law divine realm wants to release the sealed evil fellow and enslave those fellows," Yunlong said. "Senior Yunlong, how did they open those tombs?" asked Qin Yun. "There are two ways. One is to use the heaven seal to directly open it, and the other is to use the heaven creation god palace, natural law divine realm and heaven suppressing sect to open it, but they can only open the corresponding mausoleum," Yunlong said. "So that's how it is." Qin Yun said in puzzlement, "Why can these three factions open the corresponding mausoleum?" Yunlong said, "My guess is that they have the key, but it's not easy for them to open the mausoleum. They need a lot of energy." Qin Yun looked ahead and muttered, "I wonder if those guys will find the main heavenly tomb or not. It's not that easy to find the main heavenly cemetery. Even if they find it, whether or not they can enter is another matter." Yunlong said with a smile, "Not everyone can smoothly obtain things in the buried heaven land." Qin Yun looked at the pair of gigantic heavenly eyes and said, "Senior Yunlong, what color are the heavenly eyes you saw?" "Golden." "What about you?" Yunlong said, "All they see is black." "I saw a purple-red color." Qin Yun said with a frown. Yunlong and Xiaqiru also saw a golden color. Yunlong exclaimed, "Really?" Qin Yun nodded and said, "Really, why is it like this? Let's put it this way, the closer one's relationship with the heavenly Tao, the more different the color becomes. For example, most people only had a very ordinary relationship with the heavenly Tao, so they could not see the heavenly eye. But for those who cultivated well, they saw that the heavenly eye was black. This means that they have a certain connection with the heavenly Tao." The cloud dragon said. "Gold represents a closer relationship with the heavenly Tao," explained Qin Yun. "Yes. I am the boss of the cloud dragon realm, but I am also inseparable from the heavenly Tao. Yunlong is very doubtful, and you can see the purple-red heavenly eye. It means that your relationship with the heavenly Tao is not ordinary." Qin Yun said, "Generally, what kind of relationship do I have to have? Is it because I am the enemy of the heavenly Tao?" No. It's not as simple as being the enemy of the heavenly Tao." Yunlong said, "The reason is very complicated. I am also not too clear. In short, your relationship with the heavenly Tao is very close. If it was a big shot who controlled a heavenly domain, what color would the heavenly eye he saw be?" Qin Yun asked again. "It's still golden." Yunlong is even more amazed because Qin Yun can see the purple-red heavenly eye. This is very rare. The heavenly eye Xiaqiru saw was golden. It means that she was once in existence on the same level as Yunlong. Maybe she once controlled a heavenly domain or world. "What are the benefits?" Qin Yun asked again. "Benefits? I am not sure, but you can try and comprehend the heavenly Tao through the heavenly eye." Yunlong said, "This means that you are very close to the heavenly Tao." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Close my ass, I am the enemy of the heavenly Tao." Yunlong said with a smile, "To be able to become the enemy of the heavenly Tao, this is not something that anyone can do. Try to communicate with the heavenly Tao. Goodbye, I will wait for you in the buried heaven land." Night time, the heavenly eye in the sky flickered with purple-red light. It became even more dazzling. Other people can't see the heavenly eye at night, only a few people can see that the heavenly eye is golden. And it is even rarer for Qin Yun to see the purple-red heavenly eye. Qin Yun is outside, staring at the huge purple-red heavenly eye in the sky. He concentrated his mind and released his mental power, letting his consciousness drift in the air and fly towards the heavenly eye, gradually, he fell into a state of drowsiness. He only felt that he is in a purple-red space. The sky is purple-red, the ocean is purple-red. And he is soaking in the purple-red ocean. The ocean is slowly rising and falling, it is very warm. Xianxia feels like he is in a very warm cradle. Where is this? Xianxia suddenly asked. Home, an illusory voice transmitted over. The voice is a combination of a man and a woman, as if a man and a woman are talking at the same time. Who's home? Xianxia is lying on the sea, looking at the purple-red sky. You're home, the voice replied. Then who am I? Xianxia asked again. If you don't know who you are, you can't go home. After the voice finished speaking, the purple-red sky is suddenly filled with purple-red lightning. The sea is also surging, roaring and surging. A large number of lightning bolts crazily fell down. Xianxia suddenly woke up. When he woke up, he found that the sky is already bright. Xianxia looked at the heavenly eye and fell into confusion. He doesn't know if he is dreaming or not. Yuner, what have I experienced? Xianxia asked. You are sleeping. Did you have a nightmare? Ling Yuner said in surprise, impossible, you rarely dream. Even if you are dreaming, I know what kind of dream you are dreaming. Xianxia is secretly surprised, this made him feel even more confused. He recounted his experience. Ling Yuner said in surprise, impossible, you have this kind of experience, it should be in your soul memory, I can know. But you don't know. Xianxia looked at the purple-red heavenly eye. Maybe after you find your 8 souls and 9 spirits, you will be able to understand what is going on. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia looked ahead. Although he is still far from the buried heaven land and he doesn't know when he will be able to find the main heavenly tomb. But no matter what, he has to find the answer in the buried heaven land. He has 2 past lives and before these 2 lives, there are other reincarnations. Therefore, he is confused about who he is. Just as Xianxia is pondering, he suddenly felt his immortal graveyard diagram move. What's going on? Xianxia immediately took it out. Xiaoyun, come. Xiaqiru's gentle and pleasant voice came out from the immortal graveyard diagram. All right. Xianxia immediately flew towards the heaven-suppressing gate. Xiaqiru and the others are in the heaven-suppressing gate's sacred land. Qimalian and Xiaoyuan are both there. Xiaqiru called Xianxia over through the immortal graveyard diagram. It is very likely that she wants to complete the immortal graveyard diagram. This is the key to finding the main heavenly tomb. Xianxia immediately rushed towards the heaven-suppressing gate. After arriving at the heaven-suppressing gate, he quickly entered the Holy Land. The Holy Land of the heaven-suppressing gate has been completely occupied by Xiaqiru and the others. Xianxia entered the mountain and saw Xiaqiru in the passage. Xiaqiru said with smile, did anything happen outside these 2 days? A lot of things happened. Xianxia told Xiaqiru about the warning from the heavenly man. It seems like the changes in the buried heaven land are getting faster and faster. Xiaqiru said with a frown. Sister Kiru, why did you ask me to come over? Xianxia asked. Of course it's to complete the immortal graveyard diagram. Little Malian and Yuelan already have the conditions to awaken the immortal graveyard diagram. What about them? Xianxia asked. Take out the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xiaqiru said with smile. After Xianxia took out the heaven-leaping shuttle, Xiaqiru pulled Xianxia into the 8th secret room. Xiaoyuan and Qimalian are actually inside Xiaqiru's 9 divine spirit. There is a very large space inside Xiaqiru's 9 divine spirit. Yuelan, little Malian. Xianxia looked at the 2 beautiful women and said with a grin. Big brother Yun. Qimalian smiled sweetly. Qimalian is wearing a white dress. Although she is a young lady as beautiful as a flower and jade, the feeling she gives Xianxia is that she has never changed since she was young. She is always so cute and pure. Xiaoyuan said with smile, little husband, did you miss me a lot? Of course. Xianxia smiled, extended his hands and gently caressed the jade faces of the 2 charming beauties. In front of acquaintances, Xiaoyuan is always mischievous, sometimes charming, sometimes mischievous. When fighting, she is a berserk devil, as cold as an iceberg, her entire body is filled with killing intent. Alright, take out your immortal graveyard diagram. Xiaqiru said with smile, it's been many years, the day has finally arrived. Xianxia took out his immortal graveyard diagram and said, "Is this the immortal graveyard diagram or the heaven graveyard diagram?" "None of them, the real name is Imperial Heaven Diagram." Xianxia giggled and then placed the 4 heaven graveyard diagrams together, forming them into a square. "Imperial Heaven Diagram?" Xianxia said with a frown, "Then can we find the main heavenly tomb?" "Of course." Xianxia said, "Let's start dripping blood on it. Blood must be infused with blood spirit power." Xianxia said sweetly, "Sister Kiru, why is it the 4 of us?" Xiao Yuelan is also very curious, she said, that's right, I was just about to ask. Why is it Xiao Yun and the 3 of us?" "Because Xiao Yun is very cute, you 2 girls are also very cute." Xianxia giggled and said, "And I am also very cute, quickly drip blood." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "Xiao Yun was really cute when he was young. I'll have you turn him into a little brat some other day. I want to spank his little butt. When the time comes, I'll also pinch Big Brother Yun's face." Xianxia said with smile. "Alright, when the time comes, I'll let you guys play to your heart's content." Xianxia smiled, then began dripping blood and pouring in blood spirit power. The blood of Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan and the other 2 women flowed out along with the blood spirit power and poured into the diagram. When Qin Yun saw the round beast skin, he said happily, "Did you succeed?" Xianxia is very serious as she continued to drip blood on the round beast skin. She frowned and said, "Not yet. This is only the first stage, we still have to continue. If that's all, then little Mei Lian and I wouldn't have had to painstakingly cultivate for so long." Xiao Yuelan said, "Sister Kiru said that our blood is not strong enough. We went into seclusion in the sacred land for a very long time to reach the standard." Xianxia also knows that Qin Yun's blood is strong enough, so she did not let him cultivate it. However, Xiao Yuelan and Qi Meilian were different. In terms of cultivating their bodies, they were not as fast as Qin Yun. The main reason is because he has the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and the divine universe amethyst crystal, so his body became very strong in a short period of time. "How long will it take?" Qi Meilian whispered. "I also don't know. In short, we just need to continue dripping blood. If we succeed, the Imperial Heaven Diagram will stop absorbing our blood." Xianxia finished speaking, then looked at Qin Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, release the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation." 9 dragon marking heavenly blades suddenly appeared and surrounded them. "Open the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, we will cultivate together. We need to quickly recover our lost blood because we don't know how long it will take," Xianxia said. After Qin Yun activated the 9 dragon heavenly origin array, they leaned against each other, their bodies pressed against each other. This way, they could enter a state of joint cultivation. The round beast skin glittered with golden light. Suddenly, it expanded and became very thick, like a thick golden circular board. Not long after it thickened, the speed at which it absorbed blood became even faster. "This Imperial Heaven Diagram is very strange." Qin Yun very seriously looked at the surface, he cannot see a single rune. There are heavenly runes and divine runes inside the Imperial Heaven Diagram, they are very complicated. I also don't know what will happen after they are pieced together. Xianxia said. "This circular Imperial Heaven Diagram isn't its final form?" Qin Yun said in surprise. He thought it was just like that. "I don't think so. After the Imperial Heaven Diagram was damaged, it was divided into 4 pieces. Now it is pieced together and needs to be repaired," Xianxia said. Qi Meilan asked curiously, "Sister Kiru, why does the Imperial Heaven Diagram absorb so much blood?" Xianxia said with smile, "Because the Imperial Heaven Diagram also has its own body. Now that it is absorbing blood, it wants to reconstruct its body." "Ah? In that case, the Imperial Heaven Diagram can turn into a person?" Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor as she said with a smile, "Will it become a great beauty?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "It's possible." Xiao Yuelan's face was immediately filled with anticipation as she said, "Hurry up and succeed. Become a great beauty and then stay by my side all day." Qin Yun could not help but pinch her face and said with a smile, "Yuelan, why are you thinking about great beauties all day? Don't you miss me, your little husband?" Of course I do. Xiao Yuan smiled and kissed Qin Yan's face. The circular imperial sky diagram was originally emitting a golden light, but now it suddenly turned red. As it rotated, the speed at which it extracted blood became faster and faster. Xiaqiru solemnly said, "The blood loss rate is getting faster and faster. We must seize the time to absorb the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation's power and speed up our recovery." The divine cosmos golden stone inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation also began to release energy, allowing Qin Yun and others to absorb the divine cosmos power and cultivate together. This will allow their bodies to quickly produce powerful blood. This won't do, the consumption of blood spirit power is too great. The consumption of our mental power is getting greater and greater. I don't have enough time to recover. Xiao Yuan suddenly said. The speed at which I recover my mental power can't keep up with the speed at which I lose it. Qi Milan said worriedly, "I'm sorry, I've implicated you. Little Malian, this is not your fault. We are all like this." Qin Yan said, "I have the nether moon. Even my recovery can't keep up, let alone you guys." Qin Yan and others can only look at Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru said, "Use the second level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, we will use the Divine Fusion technique." Alright. Xiao Yuan closed her eyes. I still haven't cultivated the second level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Big Brother. Qi Milan said with some anticipation. Don't worry, with me leading, we will succeed in an instant. Xiaqiru leisurely smiled, closed her eyes and said, "It's begun." Ling Yan'er, who is in Qin Yan's illusory space, is very excited because 3 beauties are about to meet her. However, after the divine fusion technique began, the 3 women did not appear in Qin Yan's illusory space. Instead, they are in Xiaqiru's spiritual world. Inside Xiaqiru's illusory space, there are 9 large moons in the sky. Golden moon, silver moon, purple moon, blue moon, the 9 huge moons look like they can be touched by raising one's hand. They look like they can fall on the ground at any time. They look very shocking. Sister Kiru, your illusory space is really good. Qin Yan looked around, he is in a grassland. The flowers and plants of the grassland are soaked in warm water, emitting gorgeous multicolored light. From time to time, they will flicker with multicolored light, it is very beautiful. Qi Milan seems to be intoxicated in this beautiful world, her big watery eyes are filled with yearning. Xiao Yuan caressed her pink face and said with smile, "Little Malian, you can also turn your spiritual world into this. But, it's more beautiful to appreciate in Sister Kiru's spiritual world." Qi Malian said with smile. After using the divine fusion technique to cultivate, their mental power also recovered very quickly. The heaven-suppressing gate is moving and flying in the sky. Many inscription masters have gathered in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace inside Heaven Creation City. They are refining the divine armor suppressing talisman tool together. Princess Anya released energy through the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and poured it into the talisman tool. With the divine armor suppressing talisman tool, they are not afraid of those heavenly armors. The heavenly armors have always been a headache, but now they have been suppressed by the method researched by Qin Yun. In this aspect, many inscription masters cannot help but admire Qin Yun. Even the seniors of Ling Tian clan who have been fighting with heavenly beings for many years sighed endlessly. 3 days passed. When the 3 cities flew towards buried heaven land, they did not encounter any obstruction from heavenly beings or heavenly armor guards. They have been waiting for the heavenly armor guards to appear. They want to test the power of the divine armor suppressing talisman tool. In the past, they could not wait to meet the heavenly armor guards, but now they are looking forward to it. However, the heavenly armor guards did not appear. At night, in a plaza of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, many experts have gathered. Buried heaven land is quite far from here, those guys should be patrolling outside. If we meet the heavenly armor guards, it means that we will be able to enter buried heaven land very soon. Ling Tadian said. Your Ling Tian clan has been sealed in buried heaven land for so many years, how much do you know about it? Elderly asked, what kind of dangerous things are inside? Many. However, only when you get close to those tombs will danger appear. After you go in, you must be careful when you want to break those tombs. Ling Tadian said. Soon after, the elders of Ling Tian clan talked about many things about buried heaven land. mainly about the dangers. Everyone listened attentively and kept it in mind. Qin and the others are working together to repair the Imperial Heaven diagram inside the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land. Now they have been doing it for 3 days. They stopped cultivating the divine fusion technique because the Imperial Heaven diagram did not continue to absorb their blood-soul power, it only absorbed their blood. The Imperial Heaven diagram has changed greatly, it has become like a large plate, completely white, overflowing with white light, it is slowly rotating. Why is the Imperial Heaven diagram related to buried heaven land? And it is even called a mortal graveyard diagram? Qin asked. They can now also feel that the Imperial Heaven diagram is about to be repaired. The construction of buried heaven land is greatly related to this Imperial Heaven diagram. Xianxia said, although it looks like a disc now, it was originally just a piece of beast skin. It only evolved later on. The Imperial Heaven diagram suddenly stopped absorbing blood, stopped rotating and slowly floated. Success? Xianxia said. It should be a success. Xianxia reached out her hand, the Imperial Heaven diagram suddenly became very soft and fell into Xianxia's hands. Qin also touched it. It felt like he was touching soft, smooth, and white skin. Furthermore, it was warm. Didn't you say it would become a great beauty? Xiao Yuelan is very disappointed, but after she touched the Imperial Heaven diagram, she exclaimed, "It's so good to touch, it's as good as the skin of a great beauty. Why is there nothing on it?" Xianxia touched it and said in bewilderment. "This is a thick white skin, soft and can be folded. After unfolding, there will not be any creases. The surface is very flat and smooth, it is as big as a disc. Xiao Yun, where is your heavenly seal? Quickly take it out." Xianxia said. Huh? Qin is extremely alarmed and immediately took out the Divine King heavenly seal. Imprinted on it. Xianxia said. Qin used the Divine King heavenly seal to imprint on the Imperial Heaven diagram, but there was no reaction at all. Inject your blood-soul power. Xianxia said again. This time, Qin injected his blood-soul power and imprinted it on the Imperial Heaven diagram. Suddenly, many black runes appeared on the snow-white Imperial Heaven diagram. Those densely packed runes appeared all of a sudden, giving Qin a headache just by looking at them. Where is the main heavenly cemetery? Xianxia is also dazzled. We have to find Yume. Xianxia revealed a smile and said, the Imperial Heaven diagram has been pieced together smoothly, we have succeeded. Why are you looking for that little girl Yume? Can she understand it? Xiao Yuelan is puzzled. Qin and Xianxia are the same. I can't understand it, how can Yume understand it? Qin doubtfully said. Using Yume's small mirror, we can use this diagram to see the buried heaven land and then find the main heavenly cemetery. Xianxia said with smile. Qin is secretly alarmed. Xiao Yume is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens. She also had a small mirror in her previous life. It seems like she was born with it. Xiao Yume's small mirror actually has such a great use, it is clearly not a coincidence. Xiao Yuelan said that she wants to move her little sister over, this caused Qin and Xianxia to feel extremely astonished. In this cloud dragon realm, space is very stable. Using spatial power to move a living person like Xiao Yume over, just thinking about it is very difficult. Xiao Yuelan closed her eyes and said, I am currently sensing that little girl. When I sense her, I will try and see if I can bring her over. Yuelan, will there be any danger? Qin hastily asked. Using spatial teleportation requires opening a spatial passage. Opening a spatial passage and forcefully bringing Xiao Yume over. If something happens to Xiao Yume inside the spatial passage, it will be very dangerous. Qin understands these things very well, that's why he is very worried. It'll be fine. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, just wait and see, I am so close to Yume, it will definitely be very smooth. Qin looked at Xianxia and said, Sister Kiru, what is she doing? She and Yume both have a strand of Sister Shuyan's soul inside their bodies, so when they are close to each other, they can sense each other. Xianxia said. Xiao Yuelan suddenly opened her eyes and said with smile, I can sense that little girl. Then does she know that you are sensing her? Qin asked. Of course not. Xiao Yuelan's body suddenly fluctuated and released a spatial power. Qin Yun is immediately amazed. The spatial power released by Xiao Yuelan is actually so mystical, it can freely travel through the Cloud Dragon realm. Yun Long said before that one needs very strong spatial power to travel through space in the Cloud Dragon realm or use the power of space ants. The spatial power released by Xiao Yuelan is not very strong, but it can cause the surrounding space to fluctuate. Just as Qin Yun and others are looking at Xiao Yuelan in amazement, the spatial fluctuation is becoming more and more intense. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a red dress, she is holding a large piece of meat filled with gravy. Her mouth is oily, her round eyes are wide open as she looked at Xiao Yuelan and others. Yueme. Thank you. Xiao Yuelan smiled charmingly, snatched the delicious meat from Xiao Yueme's hand and quickly took a few bites. Xiao Yueme, who was in a daze, immediately reacted. Her meat has been snatched away by her elder sister. She said with hidden bitterness and coquettishly pouting, "Elder sister, you can just snatch my meat, why did you bring me here? They're barbecuing meat right now. If I don't go back now, I'll be eaten by them." "Hello, Sister Yume," Chi Malian said with a sweet smile. "Hello little Malian, it's all this smelly sister's fault. She didn't even greet me when she brought me over. Otherwise, I would have brought you a lot of delicious food." Xiao Yueme laughed and then caressed Chi Malian's cute face. Xiao Yuelan patted her sister's butt and said with a smile, "Of course I have something to ask you to come. If I had known earlier, I would have brought all the roasted meat over." "Smelly sister, would it kill you to say hello in advance?" Xiao Yueme laughed and then tickled Xiao Yuelan. The relationship between the two sisters was originally very good. "You two wild girls, stop messing around, we need to get down to business." Xie Qiru lightly smiled and walked over to separate them. "Sister Qiru, what's the matter?" Xiao Yueme asked. Xie Qiru handed over the imperial heaven chart filled with black threads to Xiao Yueme and said, "Use your mirror to look at it, then think about finding the main heavenly cemetery." "Oh." Xiao Yueme promptly took out her small mirror and looked at the imperial heaven chart. She did not ask anything. Xiao Yuelan is standing behind her little sister, rubbing her face with her hand and giggling. Xiao Yueme used her small mirror to look at the imperial heaven chart. Not long after, an image appeared on the imperial heaven chart. "There's a reaction," Xiao Yueme said with charming smile. "Sister Qiru, what is this?" Qin Yun looked at the image. On the imperial heaven chart as if he is overlooking a prairie. There are many small mountains and some cities on the prairie. This is the map of the buried heaven land. Those small mountains and cities are all mausoleums. Xie Qiru said. "Where is the main heavenly cemetery?" Xiao Yuelan asked. Xie Qiru pointed at a place on the side of the imperial heaven chart. "That place is red and completely empty, there is nothing there. The main heavenly cemetery is here," Xie Qiru said. Qin Yun promptly took out his Gemini treasure mirror and recorded the image of the imperial heaven chart. Through the imperial heaven chart, he can clearly see the topography of the entire buried heaven land. "Is this place dangerous?" Chi Malian asked. "It is definitely dangerous. I will go with Xiao Yun." Xie Qiru nodded and said. "I also want to go." Xiao Yuelan hugged Qin Yun's arm and said, "I want to follow my little husband." "Yuelan, don't go. You stay with Yueme and the others, I have another mission for you." Xie Qiru spoke and pointed at a point on the imperial heaven chart. "There is a city on that point." "What is this place?" Xiao Yuelan asked. "This is a very big tomb city. There is a very big moon sealed inside. You must find a way to go in and release the moon." Xie Qiru said, "After the moon is released, you must enter the moon's core, there is something inside." Xiao Yueme said, "I will bring great strength God with me, it will be very easy to accomplish." Xie Qiru said with smile, "Go together with Sister Shuriwei and Shuyan. You will need to work together to release the moon and enter the moon's core." Chi Malian pulled Xie Qiru's hand and said, "Sister Qiru, is my mother's soul truly inside the main heavenly mausoleum? If we find her soul, can she be reborn? And she is also my friend, I will definitely let her be reborn." Xie Qiru nodded and said with smile. "And my mother's soul?" Xiao Yuan said. Don't worry, we can find them all. Xiaqiru said. Qinyan said, Sister Kiru, do you know all of these tombs? Xiaqiru pointed at a tomb city and said, Yume, you will be responsible for guiding heaven-suppressing sect, heaven creation city, emperor race, and immortal desolate dragon race to the tomb cities I have designated. After speaking, Xiaqiru pointed at a few tomb cities. What benefits will they get from entering these tomb cities? Xiao Yume asked. There will be inheritances suitable for them. Xiaqiru said, if they obtain those inheritances, they will become stronger. They are all our allies, if they become stronger, we will have more helpers. Xiao Yume's small mirror is also recording the topographic map of buried heaven land. Xiao Yuan asked, what are the things in the other tombs? Do they all have treasures or something? Xiaqiru shook her head and said, not necessarily all of them. I only know about these tomb cities, I don't know anything else. You must not act recklessly in buried heaven land, there are powerful guys sealed inside some tombs. Is it really good for you two to go to the main heavenly mausoleum? It sounds like that place is very dangerous. Xiao Yume is somewhat worried. It's fine. You have very important things to do, once you find the moon, you will know. Xiaqiru said with light smile, then extended her hand to touch Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yume's face. How important? Xiao Yume is now very curious. I won't tell you for now. Xiaqiru playfully smiled. Qinyan said, then should we set off now? Xiaqiru nodded his head, the sooner the better, I'm worried that the natural law divine realm will find the main heavenly tomb. If you don't let Sister Shuyan go with you, she might be angry if she finds out. Qi Malian suddenly said. It's fine, she can understand me. Xiaqiru said. Lui Shuyan, Xiao Xianqin and Yu Xiaoling are all cultivating in the sacred land. After making the decision, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yume, and Qi Malian left the heaven-leaping shuttle. As for Qinyan and Xiaqiru, they left the holy land of heaven-suppressing sect and headed towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qinyan wants to go to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to find Princess Anya. Princess Anya also wanted to enter the main heavenly mausoleum. Xiaqiru also agreed to bring Princess Anya along. As for Xiao Yume, she went to the heaven-suppressing gate with Xiao Yuan and others to call out Liu Shuyan. In the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Qinyan's sky-leaping shuttle floated above Princess Anya's palace. When Princess Anyi learned of Qinyan's arrival, she immediately went out and entered the heaven-leaping shuttle. After entering, she saw Xiaqiru. Seeing Xiaqiru's gentle and beautiful face, Princess Anyi is very shocked. She took off her mask and stared at Xiaqiru. Princess Anya's face is exactly the same as Bing Xing's. After Xiaqiru saw her, she was not surprised because she already knew about this matter from Qinyan. You are. Princess Anyi looked at Xiaqiru and felt that she is extremely familiar but she can't remember who she is. She was Xianqiru in her past life and Xiaqiru in this life. Qinyan said. I don't know her. Princess Anyi is very doubtful. She is also a 9-son divine maiden. Qinyan said again, can't you feel it? Princess Anyi shook her head, maybe she was born earlier than me. In short, I don't know her but I feel that she should be someone I am familiar with. Xiaqiru smiled lightly, it doesn't matter if you don't know her, we are sisters anyway. Qinyan also finds it strange that Princess Anyi does not know Xiaqiru but she knows that Yang Shirue is one of the 9-son divine maidens. Can you leave now? We are going to the main heavenly mausoleum. Qinyan said, we already know where the main heavenly mausoleum is. Sure, but I need to make some arrangements. Princess Anyi promptly said, wait for me, I'll go arrange it now. After Princess Anyi left, Xiaqiru took out the imperial heaven diagram and handed it to Qinyan. She said, Xiao Yun, take it. Why are you giving it to me? You should keep it. Qinyan said. This is very important to you. Xiaqiru said, moreover, it is only suitable for you because you have the heavenly seal. Qinyan can only accept the imperial heaven diagram and said, why can Yume's small mirror make the imperial heaven diagram show the terrain of buried heaven land? Is it related to her being a 9-son divine maiden? Inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, Qinyan looked at the heavenly eyes in the sky. He is no longer afraid of the heavenly eyes. In the past, he would be frightened every time he saw the heaven's eye. Sitting on the chair, he looked up at the heavenly eye and recalled what had happened when his consciousness had entered the heavenly eye. Xianxia walked over and squeezed into Qin Yan's chair, leaning close to him. Qin Yan reached out and embraced her delicate body, feeling the beauty's gentle fragrance. Xianxia looked at the heavenly eyes in the sky and said, "Xiaoyun, the heavenly eyes I see now are also purple-red." "Ah," exclaimed Qin Yan. "N." Xianxia leaned on Qin Yan's shoulder and said softly, "The heavenly eye seems to be watching us." "I also saw heavenly eye blink," Qin Yan said. "It seems like heaven's eye has noticed you." Xianxia said, "Xiaoyun, once you enter the main heavenly mausoleum, you will be able to find your 8 soul and 9 spirit, and I will be able to find my moon god's seat. You, little Malian, Yuelan, and Uma's mother can all be resurrected." "Then what about my father's true body?" Qin Yan asked, "Is it in the main heavenly cemetery?" "Maybe he is, maybe he isn't." "If it wasn't in the main heavenly cemetery, then it would be in another tomb city. Yume will guide immortal desolate dragon emperor and others to the tomb city," Xianxia said. "What else is in the main heavenly cemetery?" asked Qin Yan. "I don't remember too clearly. In short, some things related to us are sealed in the main heavenly mausoleum." Xianxia said, "There might not be too many things inside, only things related to us." Qin Yan looked at the heavenly eye and was even more puzzled. Why would something related to us be sealed in the main heavenly cemetery? "Don't think too much, we will be able to go to main heavenly cemetery very soon." Xianxia gently smiled, then kissed Qin Yan's cheek. "Princess Anya has arrived." Qin Yan and Xianxia left the chair and teleported Princess Anya in. "I've arranged it, let's go," Princess Dark Knight said. "With the means to deal with heavenly armor, there's no need to be afraid of those guys, right?" asked Qin Yan. "Yes, I can also leave Heaven City without worry." Princess Dark Knight said, "I want to enter the main heavenly mausoleum and retrieve my memories." Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew out of Heaven Creation City, quickly flying towards buried Heaven Land. Then he took out 2 divine universe swords and handed them to Princess Anya and Xianxia. He said, "Take this. If you meet those heavenly beings and need to fight, use this." Qin Yan did not let Yang Shiriwei go with him because her moon elves can travel through space. When she and Xiao Yuelan and the others explore the tomb city, when they encounter danger, they can escape through the moon elves. Xianxia asked them to go to the tomb city to release the moon and let them enter the moon. Clearly, it is very important to them. "Sister Kiru, you know a lot of things. What is your mission?" Princess Dark Knight asked curiously. "I don't have a mission," Xianxia said with smile. "Actually, 9 Sun Divine Maidens don't necessarily have a mission." "Then what is the purpose of the Jiryang Divine Maiden's existence?" Princess Anya frowned. The Heaven Creation Palace Lord, who had merged with her, had guarded Heaven City for many years. This was her mission. "Why people live, we live for that reason. This is our purpose, the so-called mission is because we have to fulfill our promise." Xianxia's expression is somewhat grave as she said, "We were able to be born and obtain formidable abilities and power back then, we had to pay a price. Heaven Creation Palace Lord protects Heaven City and my mission is to help the 9 Sun royal family become stronger." "But you don't seem to have a mission." Princess Anya sighed. "No, we also have a mission but it hasn't appeared yet. Or maybe we have already completed it. And you helped the 9 Sun royal family become stronger, your mission has also been completed, right?" Xianxia said with smile. "Not yet, I still need to find 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit." Princess Anya shook her head, "And I don't know why I need to find these 2 things. I only know that I need to find them on Qin Yan's body. And Qin Yan is also the person I have been looking for many years." She looked at Qin Yan and said with sigh, "I found him but the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit are not on him." Xianxia pulled her hand and said with smile, "Your memory is not complete, maybe your memory is confused? Wait until your memory is complete, you will know a lot of things." "That's true, in any case, we will be able to go to main heavenly cemetery very soon." Princess Anya nodded and said, "Sister Kiru, Sister Yang, and the others, why don't they know that they are 9 Sun Divine Maiden?" Qin Yan doubtfully said, "They don't sense it at all." Xiaqiru said with smile, that's because after they were born, they didn't have time to accept their mission and then a problem occurred. Some of them have been floating in the universe for many years, some have experienced many things. Since they were created, they definitely have to do something. Originally, us 9 sisters would have been able to accomplish these things very well if we joined hands, but a problem indeed occurred back then. Princess Anya said. Qinyan said, it seems like your souls have been reincarnated many times. He looked at the heavenly eye in the sky and felt that all of this is related to the illusory and illusory heavenly Tao. The heaven leaping shuttle's flying speed is very fast. Under Qinyan's control, it can be stealthily flown. During the silent flight, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 hours have passed. Xiaqiru and Princess Anya chatted very congenially. Xiaqiru also learned many things about Heaven Creation City from Princess Anya. Then they talked about the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Qinyan took out the box and the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box and 9 Desolate Divine Saber originally merged together, but under Qinyan's control, they can be separated immediately. This box was left behind by the 9 Sun Royal family. Qinyan said. Xiaqiru looked at the box and shook her head, I am not very clear about this box. Only the 9 Sun Divine Maiden who helped the 9 Sun Royal family become stronger knows what is going on. She looked at Princess Anya. My memory is not complete, I only know that this Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box requires the bloodline of the 9 Sun Royal family to open. Apart from this, it also requires some other things. I will have to wait until I recover my memory. Princess Anya said. Qinyan said, now I can be sure that the 9 Desolate Divine Saber can restore itself through this box. Put it away first, wait until my memory is complete, I will know the answer. Princess Anya said. After Qinyan put away the box and the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, Xiaqiru asked, Princess, do you know the real reason why those people from Ling Tian clan are looking for the 9 Desolate Divine Saber? They said that they want to find the 9 Desolate Divine Saber and replace the 9 Sun Royal family in conquering the 3,000 heavenly domains, but that is not the reason. Maybe only the people of the 9 Sun Royal family know the true might of the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Princess Anya said. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber is now only damaged, it is slowly being repaired. Qinyan is not in a hurry, after all a powerful weapon needs a very long time to be repaired, this is a very normal matter. Night time, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle entered Buried Heaven Land. After entering Buried Heaven Land, Qinyan subconsciously looked at the heavenly eyes in the sky and saw that they have opened up a lot. Sister Kiru, did you notice that the heavenly eyes have changed? Qinyan suddenly said. They have opened up a lot. Xiaoyun, the heavenly eyes seem to be looking at us. Xiaqiru said. Princess Anya said with frown, it is dark now, you can see the heavenly eyes? Could it be that you can see the other 2 colors of the heavenly eyes? Yeah. The heavenly eye we saw was purple-red. Xiaqiru said. Ah? Princess Anya let out a low cry. She also knew what it meant to see the other colors of the third eye. Xiaqiru said, Xiaoyun, the heavenly eye can see. What can you see from its eyes? The heavenly eye is purplish-red in color, moreover, it is very big, flickering in the dark night. Qinyan and Xiaqiru can see it very clearly. Princess Anya is amazed. She didn't expect Qinyan and Xiaqiru to be able to see the purple-red heavenly eye. This kind of look seems to be a warning look. Qinyan said with a frown, is that so? It seems to be reminding us of something. Xiaqiru said, why is it like this? Could it be that there's something very dangerous waiting for us in Buried Heaven Land? Princess Anyi said, during this period of time, the people of the natural law divine realm did not come to our 3 cities. Why didn't they come? Qinyan said, I can only ask Yunlong. I'll go out and find him. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle stopped. Just as Qinyan was about to leave, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle suddenly suffered a powerful impact and crashed to the ground. Crack! Crack! The Heaven Leaping Shuttle seemed to be cracking. Let's get out. Xiaqiru shouted anxiously. They immediately went out and put away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Just now, there was a force that pressed down on the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, causing it to land on the ground. In the dark night, on the grassland of buried heaven land, a cold wind blew. After Qin Yun and company came out, they did not sense any aura. However, the force that pressed down on the heaven-leaping shuttle was so strong that it almost crushed it. However, there was no aura outside. This sudden and strange power caused Qin Yun to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, the ground of the grassland bulged, bang bang bang. All of a sudden, those bags burst open, revealing white human skulls. Those skulls all had long silver hair and then jumped out of the ground. What the hell is this? Qin Yun took out the floating cloud rod and infused it with a very strong absolute yang holy power. These skeletons had a head full of white hair and their skeletons were very big, more than 2 meters tall. However, what surprised Qin Yun was that these skeletons all had a very strong 9 yang divine power on their bodies, revealing a kind of arrogance. It made people feel that when they were alive, they were the powerful kings of a region. This is the skeletons of the 9 sons royal family's kings. Princess Xianxia said in shock. 9 Sun royal races kings must have been very strong back in the day to have the qualifications to be conferred the title of king. After they died, their corpses were actually inside the burial land. Moreover, after so many years, their bones are still very well preserved. They seem to have very strong divine power. Qin Yun is tightly holding the floating cloud staff, ready to fight at any time. Xianxia and Princess Anya's nerves are also very taut because these dead kings are still very strong. They were originally gods of divine desolate. Even though they only have bones left, just the power of their bones is very strong. Princess Anya said. "You Shi, you are actually together with this man," a skeleton pointed at Qin Yun and very angrily said. Why can't I be together with him?" Princess Anya is startled. She did not expect these skeletons to still have consciousness and can even speak. Yushi is clearly Princess Anya's name back then. Back then, as 9 Sun Divine Maiden, her mission was to help 9 Sun royal race. "He is not worthy of you," another skeleton roared. This kind of roar is incomparably sinister. Qin Yun is incomparably shocked in his heart. These skeletons are all from 9 Sun royal race's era, yet they all know him. It means that in his past life, he was also from 9 Sun royal race's era. Princess Anya also doesn't know what happened between her and Qin Yun back then. Xianxia suddenly said, "She is not the Yushi from back then, she has reincarnated many times and now has the purest royal race bloodline in her body." "Yushi, you have 9 Sun royal race bloodline? This is impossible." "This is impossible," a skeleton shouted in shock. "Indeed, I have 9 Sun royal race bloodline," Princess Anya said. "It can be said that she has the same bloodline as you have the same bloodline, you cannot be together. Moreover, her bloodline is even purer than yours." Xianxia said again. "Impossible. Impossible," the group of skeletons immediately started shouting crazily. Xianxia said, "Xiaoxi, drip your blood on them, Sister Kiru, will this work?" Princess Anya is also very confused. She doesn't have complete memories, she cannot accept the identity of Yushi for now. Those skeletons cannot accept that 9 Sun Divine Maiden has the same bloodline as them. "Quickly," Xianxia urged. Princess Anya produced a few drops of blood, which scattered and turned into a mist of blood. After the blood mist dissipated, it turned into a 9-colored mist that enveloped the group of skeletons. After the skeleton was shrouded in the blood mist, flesh and blood quickly grew out of its body. The monarchs of the royal families immediately cried out in pain before burrowing back into the ground. "They are all gone?" Princess Anya looked at the ground in front of her and said in a daze. After the skeletons drilled back into the ground, the pits disappeared, and the lawn gradually recovered as if nothing had happened. Qin Yun said, "The ground of buried heaven land is very difficult to destroy." As he spoke, he punched the ground with great force, exploding out with strong flames and lightning. When it hit the ground, it only created a pit. The pit quickly recovered, and the flowers and plants quickly grew back. It was very difficult to destroy the buried heaven land. However, the skeleton man was able to get out just now. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said with smile, "They should not come out again." "Sister Kiru, is Yushi my name?" Princess Anya asked. "Yes, don't you know?" Xianxia said with smile, "This is your original name." A3, my memory is very vague. It sounds very familiar to me but I can't be sure. Princess Anya said, moreover, I plan to use a new name in the future. Xianxia said with smile, the name Yushi is very meaningful to you, I don't recommend changing it. Why? Princess Anya asked. You will know in the future. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. Xianxia said. Princess Anya looked at the sky and muttered to herself, Yushi. Yushi, is this me? What was the original name of the Heaven Creation Palace Master? Qinyan asked. No name, his mission is to guard the Heaven Creation Divine Palace of Heaven Creation City. Princess Anya shook her head and said. Princess Anya also has no name. She was given the name Anya when she was born. This is mainly the name given to her by the Dark Royal family. Let's go, let's continue our journey. Qinyan patted her shoulder. They must quickly go to the main heavenly cemetery. This buried heaven land is becoming more and more changeable. As soon as the heaven leaping shuttle entered, it was hit by a very strong force and was almost destroyed. And on this land, there are actually remains of the kings of the Nine Sun royal family. Qinyan and company followed the topographic map and headed towards the main heavenly cemetery. At this speed, we should be able to arrive in about 3 days. Xianxia walked at the very front, holding a divine universe sword in her hand. If we don't encounter anything on the way and everything goes smoothly, we will be able to arrive in 3 days. I'm just afraid that we will encounter other damned things. Qinyan said. Princess Anya said, as long as no sacred transformation expert comes to stop us, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if a sacred transformation expert comes, I can still kill them. Qinyan said very confidently. The 3 of them did not run very fast, they only used a relatively medium speed and flew very close to the ground. They didn't dare to fly in the air because there is a very mysterious power in the air that can press down people who fly in the air. The situation in the buried heaven land is becoming more and more complicated. Originally, there would be no night here, the 3 suns were always above their heads. But now, every 2 hours, the day and night would alternate. 2 hours during the day, 2 hours during the night, on the way, they passed by several large mountains and a city. Seeing those mountains and huge cities, Xianxia became very vigilant and warned Qinyan not to approach. She said that there is a very powerful thing sealed inside. If it is released, the buried heaven land will become even more chaotic. After a day of rushing, they are much closer to the main heavenly cemetery. In the buried heaven land, they used all kinds of tombs to determine their location. At this moment, they are resting. And in front of them, there is a palace flickering with golden light. It looks very luxurious. It is a tomb palace. Qinyan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and looked at the map on it. Then, he pointed at a point and said, I am at this place, about 2 days away from the main heavenly cemetery. Let's rest for 2 hours and then continue on our way. Today is quite smooth. Xianxia said with smile, we didn't encounter anything dangerous. Qinyan took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it to rest. After Princess Anya entered, her heart was heavy. Xianxia pulled her hand and said in soft voice, Xiaoxi, what are you thinking about? I am thinking about the matter of those 20 clan kings. Princess Anya lightly sighed and said, why do they hate Qinyan so much? Why are they in the buried heaven land? Xianxia said, Xiaoxi, I am not afraid to tell you, the buried heaven land is made from the flesh and blood of the 9 Sun royal race. Qinyan's brows twitched and said in alarm, Sister Kiru, don't scare people. The flesh and blood under our feet are made from the flesh and blood of the 9 Sun royal race? Princess Anya is also extremely shocked because she doesn't know about this. Only very few people know about this. This place is the 9 Sun royal race's hero cemetery. When the 9 Sun royal race waged war against the 3,000 heavenly domains, many people died and were buried here. It can be said that the entire Cloud Dragon mountain range is filled with the corpses of many 9 Sun royal race experts, bones. And this buried heaven land is mainly the royal family cemetery. Princess Anya said, doesn't that mean that the other tombs were built later? Xianxia nodded and said, indeed. Because this is very good, we chose this place. Qinyan suddenly realized why the buried heaven land has such dense 9 Sun divine power, most of it comes from those corpses. The floating cloud pagoda is very sturdy, they can rest in peace here. Day and night in the buried heaven land change very quickly. It is now dark, the heavenly eye in the sky is still watching the earth, causing the stars and the surroundings to become dim. On the first floor of the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Yun, Xianxia, and Princess Anya are resting and recovering the energy they consumed during the journey. While they are resting, they suddenly felt an indescribable bone-chilling cold attack them. There's a situation, Xianxia promptly said. It's a very sinister power, Qin Yun said. Princess Anya walked towards the door with Divine Universe sword in hand and said, I will go out and take a look. Xianxia promptly stepped forward and pulled her back. She anxiously yelled, Don't go out. Qin Yun looked outside, the earth is pitch black, near them, there used to be a splendid palace in gold and jade. That palace that flickered with golden light has now turned black. Is the tomb palace about to open? Qin Yun looked at the pitch-black tomb palace from inside the pagoda. The tombs in the buried heaven mausoleum cannot be opened by themselves. Let's not go out yet, wait for daybreak, Xianxia said. Qin Yun brought them to the highest floor. At the highest floor, Qin Yun and Xianxia saw a pair of purple-red heavenly eyes. It is very frightening. The eyes of the heavenly eyes seem to be throbbing with lightning. Roar! Suddenly, a burst of roar burst out from outside. It is as if a magnificent army is preparing to rush out. They quickly looked towards the direction of the roar. They can vaguely see countless figures over there. There is at least an army of several 100,000. It's skeleton people? Qin Yun said in astonishment. He quickly took out a telescope tool and indeed saw a large group of skeleton people over there, arranged in a square formation. Each square formation is made up of about 10,000 skeleton people. There are a total of several hundred square formations. In other words, there are millions of skeleton people. This is the 9 Sun royal family's army. Xianxia slightly frowned and said, Are they preparing to go to war? Go to war? Fight who? Don't tell me they are going to attack me? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. Those skeleton people are more than 2 meters tall. Back then, the 9 Sun royal family's people were all very tall and strong. It shouldn't be. They should be protecting this land. Something must be coming over, Xianxia said. The Whitebone army continued to roar as they stepped on the ground, forming all sorts of formations, preparing to face the incoming enemies. The fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm have already opened several tomb cities here. Princess Anya said, The thing that attacked the Whitebone army, did it just come out of the tomb city? Many of the tomb cities in the buried heaven land were extremely huge, so there were definitely many creatures sealed inside. Several tomb cities had been opened and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm had deliberately released some dangerous things. It was obvious that they did not want heaven-suppressing sect and the others to easily explore the immortal graveyard. Qin Yun and company were at the top floor of the floating cloud pagoda. They looked in another direction and saw a demonic red mist surging over. The blood-colored mist surged like a wave, like a tsunami that had erupted. From afar, there were a lot of things rushing over. Qin Yun used a telescope and could see that there were many red monsters inside the mist. The monsters' skin was red and their bodies were the same size as humans. However, they were relatively large and there were many damaged scales on their bodies, like fish scales. Many fish scales had fallen off from their bodies, revealing their red skin and emitting waves of red mist. The heads of these monsters were very frightening. They had 2 large horns and their eyes were at the top of the horns. Their arms were very long and thick and there was a long red beard under their armpits that could stretch and stretch freely. The long beard flickered with red lightning and it looked like it could unleash a very strong thunder and lightning power. Their running speed was not very fast but when they took a step, it was very stressful. It's similar to a 3-meter-tall giant but each of them weighs at least 10,000 jin. Qin Yun said, with such a heavy body, their strength must be very strong. They're rushing over. Will they destroy this tower? Princess Anya was somewhat worried. Don't be afraid, they won't be able to destroy it, Qin Yun said very confidently. I wonder what these monsters are. Xianxia said, they are charging towards the Whitebone army. Are they going to start a war? The Whitebone army was not afraid at all. They were already prepared to fight. The White Bone Army is formed from the dead people of the Nine Sons royal family. Who is controlling them? Xianxia asked curiously, why did they suddenly appear here to fight? Someone must be commanding them. The formation they have set up is very brilliant, Princess Anya said. Soon, the group of red-scaled monsters arrived in a grandiose manner. The floating cloud pagoda was hit by many red-scaled monsters, but it didn't collapse, nor was it damaged. At first, the group of red-scaled monsters planned to smash the floating cloud tower, but they didn't succeed. Many red-scaled monsters were injured when they collided with the floating cloud tower. In the end, the red-scaled monsters could only avoid the floating cloud pagoda. These fellows. What are they? Why is the yin energy on your body so dense? Xianxia exclaimed. Their bodies are also very strong, Xianxia said with frown. There were millions of skeletons and millions of red-scaled monsters. At this moment, the face-to-face battle was extremely shocking. In just an instant, a fishy stench enveloped the world. The red-scaled monsters were very strong, but the skeleton army was not weak either. The skeletons didn't have any weapons, but the bones in their hands were very stiff. Their skeletal hands could pierce into the bodies of the red-scaled monsters. All sorts of howls could be heard. Many of the red-scaled monsters were torn to shreds. As for the skeleton man, his bones were shattered. This battle erupted with waves of evil energy. The baleful aura was very strong at first, but then it gradually dissipated, as if it was swallowed. The pitch-black buried heaven land was filled with that kind of red mist. The fierce battle continued. The sky gradually brightened. What surprised Xianxia and others is that after the sky began to brighten, the skeletons suddenly drilled into the ground, and the red-scaled monsters turned into a red storm, blew in one direction and quickly disappeared. What's going on? Are they going to withdraw at daybreak? Xianxia looked at the place where the battle took place. It should have been filled with all kinds of broken bones and red blood, but now it is gone. After the fierce battle broke out, nothing was left behind. It is still green grass and red flowers. Let's leave quickly. When the sky turns dark, maybe we will fight again, Xianxia said. They immediately walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and hurried on their way. If they encountered a situation like night time, they would not be able to hurry. They can only hide and watch. Princess Anya said, is it because as we get closer and closer to the main heavenly cemetery, all kinds of strange things happen more often? Maybe. Xianxia is also not too sure. She said, logically speaking, there should be many things guarding the mausoleum in the buried heaven land, but we haven't seen any of them. Xianxia said, it will be dark in an hour and then it will be daybreak in another hour. After the sky turns dark, a great battle will erupt. That kind of great battle can only last for an hour. During the day, those extremely evil things don't dare to come out, so they can only come out to fight after dark, Xianxia said. They increased their speed and flew over the grassland, trying not to fly too high. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The sky gradually darkened. After the sky turned dark, the sound of fierce battle can be heard from the distance. Another great battle has erupted. From that kind of momentum, it is certain that two armies are attacking each other. Xianxia wanted to contact Yunlong, but he could not. It seems like we were resting in a battlefield just now. That's why we encountered that scene. Xianxia is very relieved. She is very worried that there will be great battles everywhere. It is truly not easy for the 9 Sun royal race's corpses to be preserved for so long. Xianxia said, even though they have turned into white bones, they are still so powerful. Who is controlling those white bones? Princess Anya is very puzzled. Those white bones have no soul, but they can move. This is also what Xianxia and Xianxia want to know. Inside the buried heaven land, there is clearly a very mysterious power that is secretly plotting something. In the dark night, Xianxia and company suddenly saw a very large black shadow in the distance ahead. Quickly stop, Xianxia promptly said. After stopping, she asked Xianxia to take out the map. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror and pointed at a small hill above. He said, we just passed through this hill mausoleum. We are about to go to the next mountain. In the buried heaven land, they are guided by the various mausoleums. But, there is a very large black shadow over there. Could it be that mountain? Xianxia looked ahead. In the dark night, they are unable to see what the huge black shadow is. From afar, it looks a bit like a mountain, but it is too big. Xianxia frowned and pondered. After a while, he said, it shouldn't be. According to our speed, it should take several hours to reach the next mausoleum. There won't be anything on the way. Then what is in front? Princess Xianxia said in a deep voice, such a big thing, it must be at least a very big mountain. Xianxia said, let's wait for daybreak and see clearly what is in front of us. It is better to be vigilant. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, there is only half an hour before daybreak. Let's wait. For the sake of safety, they all stayed in the floating cloud pagoda and waited for daybreak. There is only an hour between night and daybreak. They patiently waited for half an hour in the floating cloud pagoda and the sky began to brighten. They immediately stared straight ahead. After the sky was completely bright, they saw what was in front of them. It turned out to be an incomparably huge crystal skull. The crystal skull is very big. It is like a towering mountain standing there. During the day, it looks exquisite and translucent, but at night, it is a very big black shadow. Such a huge crystal skull caused Xianxia and the others to be shocked. This is a human head. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, if it is the head of a beast, it would be very normal. But a human head, is there such a big person? Xianxia shook her head and said, I don't know if it is a real human head or if someone made it. Such a big thing, did it appear during this period of time? It is not marked on the map. Princess Xianxia said, let's go around and talk. They walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and went around the huge crystal skull. However, their hearts turned cold because when they went around, the crystal skull actually turned around. They originally planned to go around to the back of the crystal skull, but the huge mountain-like head turned around. It looks like a crystal skull and has no eyes, but Xianxia and the others feel like they are being watched. I think that pair of heavenly eyes is very suitable for this head. Xianxia suddenly said. Don't say any more, you scared me. Xianxia looked at the pair of heavenly eyes in the sky and could not help but tremble. Will this head turn black at night? Princess Dark Night said, we can't see it clearly when it's dark. Xianxia said, let's go to the main heavenly cemetery first. This thing did not attack us. Xianxia and Princess Xianxia agreed and immediately ran forward. They flew close to the ground. After a while, Xianxia turned his head to look and let out a strange cry. This thing is following us. Xianxia shouted, what the hell is this thing? Being followed by a crystal skull that was as large as a mountain, even someone as bold as Xianxia was given a big fright. When this thing moved, how come there was no movement at all? If I didn't look, I wouldn't know. Princess Xianxia also stopped and looked at the huge crystal skull. Xianxia took out the floating cloud rod and said, this thing shouldn't be just an illusion, right? I'll go over and hit it. Just as he was about to go over, Xianxia pulled him and said, long-range attack, don't get close. Xianxia took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, aimed at the mouth of the huge crystal skull and said, let's give it a try. They all suspect that the huge crystal skull is an illusion because it doesn't have any aura. Such a big thing following behind them without any wind sound, it is very unusual. Xianxia shot out the cannon. Xianxia shot the cannonball through the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. The cannonball itself is refined from holy oil, and with the enhancement of the cannon barrel, the flame it burst out is very strong. But now, the flame seems to have been swallowed by the huge crystal skull. The flame is still burning inside the crystal skull. Another cannonball. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shot again. The cannonball didn't even make a sound and directly burst into flame, then the flame was swallowed by the crystal skull. What the hell is going on with this thing? Xianxia exclaimed, it's not an illusion, it's a real big skull. Xianxia closed her eyes, released her mental power to probe and said with a frown, I sensed a lot of soul fluctuations. This thing didn't attack us, let's not waste time here, let's quickly go to the main heavenly cemetery. In any case, in this damned place, we will always encounter all kinds of evil things. We just need to get used to it. Princess Xianxia said. Xianxia curled his lips and said, I'm not at ease with this thing following behind my ass. This crystal skull is so huge, after being hit by 2 cannonballs, nothing happened to it. Moreover, it looks like it is covered with flame skin, the flame coming out of the skull is like elegant long hair. Why don't you go over and hit it with your stick? Princess Anya said. Alright, I'll go over now. Xianxia grabbed the floating cloud rod and looked at Xiaoqiru, seeking her permission. Alright, be careful. Xiaoqiru said. Xianxia blew his hands and rushed over. When he was rushing over, the floating cloud rod in his hand suddenly became very long. The end of the rod became very thick. After being infused with a very strong power, energy waves surged violently. Deadhead, don't follow us. Xianxia jumped into the air and shouted. Then he smashed the floating cloud rod down. The floating cloud rod landed on the head of the crystal skull, only a whistling sound of the rod falling could be heard. The thickest end of the rod landed on the crystal skull. Although it exploded with a very strong power, there was no sound at all. What made Xianxia terrified is that the floating cloud rod trembled, causing his hands to feel numb and pain. This thing can't be destroyed. Xianxia is alarmed and retreated to Xiaoqiru and Princess Anya's side. You hit him but he didn't attack. It seems like he won't attack us. Xiaoqiru said, then let's ignore him. Xianxia snorted, put away the floating cloud rod and said, alright, let's continue. Just like this, Xiaoqiru and Princess Dark Knight flew in front, while Xianxia was a bit behind. From time to time, he would look at the huge crystal skull behind him, guarding against a sudden attack from the crystal skull. The crystal skull is as huge as a mountain but it is moving very quietly. It was so quiet that not even the slightest sound could be heard. If one did not turn their head to look, they would not even know that such a huge thing was following them. Not long, the sky turned dark. After dark, the crystal skull was still burning with flames, illuminating the surroundings. What made Xianxia depressed is that the flames have become even more vigorous. Furthermore, they are mainly concentrated at the top of the crystal skull, floating like hair. It was so dazzling in the middle of the night that it could easily attract other things. Xiaoyun, this guy seems to like fire. Xiaoqiru is actually very relieved, she said with smile. The artillery shells you shot were all gathered by him. This thing doesn't have a soul but it has a certain consciousness. Princess Anya said, what is it? Why did the crystal skull appear? Why did it follow them? What does it want to do? These are the questions Xianxia has been thinking about along the way. They are being followed by the crystal skull. Xianxia is very worried and finally arrived at the next mountain. This mountain is a mausoleum. It is a relatively large stone mountain. However, this mountain is not even half the height of the crystal skull. Xiaoyun, what is the next point? Xiaoqiru asked. The next point is a tomb city, a very large tomb city. Xianxia said, that tomb city is very special. It is surrounded by 8 mountains and tombs. I don't know what kind of tomb city it is. Along the way, they passed by large and small tombs. Xianxia really wanted to open them up and take a look. But thinking that he has important matters to attend to, he can only endure and not cause any trouble. Of course, even if he wanted to open them up, Xiaoqiru would definitely stop him. Great Tomb City. Looks like we have to be careful when we pass by. Xiaoqiru said. Only by going to the next point and seeing the mausoleum on the map would they be able to confirm that they are not going the wrong way and confirm the location of the next node. Therefore, they must pass through those mausoleums. Xianxia said, with this big firehead following us, there is nothing to be afraid of. Just this big firehead alone can scare away a lot of ghost things. Xiaoqiru said with a smile, that's true. This big firehead looks quite powerful. I shot it twice and it is completely fine. How can it not be powerful? Even now, Xianxia did not relax his vigilance. They rested for a while and just as they were about to continue on their journey, a white cloud suddenly floated over. After the white cloud floated over, it turned into a dragon. Senior Yunlong, you're finally here. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia, you brat, there is a big head behind you. Don't you see it? Yunlong shouted after he appeared. Of course I know, it has been following us for a long time. Xianxia turned around and looked at the huge crystal flame head and said, this thing was not like this originally. After I shot it twice, it started to emit fire. Ayaya, don't tell me you don't know what this thing is? You actually dared to hit it, you really have never died before. Yunlong cried out in alarm. What is it? Princess Anya promptly asked. Heavenly puppet's head. This thing is a heavenly puppet. Yunlong shouted, quickly get rid of this thing, if you let it follow us, you will be done for. The legendary heavenly puppet is actually like this. Qin Yun, Xianxia, and Princess Anya's expression greatly changed. They looked at each other in dismay. How do we get rid of it? Qin Yun asked. This. You guys think of a way yourselves, I will take my leave first. Yunlong said, several great battles broke out here, I want to go collect the corpses. Yunlong ran away and disappeared without a trace. He sensed Qin Yun's call and came over after he had some free time. Sister Kiru, have you heard about heavenly puppets? Do you know how to get rid of them? Qin Yun asked. I only know that heavenly puppets guard tombs. Xianxia frowned, she looked at the huge crystal flame head and shook her head. I don't know how to deal with this thing. Yunlong also doesn't know how to deal with it, so he ran away. He is also afraid of being targeted. Princess Anya groaned. Qin Yun said, this thing is always following us and not attacking. It is truly vexing. Originally, they did not care about this huge crystal flame head, but Yunlong ran over and said that it is the heavenly puppet's head. This time, Qin Yun and others can no longer remain calm. Heavenly puppets guard tombs and they are about to pry open the main heavenly tomb, Xianxia said. Heavenly puppet is following us, does it know that we are going to the main heavenly tomb? This won't do, this thing is very strong, it will definitely stop us. Qin Yun thought for a moment and suddenly shouted, I have an idea. He took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Under Qin Yun's control, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly became very big. The huge heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is floating in the air, it is not affected by the pressure. Cover this thing. Qin Yun released all his mental power to activate the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron arrived above the heavenly puppet's head and covered it. Boom, after the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron covered it, Qin Yun gasped for breath and said with smile, success. That thing can't run out. He controlled the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to gradually become smaller. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron became smaller, it flew back to his hand. Xianxia and Princess Anya saw Qin Yun's success and revealed happy smile. However, when they turned around and were about to hurry on their way, they saw a huge flaming crystal head in front of them. Qin Yun promptly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and checked the situation inside. The crystal head is actually not inside. This thing? Qin Yun cursed in low voice, why is it so difficult to deal with? Xianxia said, don't worry about it, let's go directly to the main heavenly tomb. Time is of the essence, more and more things are happening in this buried heaven land, it is best for us to go to the main heavenly tomb as soon as possible. Qin Yun nodded and said, that's the only way. They are only 1.5 days away from the main heavenly tomb. It can be said that they will arrive very soon. The heavenly puppets are the guardians of the buried heaven land. Although they appeared, they did not attack Qin Yun and company. They only followed behind them to cause panic. The heavenly puppets are very powerful, Qin Yun can also sense it but he doesn't know how to deal with them. Half a day passed, the sky has already alternated with night several times. Qin Yun and company finally arrived at the huge tomb city. This tomb city is octagonal, tall and thick golden city walls encircle the octagon. Outside each corner, there is a several thousand feet tall mountain tomb. This magnificent tomb city's city walls are more than 10,000 feet tall, the top is sealed, it is impossible to see what is inside. Qin Yun can see many ancient runes on the city walls from a distance. There was a very strong seal that sealed this tomb city. Although the tomb city is huge, compared to the flaming crystal head behind Qin Yun and company, it is a lot shorter. Even the 8 mountain tombs outside the tomb city are a lot smaller than the heavenly puppet's head. I wonder what the hell is sealed inside. Such a huge tomb city, there must be at least 10 million people inside, right? Qin Yun said. He has the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand, he can open any tomb here. Xianxia looked at the tomb city's gate and said, which direction is our next stop? Qin Yun pointed in a direction and said, keep going, we will be able to enter the buried heaven lands area. According to the map, it is a red earth area. Bang, the huge tomb city's gate suddenly let out a loud explosion, the huge golden gate trembled. It looks like it is about to be blown open. Xianxia and company immediately retreated. It has been sealed for so long, the thing inside is still so strong? Xianxia said in shock, it won't come out right? Trembling sound came from the city gate, accompanied by an energy wave that rushed out. Something is erupting with a very strong power from inside, it is crazily attacking the city gate. It is very difficult to break the tomb inside the buried heaven land. Xianxia said with frown, if the thing sealed inside the tomb city can really break it, it will surely grow very strong. Princess Anya said, is it because we are here that the things inside move? Xianxia looked all around and said, maybe the heavenly puppet behind us appeared and stimulated the thing inside. The heavenly puppet doesn't seem to have any imposing aura, even though its whole body is burning with flame, it looks very calm. Xianxia and others are used to seeing this huge crystal flame head, they don't feel anything. Impossible, this flame head doesn't have any aura, it can't sense the thing inside the tomb city, right? Xianxia looked at the heavenly puppet behind her and said while shaking her head. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror and said, we should quickly leave. Who knows what kind of change happened in the buried heaven land, maybe the thing inside the tomb city can really run out. If it ran out and was very strong, it would be very difficult for Xianxia and others to resist. There are only 3 of them, Divine Inscription Mountain is not here and they can't teleport. If they encounter a very strong ancient era expert, it will be very troublesome. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror, after determining their location, he looked towards a direction and said, as long as we go over there, we will reach the red area on the map. Then let's quickly leave. Xianxia said. Just as they were about to leave, a burst of crazy roar came from inside the tomb city. After the roar came out, the huge city gate suddenly jumped, boom, the city gate was suddenly opened by a very strong power from inside. 2 huge gates opened with a bang sound and hit the city wall. A burst of silver light burst out from inside the city, violent lightning accompanied by burst of gale rushed out. Tyrannical energy wave immediately enveloped Xianxia and others. Silver astral wind and lightning surged out violently, it is as if a dam has burst, a great river is surging out violently. Roar, Xianxia and others are extremely alarmed, there is really something that can break the seal and run out from inside. This meant that the thing sealed in the huge tomb city was very powerful. Only after many years of growth and reaching a certain realm could it break the seal. Amidst the chaos, Xianxia and company found it difficult to move their bodies. They could only hold hands and not be blown apart. Xianxia quickly released the floating cloud pagoda. After entering the floating cloud pagoda, they quickly tidied up their messy hair and looked at the silver tide around them. What exactly is sealed inside the tomb city? Xianxia said in alarm, how terrifying, is that the power they released at the same time? Xianxia said, they have very strong divine power and sacred power. It seems like there are many powerful guys among those sealed things. Spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the surroundings, many silver balls of light were sucked into the air and then devoured by the power of space. A lot of things have entered the divine wasteland and the sacred wasteland. Princess Xianxia said, if there is no sanctified guy, I'm not afraid. They now knew why such a powerful force would erupt after the door was breached. This was because it was the power of a large group of gods or sacred transformation realm experts. Ling Tian clan was also like this before, right? Xianxia said. And, after my Ling Tian city's seal was broken, more than half of them entered the sacred wasteland or the divine wasteland. Princess Xianxia nodded and said. The storm lasted for less than half an hour before it slowly stopped. Xianxia and company now know what is sealed in the tomb city. Those who came out of the tomb city are all wearing silver armor and have a pair of purple wings. Those purple wings are the kind of wings of eagles. What is this thing? Xianxia said in alarm, it looks very strong. Their purple wings are cultivated from the divine universe purple energy. It's the Purple Wing clan. Xianxia said with frown, they are a very powerful clan in the 3,000 heavenly domains. I have an impression, this Purple Wing clan once pledged allegiance to the 9 Sun royal family. Princess Xianxia said, after the 9 Sun royal family disappeared, the Purple Wing clan became fewer and fewer in the 3,000 heavenly domains. I didn't expect so many of them to be sealed. In the 3,000 heavenly domains, clans that could use Divine Universe Golden Stone or Divine Universe Purple Crystal were all very powerful. The 9-son royal family used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to cultivate using divine universe golden stone. That's why they are very powerful. Heavenly puppet, repulsive heavenly Dao lackey. Suddenly a purple-winged silver-armored middle-aged man shouted at the flame head. Kill! A group of purple-winged silver-armored people roared in unison and then flew towards the flame head. When the purple-winged silver-armored man flew, he turned into a fierce bolt of lightning. The purple feathers on the purple wings on their backs were extremely sharp and stiff. When they rushed over, they directly used the pair of huge purple wings to attack, causing the crystal flame head to tremble and many fine crystal particles to fly out. Although the heavenly puppet only has a very large crystal skull, it is very sturdy and can withstand very strong attacks. Xianxia fired 2 cannon shots and also ruthlessly smashed it with his rod, but none of them caused any damage to the crystal head. And this group of purple wing clan people can hit many fine crystal particles. Roar! The heavenly puppet's mouth suddenly moved and let out a muffled roar. Suddenly, flames and lightning shot out of its enormous mouth, sending the group of purple-winged clan members who were charging at it flying. The most frightening thing is that the flame and lightning that the heavenly puppet spouted out seems to have transformed into a crazily roaring river and rushed into the tomb city. After the tomb city was hit, it was directly split into 2 halves. Many of the buildings inside were also destroyed. Large amounts of fragments flew everywhere. The heavenly puppet launched its attack, causing Xianxia and others to be alarmed. It must be known that Xianxia and others were followed by this heavenly puppet earlier. If they had been hit by the flame, they would definitely have been killed. And now, there are still many purple wing clan people surrounding the huge crystal skull, frantically attacking it. This heavenly puppet's crystal skull is as big as a huge mountain. Even though a large number of purple wing clan people are surrounding it, they still seem very small. In front of the heavenly puppet, they are as small as mosquitoes. The heavenly puppet suddenly spun on the spot. Large amounts of berserk flame and lightning continuously shot out. There are tens of thousands of purple wing clan people surrounding the huge crystal skull, but now they are all sent flying by the berserk flame and lightning. Xianxia suddenly said, "Xiaoyun, let's quickly leave." Xianxia already made the floating cloud pagoda invisible. He promptly brought Princess Xianxia and Xianxia away from the floating cloud pagoda. Moreover, they are invisible, so they were not discovered. They hastily left the broken tomb city and rushed towards the main heavenly cemetery area. After they ran very far away, the 8 huge mountains surrounding the tomb city suddenly exploded. Those 8 mountains are also tombs. The things that flew out from inside the mountains are actually huge silver purple-winged dragons. 8 huge silver-scaled purple-winged dragons roared again and rushed towards the huge crystal skull of the heavenly puppet. The battle is becoming more and more intense. After Xianxia and others left the tomb city, they can still feel the dreadful power fluctuations. No wonder the heavenly puppet is so big. In the buried heaven land, if it is not big enough, it would not be able to suppress all kinds of messy things. Xianxia said. What is going on with that heavenly puppet head? It keeps following us. It has very formidable power, but it did not attack us. Princess Xianxia is still very puzzled. Xianxia and Xianxia are also very baffled. Could it be that it wants to stop us from entering the main heavenly cemetery? Xianxia said. Or maybe it is protecting us? Xianxia said with smile, on the way, there will definitely be many dangers. If we have something as powerful as the heavenly puppet to block us, it will be a lot smoother. Xianxia looked ahead and said, on the way, we won't encounter any other tombs. As long as we go in this direction, we will be able to reach the main heavenly cemetery. Just as his voice fell, an ear-piercing whistling sound arrived. Someone is approaching. Xianxia promptly released a very softening power, formed a white barrier and enveloped the 3 of them. Boom, a silver lightning suddenly rushed over. That silver lightning is a purple-winged race person. Although the barrier released by Xianxia is soft, it has very strong defensive power. The purple-winged race person collided with the barrier. Not only he was unable to break it, he was also attacked by a colding power. 9 divine power, that purple-winged race person shouted in alarm. Scram! Xianxia, who is usually as gentle as water, now has a frosty expression as she coldly shouted. Stupid 9 desolate people. The 9 desolate will belong to our purple-winged race, that purple-winged race person said with sneer. Suddenly, a few more silver lightning shot over, for more purple-winged race people arrived. Princess Xianxia is tightly holding the Divine Universe sword. Xianyan's floating cloud staff is also accumulating power, ready to fight at any time. Yo, two very beautiful 9 desolate women. Very strong, very good, a purple-winged race person said with evil grin. Purple-winged race, you bastards were the dogs of the 9 Sun royal family back then, why are you still so arrogant? Princess Xianxia said with sneer. You are just 9 desolate people, not 9 Sun royal family. 9 Sun royal family's bloodline has already been severed, that purple-winged race person loudly laughed and said. These purple-winged race people are all long-faced men, their eyes are very thin, there are 2 lines on their faces, it looks like purple tears are flowing down from their eyes. Xianyan suddenly shouted and released a burst of very strong supergravity. Those purple-winged race people were originally floating in the air, but after being pressed down by the supergravity, they suddenly fell to the ground. Go! Xianxia shouted and rushed out, the Divine Universe sword in her hand stabbed towards a purple-winged race person. Xianyan and Princess Xianxia fiercely attacked the other purple-winged race people. The silver armor of the Purple Wing clan had a very strong defense, but its counterattack power was not as strong as that of the heavenly armors. These guys' silver armors are quite powerful. Xianyan took out a throwing knife. It was a suppression sacred talisman weapon. Xianyan, Xianxia, and Princess Dark Knight were all sent flying hundreds of meters away when they attacked. The few Purple Wing clan people broke free from the supergravity released by Xianyan. Do you know how strong we are now? The leader of the Purple Wing clan laughed loudly. The armors on our bodies are much stronger than the heavenly armors of those fellows from the heavenly law divine realm. The Purple Wing clan actually knew about the heavenly armor. It was obvious that they had fought against the heaven realm back then. This was forged by you imitating the heavenly armor, right? Xianxia sneered, to be honest, your armors are much weaker than theirs. The Purple Wing clan people were very angry and shouted, don't look down on us. We have been sealed for so many years and painstakingly studied for so long to refine this unparalleled powerful armor. You weak people of the 9 desolate have no right to mock us. The silver armors on your bodies are indeed far inferior to the heavenly armor. Xianyan said, if it was the heavenly armor, when we were sent flying just now, it would have exploded with a very strong lightning. The few Purple Wing clan people immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. They never thought that after so many years, the influence of the heavenly law divine realm would still exist. Xianyan suspected that those heavenly armors should have been relatively ordinary back then. The silver armor created by the Purple Wing clan people was most likely what the heavenly armor looked like back then. It was only after many years that the heavenly armor improved and became even stronger. These 5 Purple Wing clan people knew that Xianyan and company were very strong, but they were not afraid. That was because Xianyan and company were all sent flying by the silver armor on their bodies. With an absolutely powerful defense, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. You actually look down on our many years of hard work. Go to hell. The Purple Wing clan man shouted angrily and turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged forward. The other 4 Purple Wing clan people also turned into silver lightning and charged towards Xianyan and company. Xianxia and Princess Xianxia are holding 2 throwing knives in their hands. They are the suppression armor sacred talisman tools that Xianyan gave them before. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and the others were able to create several armor suppression sacred talisman weapons every hour in the 9 Yang divine spirit. He could produce dozens of them in a day, so Xianyan had quite a number of them now. Boom, after the purple-winged race people flew over, Xianyan once again used very strong supergravity. The supergravity he released this time was stronger than before. Furthermore, it was released in conjunction with Mo's little nether Sunday. Although the Purple Wing clan members were prepared, they still underestimated Xianyan's terrifying supergravity. The 5 Purple Wing clan members were instantly knocked to the ground. This is the power of the Nether Sun? One of the Purple Wing race's people said in shock, impossible, how can a human control the Nether Sun's power? Xianxia and Princess Dark Knight threw the throwing knives in their hands. Xianyan's flying saber followed closely behind. 5 flying daggers hit the bodies of the 2 Purple Wing clansmen. The flying daggers' attack power was not strong. It exploded after hitting them, and the power released could temporarily disable the silver armor on their bodies. "You trash can't deal with us," the Purple Wing Race's person said with sneer. Just as he finished speaking, his smile suddenly froze because he sensed that the silver armor on his body suddenly lost its effect. "Hee, you were sealed for so many years, to be able to directly run out, it is truly not easy," Xianxia said with smile. While speaking, he smashed his rod. The floating cloud rod landed on the Purple Wing Race's body and burst out with a burst of golden light. "The silver armor has been smashed to pieces." The other 4 Purple Wing Race people were killed by Xianxia and Princess Dark Knight using Divine Universe Sword. You are not 9 desolate people," the Purple Wing Race person is extremely frightened. You are heavenly beings, Princess Dark Knight coldly groaned, her sword swept out, creating a large area of sword images. Berserk sword energy brought along scorching hot flame, it instantly burned the Purple Wing Race person's body to ashes, leaving behind only the broken silver armor and a pair of sturdy wings. Xianxia said, "These guys copied the heavenly armor and thought they are invincible under the heavens," Xianxia said with smile. "The heavenly armor they copied is a very ancient kind. The current heavenly armor is much more powerful than the tattered ones on their bodies." Xianxia said with a chuckle, "If not for your sacred talisman tool being so powerful, this kind of trash would be enough for us to torment. Even this kind of outdated heavenly armor's defense is not weak." "Strange, they have been sealed for so long, where did they get so many materials?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Maybe it was refined from their wings." Princess Dark Knight looked at the wings on the ground and said, "My flame is not weak. That Purple Wing Race person was burned to ashes but his wings are still there. The feathers on the wings are purple, each feather looks like a purple sword blade." Princess Dark Knight took out the heavenly flame divine fan and fanned out a burst of strong flame. After testing it, the purple feather turned silver. "Sure enough," Xianxia exclaimed in admiration, "these feathers should be good materials for refining heavenly armor." Xianxia promptly took off the feathers of the other Purple Wing Race people and collected them. Xianxia looked into the distance, the noise of battle erupted over there, the Purple Wing Race people are fighting against the heavenly puppet. If many Purple Wing Race people died, those feathers would definitely be of great use. Let's continue our journey. Although Xianxia wanted to collect some Purple Wing Race people's feathers, he remembered that he still has important matters to attend to, so he can only dispel this idea. Right now, going to the main heavenly cemetery is the most important matter. If they charge into a large number of Purple Wing Race people to collect feathers, once they are discovered, it will be very difficult to escape. The heavenly puppet is entangled with a large number of Purple Wing Race people, they will not chase after them for the time being. Xianxia and others must take advantage of this time to distance themselves from the Purple Wing Race people. They flew close to the ground, they are very vigilant along the way, mainly to prevent the Purple Wing Race people from chasing after them. They were previously targeted by the Purple Wing Race people. They are very fast, they only discovered them after they arrived. The Purple Wing Race people are very easy to kill, why were they sealed? Xianxia feels that it is somewhat strange, I thought that only people who are very difficult to kill would be sealed. Just now, the 3 of them easily killed the Purple Wing Race people, killing them was not difficult at all. Difficult to kill people should be the super strong kind. They have all gone to Divine Desolate, the Purple Wing Race people who are still here can only be considered as children. For example, the sealed Ling Tian clan, they went to Divine Desolate and Sacred Desolate, they are very difficult to kill. Princess Yi said. Xianxia nodded and said, "Xiao Yun, you also saw how strong those purple feathers are, right? In the future, if they can refine those feathers into their body and use them for defense, it will be very difficult to destroy their body. The people from the 3,000 heavenly domains are sealed here, moreover they were once subordinates of the 9 Sun royal family." Xianxia looked at the heavenly eye in the sky and said with emotion, "This buried heaven land truly has many heaven-defying people." Xianxia said, "Originally, to seal those guys, we had to use time to kill them. As long as enough time passes, they will be exhausted to death and this place will naturally become a cemetery. But who would have thought that those guys would be so powerful? After so many years, they are still alive and kicking." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "This buried heaven land's energy is so rich, it would be difficult for them to die even if they wanted to." The buried heaven land is filled with very dense 9-sun divine power. Princess Xianxia said, the Ling Tian clan people told me that when they were sealed, they could absorb a lot of 9-sun divine power. Why is it like this? Wouldn't it be impossible to kill them? Qin Yun is very doubtful. When this buried heaven land was built, it was not considered enough. Perhaps someone deliberately sealed these things so that they could continue to grow. Xiaqiru suddenly thought of something and said, for example, in the Tomb City, there were many purple Wing clan people. If they were suddenly not allowed to absorb 9-sun divine power, they would become hungry. Then they would devour each other. The city would definitely erupt into chaos, and the ones who would survive in the end would definitely be the strongest. Thinking of this, Qin Yun shivered and said, that's impossible, right? What is the purpose of doing this? To nurture a group of powerful purple wing clan people? Xiaqiru said with smile, I am just guessing. Princess Xianxia said solemnly, it is very likely that this is the purpose, because most of the people sealed are from the same clan. This buried heavenland's large mausoleum might be used to nurture all kinds of savage-killing maniacs. Although it is just a guess, Qin Yun still feels horrified. They flew all the way. As long as there are no mausoleums on the way, they will be much safer. Because as they approached the mausoleum, they felt a lot of pressure. They were all worried that some powerful thing guarding the mausoleum would jump out. Or perhaps a powerful thing broke open the mausoleum. For example, the Purple Wing Clan people from before suddenly broke through the seal and ran out. After a day of rushing, Qin Yun finally saw a red shadow appear on the ground in front of him. Have we arrived? I didn't expect that the red area that appeared on the map would also appear red in reality. Qin Yun said in shock. What appears on the map is the same as what we see with our own eyes. Xiaqiru suddenly stopped and said. Red? Why can't I see anything red? Princess Xianxia said, where is it red? Xiaqiru chuckled and said, Xiaoxi, that's because Xiao Yun and I can see the purple-red heavenly eye. Is there really something red ahead? Princess Xianxia looked ahead. It's just that you can't see it. Xiaqiru also saw it. The Imperial Heaven diagram is very important. It is a fusion of 4 separate diagrams. The fusion process requires the cooperation of the people who possess the 4 diagrams. After the fusion, they also need Xiao Yume's small mirror to see the location of the main heavenly cemetery. At this step, they also need someone who can see the purple-red heavenly eye to determine the location of the main heavenly cemetery. Otherwise, even if they search the entire buried heaven land, they won't be able to find the red region. If we enter that region, there won't be other things, right? Princess Xianxia looked at the heavenly eye in the sky. Xiaqiru said with smile, let's rest first and then go in. Even if there are other dangerous things, we can deal with them. The sky is dark, they plan to rest until daybreak before going in. After 2 hours, it will be daybreak. After resting for 2 hours, they will have more or less recovered. At daybreak, Qin Yun looked ahead, he can still see the red light. That region is still full of flat grassland, full of flowers and plants, however, there is a burst of red mist rising up. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror and said, the map does not indicate the location of the main heavenly cemetery. Xiaqiru walked in front and said with smile, we will know once we enter that region. Princess Xianxia also walked in front. Qin Yun paid attention to the situation behind him. Although the main heavenly cemetery is located in front of him, it also means that there is even greater danger. After all, it is the main heavenly cemetery, it should not be that easy to enter the main heavenly cemetery. After a while, they stepped into the red region. Only Xiaqiru and Qin Yun can see the rising red mist, Princess Xianxia can't see it. After entering this region, Qin Yun discovered that within the red mist, there is a trace of purple. It is similar to the purple-red heavenly eye they saw. Could this be formed by the power of heavenly Tao? Qin Yun doubtfully said, Yun Long said that being able to see the purple-red heavenly eye means that we have a very close connection with the heavenly Tao. Xiaqiru said, the main heavenly cemetery is the core of the buried heaven land, it must be very special. Do you think the main heavenly cemetery is a tomb palace or a tomb city? Or a mountain? Qin Yun asked. Both are possible. Xiaqiru said. If there is a part of our soul sealed inside, as well as other powerful things, it should be very big. Otherwise, it would be unworthy of the name of the heavenly mausoleum. Princess Dark Knight said. Qin Yan also thinks so. He said with smile, I think it should be a very, very big tomb city, even bigger than the tomb city of the Purple Wing clan. Xiaqiru walked in the front. After she arrived at this area, she actually relaxed a lot and did not look worried at all. Sister Kiru, do you know something? Is it very safe inside? Qin Yan asked curiously. Yes. My intuition tells me that this place is very safe. Xiaqiru said with smile. Xiaoyun, let's continue. Until when? Asked Qin Yun. Let's just keep going, I feel that the heavenly eye will give us directions. Xiaqiru said. Princess Anya said doubtfully, didn't you say before that the eye of heaven was warning you not to come in? Xiaqiru said, it was indeed like this before, but now that we are here, the heavenly eye can't do anything. Qin Yan remained vigilant and continued following Xiaqiru. After walking for half a day, the sky turned dark. The huge purplish-red heavenly eye in the night sky suddenly moved, and a beam of red light shone down. Over there. Xiaqiru pointed at the place where the red light shone down and happily shouted, the main heavenly mausoleum is over there. Let's go, let's go. Qin Yan is very surprised that the heavenly eye actually pointed out the location to them. Xiaqiru actually knew about it before. The three of them immediately rushed over. They arrived under the light beam of the heavenly eye and the light beam also disappeared. What? There's nothing here. Qin Yan looked around. Although it is night time, if there was something nearby, they would definitely be able to discover it. Especially on the flat prairie, if there really was a mausoleum, they would be able to discover it immediately. Xiaoyun, take out the Imperial Heaven diagram. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yan took out the Imperial Heaven diagram and handed it over to Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru did not take it and said, use your heavenly seal and stamp it on it, give it a try. Qin Yan took out the Divine King heavenly seal and stamped it on the Imperial Heaven diagram. As soon as it was stamped, the red mist that came out of the area immediately rushed over. Very soon, a red whirlpool appeared all around them, frantically gathering the red mist. Only Qin Yan and Xiaqiru could see it. Princess Anya could not see it. There's a reaction. Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise. This reaction is not small, the ground is even slightly trembling. What will happen? Will the main heavenly mausoleum appear? Or will it teleport us somewhere? Qin Yan asked doubtfully. I don't know, let's wait and see. Xiaqiru said. Princess Anya is also secretly looking forward to it, at the same time, she is also filled with vigilance. The trembling of the ground is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, they felt that the place they are standing on is falling down. We are falling. Qin Yan said in shock. The place they are standing suddenly slowly descended to the ground. After descending, it is as if they sneaked into the prairie, their surroundings are filled with 9-colored light. They are deep underground in the buried heaven land. So it's underground. Qin Yan said in shock, this finally has the feeling of a mausoleum. Generally speaking, most mausoleums are buried. After descending for a while, they suddenly fell into a very small living room. The living room is very elegant, all wooden furniture, tables, and chairs. How does it look like they have arrived at a mausoleum? It looks like they have arrived at a classical wooden house. Is this the main heavenly cemetery? Qin Yan looked around and saw a few doors that seemed to lead to rooms. Princess Anya walked towards a door and slowly pushed it open. A burst of purple-red light rushed out from inside. She was so shocked that she quickly closed the door. The thing and soul we are looking for, where are they? Qin Yan asked. Xiaqiru's face is also filled with doubt. She said, Xiaoyun, don't be anxious. This is definitely the main heavenly cemetery, but it is different from what we imagined. At this moment, a door suddenly opened. A tall and thin old man walked out of that door. His long white beard is almost touching the ground. The old man is wearing a white robe and holding a walking stick. At the top of the walking stick is a crystal skull. That crystal skull makes Qin Yan and company feel very familiar. It is very similar to the huge crystal skull that followed them before. Of course, it has become very small now. What surprised them was that behind the long-bearded old man, there was a very small skeleton man. The skeleton is only half a meter tall. Its head is a crystal skull and the rest of its body is made of white bones. This small skeleton's head is emitting flames. The elegant burning flames look just like his hair. This flame head, could it be the one that followed us? Xianxia said in shock. Hee, that's right, the old man said with a smile. As he spoke, his beard moved like an elegant cloud and mist. Hearing the old man's voice, Xianxia, Xiaqiru, and Princess Xianxia are all shocked. Senior Yunlong? Princess Xianxia shouted. It's me, the old man laughed and said, please sit down. After Xianxia sat down, he curled his lips and said, Senior Yunlong, why are you here? What the hell are you? After Xiaqiru sat down, she said, Senior, did you just arrive here? Yunlong smiled and said, I didn't expect that I would be chosen. This is the main heavenly cemetery, right? We came here to find something. Xianxia said, where are the things? Yunlong took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xianxia. He said with a smile, Xianxia, look at the seal on this piece of paper. Is it yours? Xianxia looked at it, then took out the Divine King heavenly seal and compared it. He said in shock, it's mine, what's wrong? This is the soul contract you signed here back then. Yunlong said, when you signed the soul contract, a part of your soul was taken away. What? It was taken away? Xianxia is extremely astonished as he looked at Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru frowned slightly, shook her head and said, I'm not too clear about this matter. I only know that your 8 souls and 9 spirits are here. Xianxia's 8 souls and 9 spirits are indeed here. However, they don't belong to him. Yunlong said with a smile, unless you can redeem them. Xianxia is stunned. He thought that his 8 souls and 9 spirits were sealed here by some evil power. And now, it seems like he signed a soul contract back then and did not fulfill it, causing his soul to be taken away. Let's not talk about this first. Xianxia said, me, little Malian, Yuelan's mother's soul, Sister Kiru's divine position and formidable body, Princess's 8 souls and 8 spirits are all here, right? Yes. Yunlong nodded and said, but this has nothing to do with you. Xianxia is somewhat infuriated and said, my 8 souls and 9 spirits are sealed here and you still say it has nothing to do with me? Quickly return my 8 souls and 9 spirits to me. Yunlong said with a smile, Xianxia, you can take back your 8 souls and 9 spirits, you just need to redeem them. How? Xianxia asked. Use 9 Sun Divine Maiden's heart to exchange with me. Yunlong said, or 9 Sun Divine Spirit, 9 Yin Divine Spirit, or even 9 Nether Suns, also, 9 Sun Cores are also possible. Xianxia is startled and asked, isn't this the main heavenly cemetery? Why does it look like a pawnshop? This is a pawnshop, Heavenly Dao pawnshop. Yunlong said, my life is good, I became the shopkeeper here. If you want to take back your 8 souls and 9 spirits, this is the only way. Xianxia took out the floating cloud rod and said, it seems like I have to feed you 2 rods first, then we can properly talk. Just as he was about to attack, Xiaqiru pulled him back and said in low voice, Xiaoyun, calm down. Don't act recklessly. Princess Xianxia asked, shopkeeper, what's going on with my 8 souls and 8 spirits? Is it because I signed a soul contract that I left them here? Although Xianxia is very angry now, he knows that this is most likely true. The main reason why he is so agitated is because he can't accept this fact. Xiaqiru quickly pulled his hand and said in a low voice, Xiaoyun, calm down. Things are not as bad as you think. Princess Xianxia is also at a loss. She thought that her 8 souls and 8 spirits were only sealed in this place. She never expected the situation here to be so complicated. Yunlong is still smiling and said, I only found out about the situation of this buried heaven land 2 days ago after I became the shopkeeper. I was just as surprised as you. Then how do I redeem my 8 souls and 8 spirits? Princess Xianxia asked. She felt that only by retrieving her 8 souls and 8 spirits would she be able to find herself. Yunlong took out a booklet and looked at the contents. He said with a smile, this is relatively easy. It requires 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones. This is easy? I don't even know where to find a Divine Universe Golden Stone. Princess Xianxia snorted. How big are the Divine Universe Golden Stones? Xianxia asked. He actually has half a box of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Take it out and let me see. As he spoke, Yunlong took out a beast skin. This is the soul contract from back then. He placed the contract on the table and said with a smile, put 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones on it. If you can get the approval of the original contract, then it's a deal. Xianxia took out 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones, they are all relatively small, and placed them on the beast skin contract. How do you have so many Divine Universe Golden Stones? Princess Anya said in shock. I accidentally obtained it. Xianxia forced a smile and said, Princess, if I redeem your 8 souls and 8 spirits, please forgive me. Although I don't know why I pawned you back then, I will try my best to make it up to you. Yunlong looked at the 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones and is somewhat astonished. He said with a smile, Xianxia, you really have a lot of good things in your hands. Unfortunately, these 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones are too small, not enough. Then how much? Xianxia said, it was not easy to obtain these 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Speaking of which, it is strange that the Divine Universe Golden Stones are actually very quiet on the beast skin. One must know that if the Divine Universe Golden Stones are not restrained, they will run around everywhere and the light they release is very strong. Now, the Divine Universe Golden Rock was quietly lying on that beast skin. Then you can only take back these 10 Divine Cosmos Golden Stones and continue to search for more. The Cloud Dragon said. Xianxia took out another Divine Universe Goldstone and placed it on it. He said, what about now? Not enough. Yunlong shook his head. If the redemption conditions are met, where will these Divine Universe Goldstones go? Asked Xianxia. Return to the Heavenly Tao. Yunlong smiled and said, you still have a lot of Divine Universe Metal Stones. Xianxia could only continue taking out the Divine Universe Goldstone and place it on the beast skin. He added 1 pill at a time and in a short while, he had added 20 pills. Motherf *Ker, isn't it enough? It's already 20 pills. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Please continue adding. Yunlong said. He is also very astonished that Xianxia has so many Divine Universe Golden Stones. Princess Anya said with some heartache, so many Divine Universe Goldstones. Xianxia, what price did you pay for my 8 souls and 8 spirits? Xianxia looked at Yunlong and asked, back then, I used her 8 souls and 8 spirits to exchange for something here? This is heaven's mystery, I don't know either. Yunlong spread out his hands and said with a smile. Xianxia could only continue adding Divine Universe Goldstone. Only when he reached 50 did the beast skin react. Suddenly, a small array formation appeared on the beast skin, and the 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones suddenly disappeared. Then, a small formation appeared on the beast skin and the 50 Divine Universe Goldstones suddenly disappeared. The bead released a very strong soul fluctuation. Yunlong said with a smile, Xianxia, congratulations on redeeming something that has been pawned for many years. This is not a thing, it's a very important 8 souls and 8 spirits. Xianxia snorted, then took the bead in his hand and handed it over to Princess Anya. Although he had used 50 Divine Universe Golden Stones, he still had a lot of them in his chest, so he didn't lose much. Princess, your 8 souls and 8 spirits have already been retrieved. Xianxia sighed and said, it will be difficult for me to retrieve my 8 souls and 9 spirits. Yunlong also said earlier that he needed the hearts of 9 sun goddesses, or the 9 Yang Divine Soul, the 9 Yin Divine Soul, or the 9 Sun Core. Furthermore, 9 Nether Suns would do. Xianxia and Xiaqiru have the 9 Yin Divine Spirit and the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Even if Xiaqiru agrees, Xianxia would not be willing to exchange them. Because these 2 items were simply too precious, Xianxia feels that 9 Nether Suns would be easier. Princess Anya held the bead and said with a sigh, is this all of Yushi's soul? Xiaoxi, don't fuse yet. Xiaqiru said, the fusion process is rather painful. I know, after all, there will be all kinds of memories, including the painful experience when I died many times. Princess Anya nodded. Xianxia asked, Yunlong, what's going on with the moon god's divine position? Don't tell me I also pawned it? That's not it. Yunlong looked at the book and said, the pawner is the love god. Love god? Xianxia said with frown, it was actually pawned by the love god? How do we redeem it? Can we redeem it? The moon god's divine position was damaged back then, but it is very valuable. Her redemption period has already passed, now anyone can redeem it. You need 5 divine space golden stones. While Yunlong spoke, he took out a beast skin. This is the contract signed by the love god. Xianxia cursed in low voice, what kind of thing is this love god? He actually pawned Sister Kiru's divine position. I want to kill this guy. He can only take out 5 divine space golden stones and put them on the beast skin. Of course, although he said it was 5 divine space golden stones, he put 20 of them on the beast skin. A very beautiful small moon appeared on the beast skin, but there are many cracks on the surface of the small moon and its light is also somewhat dim. Sister Kiru, your divine position. Xianxia finally helped Xianxia take back her divine position. Thank you, Xiaoyun. Xianxia took the small moon and sweetly smiled. I knew that Xiaoyun would definitely help me take back my divine position. Xianxia, how come you have so many divine space golden stones? Yunlong cannot help but ask. Didn't I tell you, I obtained them by accident? Xianxia groaned, I don't have many divine space golden stones in my hands, don't have any ideas, don't swindle me again. Yunlong said with smile, Xianxia, do you know how so many mausoleums in buried heaven land came to be? How? I heard that back then Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor built them. Xianxia is also very curious. Back then, Immortal Desolate Great Emperor sealed his daughter Xianxia and then pawned her body here. Later on, Xianxia's mother paid a great price in exchange for her daughter's soul freedom. Yunlong said. So it's like this. Xianxia cursed in low voice, that bastard has already fused with divine space evil dragon, I will kill him sooner or later. Princess Anya said, the things sealed in buried heavenland's mausoleums are all pawned by others? Yunlong nodded and said, most of them are. For example, Ling Tian clan, back then someone sealed them and then pawned them to Heavenly Dao. Xianxia and others are greatly astonished, there is actually such a thing behind the scenes. Why does Heavenly Dao pawnshop accept this kind of thing? Why is it also called buried heaven land? Xianxia said. Buried heaven land buries the enemies of Heavenly Dao, not Heavenly Dao. Yunlong chuckled and said, that's why you all misunderstood. Princess Anya said, that Heavenly Dao is truly senseless, if I release Ling Tian clan, will I be fine? No, no. Yunlong said with smile, because there is a time limit, once the time is up, the things that were pawned will regain their freedom. Otherwise, how could you break the seal so easily? Isn't it said that enemies of Heavenly Dao will be buried? Once the time is up, they will be released. Then what's the point? Xianxia doubtfully said. Once they are released, it means that they are no longer enemies of Heavenly Dao. They also won't dare to fight against Heavenly Dao again. Yunlong sighed and said, Heavenly Dao is mysterious and unfathomable. Xianxia said, Sister Kiru's sealed body, how is it now? How do we redeem it? 10 divine universe golden stones. Yunlong said. What? Why is it so expensive? Xianxia stood up, rolled up his sleeves and said very angrily, did you think that I have a lot of divine universe golden stones, so you randomly quoted a price? The conditions for redemption were set by Heavenly Dao. When we signed the contract, it was already set. Yunlong shook his head and said with smile, it was not my intention. Where is Heavenly Dao? And what is it? I want to talk to him. Xianxia feels that he has been cheated. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, forget it. I don't want my body anymore, at most I will spend some time to cultivate it back. Your 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits are the most important. This won't do, we must redeem them all. Xianxia said. As long as you sincerely want to pawn to Heavenly Dao, there will naturally be a pawn contract looking for you. Yunlong said, of course, this requires sufficient strength. Princess Anya said, my 8 spiritual souls and 8 spirits have 10 divine universe golden stones, the last is 50. Is there interest or something? Yunlong nodded and said, it might be. Princess Anya said again, since Sister Kiru's previous life's body is worth 10 divine universe golden stones, it must be very precious. Of course. Yunlong said, I am also very curious, what exactly did the immortal desolate great emperor exchange with the heavenly Tao? Even the shopkeeper Yunlong doesn't know what they exchanged back then. Qin Yun can only obediently take out the divine universe golden stones. Although he said it was 10, he took out 50 before there was a reaction. Xiaqiru knows that Qin Yun obtained the 9th Sun royal family's supreme treasure from the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Back then, Qin Yun only said that he had some divine universe golden stones and did not say how many. Therefore, she thought that Qin Yun did not have many divine universe golden stones. A very small crystal box appeared on the beast skin. After the crystal box appeared, it gradually became bigger. A gentle and beautiful woman is sleeping inside. It is Xiaqiru's previous life's body. Qin Yun saw that Xiaqiru got her body back and felt a lot more relieved. He said again, then what about my mother and the other souls? Could it have been pawned by someone? What Xiaqiru said was to retrieve it, not redeem it. In other words, she wanted to use other methods to help Qin Yun get his soul back. Because the conditions for redemption were too harsh, Xiaqiru also wanted to use other methods to redeem it. There's no other way. We can only redeem it according to the conditions I mentioned before. Yunlong shook his head. Were these conditions set by little Yun back then? Xiaqiru asked. I'm not too sure. In short, this is the condition I saw. Yunlong said, I advise you not to use barbaric methods to retrieve it. It won't do you any good and will instead cause you to be trapped here. Qin Yun waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this anymore. When can I see my mother? Yunlong said, your mother has already been reborn and is working for the heavenly Tao. If you want to see her, you will need to wait for a few days. Wait for me to contact her and arrange for you to meet. Working for the heavenly Tao? Qin Yun said in shock, what do you want to do? Is it dangerous? Don't worry. If you work for the heavenly Tao, you will be protected and won't die. Yunlong laughed, for example, me. Princess Yi said, are the fellows from the heavenly law divine realm also working for the heavenly Tao? They even call themselves the incarnations of the heavenly Tao? Yunlong said, the heavenly law divine realm is very complicated. They work for the heavenly Tao, so they obtain the support of the heavenly Tao. Of course, the heavenly Tao does not care what they do. As long as they can complete the task given to them by the heavenly Tao. I understand. These guys are abusing the power of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun said with a cold snort. You can say that. However, as long as they do not affect the normal operation of the heavenly Tao, they will not be punished. Yunlong said, of course, the people from the heavenly law divine realm have limited power. For example, they can't cross the limit and can't send powerful sacred transformation experts over. Otherwise, you guys would have been done for. Qin Yun and company had killed a group of heavenly men before, so the heavenly law divine realm definitely knew about this matter. Then when can I see my mother? Qin Yun asked. I'll help you arrange it. When she has time, I'll contact you. Yunlong said. Alright, what about my father, Qin Long? He said that his true body is a dragon. Is his body also sealed here? Qin Yun said, where is his true body? How can I redeem it? Yunlong flipped through the booklet and said with a frown, strange, his real body is indeed sealed in heaven burial tomb, but there is no pawnbroker. No? How is this possible? Qin Yun leaned over to look at the booklet but did not see anything. If there is no pawnbroker, then there are only two possibilities. One reason is that he once worked for the heavenly Tao, but failed. The other reason is that he violated the heavenly Tao. Yunlong said, his true body is sealed in a tomb city and the time limit is up. Find the tomb city and release him. That's enough. Qin Yun is slightly astonished. Then, he looked at Xiaqiru and asked, Sister Kiru, do you know what you usually have to do to work for the heavenly Tao? I don't know. Xiaqiru shook her head. Xiaqiru knew a lot about the heaven burial mausoleum, but it was very vague. Yunlong answered with a smile, doing all kinds of things for the heavenly Tao, in general, is to maintain the balance of the heavenly Tao. To prevent anyone from destroying the order of the heavenly Tao. Princess Anya said, Qin Yun, you'd better find a way to retrieve your 8 souls and 9 spirits. I have no way. I can only wait until I become very strong and then come here to snatch them back. This is the only way. Qin Yun said. Xiaqiru said in low voice, Xiao Yun, how about we do this, give him 9 Sun Divine Maiden's heart. How can that be? 9 hearts? Moreover, they are your hearts. Qin Yun immediately refused and said, don't talk about your hearts, even if it is a piece of your flesh, I will feel heartache if I give it to him. Only this is more reliable. Princess Anya said, isn't it just a heart? After a period of time, it will grow back. No way, don't give it to him. Qin Yun groaned, who knows what they want these hearts for? Your hearts must be very precious. To redeem Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits, he would need 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit, or perhaps 9 Nether Suns. 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit must be handed over together to redeem Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits. This means that 9 Sun Divine Maiden's heart has the same value as these 2 divine tools. Although Qin Yun doesn't know what the heart is used for, his subconscious told him that it is definitely very precious. Then you won't be able to take back your 8 souls and 9 spirits. Princess Anya said, those are your memories. I'm afraid only you know what you've done back then. Qin Yun said, I want to become stronger and then take them back. Yunlong shook his head and said, Qin Yun, I advise you to make a decision. Because your 8 souls and 9 spirits are about to dissipate. What? Qin Yun shouted, what do you mean by about to dissipate? Because your 8 souls and 9 spirits have always been very irritable. They want to break the seal and come out, so they consume a lot of energy. Yunlong said, this is what the Heavenly Tao book says, if it dissipates, you won't be able to take it back. It means that you will forever lose this part of your memories. Motherfucker. Qin Yun has a long-term plan. Once he is strong enough, he will snatch it back. Xiaqiru said softly, Xiao Yun, be obedient. Let's exchange our hearts for them. 9 Sun Divine Maiden's hearts? Princess Anya asked, there is no rule that states that we need all of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden's hearts, right? There is no rule. Don't tell me you have 9 hearts? Yunlong seems to know that Xiaqiru and Princess Anya are 9 Sun Divine Maidens. I have 3. Princess Anya said. I also have 3. Xiaqiru laughed and said, I just got back 3 bodies, adding them up, I have 9. No way. Qin Yun said, Sister Kiru, the hearts are very important to you, you can't give them to him. He is also very astonished that Princess Anya and Xiaqiru actually have so many hearts. Xiao Yun, hearts can be regenerated, this is nothing to us. Xiaqiru said, just give them to him. Qin Yun felt very distressed just thinking about it. He hastily said, we can't give them to him. You just got back Xianqiru's body and now you have to dig out her heart. Even if you don't feel distressed, I feel distressed. It won't hurt. Xiaqiru gently smiled, then placed her hand on her heart and white light overflowed. After a while, a white pearl appeared on her jade-like palm. It looks like a small white sun. This is my heart. I still have 2 more. Xiaqiru said. This is the first time Qin Yun saw a 9 Sun Divine Maiden's heart, he thought it would be dripping with blood. Princess Anya said, Qin Yun, I am very curious why you pawned my 8 spiritual and 8 physical souls back then. Also, why did you pawn your 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls? Therefore, you must take back your 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls. Xiaqiru looked at Yunlong and asked. Senior, what else did Xiao Yun pawn? Let me see. Yunlong flipped through it and said in slight shock, there are many things. Ling Tian clan and Purple Wing clan, they were actually pawned by him. What? Qin Yun said in shock, I pawned them? What did I exchange them for? I don't know. Yunlong said in amazement. How do you know I pawned them? Don't tell me my name is written on it? Qin Yun said. The name you commonly use in this life is written on it, Qin Yun. Yunlong said with smile, you are truly awesome. Heavenly Lion King's heart and Divine Universe Evil Dragon's heart were actually pawned by you. Qin Yun is extremely astonished. He never expected that he would be so awesome in the past. Is there anything else? Princess Anya asked. There are at least 100 things sealed in the buried heaven land. They were all pawned by him. The more Yunlong looked, the more alarmed he became. He exclaimed in surprise, "Qin Yun, what exactly did you borrow from the heavenly Tao?" Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "How the hell do I know? If you return my 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls to me, I'll tell you." Yunlong said with smile, "Didn't these 2 ladies agree to use their hearts to redeem them? You should just listen to them. Xiao Yun, you redeemed my divine position and body. I also want to redeem your 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls." Xiaqiru smiled sweetly and said, "You can't always help me and not let me help you. We have to help each other." Princess Anya said, "Qin Yun, I think there should be enmity between us. However, you have to recover your memories to settle some old scores. Otherwise, if I recover my memories and you don't, it won't be good for me to find trouble with you." Xiaqiru smiled tenderly and said, "Xiao Yun, you aren't trying to run away, are you?" "Run away? Why would I run away?" Qin Yun waved his hand and said, "I just don't want the heavenly Tao to take advantage of me." Qin Yun is really running away. Because he doesn't know what kind of person he used to be. He is worried that he is very bad and malicious. He is worried that if he regains his 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls, he will become another person. However, he also wants to know his past experiences and what happened back then. He is conflicted in his heart, so he wants to temporarily escape and wait until he has enough strength in the future. "When were my 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls sealed?" Qin Yun suddenly asked. "My previous life, Immortal King Fu Yun, seems to know a lot of things." Qin Yun remembers that Ling Yun'er said that there are some memories sealed in the depths of his soul. Maybe in your previous life, through some channels, you resonated with the 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls, so you know some things. Yunlong said, "However, this might cause your soul to be damaged." Xiaqiru has already taken out 3 hearts, which are 3 very small white beads, and placed them in her palm. Their hearts are very special. They are completely different from ordinary people's hearts and they look very beautiful. There are already 6 9-Sun Divine Maidens' hearts on the beast skin. There are still 3 more missing. Xiaqiru released the body she just obtained and then, under her control, she took out 3 hearts. Those 3 hearts are a bit bigger. Yunlong, do you know what the heart of the 9-Sun Divine Maiden is used for? Qin Yun asked. I don't know yet. When I know, I'll definitely tell you. Yunlong said with a smile, maybe after you recover your memories, you'll know? The hearts of the 9-Sun Divine Maiden were quickly gathered. What surprised Qin Yun is that Xiaqiru and Princess Anya acted as if nothing had happened. They had taken out their own hearts. The 9 special hearts on the beast skin also started to tremble, and there was some movement. Are you guys alright? Qin Yun said worriedly. I'm fine. Princess Anya sat leisurely with her legs crossed. Looking at the beast skin, her ice-cold and gorgeous face is filled with jade and she looks very spirited. We can cultivate up to 9 hearts. Princess Anya said, the hearts we cultivate are all the heart of the sun. Ah? Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to 9 suns? Qin Yun said in shock. But it's not the strongest kind. Xiaqiru said, I just don't know what use the heavenly Tao has for it. Yunlong said, if that's really the case, then maybe the heavenly Tao wants to use it to create the sun. Your hearts are equivalent to seeds. Together with the divine universe golden stone and the power of the heavenly Tao, you can create a small sun. Very quickly, a pearl appeared on the beast skin. Sealed inside are Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits. Xiaqiru walked over and grabbed it. Then, she handed it over to Qin Yun with a smile and said, Xiao Yun, you will be able to find your true self very soon. Qin Yun received the soul-sealing pearl. His hands trembled slightly as he said with a long sigh, my life is already a very colorful one. And my past lives must have experienced a lot. He put away the pearl and said, how do I redeem the heart of the divine universe heavenly dragon? I need a divine universe amethyst. Yunlong said. Will the fellow from the natural law divine realm come to redeem me? Qin Yun asked. Forget about a divine universe amethyst, they wouldn't even consider a divine universe metal. Yunlong smiled and said, I'm afraid that the divine universe evil dragon won't be able to retrieve his heart. Qin Yun continued, where's the heavenly lion king's heart? Yunlong flipped through it and said, this is more worth it, it requires 10 Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qin Yin could only take out 10 Divine Universe Gold Stones and add them one by one until he had 50. A box appeared on the beast skin. The Cloud Dragon said, "The Heavenly Lion King's heart is inside." Qin Yin, using 50 Divine Universe Gold Stones to redeem the Heavenly Lion King's heart isn't worth it. "Why not?" asked Qin Yin. "If the Heavenly Lion King is in the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, it's true that he can make the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron very strong. However, do you think that the Heavenly Lion King will stay in the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron with peace of mind?" Yunlong said. "What does it matter if he stays inside or not?" Qin Yin said with a smile, "I just want him to become stronger and defeat the Divine Universe Evil Dragon." Yunlong shook his head and said, "If he gets his heart back, he will become very strong and will be forced to enter the Divine Desolate. He won't help you or anything, so I feel that it's not worth it." Qin Yin walked in front of the Cloud Dragon and stretched out his hand to stroke the Cloud Dragon's long beard. He only felt a lump of mist. He looked at the little skeleton, looked at the little flame crystal head, then reached out his hand to stroke the little flame crystal head and said with a smile, "This guy followed behind us earlier, was it to protect us?" "It should be," Yunlong said with a smile. "Thank you, little skeleton." Qin Yin spoke and suddenly took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and grabbed the little skeleton. What are you doing?" Yunlong was startled and shouted. "I feel that this little thing is not bad, lend it to me for a few days." Qin Yin kept the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and said with a smile. Yunlong is so angry that he wants to beat someone up. Qin Yin actually directly abducted a heavenly puppet in front of him. "You are not honest at all." Yunlong waved the walking stick in his hand, the small crystal skull at the top of the walking stick flickered. Suddenly a ball of flame appeared beside him, then that very short and cute little crystal skeleton came out of the flame. Qin Yin promptly took out his Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and discovered that the heavenly puppet inside has disappeared. "So stingy, I already said to lend it to me for a few days." Qin Yin coldly groaned and said. Xiaqiru cannot help but laugh. Qin Yin actually directly abducted the little heavenly puppet in front of Yunlong. "You are truly the enemy of the heavenly Tao. You almost died in this buried heaven land forever." Yunlong chuckled and said, "You should know that you only have one soul left. If this soul is also destroyed, how will you take back your 8 souls and 9 spirits?" Qin Yin looked around and said, "Yunlong, this time we are here to redeem something. If we want to pawn something, can we?" "Oh? What do you want to pawn?" Yunlong asked curiously. "Can I pawn anything?" Qin Yin asked. "Let's see if the Heavenly Tao contract recognizes it or not." Yunlong took out a beast skin and said with smile, "This is a blank Heavenly Tao contract, you just need to put the thing you want to pawn on it. You can also store it in a storage magic tool." Qin Yin thought for a moment, then took out a Divine Universe Golden Stone and put it on the beast skin. "What about now?" Qin Yin asked. "The Heavenly Tao contract has no reaction, so it doesn't recognize it." Yunlong said, "Let's change it to something else." "Alright, let me see what I can pawn." Qin Yin again took out a small Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and put it on the beast skin. There is still no reaction from the beast skin. Qin Yin curled his lips and said, "Isn't this Heavenly Tao pawn shop too picky?" Yunlong scolded with smile, "You should be a bit more serious, don't just put out trash." "Humph, Divine Universe Golden Stone is trash?" Qin Yin said and took out a box. Inside it is Xiayang's energy source. Xiayang's energy source is placed on the beast skin, but there is still no reaction. "No." Yunlong shook his head and said. Qin Yin took out a jade white octagonal box. Inside it is the Yang Emperor inscription spirit. After placing it on the beast skin, it suddenly moved. "There is a reaction. Tell me your conditions." Yunlong said with smile. Qin Yin immediately took back the Yang Emperor inscription spirit and said, "I will just give it a try, I won't accept it." Although the Yang Emperor inscription spirit is sealed and he can't break it, it is still very precious. This also proves that the Yang Emperor inscription spirit is more precious than a Divine Universe Golden Stone. Xiaqiru suddenly asked, "Senior Yunlong, does the pawnshop have Nether Sun spirit?" "Yes." Yunlong said, but you don't need to redeem it because the time limit for the seal is up, you can go and get it. Where is it? Qinyan asked excitedly. I didn't say. Yunlong shook his head. Xianxia said with smile, Xiaoyun, don't worry. I know where it is, I will get it. Is there a son? I want a son. Qinyan said, my son's soul needs a son to wake up forever. Yes, I need 2 divine universe amethysts to redeem a son. Yunlong said. Then forget it. Qinyan thought that he would be able to exchange a few dozen divine universe golden stones. He did not expect that he would need divine universe amethyst. He only has 1 divine universe amethyst. Qinyan indeed wants to pawn something, but he can't think of what to use. Because he feels that anything that can obtain the approval of the Heavenly Tao pawnshop is something that he is unwilling to part with. Oh, that's right, what do I do if I want to pawn a race? Qinyan asked. I am not in charge of this. Another shopkeeper is in charge. You don't look like you want to pawn a race, so I won't recommend you. Yunlong shook his head and said with smile. Humph. I am sincere. I plan to capture the 9 Sun Royal race and the Sun Spirit race. Qinyan said, can these 2 races be pawned? Yunlong shook his head and said, no. Because these 2 races cannot threaten the operation of the Heavenly Tao. These 2 lumps of mud really have no value at all. Qinyan cursed in low voice. Xianxia pulled Qinyan and said with smile, Xiaoyun, we can go out now. Quickly go find those nether sun spirits. Then find a place for you 2 to fuse with the 9 spirits and 9 spirits. Qinyan said, but I want to pawn something. You can also tell me what you need, then I will provide you with a plan to pawn it. Yunlong said. Qinyan took out the Sun Emperor inscription spirit and said, I want to break the seal of this box, what do I need to provide? Put the box on the beast skin. Yunlong said. After Qinyan put the box on the beast skin, Yunlong closed his eyes, it is unknown what he is doing. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I need to pawn 30 divine universe golden stones. Why is it so expensive? Qinyan said in shock, is the thing inside this box worth 30 divine universe golden stones? Sealed inside the box is the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. Although it is very precious, it requires 30 divine universe golden stones to take out. This is something Qinyan cannot accept. If you think it's expensive, you can refuse. Yunlong said with smile. Qinyan clenched his teeth and said, 30 it is. After speaking, he took out another 30 divine universe golden stones. This caused Yunlong and others to exclaim in admiration again. Qinyan actually has so many divine universe golden stones. You still say you don't have many divine universe golden stones, you bastard, where did you get so many divine universe golden stones? This is not the first time Yunlong asked. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Qinyan said with smile. Alright, if you want to redeem these 30 divine universe golden stones, you must use one of your soul and one of your spirit to exchange for it. Yunlong said, if you agree, then stamp it with your seal. Qinyan said with frown, has my seal existed for many years? Indeed. This seal is called Heavenly Seal. Only with this seal can you come to the Heavenly Law pawnshop to do business. Yunlong said. Qinyan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and stamped it, a talisman appeared on the beast skin. Xianxia knew that the young emperor inscription spirit was sealed inside. Qinyan had asked her to help open it before but she had no way to open it. Qinyan thought that he would have to go to the divine wilderness to open it. He suddenly felt that this Heavenly Law pawnshop was not bad, it allowed him to obtain the young emperor inscription spirit in advance. Young emperor inscription spirit can make it easier for him to master sun runes. One must know that Dao Yen runes are mainly sun runes. Furthermore, some sun runes are very strong and are rather difficult to carve. If he had the young emperor inscription spirit, it would be much faster. Yunlong said, are you going out? The situation outside was rather chaotic. The 9 Suns royal family's 9 Suns undead army is fighting everywhere in the buried heaven land. 9 Suns undead army? Qinyan recalled the skeletons from the 9 Suns royal family. Back then, the buried heaven grounds was the cemetery of heroes of the 9 Suns royal family. Although the 9 Suns royal family has already perished, their undead army still protects the cemetery of heroes. Yunlong said, if you encounter them, you might be in danger. We're not afraid. Xiaqiru said, we must quickly go out and obtain those nether sun spirits before the heavenly law divine domain. She wants to help Qin Yun gather 9 nether sun spirits, she still lacks a few more. I wonder if the divine cosmos evil dragon will come. Qin Yun said, if divine cosmos evil dragon's heart can't be retrieved, then his strength won't increase by much. When Qin Yun faced the divine cosmos evil dragon before, he felt a lot of pressure. But now, he is not afraid. The main reason is because he has cultivated a very powerful core of the sun. It allowed him to unleash the formidable power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yun took out the soul-sealing pearl and said, I'll fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits before going. Yunlong laughed, this will take a long time. If it's slow, it'll take 3 to 5 years. If it's fast, it'll take 1.5 years. Ah? Why does it take so long? Qin Yun said in surprise, then looked at Xiaqiru and Princess Dark Night. Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiao Yun, those are the memories of several lifetimes. Moreover, these 8 souls and 9 spirits are very strong. If you fuse with them, you will have to suppress the powerful soul from time to time to prevent it from leaving your body. Previously, Xiaqiru and Xiao Yulan had to go into seclusion to suppress their souls from time to time because they had awakened their souls from their previous lives. As their cultivation increased, they gradually adapted and completely integrated with the souls of their previous lives. Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits contained the memories of several lifetimes. It was impossible for them to fuse completely in a short period of time. Let's go, we still have many things to do. Princess Anyi said, many of the mausoleums in the burial ground have reached the end of the seal. Natural Law Divine Realm, Heaven Suppressing Sect, Ling Tian Clan, and Heaven Old Race will definitely try their best to break open those mausoleums and obtain the things inside. Xiaqiru nodded and said, we must obtain the Nether Sun Spirit as soon as possible. Back then, the Heaven Suppressing Sect, the Natural Law Divine Realm and the Heaven Creation City had all participated in the construction of these mausoleums. After they finished building them, the mausoleums would be teleported to the buried heaven grounds. Qin Yun took out a mask and said, I have to wear a mask. I have a feeling that the sealed races or fellows in the buried heaven land might recognize me. Really? The people from the Ling Tian clan don't recognize you. Xiaqiru laughed, you've seen them before, right? Not only did they meet, they also caused the genius of the Ling Tian clan, Ling Xiafei, to suffer great shame and humiliation. It can be said that new and old hatred have superimposed on each other. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome in this life, they can't recognize me. Qin Yun mischievously laughed and said, let's go out. While he spoke, he glanced at the little heaven puppet. Yunlong promptly pulled the little heaven puppet behind him and scolded with a smile, Qin Yun, don't get any ideas. This little heaven puppet is not mine, it's the heavenly Tao's. Do you want to sell this little thing? Qin Yun asked. Sell, 10,000 divine universe golden stones. Yunlong said with smile, do you want it? Wait until I become stronger, I'll come back and borrow it. Qin Yun said. He knows that the little heaven puppet is very strong, it can turn into a very large crystal head. This little heaven puppet was besieged by a large group of purple wing race people, yet it is completely fine. It even appeared here safe and sound. Therefore, Qin Yun very much wants this little thing. Xiaqiru asked, Senior Yunlong, what dangers are there in the buried heaven land? Yunlong caressed the little heaven puppet's small and exquisite crystal skull and said with a smile, in the buried heaven land, only the heavenly puppets are dangerous to you. The other dangers are nothing. What about the heavenly eye? Qin Yun asked. Previously, the heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm controlled the heavenly eye to attack. In the buried heaven land, we will definitely clash with the fellows from the heavenly law divine realm. At that time, they will use the heavenly eye to deal with us, what should we do? The amount of power they can borrow from the heavenly eye is limited, there's no need to be afraid. Yunlong laughed and said, Qin Yun, I remember that you suppressed the heavenly eye's attack earlier. But I'm afraid that the heavenly eye will become stronger and stronger. Qin Yun said. No matter how strong it is, it won't be that strong. You will definitely be able to block it. Yunlong said. Senior Yunlong, now that you have become the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawn shop, what about your Cloud Dragon realm? Princess Xianxia asked. My Cloud Dragon realm will undergo a great change. It will become the new warehouse of the Heavenly Law pawn shop. In other words, the new buried heaven land. Yunlong laughed and said, the Heavenly Law pawn shop is finally going to reopen. Qinyan said, the Heavenly Law pawn shop has been closed for so many years, has it been closed for a long time? Yunlong nodded and said, it has been closed for many years, mainly because the previous shopkeeper didn't do anything proper. Now, the shopkeeper is already resting. Who was the previous shopkeeper? Qinyan is somewhat curious and said, were all my previous pawns handled by him? The previous shopkeeper's name is Tian Daozi. He is quite active in the Immortal Desolate. Yunlong said, have you heard of him? This old faker is actually the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Qinyan is very astonished. His floating cloud Heavenly Seal's soul was originally kept with Tian Daozi. This Tian Daozi always said that he was the enemy of the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, he was crazy. Who would have thought that he was once the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawn shop? Yunlong said with a smile, it seems like you know him. Tian Daozi's body is already finished inside the Heavenly Law altar, but his soul is still vigorous. However, he was smoked by Pippi Pig, who knows how he is now. Then how do I meet you next time I want to pawn? Qinyan asked. Wait until the Heavenly Law pawn shop reopens, you can contact me through your Heavenly Seal. However, you just pawned once, the next time you want to pawn, it will be 100 years later. Yunlong said. All right. Qinyan curled his lips and said. 100 years is a very long time for him. Qinyan walked over and wanted to touch the little heavenly puppet's crystal head. However, this little thing immediately hid, worried that Qinyan would take it away. Xiaqiru pulled Qinyan's hand and said with smile, Xiaoyun, let's quickly go. You should be able to see your mother very soon, your whole family will be reunited. Qinyan nodded, his mood is now a lot better. I will send you out. Yunlong said, Heavenly Law pawn shop can reopen and I can become the shopkeeper, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Yunlong, you said before that you would thank me, how will you thank me? Qinyan suddenly thought of this matter. Rest assured, I am now the shopkeeper, I will surely keep my promise. Yunlong said with faint smile, you can go and get the Nether Sun Spirit first. Qinyan feels that Yunlong is unreliable but he can't do anything about it. Xiaqiru, Princess Xianxia and Qinyan walked out of the small hall together. After they came out, they were teleported to the sky. This prairie is still overflowing with purplish-red mist. After coming up, Princess Xianxia said in amazement, I can see the purplish-red mist of the prairie. Then she looked at the heavenly eye in the sky and said in amazement, purplish-red heavenly eye. It's nothing special to be able to see it. Qinyan is already used to it. Maybe it's because you gave away your 3 hearts to Heavenly Law. Xiaqiru said with smile. Will there really be no problem if you give away your hearts? Qinyan is very worried thinking about this matter. Relax, there won't be any problem. Xiaqiru held Qinyan's hand and poured in her saint power. She said with smile, feel it, isn't my power still very strong? Qinyan is very doubtful and said, then how long will it take for you to cultivate new hearts? Not too long. Where are we going next? Princess Xianxia said. Xiaqiru closed her eyes and sensed the location of the Nether Sun Spirit. Then she pointed in that direction and said, it's over there, let's quickly go. Qinyan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He, Xiaqiru and Princess Xianxia entered it and then flew close to the ground towards the location of the Nether Sun Spirit. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle was suppressed by a very strong power before, now it has more or less repaired itself and can be used without worry. Qinyan took out the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace and placed it inside the Great Star. He is refining star cannon shells. It is now night time, day and night are alternating once every 2 hours. Suddenly, soft moonlight appeared in the night sky. Qinyan and others immediately looked at the sky. A very big moon has appeared in the sky of buried heaven land. It must be known that there was no moon here before. Yuelan and others have succeeded. They have released the mother moon. Xianxia very happily said with smile. What's going on with this moon? Qin asked. Earlier, Xianxia asked Xiao Yuan and others to work together to break into a tomb city and release the moon inside. Let them understand the meaning of Nine-Sun Divine Maiden. Only after they enter the Mother Moon can they become true Nine-Sun Divine Maiden. Xianxia said. Qin said, if a moon suddenly appeared, won't it attract other people's attack? It won't, this moon's defense is very strong. As long as they can enter the moon's core, they will become very strong. Xianxia said with smile. The heaven-leaping shuttle very quickly flew out of the red region. Princess Anya looked at the moon in the sky and said, I don't know much about Nine-Sun Divine Maiden, it seems like I will also have to enter the Mother Moon. Xiao Shi, go, me and Xiao Yun will be fine here. Xianxia nodded and said. After Princess Anya left the heaven-leaping shuttle, her body was enveloped by the moonlight and suddenly disappeared. At the same time, on the grassland where the heaven-leaping shuttle flew, many bumps appeared. A large number of skeletons appeared. The Nine-Sun Undead Army is not weak. Although these skeletons only have skeletons, their bones are all divine bones. Nine-Sun royal family members who fought in 3,000 heavenly domains and still have their corpses buried in Hero Cemetery are not ordinary people. Xianxia is very clear about this point. That is why she told Qin to quickly run away and not fight with the Nine-Sun Undead Army. The Nine-Sun Undead Army is very large, Qin cannot kill so many skeletons. Fighting with them will only be a waste of energy, the gains do not make up for the losses. The heaven-leaping shuttle is flying at high speed and it is also invisible. Qin thought that he could easily dodge the Nine-Sun Undead Army with the heaven-leaping shuttle. He did not expect that not long after the heaven-leaping shuttle flew, a large group of skeletons caught up. What shocked him is that these skeletons are all wearing black armor and have sabers and spears in their hands. They are madly running in the sky, closely chasing the heaven-leaping shuttle. Sister Kiru, how come these guys suddenly have armor on their bodies? Qin said in shock, those black armors, don't tell me they are heavenly armors? They shouldn't be heavenly armors. Xianxia looked behind her and said, only this group of skeletons that are chasing the most closely have armor and weapons. They should be relatively powerful warriors. The group of skeletons behind without armor and weapons look relatively weak. Although most of the skeletons don't have weapons and armor, Qin is still apprehensive. Because there are many outstanding warriors chasing after them, more than 100,000 of them, they are densely packed all over the prairie. Under the moonlight, it looks like a strange tide has been set off in the prairie. And those millions of skeletons at the back are completely snow-white. When they madly rushed over, the scene is even more shocking. These skeletons released an aura that Qin felt was very familiar with. He carefully recalled and shouted, this power should be from the Nine Nether Realm. What relationship do they have with the Nine Nether Realm? The mysterious Nine Nether Realm, the hometown of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. The Heavenly Lion King is also a Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and can stay in the Nine Desolate all year round. Previously, his foster father Netherworld Great Emperor obtained the Nether God's inheritance and went to the Nine Nether Realm with Xia Wufeng. They said that there was a special passage in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range that led to the Nine Nether Realm. After Netherworld Great Emperor and Xia Wufeng went to the Nine Underworld Realm, there was no news of them. No one knew how they were doing now. They only said that they had important things to do in the Nine Underworld Realm. Qin remembered that Xia Wufeng had mentioned that they felt that the Nine Nether Realm was related to the buried Heaven Land. Could it be that the Nine-Sun Undead Army is so powerful? Is it related to the Nine Nether Realm? Xianxia is also very shocked, she shouted in alarm, Xiao Yun, be careful of those spears. The spears were all black, and they suddenly shot out in unison. The group of skeletons were more than 2 meters tall. The spears in their hands looked very heavy and sharp. They threw them with great force. Countless spears rushed over like a storm. Qin immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to release a shield. He activated the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation and released the power of the Nine Dragons' Divine Universe for the heaven-leaping shuttle to absorb, forming a powerful shield that prevented it from being destroyed. Hall King Nine Yang, why are you running? A voice suddenly reverberated. The heaven-leaping shuttle suddenly stopped as if it had been grabbed by something. Qin immediately discovered that they have fallen into a very large bone claw. there is a 10-meter-tall gigantic skeleton man. It used its eerie white bone hand to grab the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to become bigger. The enlarged heaven-leaping shuttle struggled free from the skeleton man's hand and charged forward. Boom, the skeleton man's ribs were hit but they did not break. He only took a few steps back, not to mention that the skeleton man's bones are very sturdy. They are also releasing a strange power to form a shield. Xianxia shouted loudly, "Do we know each other? I'm in a hurry, don't block me, otherwise I won't be polite." He felt that if he used the star cannonball, he would definitely be able to destroy the giant skeleton man blocking his way. Nine-Yang Palace King, we haven't seen each other for so many years, you actually forgot about me? Even though I have become like this, you should be able to recognize my voice. The giant skeleton man said with sneer, "You are truly a noble person with a short memory. It seems like I need to teach you a lesson so that you will have a good memory." "Fuck you, I am Xianxia, not some Nine-Yang Palace King." Xianxia said, "I don't know who the hell you are." Although Xianxia said that, he knew that the Nine-Yang Palace King should be one of his past lives. "Xianxia? This name is really unpleasant to hear." The giant skeleton man said with sneer, "Nine-Yang Palace King, we haven't met for so many years, how did you become as timid as a mouse?" "I have reincarnated a few times, I don't remember anything from before." Xianxia said, "If you think I am the Nine-Yang Palace King, then you are looking for the wrong person." The other skeleton warriors all stopped at this time and didn't throw out the spears in their hands. Xianxia asked, "Then who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" "I have very important things to do." The giant skeleton man said, "I am one of the 100 generals of the Nine-Yang royal family, General Peng, Nine-Yang Palace King. Do you have any impression of me?" "No." "Why are you chasing me?" Xianxia asked. What shocked him is that this General Peng actually has a 1,000,000-strong army under his command. "You truly disappoint me," General Peng furiously said. "I already told you, I don't have any memory of my past life. I only did not attack you because of Princess Xianxia, otherwise you would have already suffered disastrous casualties." Xianxia coldly groaned and said. General Peng laughed loudly and said, "We are immortal, quickly attack." Xianxia also recalled that this is the undead army that died a long time ago. They only became like this because they have a special power supporting them. Those 1,000,000 skeleton warriors also shouted loudly, their voices are filled with imposing aura, it is indeed very scary. "Alright, what exactly do you want from me?" Xianxia asked. "Back then you swindled our Nine-Yang royal family's supreme treasure, where did you hide it? Quickly hand it over, we want to give it to the Moonshi clan's emperor." General Peng said. "What supreme treasure? What Moonshi clan's emperor?" Xianxia is somewhat amazed as he asked. Goddess Yushi reincarnated and became the only bloodline of the Nine-Yang royal family. The Nine-Yang royal family only has one person, she is the Nine-Yang royal family's emperor. Quickly hand over the Nine-Yang royal family's supreme treasure," General Peng shouted. Xianxia recalled many of the Nine-Yang royal family's supreme treasures, like the 9 desolate divine saber, the half-chest of divine universe goldstones and the bloodline heavenly pattern box. "Tell me, what is that supreme treasure?" Xianxia asked. "Nine-Yang imperial sword. There are a total of 9 of them, they were borrowed by you." General Peng said, "That is the Nine-Yang royal family's peerless divine weapon." Xianxia is apprehensive, the Nine-Yang royal family actually has so many supreme treasures. He feels that the half-chest of divine universe goldstones is the most precious treasure to the Nine-Yang royal family. However, the Nine-Yang royal family only has Princess Xianxia left, it is useless to have it. So to Princess Xianxia, the Nine-Yang imperial sword is more useful. "I don't know about this." "Don't worry, your Moonshi clan's emperor is also my friend," Xianxia said. "You are not worthy to be her friend. You have let down the Nine-Yang royal family, you have let down Goddess Yushi, you have let down us," General Peng furiously said. Xianxia suddenly asked, "He is the Nine-Yang Palace King, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace was created by him?" "That's right, he was the one who created it. But he lied to us," General Peng furiously said. "The extermination of the Nine-Yang royal family, could it be related to me?" Qin Yan is alarmed and promptly asked. Humph, you are not worthy to exterminate our clan. The extermination of our clan has nothing to do with you. General Peng coldly said, quickly hand over the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword. Qin Yan feels that the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword has most likely been tricked by him. The Nine-Yang Emperor Sword is sealed in a tomb in the burial grounds. We are going to take it for little she now. If you continue to stop us, the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword will be taken away by the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Xianxia suddenly said. I don't believe you. General Peng said. If you don't believe me, then just wait for the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Xianxia said, if someone blames you, it will be your responsibility. At this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly came from the distance. Suddenly, a skeleton shouted, General Peng, it's the Berserk Dragon, it's the gathering call of the kings. The kings have gathered. Let's hurry over. All the kings have gathered, there must be something important. After General Peng finished speaking, his body suddenly drilled into the ground. The other skeletons also sank into the ground. Nine-Yang Palace King, if you don't hand over the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword, don't even think about leaving this place alive. General Peng's voice came out layer after layer. Qin Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, where is this Nine-Yang Imperial Sword? Xiao Yun, so you are the Palace King of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Xianxia said, it's very strange, I didn't know about it back then. Is that so? Qin Yan said, why don't you know? I only know that the Palace King of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is very mysterious. Xianxia said, the specific situation will only be known after you fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits. Qin Yan shook his head and said, the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword should have been pawned by the Nine-Yang Palace King. I need to ask Yunlong. He went outside and contacted Yunlong. Yunlong appeared very quickly, but only the shadow of a cloud dragon appeared. He did not personally come. Yunlong, help me check if there is a Nine-Yang Imperial Sword. Qin Yan said, it might have been pawned by me. Let me check. Yunlong said. Very quickly, Yunlong came up with a result and said, I found it. It was pawned by Yushi and sealed in a mausoleum. The time limit for the seal is up, you can directly go to the mausoleum to retrieve it. What? The time limit for the seal is up? And it was pawned by Yushi. Qin Yan is extremely shocked. That General Peng actually said that it was in his hands. If he knew the rough shape of the tomb, it would be much easier. This was because this buried heaven land was the territory of the 9 Suns undead army, so he could ask them. Alright, you can leave now. I will look for you again if I need something. Qin Yan said with smile. After a while, the Heavenly Law pawnshop will officially open. I will be quite busy. Yunlong smiled and said, if you can't find me, don't blame me. Got it. Qin Yan waved his hand. Then, he continued to control the sky-leaping shuttle and flew forward. Xianxia said with smile, then General Peng has wronged you. Qin Yan said, I knew I am a good person. The Nine-Yang the Arch Sword was indeed in the hands of the Nine-Yang Palace King, but it ended up in the hands of Yushi. Shall she actually pawn such an important thing? What does she want to do with it? Xianxia is very curious and said, we can only wait until she fuses with the 8 souls and 8 spirits to know. I wonder why all the kings have gathered here. Qin Yan said, this buried heaven land is really lively. The sky gradually brightened. There was still a big moon in the sky. It was the mother moon. Qin Yan looked at Muyu and asked, Sister Kiru, what is the origin of this Muyu? It was the first moon of the 9 Sun sky region. I didn't expect it to be preserved so well after so many years. Xianxia looked at the moon, her beautiful eyes flickered as if she was recalling something. Her gentle and beautiful face is filled with a beautiful smile. The mother moon was huge, especially in the buried heaven land, where it was very close to the ground. In the daytime, under the moonlight, a large number of skeletons gathered, the 9 Suns undead army had gathered, and there were tens of millions of them. They densely covered a large patch of grassland. In front of the undead army, there were 20 golden-boned skeletons. These golden skeletons looked to be only about 2 meters tall. Their bodies were the same as many skeletons, but their bones were golden. These 20 skeletons were the 20 tribal kings who had been sprayed with blood by Princess Xianxia. Only after they came into contact with the blood of the 9 sons royal family did their bones turn golden. Behind the 20 tribe leaders stood 60 giant skeletons that were more than 10 meters tall. Among the giant skeletons, there was the giant general. These giant skeletons were all great generals of the 9 sons royal race. From the looks of it, it was as if the various kings were leading their armies into battle. The ones facing them were none other than the Heaven Creation City, Heaven Suppressing Sect, Ling Tian Clan, Ancient Heaven Clan, D Clan, Immortal Wasteland Dragon Clan, and so on. Their numbers were small, but their aura was not weak. Especially the Emperor clans and the Immortal Desolate Dragon race, they seemed to know that the sea of skeletons in front of them was the 9 Sons undead army. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted, "Kings of the 9 Sons, we are the descendants of the dragon race. Even if we're on the same side, it doesn't look very friendly for you to put up such a formation. This is the 9 Sons royal family's cemetery of heroes. No matter who you are not allowed to enter without our permission." A golden skeleton said. Ling Tadian said, "This is the cemetery of heroes, yes, but it's also the land of buried heaven. We have come here to stop the heavenly law divine realm from trampling on the mausoleum of the graveyard. Everything buried in the buried heaven land belongs to the 9 Sons royal family. If the heavenly law divine realm wants to snatch the things in the tomb, we will teach them a lesson. There is no need for your Ling Tian clan to worry." A king of the 9 Sons clan sneered. "Ling Tian clan, I remember that you were sealed in the land of buried heaven." One of the 9 Sons royal race sneered, "If not for the Emperor of the Moon Shi clan releasing you, who knows when you would have come out." Princess Xianxia was the Emperor of the Moon Shi clan. The undead army clearly knew about her activities in the land of buried heaven. Roar, an unpleasant and ear-piercing dragon roar came from afar. A huge black dragon with a pitch-black body surging with evil power crawled on the grassland and charged over at lightning speed. "It's the Divine Universe Evil Dragon." The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted, "This bastard. How did he recover so quickly?" The Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body was already in tatters. The flesh on his body had already rotted and his bones could be seen. And the Divine Universe Evil Dragon that appeared now was covered in black dragon scales. The aura on his body was ferocious and violent. The dragon scales surged with evil and ruthless energy as they charged towards the skeletons. "You bunch of damn things." The Divine Universe Evil Dragon laughed sinisterly. His mountainous head let out a wild laughter that created a gale. The skeletons of the undead army were like ants in the face of the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's head, and they were blown away by the fierce winds unleashed by the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's roar. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon has finally appeared, and he is so powerful. Behind the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He is wearing a mask and his eyes and expression are somewhat similar to Qin Yun. This middle-aged man is Qin Long. Qin Long, who was reborn, has found his true body and has become even stronger. He was killed by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon before. Now that he saw the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, his heart is filled with anger. Flame surged out of his body. One must know that he is the Fire Dragon God and has a true Fire Dragon true body. The reason why he did not go to the Divine Desolate is mainly because he has been sealed for many years. His cultivation has regressed greatly. At most, he can only go to the Sacred Desolate. The 9 Sons undead army is very brave. Countless skeletons jumped up and jumped onto the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body. Those skeletons are like ants compared to the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's huge body. With a roll, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon crushed many skeletons. The warriors with armor and weapons can actually pierce through the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's dragon scales with their battle spears. "You bunch of damn things." The Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared, the dragon scales on its body trembled, releasing waves of evil and vicious aura. Those white bones were suddenly tainted by the vicious aura and turned pitch black before shattering. A large number of broken bones fell into the buried heaven grounds. After entering the ground, they sank into the ground. "Kings of the 9 Sons, you can't beat the Divine Universe Evil Dragon." The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, "We should join hands. You should know that behind the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, there are many Heaven Realm people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm." Ling Tadian said, "Those Heaven Realm people have not appeared for a long time. They must be hiding and stealing the buried heaven mausoleum here. If we don't kill the divine universe evil dragon, the heavenly law divine realm people will only become more and more rampant. Can you kill the divine universe evil dragon? A golden skeleton sneered. Tell your soldiers to retreat. The immortal desolate dragon emperor said, even if we can't kill the divine universe evil dragon, we can still force him to retreat. Qin Long suddenly roared, his entire body was covered in flames as he charged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a fire cloud appeared in the sky, and a huge flaming dragon rushed out from the fire cloud. Divine universe evil dragon, I will destroy you. Qin Long roared as he spat out waves of flames. The divine universe evil dragon laughed loudly, you bastard, you've actually been reborn, and you're actually a fire dragon. That's great, I'm going to eat you up. You are a great tonic. The fire dragon and the evil dragon fought. The intense battle between the two dragons was about to erupt at any moment. Surging flames and ruthless evil energy collided, scorching heat waves accompanied by evil astral winds rushed in all directions. It was very difficult to interfere in this kind of battle. Even if they went over to help, they wouldn't be able to help much. Instead, it would be very easy to hit the fire dragon or be accidentally injured by the fire dragon. Therefore, everyone is watching from the side. The divine rune mountain has transformed into Hercules god. It is also watching like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Especially the heavenly lion king inside the divine rune mountain, he is gnashing his teeth in hatred, he really wants to rush out and kill the divine universe evil dragon. A golden skeleton man said in cold voice, the divine universe evil dragon has an undying body, only time can contend against it. Back then, our 9-son royal family used so much strength to seal this guy, took out his heart and separated the dragon pearl. Another golden skeleton man said, other than our 9-son royal family, no one can seal the divine universe evil dragon again. You should leave quickly, don't waste time here. Then can you seal the divine universe evil dragon? The immortal desolate dragon emperor said. Of course we can't, we are just living dead, we don't have the power from back then. Otherwise, how could a mere divine universe evil dragon dare to be so arrogant in front of us? That golden skeleton man coldly snorted and said. The divine universe evil dragon sneered and said, 9-son royal family dead bones, stop bragging. Back then, the heavenly lion king and I were sealed because of that bullshit 9-son palace king. Otherwise, with your strength, you would just be food for me. General Peng said coldly, 9-son palace king is also here, but he is pitifully weak, I can kill him with one hand. 9-son palace king is here, the divine universe evil dragon immediately roared angrily, where is he? That guy claims to be Qin Yun. General Peng said again. Qin Yun? Qin Yun is the 9-son palace king? This bastard, no wonder I keep finding him so familiar, the divine universe evil dragon roared angrily, I want to kill him. Everyone in the divine rune mountain looked at the heavenly lion king. Old lion, you were once sealed by boss? Azure Dragon shouted in shock, you won't take revenge on him, right? I already recognized him as the 9-son palace king. That idiot divine universe evil dragon just didn't recognize him. The heavenly lion king waved his hand and said, if I really wanted to take revenge on him, I would have killed all of you long ago. Why would I wait until now? This scared the little black donkey and the others so much that they immediately jumped away and put up all sorts of defenses and vigilance. When Qin Long learned that the divine universe evil dragon wanted to deal with his son, he was even more furious and bit the divine universe evil dragon's body. The divine universe evil dragon also bit Qin Long's body. I'm going out. As the heavenly lion king spoke, he charged out of the divine rune mountain and transformed into a black lion that was as huge as a mountain. Heavenly lion king. General Peng shouted in shock. Lion dog. You actually sided with the person who sealed you, you good for nothing. When the divine universe evil dragon saw the heavenly lion king appear, he immediately let go of the fire dragon and was filled with wariness. The heavenly lion king was still very strong, seeing the heavenly lion king appear, even the group of departed spirits cried out in shock. The heavenly lion king had once followed the divine universe evil dragon, but now he had fallen out with the divine universe evil dragon. You dog raised by the heavenly law divine realm, I'm going to destroy you, the heavenly lion king bellowed. Heavenly Lion King, Fire Dragon, Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon, and Heavenly Dragon Shark King, these four powerful huge beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle, causing the battle situation to be even more intense and shocking. Even the kings of the Nine Suns knew that they were unable to fend off the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon. They could only pin their hopes on Heavenly Lion King and Fire Dragon. Heavenly Lion King and Heavenly Dragon Shark King fought, while Fire Dragon and Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon fought. Heavenly Dragon Shark King was already suppressing Heavenly Lion King. Heavenly Dragon Shark King's upper body was in the form of a shark, while his lower body was that of a dragon man. He also held a huge golden saber that surged with waves of divine cosmic powers. One look and one could tell that it was a divine cosmic weapon. On Heavenly Dragon Shark King's body, there was also a set of shiny golden armor. That was the heavenly armor. Heavenly Dragon Shark King, who was fully equipped, was also filled with confidence. Therefore, he suppressed Heavenly Lion King to the point of suffocation. Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's huge body suddenly turned into a large mass of black gas. That mass of black gas gradually turned into an old man. The old man had the appearance of the immortal wilderness Heavenly Emperor. Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon had devoured the immortal wilderness Heavenly Emperor's body. It could also be said that the immortal wilderness Heavenly Emperor had willingly done so. Therefore, Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon had become the immortal wilderness Heavenly Emperor's body. Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon, who had taken on human form, wore a set of purple gold armor and held a purple gold longsword. From the aura emanating from his body, one could tell that his equipment had been refined with divine cosmic purple crystals. Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's equipment was actually stronger than Heavenly Dragon Shark King's. Qi Long immediately took on human form. His weapon was the sun-suppressing divine arrow, which emitted fiery red flames. The long body of the arrow was like a spear, and there was a fire dragon carved on it. In terms of weapons, Qi Long's sun-suppressing divine arrow seemed slightly inferior, and the armor on his body was also formed from his fiery red armor. Although Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon had taken on human form, the power that he erupted with was no weaker than in his dragon form. It was still ferocious and violent. Qi Long did not have sufficient equipment, and it was very difficult for him to fight. After all, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's armor could be said to be the strongest type of armor. With enough defense, one would not need to worry about being attacked, and they could madly attack without any worries. In the face of the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's powerful defenses and ferocious attacks, Qi Long could only passively evade or defend. He was able to strike the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon from time to time, but it was useless. It was the same for the Heavenly Lion Monarch. Although he had the Suppression Sacred Talisman weapon refined by Xiaoyuemei, the Heavenly Dragon Shark King was too big. Even if the Sacred Talisman weapon was effective, it would not be able to last for long. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Shark King's heavenly armor lost its effect, he would still have sufficient strength to continue fighting with the Heavenly Lion King. Moreover, the huge golden saber in his hand was a Divine Universe divine weapon, allowing him to be in an undefeatable position. The Subduing Holy Talisman weapon could only temporarily disable the sky armor. The Sky Dragon Shark King could last until the sky armor recovered. This is the power of our Heavenly Law Divine Realm. We are the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. You bunch of ants who are struggling at death's door under the Heavenly Tao are simply unable to withstand a single blow from us. The one who spoke was a handsome middle-aged man wearing purple gold armor. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky, and behind him was a large group of celestials clad in heavenly armor and wielding Divine Universe swords. Following that, heavenly armor guards that were 2 to 3 meters tall appeared in all directions of the battlefield. There were also quite a few giant heavenly armor guards that were 5 to 6 meters tall. They surrounded the undead army, Heaven Creation City, Heaven Suppressing Sect, and Immortal Desolate Dragon Race. The power of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm had finally been completely displayed. The group of skeletons from the undead army all roared in anger. What was even more shocking was that there was also a large group of people wearing silver armor and with purple wings on their backs flying over. Roar! A few deafening roars could be heard as 8 silver-scaled purple-winged dragons flew over and circled in the air, looking ferocious and terrifying. It's the Purple Wing Race. A king of the 9 Suns race shouted. His golden bones also emitted cold air. This group of bastards, they actually submitted to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. General Pang said angrily, I want to kill them all. An old man from the Purple Wing race sneered, you damned thing from the Nine Sons royal race. The Nine Sons royal race has already been destroyed for so many years. Do you think we still have to follow you damn things? A bullshit clan like the Nine Sons royal race, you damn things are still occupying this treasured land. You simply don't know what's good for you. A middle-aged man from the Purple Wing race sneered. If it weren't for your might back then, we would never have followed lowly fellows like you. You bunch of damn things, now that you see how powerful our Purple Wing race is, do you have any feelings? The old man from the Purple Wing race laughed loudly. The Nine Sons' undead army was furious. Their roars shook the heavens, causing the earth to tremble. The Purple Wing race had submitted to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm had such a powerful force and so much equipment. Even if the undead army and the Heaven City joined hands, they would not be able to deal with this force. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, everyone, don't be afraid of them. Let's go and fight to our heart's content. The inscription masters in the Heaven City had refined a large number of divine talisman tools, as well as the formation and various tools to suppress the heavenly armor. This was mainly used to fight against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. At this moment, even if they were to face a large number of Heaven Realm heavenly armor guards, they would still be able to fight. Where is Xianxia? Hurry up and get him out. The middle-aged man wearing purple gold armor shouted, he killed our heaven man and did such a treasonous thing. I must capture him and torture him for 100,000 years. Xianxia Long shouted, Xianxia is the Nine Yang Palace King. When the old man from the Purple Wing race heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, Nine Yang Palace King? It was this bastard who captured us and sealed us. I want to skin this bastard alive. He's still alive, very good. Very good. The people of the Ling Tian clan had mixed feelings a long time ago, because the Nine Yang Palace King was the culprit who sealed their Ling Tian clan. They had seen Xianxia before but they did not recognize him as the Nine Yang Palace King. This was mainly because not many people had seen the face of the Nine Yang Palace King back then and only knew his name. Of course, the people of the Ling Tian clan did not dare to act recklessly towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia did not have the strength of the Nine Yang Palace King back then, he was still a ruthless character. When the Ling Tian clan broke the seal and ran out, they had to hide when facing the Heaven Man. As for Xianxia, he dealt with those Heaven Man like cutting vegetables, killing a large number of them with a single sweep. Ling Tatian was very clear that it was best for them to stand on Xianxia's side right now. This was because Xianxia, together with the Heaven Creation City, Heaven Suppressing Sect and other powerful forces, could contend against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. That guy has reincarnated and is only a 9th stage immortal emperor now. He is pitifully weak. As long as we capture him, we can go to the Heavenly Law pawn shop to pawn him in exchange for abundant resources. Xianxia Long laughed as he suppressed Qin Long. Let's get rid of these guys first. They'll definitely be a hindrance. The middle-aged man wearing the purple gold armor shouted, kill. Who's afraid of who? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted angrily and released 9 Dragon Mark Heavenly Steels to form the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. The moment the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation appeared, the dragon's power was filled with berserk might, causing heaven and earth to change color. The vast and mighty dragon might rushed in all directions like a violent gale and a huge wave. Seeing this 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation, the kings of the 9 Sons all cried out in alarm. The 9 Sons' undead army was also extremely shocked. Because they know that this is the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, but it is not the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation they are familiar with. At the same time, Heaven Creation City also flew over. Heaven Creation City also has the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, that is what the 9 Sons royal family is familiar with. The enormous Heaven Creation City flew over and collided with the Heavenly Armor Guards and Purple Wing race people. Kill! Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted. Buried Heaven Land, which has been silent for many years, suddenly erupted with an incomparable war. Many powerful races and factions are participating. The 9 Sons undead army also tacitly cooperated with Heaven Creation City to fight against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The battle lasted for 2 days, and there were no signs of it stopping. The battle was so intense that the sky and earth darkened. In these 2 days, Qin Yun and Xiaqiru have been searching for nether sun spirits. The search went very smoothly. They found quite a few nether sun spirits inside a small hill. In total, they have 9. Finally found them. Xiaqiru said with smile. The nether sun spirits have now been transferred to Xiaqiru's 9 divine spirit. Sister Kiru, what should we do next? How do we cultivate a sun? Qin Yun asked. I suddenly have a new idea. I just don't know if it will work or not. Xiaqiru's beautiful eyes roamed about. She thought for a bit and said, my plan is to place the nether sun spirits in my 9 divine spirit. Then after I cultivate sun heart, I will fuse them together. Xiaqiru is the sun goddess, the heart she cultivated is the sun heart. The main reason she is looking for nether sun spirits is to create a very powerful Sunday. It is the fusion of nether sun and pure Sunday. Then what about my 9 sun divine spirit? Can I do anything about it? Qin Yun asked. First complete the initial stage with me, then transfer it to your 9 sun divine spirit. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to fuse nether sun and pure sun and create 9 strongest primal chaos divine suns. Xiaqiru said with smile. Primal chaos divine sun? It sounds very awesome. Qin Yun said with smile, I really hope it will succeed quickly. Xiao Yun, this kind of matter cannot be rushed. Next, we should let 9 sun divine spirit and 9 yin divine spirit evolve. Xiaqiru said with smile. She and Qin Yun's 10 fingers are tightly intertwined. She said again, your 9 sun divine spirit has absorbed a great amount of 9 sun divine power and has already met the requirements to evolve. But you need the 9 yin divine spirit to cooperate. Alright, when do we start? Qin Yun asked. We will start after you fuse with the memories of the 8 souls and 9 spirits. Maybe there is a better and faster method in your memories. Xiaqiru pulled Qin Yun and rushed forward. She said, let's go, we will go find the 9 sun emperor sword. Where to find it? Qin Yun sighed and said, this buried heaven land is so big, I roughly know where it is. Xiaqiru looked at the moon in the sky and said with smile, Mother Moon will guide me. Qin Yun and Xiaqiru flew towards a certain direction. Qin Yun and Xiaqiru don't know that a fierce battle has broken out on the other side of buried heaven land. However, the sky of buried heaven land is shrouded in a wave of evil energy. The heavenly eye has appeared in the sky of every space for a period of time. The change that Qin Yun saw before was only a blink of the heavenly eye. Furthermore, heavenly beings can use their heavenly eyes to release lightning. Although the lightning is powerful, Qin Yun can block it. Now that the heaven's eye had shrunk, he didn't know what that meant. Sister Kiru, if the heavenly eye were to disappear, would it disappear suddenly or slowly? Qin Yun asked. Xiaqiru had seen the heavenly eye once before, but that was many years ago. When the heavenly eye disappears, it suddenly disappears. It won't slowly become smaller. Xiaqiru said, it is indeed strange for the heavenly eye to become smaller. Whatever, let's find the 9 Yang Emperor sword first. Qin Yun said. 9 Yang Emperor sword is very important to Xiaoxi. Only she can use it. Xiaqiru said, maybe she can use it to do something big. Then what about the 9 desolate divine saber? Qin Yun asked, big. Sister Yang said that you went to find the 9 desolate divine saber spirit. I found the saber soul. It is in the 9 yin divine soul, and it is severely damaged. Don't worry, once the saber spirit recovers a bit, I will hand it over to you. Xiaqiru said, although the 9 desolate divine saber is also a 9 sun royal family divine weapon, it is rather peculiar. Oh? Can you tell me about the 9 Yang the arch sword and the 9 desolate divine saber? Qin Yun asked curiously. If he were to fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, he would know immediately, but the fusion process would take a long time. The 9 Yang the arch sword was created by the 9 Yang royal family themselves, and the 9 desolation divine saber was obtained by them later on. The 9 sun royal family saber and sword are very powerful. Xiaqiru said. The 9 desolate divine saber doesn't belong to the 9 suns royal family, right? I thought it was refined by them. Qin Yun said in surprise. I once heard that the 9 desolate divine saber was originally in the hands of the Ling Tian clan. Later on, the Ling Tian clan sold it to the 9 sun royal family. It was the Nine-Sun royal family who brought the Nine Desolate divine saber to glory. Xianxia said with smile, the Ling Tian clan suffered a great loss. Previously, the Ling Tian clan had asked Qin Yun for the Nine Desolation divine saber, but Qin Yun refused to give it to them. Qin Yun sighed and said, "What a pity, the Nine Desolate divine saber is damaged." Xianxia said, "Don't worry, this kind of powerful divine weapon has cultivated to the Tao and can recover on its own. However, it will take a long time." Back then, the Ling Tian clan sold the Nine Desolation divine saber to the Nine Suns royal family because it was severely damaged. The Nine Desolate divine blade had been broken by the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's palm, and was extremely broken, but it could repair itself later on. In that case, the Nine Yang royal family has repaired the Nine Desolation divine saber, asked Qin Yun. And maybe it is also because of this, Nine Sun royal family used their blood to refine the Nine Desolate divine saber, so it approves of Nine Sun bloodline. Xianxia said. Qin Yun is very curious about the Nine Desolate divine saber. When he first saw this saber, he knew that it is very powerful. Although it is damaged, it is emitting a very peculiar energy fluctuation. The Nine Yang the Arch Sword was the divine weapon of the Nine Desolate divine saber. Only people with pure Nine Yang bloodline could use it. At present, only Princess Yi has a pure Nine Sun blood vein, so only she can use that sword. According to the records in the Heavenly Tao book, it was Xiaoxi who pawned the Nine Yang the Arch Sword. It means that the Nine Yang the Arch Sword is very strong and can threaten the normal operation of the Heavenly Tao. Now that the seal period is up, it means that the Nine Yang the Arch Sword is no longer a threat. Qin Yun said, the Nine Yang the Arch Sword might also be severely damaged. Xianxia shook her head and said, not necessarily. The Ling Tian clan and the Purple Wing clan have been sealed for so many years, their strength has increased but they were still released. It means that they can't threaten the Heavenly Tao. Why? Qin Yun also feels that it is strange. Because the Heavenly Tao has become stronger. There must be many powerful fellows sealed in the buried Heaven land who can threaten the Heavenly Tao. Those fellow seals cannot be removed. Xianxia said. They encountered many tombs on the way but they didn't touch them carelessly. They are worried that something might be released. The Heavenly Tao is truly strange. My 8 souls and 9 spirits are about to dissipate, it means that I can threaten the Heavenly Tao but it allows me to redeem them. Qin Yun said. Indeed. You are an enemy of the Heavenly Tao. If the Heavenly Tao wanted to destroy you, it should be very easy but it didn't. Xianxia said with charming smile. That's not it. I was almost killed several times. Qin Yun said, I only have 1 soul right now. If my soul is destroyed and my 8 souls and 9 spirits dissipate, I will be completely finished. Thinking of this, Qin Yun felt a lingering fear. He was punished by the heavenly law before. Maybe the Heavenly Tao is too busy and has too many enemies to deal with, so it doesn't have the time to deal with you. Xianxia said. Sister Kiru, you seem to know a lot about the buried Heaven land. How do you know so much? Qin Yun asked curiously. Because of my mother. She once worked for the Heavenly Tao. Back then, my body and soul were sealed here. She paid the price and let my soul escape with the 9 Yang Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit. Xianxia sighed lightly. Your mother is MOG, right? Where is she now? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. In short, her soul is still here. If there is fate in the future, I should be able to see her again. Xianxia said in low voice. She also secretly made the Imperial Heaven diagram. She placed Sister Shuyan inside the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. Qin Yun recalled this matter. She knows about Shuyan's matter very well. Moreover, her relationship with Shuyan is very good, she also knew you back then. Xianxia said. Xianxia's body was sealed in the buried Heaven land mainly because Immortal Desolate Great Emperor pawned her. What did Immortal Desolate Great Emperor exchange his daughter for? This caused Qin Yun and Xianxia to be very curious. Strange. Qin Yun looked at the sky and said with frown, Sister Kiru, don't you feel it? The killing intent in the buried Heaven land is very heavy. Maybe a great battle has broken out somewhere. Xianxia said. Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, a white cloud floated over and transformed into a dragon. Senior Yunlong, aren't you busy with opening business? Qin Yan asked. Where are you going? Something big has happened. Yunlong said, a great battle has broken out in the buried heaven land, it's very intense right now. What great battle? Xiaqiru said. Soon after, Yunlong told Xiaqiru and Qin Yan about the situation of the great battle. After they finished listening, their expressions turned grave. Because from the looks of the battle, the heavenly law divine realm had the upper hand. The reason why the heavenly law divine realm can stir up trouble is all because of the power of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yan said, their equipment is so powerful, it must be bestowed by the heavenly Tao, right? Yunlong said, that's right. Most importantly, they had even released a few clans. The power used by the heavenly law divine realm did not exceed the rules of the heavenly Tao, so they will not be punished. These damned fellows. Qin Yan cursed in a low voice, if we continue to fight, what will happen? If the heavenly law divine realm wins, the remaining tombs here will be opened by them. They will release many powerful fellows and enslave them. Yunlong said. For example, the purple wing race was enslaved by them. Xiaqiru said, the people sealed in the mausoleum here must be very strong. If they all become subordinates of the heavenly law divine realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yunlong nodded, at that time, they won't need to use the power of the heavenly Tao. They only need to command those powerful races to conquer multiple heavenly domains and they will become invincible overlords under the heavenly Tao. Does the heavenly Tao not care? Qin Yan cursed in a low voice. I don't know. Since the heavenly Tao doesn't care about this kind of thing, there is naturally a reason for it. The heavenly Tao is mysterious and unfathomable. Yunlong sighed, in short, I'm quite anxious right now. Xiaqiru said, Senior, we are going to look for the 9 Yang Emperor Sword. If we find the 9 Yang Emperor Sword, it might make it easier for us to fight. Do you know where the 9 Yang Emperor Sword is? Yunlong said. I know. Xiaqiru said. Alright, if we find the 9 Yang Emperor Sword, if it's not too damaged, Yushi should be able to turn the situation around. Yunlong said, then quickly go and find it. After Yunlong left, Qin Yan and Xiaqiru continued on their way. There were still many mausoleums in the buried heaven land that had yet to be opened. Because of the 9 Suns Undead Army, it would not be that easy for the heavenly law divine realm to open them. And now, if the 9 Suns Undead Army were to be heavily injured and Heaven City was unable to resist the power of the heavenly law divine realm, then the mausoleums in the buried heaven land would be broken apart one by the heavenly law divine realm. Yunlong is the shopkeeper of the heavenly law pawnshop. He knows very well what will happen to those people who are released. Qin Yan is also very worried. The heavenly Tao doesn't care. It should be for the sake of balance. It deliberately allowed the heavenly Tao to fall into chaos. Xiaqiru said, for so many years, the heavenly Tao has been too stable. Isn't stability good? What kind of logic is this? Qin Yan is very puzzled. If it's stable, many powerful forces will unite and grow to a certain stage, they will be able to break the heavenly Tao law. Xiaqiru said, back then, the 9 Suns royal family had developed to this stage. Qin Yan said in shock, so, the 9 Suns royal family was exterminated, the heavenly Tao is like an emperor. It allows the various powers within the empire to fight with each other to achieve balance and control. If the various powers under the emperor join forces, it would not be a good thing. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yan was once a prince, so he naturally understood this kind of politics. Xiaqiru was once Qin Yan's grand preceptor and had taught Qin Yan these things. In that case, the heavenly Tao will indeed feel threatened and then use all sorts of methods to suppress the power that threatens it. Qin Yan said. Maybe so, in this chess game, we are just chess pieces. Xiaqiru said. I'm not willing to be a chess piece. I want to jump out of the chess game. Qin Yan snorted, I want to see who is playing chess. While running, Qin Yan and Xiaqiru suddenly realized that the heavenly eye in the sky had shrunk again. Why did the heavenly eye appear? This is still a mystery and it is still shrinking. No one knows the reason. The 9 Suns Undead Army was a very powerful existence. However, Qin Yan did not understand why buried heaven land was built here. It was as if he wanted to suppress the Nine Suns' undead army. After Qin Yan and Xiaqiru learned that a great battle has broken out, they rushed for a day and suddenly saw 9 huge sword mountains. The Mother Moon's guidance was indeed correct. Xiaqiru breathed a sigh of relief and said, I was worried before that the feeling you gave me was wrong. The huge Mother Moon in the sky used a very miraculous method to send a message to Xiaqiru, telling her where the 9 Yang Emperor sword is. It was just a very strange feeling, so Xiaqiru was not very sure. Now that she saw the 9 gigantic sword mountains, she felt relieved. Each of the 9 enormous sword mountains was thousands of feet tall. They were like giant stone swords that were stabbed into the ground, forming a circle. There are 9 Yang Emperor swords, they can merge into one. Xiaqiru said, let's quickly go and release the 9 swords from the seal. Yunlong had said that the time limit for the 9 Yang the Arch Sword had passed. It could be released, and there was no need to redeem it directly. Qin Yan and Xiaqiru quickly arrived at the foot of a huge sword mountain. In order to quickly find the 4 grooves on the sword mountains, Qin Yan let Long Tianji come out and released many small lightning dragons to surround the 9 sword mountains. Long Tianji is sitting on the grass, her eyes are closed, she is controlling a large number of small lightning dragons. I found one. Long Tianji said. The huge sword mountain was surrounded by many small lightning dragons. Those small lightning dragons suddenly dispersed, leaving only one on the square groove. When Qin Yan saw the small lightning dragon flashing, he immediately flew up. The square groove was very small, even smaller than a palm. It was hidden on the surface of the mountain, and it was not easy to find it quickly. Fortunately they have Long Tianji's help, otherwise Qin Yan and Xiaqiru would have to search for a long time. After Qin Yan went over, he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pressed it into the square groove. After pressing in, the sword mountain suddenly trembled. Boom! After the sword mountain shook for a moment, a powerful force erupted from within. A large number of rocks were sent flying, and a dazzling golden greatsword appeared. The surface of the golden greatsword disappeared, as if it was flowing with blood. The red blood flowed along with the golden light, emitting waves of pressing sword aura. The sword aura filled with killing intent caused Qin Yan and Xiaqiru to tremble in fear. This sword had fought in the 3000 heavens domain and killed countless evil spirits. The giant sword gradually became smaller, and it was also very violent. It looked like it was not easy to control. Xiao Yun, make your heavenly seal bigger. Xiaqiru shouted. Qin Yan controlled his Divine King Heavenly Seal to become very big. It released a strong light and pressed the sword to the ground. Truly strange, my Heavenly Seal actually has such great might. Qin Yan walked over, stored the sword and sealed it in a certain place. The 4 grooves on the other 8 huge sword mountains were also found by the little lightning dragon. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, do you know why the mausoleums here have square grooves? Back when Qin Yan sought the divine cosmic fiend dragon's dragon pearl, he found it odd. Why? Qin Yan asked before flying towards a sword mountain. Because many of the mausoleums here were built by you. Xiaqiru said, back then, you were the 9 Yang Palace King, your comprehension of heavenly Tao power was the deepest. Could it be that I was once loyal to the heavenly Tao? Qin Yan laughed and used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal a square groove. Xiaqiru said with smile, you might have once seen through the secret of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, I was led onto a path of no return by the heavenly Tao and pawned a lot of things in the heavenly Tao pawn shop. Qin Yan said, among them was Princess Anya's 8 souls and 8 spirits. Maybe because of this, I indirectly sealed many enemies of the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao's final goal might be to make you pawn yourself and self-destruct. It seems like you almost succeeded. Xiaqiru said with smile, it is also possible that you are one of the people who played chess with the heavenly Tao. Qin Yan thought about it carefully, his 8 souls and 9 spirits were truly almost finished. The heavenly Tao set up a trap to trap me in a cocoon of my own making? If that's the case, it is indeed very high. As Qin Yan spoke, the sword mountain was also broken. Just like before, he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to suppress and subdue the 9 Yang Emperor sword. Miraculously, after the 2 9 Yang Emperor swords came together, they actually fused together. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, it would be best if you don't let the 9 9 Yang Emperor swords fuse together. Leave this to Xiao Shi. I am worried that if the 9 young emperor swords fuse together, you won't be able to suppress them. The reason why the 9 young emperor swords are divided into 9 and sealed separately is clearly to disperse their power. Qin nodded his head. Earlier, he was also very curious. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction when 2 9 young emperor swords are together. The square grooves on the remaining sword mountains have been found. As long as Qin goes over and presses the Divine King Heavenly Seal into the square grooves, he will be able to break the seal. Not long after, the remaining 7 9 young emperor swords have been suppressed and sealed by Qin. Let's go to the battlefield, Xianxia said. The sky gradually darkened. Qin raised his head to look at the sky. There is a pair of purple-red heavenly eyes in the sky and a huge mother moon. When Qin looked at the heavenly eyes, he discovered that they have shrunk a bit. Could it be that the heavenly eyes are going to disappear? Qin is extremely bewildered. He took out the soul-chasing talisman and said, "Are we going to the battlefield or to the mother moon?" Princess Dark Knight is inside the mother moon. Xianxia said, "I will let Xiaoxi go to the battlefield through the mother moon. She wants to command the 9 Sun Undead Army. With her there, the morale of the 9 Sun Undead Army will soar and they can temporarily suppress the Heavenly Law Divine Domain." Alright, then let's quickly go to the battlefield. Qin took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered with Xianxia. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, they can rest while heading to the battlefield. It will take a period of time to reach the battlefield. During this period of time, Qin must prepare as much as possible. Heavenly Dragon Shark King and Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon have appeared. Father has found his true body. Although he has become stronger, he can't fight against Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Thinking of this matter, Qin is deeply worried. He is worried that Qin Long will be killed by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon again. Xianxia said, "Xiaoyun, your father is very strong. Think about it, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is equipped from head to toe. He is also a divine beast of heavenly law. It is not easy for your father to block him for so long. Even if he is no match for Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, he will not be easily killed." Qin nodded and said, "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is the incarnation of Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. It is time to put an end to this." He looked at Xianxia and said, "Immortal Desolate Great Emperor is your father. Do you still have feelings for him? He sold me out and harmed me and my mother. Now he has been devoured by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. He is no longer my father." Xianxia held Qin's hand and said, "Xiaoyun, go ahead and fight." She is worried that Qin will have some misgivings during battle. Qin nodded, then took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and tightly held it. He said, "I have not used this sun-suppressing divine arrow for a very long time." The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is flying very close to the ground and suddenly stopped. What's going on? The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is not listening to me, Qin said in shock. Xianxia immediately looked at the sky, her expression sank and she said in grave voice, "Xiaoyun, the Heavenly Eye is moving." The Heavenly Eye's purplish red eyes are actually rotating, as if it is staring at the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin and Xianxia immediately went out to look at the Heavenly Eye. "The Heavenly Eye is looking at me?" Qin said with frown. "Yes." Xianxia's expression is grave. She is worried that the Heavenly Eye will suddenly attack Qin. Qin just found his 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls and has not fused with them. If they are suddenly destroyed by the Heavenly Eye, he will be completely finished. Although the Heavenly Eye has become smaller, its heavenly might has not decreased at all. "Xiaoyun, didn't you say last time that it was like a dream? You dreamt that you entered the Heavenly Eye," Xianxia said. Qin nodded and said, "A voice told me that it was home." "Try again. Just lie on the ground and look at the Heavenly Eye," Xianxia said. Qin is lying on the grass, looking at the Heavenly Eye in the sky. He is concentrating his mind. Suddenly, Qin's eyes became lifeless and lifeless. Xianxia is startled and lightly shouted, "Xiaoyun." At the same time, the Heavenly Eye in the sky shot down 2 purple-red lightning. The Heavenly Eye shot down 2 purple-red lightning and hit Qin's eyes. Qin's body suddenly twitched, his face is filled with pain. Xianxia wanted to go over but she was pushed back by a very strong heavenly might. "Xiaoyun, what happened to you?" Xianxia shouted in alarm. I am fine. Qin gritted his teeth and roared, I am resisting. He suddenly roared, as if he was enduring a great deal of pain. Xiaqiru was very anxious, she wanted to go over and hug Qin, but she was always pushed back by a very strong power. The heavenly eye in the sky shot down two lightning continuously, it is as if it is connected to Qin's eyes. Qin's eyes look like they have been shattered by the purple-red lightning, they are emitting a burst of terrifying red light. Xiaqiru looked at the heavenly eye in the sky, it unexpectedly became smaller again. It seems like the heavenly eye's power is being absorbed by Qin. It is now dark, only a few people can see the heavenly eye. So even if the heavenly eye is changing, most people can't see it. Xiaoyun, persevere, you must devour the heavenly eye. Xiaqiru shouted. Qin is in great pain, after hearing Xiaqiru's voice, he clenched his fists and let out a loud roar. His body suddenly inflated and overflowed with purple-red light. His body, cultivated by divine universe purple energy, is erupting with a burst of berserk power. After his clothes were torn apart, his robust muscles can be seen swelling, Nether Sun Totem appeared on the surface of his body. The Nether Sun Totem on Qin's skin suddenly turned purple-red, but it flickered with golden light, sometimes it turned black. Xiaqiru is very clear that she is unable to approach Qin, but she is very worried that something might happen to Qin. She only wants to help Qin stabilize his condition. Qin and the heavenly eye have formed a connection, and the heavenly eye released a very strong power. The power of the heavenly eye is very strong, if it wanted to destroy Qin, it would be very easy. But now, it seems like Qin is absorbing the power of the heavenly eye, he is not being destroyed by it. The heavenly eye in the sky gradually became smaller, but the power it is releasing is very strong. It entered Qin's eyes and caused him endless pain. Qin's body burst out Nether Sun Totems to strengthen his body's defense so that he won't be destroyed by the formidable power. Xiaqiru charged at Qin many times but was sent flying every time. Her body was attacked by the formidable power. But she did not cower, she clenched her teeth and resisted the power released by the heavenly eye. Finally, after many failures, she figured out the power of the heavenly eye and arrived beside Qin while resisting the formidable pressure. She grabbed Qin's hand and suddenly screamed in pain. Qin is now in a very berserk state. He feels very painful, he vigorously grabbed Xiaqiru's hand. Although he knows that it is Xiaqiru, he cannot control himself. Sister Kiru, quickly leave, stay far away from me. I can hold on. Qin roared in deep voice. Let me help you. Xiaqiru endured the pain and resisted the powerful pressure. She controlled her 9 divine spirit and released it. Qin's 9 sun divine spirit suddenly appeared on his wrist and flickered with snow-white light rays. 9 divine spirit and 9 sun divine spirit now turned white and fused together to produce a very peculiar gentle power. After the power entered Qin and Xiaqiru's body, Qin, who was struggling and screaming in pain, very quickly calmed down. He gasped for breath, his eyes are still connected to the heavenly eye by 2 purple-red lightning. Xiaqiru gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Qin is no longer vigorously holding her hand. The pain gradually lessened and very soon disappeared. The power produced by the fusion of 9 sun divine spirit and 9 divine spirit is very mystical, it is currently healing Xiaqiru's injuries. Xiaqiru gently caressed Qin's cheeks and chest and said in low voice, Xiaoyun, don't worry, you will definitely succeed. Although Qin had opened his eyes, they looked like they had been shattered by the purplish-red lightning. He was currently in a dazed state. But he could feel it. He was holding Xiaqiru's hand tightly, feeling her tenderness. Xiaqiru looked at the heavenly eye and discovered that the purplish-red lightning was becoming stronger and the speed at which the heavenly eye was shrinking was also increasing. I don't know what happened, could it be that the heavenly eye is going to be snatched away by Xiaoyun? When Xiaqiru thought of this, her beautiful eyes flickered with pleasant surprise. If Qin obtained the heavenly eye, it would undoubtedly increase his strength. Seeing that Qin's condition is stable, Xiaqiru felt a lot more at ease. She lovingly caressed Qin's robust body, a sweet smile appeared on her gentle and beautiful face. She seemed to enjoy caressing Qin's body. The heaven eye in the sky had shrunk significantly. It wasn't as large as it had been before, but its power hadn't diminished. Xiaqiru's 9 Yang Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit are now releasing very strong rays of light, releasing waves of weak fluctuations. Sensing the uncontrollable fluctuations rushing out, Xiaqiru's jade-like face became slightly worried. She muttered, "There are so many experts in this buried heaven land. If they know that the 9 Yin Divine Spirit and 9 Yang Divine Spirit are here, it will be very dangerous. 9 Yin Divine Spirit and 9 Yang Divine Spirit are very powerful, they are divine tools. Xiaqiru is very clear about the consequences if they were exposed. 9 Yang Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit are fusing together in a very peculiar way, so the fluctuations they are releasing are very strong. If there were people specially looking for these two divine tools, they would definitely be able to find them very quickly." In the dark night, a white cloud suddenly floated over and turned into a dragon. Yunlong has arrived. After Yunlong arrived, he shouted in alarm, "What the hell happened?" "Senior, I also don't know." Xiaqiru saw Yunlong and promptly said, "Can you help me look around? If a powerful guy approaches, warn me." Yunlong seems to be able to see the 9 Yin Divine Spirit and 9 Yang Divine Spirit. He is very astonished, but he did not say anything. "All right." Yunlong was originally busy with the opening of the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, but many things happened in the buried heaven land, causing him to worry. Yunlong dispersed and turned into many white clouds. He is responsible for understanding the situation and the surroundings. Yunlong is a very special existence. Although he is the ruler of the Cloud Dragon realm and also the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, he can't participate in the battle. However, he is rather knowledgeable about the matters of the buried heaven land. It is not a problem for him to help out. Qin Yan is lying on the ground, breathing deeply. His robust chest is heaving up and down, the nether sun totem on the surface of his body is also gradually fading away. Xiaqiru is extremely worried. She sat beside Qin Yan and looked at the heavenly eye from time to time. Daytime is coming very soon, the heavenly eye in the sky has become smaller, it will definitely be seen by others. Daybreak, Xiaqiru is even more worried. Because the change of the heavenly eye will be discovered by many people. If someone discovers the lightning descending from the heavenly eye, they will come over to take a look. Daytime is simply a torture for Xiaqiru. Although she is very strong, she can't leave Qin Yan. She has to help Qin Yan fight against the heavenly eye. If something powerful suddenly attacks her and she can't block it, then all of Qin Yan's previous efforts will be in vain. 2 hours later, the sky turned dark again. Xiaqiru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this time, Yunlong suddenly appeared. "Someone is coming, 3 heavenly men. Their speed is very fast, they are flying towards you," Yunlong said. Xiaqiru bit her lips, closed her eyes and let her consciousness enter the 9 Sun Divine Soul. She yelled, "Rujing, me and Xiaoyun are in trouble, can you come out?" Xian Rujing has been cultivating her spirit power inside Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Soul, she is not in seclusion. "I can." Xian Rujing is also very startled because it is not Qin Yan who is calling her, it is Xiaqiru. This made her subconsciously think that Qin Yan's current state is very bad, so he is unable to contact her. Xian Rujing suddenly appeared, she is wearing fluttering white clothes. Her ice-cold jade-like face is somewhat anxious as she asked, "How is Xiaoyun?" "It's hard to explain in a few words, I can't free my hands right now." 3 heavenly men are coming, you go block them," Xiaqiru said. Then she took out 3 divine universe swords and some subduing armor sacred talisman tools from Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Soul and handed them over to Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing released 2 white-haired women who look exactly like her, they are her Snow Woman immortals. However, these 2 Snow Woman immortals have a pair of spirit wings. "Have you succeeded in cultivating your spirit power?" Xiaqiru's expression revealed a trace of pleasant surprise as she asked. "Not completely successful, but I can fight." Xian Rujing faintly smiled and said, "Sister Kiru, rest assured, I can block those guys." Her 2 Snow Woman immortals have now turned into snow fairies, they are holding divine universe swords and sacred talisman tools, waiting for the heavenly men to arrive. Xiaqiru took out 9 dragon mark heavenly sabers from Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Soul. Although she is not Qin Yan, because the 9 Yin Divine Soul and 9 Sun Divine Soul have fused together, she can control Qin Yan's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Moreover, Qin Yan's subconscious mind allows Xiaqiru to use his things. Xiaqiru felt even more relieved seeing that she can control the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Rujing, if you can't block them, quickly retreat. Xiaqiru lightly yelled. With the defense of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it will not be easy for the heavenly men to break through. 3 heavenly men appeared, they are all young men. They are wearing heavenly armor and holding golden swords. They are all holding divine universe swords. Who are you 3? One young man said in cold voice, you are actually swallowing the power of the heavenly eye. These 3 heavenly men are secretly startled seeing the divine universe sword in Xian Rujing's hand. Xian Rujing and her snow fairies are both cold and elegant, the 3 of them together looks even more gorgeous and threatening. These 3 heavenly men are all men, even though they can see 3 cold and elegant beauties before them, they are still very vigilant. They are heavenly men in the vicinity, they saw the heavenly eye becoming smaller and releasing thunder and lightning, so they came to take a look. They did not expect to see this kind of scene. They noticed Qin Yan and Xiaqiru, one of the heavenly men wanted to rush over but was blocked by the snow fairies. Don't even think about going over. Xian Rujing shouted in cold voice. The snow fairies immediately launched an attack with divine universe sword. Xian Rujing released a large number of suppression sacred talisman tools that enveloped the 3 heavenly men. Then she cooperated with her 2 snow fairies and frantically attacked the 3 heavenly men with divine universe sword. Boom boom boom, Xian Rujing has mastered the heavenly tribulation divine ability, she summoned tribulation thunder to attack the 3 heavenly men. Without the protection of heavenly armor, heavenly men's strength would only be at the level of peak 9th stage immortal emperor. Xian Rujing is the reincarnation of Ice Goddess, she has cultivated divine power for many years, her strength is very formidable. If she goes all out, even a newly sacred expert would not dare to guarantee that they can defeat her. These 3 heavenly men originally thought that Xian Rujing is an ice-cold woman, they did not expect her to be so savage when fighting. Xian Rujing is originally a very fierce woman, otherwise Qin Yan would not call her Ice Mother Tigress. Of course, she also has a gentle and charming side but Qin Yan is unable to bear it. Rujing, quickly finish this battle. I will cooperate with you. Xiaqiru spoke and began operating the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. A heavenly man shouted in alarm, it's the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation released 9 colored light rays, condensed into a furious dragon and rushed towards a heavenly man. After that heavenly man was hit by the furious dragon transformed from 9 colored light rays, his body looked like it was tied up by 9 colored chains. Rujing, go! Xiaqiru lightly yelled. The other 2 heavenly men wanted to go help but they were blocked by the 2 snow fairies. Xian Rujing is holding divine universe sword in one hand and sun-suppressing divine arrow in the other. The sun-suppressing divine arrow turned into ice, filled with furious tribulation thunder power and pierced through that heavenly man's body. That heavenly man's body turned into white ice in a flash and started emitting thunder and lightning. Then Xian Rujing arrived in front of that heavenly man in a flash and brandished her sword. The celestial was killed, and before he could even struggle, he was blown to pieces. This made the 2 celestial beings shudder with fear. The 9 dragons' heaven origin formation flickered and shot out 2 beams of 9-colored light toward the 2 celestials. After being struck by the 9-colored light, the devas who were fighting with the snow fairies were bound by the 9-colored chains and unable to move. Under Xian Rujing's control, the sun-suppressing divine arrow shot towards the 2 heavenly men. Whoosh, the sun-suppressing divine arrow transformed into a streak of white light and shot over at lightning speed. You're dead for sure. A heaven man shouted. Just as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by Xian Rujing's sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xian Rujing's sun-suppressing divine arrow has very strong ice-cold ability, it instantly froze the heavenly man. The other heavenly being tried to break free from the 9-colored chains of the 9 dragons' heaven formation, but before he could release his power, his body was pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow. There is no need for Xian Rujing to go over. Those 2 fairies brandished their divine universe swords and killed those 2 heavenly men. Xiaqiru breathed a sigh of relief and said, we've finally dealt with these 3 celestials. Xian Rujing flew back to Xiaqiru's side. She has been cultivating elves for a period of time, she doesn't know much about the situation outside. What happened to Xiaoyun? Xian Rujing very anxiously asked. Nothing for the time being. Xiaqiru forced a smile and said, Rujing, you have become a lot stronger. Xian Rujing anxiously asked, what happened recently? Xiaqiru simply told Xian Rujing about buried heaven land. Xian Rujing exclaimed in admiration after hearing this. She did not expect that so many things would happen in such a short time since she started cultivating. Yunlong suddenly shouted, be careful, a large group of celestials is coming. There are dozens of them and the heavenly armor guards. The fusion of the 9 Yang Divine Soul and the 9 Yin Divine Soul caused quite a commotion. If the natural law divine realm could sense it, they would definitely come over. Furthermore, they had already discovered that the lightning from the heavens I had landed here. I can block them. Xian Rujing said. Dozens of celestials, it's better not to go. Xiaqiru said. I also don't recommend fighting them. Hide in the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and wait for Qin Yun to wake up. Yunlong said, those dozens of heaven realm people are very strong, they did not participate in the battle, they came here specially. Xiaqiru asked, they are coming for us. These guys must have found something. Can the 9 dragons heaven origin formation stop them? Even though Xian Rujing knows that 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very strong, she is still worried that they will not be able to block it. Xiaqiru said, it can block for a period of time. Let me go out and deal with them, if I can't stop them, then we can make other plans. This way we can buy a lot of time. Xian Rujing said. No, if you can't stop them and fall into their hands, you'll be in danger. Xiaqiru promptly released a gentle power and pushed Xian Rujing over, then grabbed her hand. She then activated the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Xian Rujing is inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, she cannot rush out, she can only stay beside Xiaqiru and wait for Qin Yun to wake up. Qin Yun is currently absorbing the power of the heavenly eye. The heavenly eye is gradually becoming smaller, it looks like it is being devoured by Qin Yun. Xian Rujing is sitting at the side, hugging her knees, her beautiful eyes are filled with worry as she looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes are connected to 2 purple-red lightning bolts dropping down from the sky. Lightning is unceasingly flashing, gushing out heavenly might that can intimidate people's heart and soul. Even if the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is activated, it is still unable to stop the 2 purple-red lightning bolts. They are here. Yunlong finished speaking and suddenly dispersed, he doesn't want to be seen by those heavenly men. A large amount of golden cloud and mist rushed over from the distance. Dozens of heavenly men and hundreds of heavenly armor guards arrived on cloud and mist. They can feel formidable power fluctuation coming from their bodies from far away. These heavenly men are a lot more powerful than the previous 3 heavenly men. Especially the purple gold armor and purple gold long swords they are wearing, they seem even stronger. Their weapons and armors are made by mixing a small amount of Divine Universe Amethyst. Even though they are only mixed with a small amount of Divine Universe Amethyst powder, it can bring about great improvement. These heavenly men are very high-ranking, it means that their status is very high. After they arrived, they saw the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. It is the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, who are you? The leader of this group of heavenly men is a middle-aged man, he is tall and big, his purple gold armor is flickering with purple light. Who we are, what does it have to do with you? Quickly leave. Xian Rujing shouted in cold voice. Impudent. This is our territory, you are doing something heaven-defying in our territory and you still want us to leave, that middle-aged man furiously shouted, that man is devouring heavenly eye, quickly stop. Qin Yun cannot stop, the purple-red lightning coming down from heavenly eye is becoming stronger and stronger. Xiaqiru said, you said he is devouring heavenly eye? Why do you say that? He is clearly being attacked by heavenly eye. Don't try to fool people, although I don't know what method you used, heavenly eye's power is now flowing into that man's body. That tall and big middle-aged heavenly man pointed his purple gold broadsword at Qin Yun, it is flickering with intense purple light. Xiaqiru said again, so what if heavenly eye is devoured? It won't affect your heavenly law divine domain. Who the hell are you? You actually know that we are from heavenly law divine domain. That middle-aged man said coldly, you said that heavenly eye being devoured will not affect us? Truly ignorant. The appearance of Heavenly I is the manifestation of Heavenly Tao's might. We are born from Heavenly Tao, we can make Heavenly I manifest its might and borrow the Heavenly Tao's divine power. Xianxia said with sneer, you are so powerful, quickly make Heavenly I stop. You can't do it. Our Heavenly Law divine domain is dealing with a group of enemies of Heavenly Tao. We need to borrow the Heavenly I's divine power, but now it has been devoured by you. That middle-aged man furiously shouted, if you are tactful, then obediently close the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, stop your heaven-defying actions and voluntarily become our slaves. Heavenly Law divine domain's Heavenly Man can indeed borrow the power of Heavenly I. They can use Heavenly I to release very strong thunder and lightning, which can penetrate Heaven City's defense. Its power is very strong. If Heavenly Man used Heavenly I to participate in the battle, their power would be even stronger. Xianxia accidentally made the Heavenly I unable to be controlled by Heavenly Man. It is equivalent to weakening the power of Heavenly Law divine domain. Otherwise, if those Heavenly Man used Heavenly I to release thunder and lightning to attack Hercules or other people, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. If you have the guts, break the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Xianxia said, you can rest assured, I will not control the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to attack you. I want to see how much ability you Heavenly Man have to break the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. That middle-aged Heavenly Man furiously shouted. He brandished the purple gold broadsword in his hand and charged at Xianxia. Boom, the purple gold broadsword in his hand hacked on a huge dragon rune heavenly saber. The broadsword did not even touch the dragon rune heavenly saber when it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The broadsword in that Heavenly Man's hand flickered with purple light and issued a crisp sword cry. That sword is a good sword. Xianxia's eyes are burning with passion looking at it. Even Xianxia wants that purple gold broadsword. Not only the sword in that middle-aged man's hand, she wants all the other purple gold divine universe swords. You Heavenly Men are truly weak. Xianxia faintly sneered. That kind of disdainful tone and demeanor caused those Heavenly Men to feel very angry. I will capture you, arrogant woman, and humiliate you for 100 years. I will let you know how serious the consequences of looking down on us Heavenly Men are, that middle-aged Heavenly Man furiously said. He once again brandished the broadsword in his hand and stabbed at the barrier. This time the middle-aged Heavenly Man released a very formidable power. It seems to be Heavenly Tao power. The long sword in his hand unexpectedly pierced through the barrier. Of course, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is not to be trifled with. It immediately released a burst of power and jolted the middle-aged man away. That middle-aged man laughed loudly and said, did you see, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is not unbreakable. You just wait, we will very soon break the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and capture you two lowly women. Other Heavenly Men encircled them one after another and poured their power into the purple gold divine universe sword. After the purple gold divine universe sword absorbed formidable power, it burst out with glaring purple light. It can be seen with a glance that it has very strong penetrating power. Xianxia immediately controlled the 9-dragon rune heavenly sabers to revolve. As the 9-dragon rune heavenly sabers revolved at a very fast speed, dragon roar exploded like thunder. 9-dragon divine universe power condensed into 9-colored lightning and attacked all around. Boom boom boom, those berserk 9-colored lightning are like a berserk huge wave, sending all the surrounding Heavenly Men flying. Damned lowly woman, didn't you say you wouldn't attack us just now? That middle-aged Heavenly Man furiously shouted. Just now was just now, now is now. Xianxia lightly snorted and said, I'm not as stupid as you guys, I won't just stand there and wait for you to attack. Slut, just you wait, after I break the formation, I will humiliate you for 10,000 years. That middle-aged Heavenly Man's anger soared to the sky, his body surged with ferocious energy wave. He explosively roared and shouted, Heavenly Tao, quickly bestow me power. In the surrounding space, a golden mist suddenly gushed out. It seemed to be the power of the divine universe. After the power entered his body suddenly swelled up, his entire skin turned golden. Xianxia is startled, she can feel that it is a very strong Heavenly Tao power. These Heavenly Men can actually borrow such formidable power from the Heavenly Tao. That middle-aged Heavenly Man suddenly took a step forward, boom, his steps are incomparably heavy, moreover he erupted with a very strong power, causing the earth to tremble. You're all done for. That middle-aged heavenly man took another step. At the same time the earth trembled. The purple gold divine universe sword in his hand also slightly trembled. It is condensing an extremely strong power. Xianxia promptly operated the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and released an even stronger defensive power. That middle-aged heavenly man let out a deep roar. He pointed his sword at Xianxia and charged forward. The energy wave that erupted from his charge caused the spinning 9-dragon rune heavenly sabers to stop. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation was very powerful, but after the middle-aged man borrowed the power of the heavenly law, his power suddenly increased by several times. The other celestials and heavenly armor guards were all roaring, their voices shaking the sky. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation's barrier has been torn apart. The deva holding the purple gold divine universe sword broke through the barrier and stabbed at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia, who was lying on the grass, suddenly sat up. His eyes seemed to be burning with purplish-red flames, with electric arcs dancing violently. Seeing Xianxia's eyes, the middle-aged celestial let out a startled cry. His arrogant face was suddenly filled with fear. Just as the sword was about to stab Xianxia, Xianxia sat up, shot out 2 red light beams from his eyes and sent the middle-aged celestial flying. His body crashed into the dragon rune heavenly saber. Xiaoyun. Xianxia said in pleasant surprise and then looked at the sky. The heavenly eye had already disappeared. The heavenly eye was completely devoured by Xianxia. The devas and the heavenly armor guards exclaimed when they saw Xianxia's eyes. You swallowed the heaven's eye. Impossible, no one can control the heaven's eye. The middle-aged man leaned against the dragon mark heavenly saber, his face full of fear. He cried out, Who are you? Who are you? Xianxia did not say a word. His eyes emitted purplish-red sparks as his aura surged like the might of the heavens. Originally Xianxia and Xianrujing were pleasantly surprised, but seeing Xianxia's current state, they cannot help but become worried. Xianxia charged at the middle-aged celestial. A purplish-red mist condensed in his palm. It looked like a very strong divine universe purple gas. You can't kill me, I have the power of the heavenly Tao to protect me. The middle-aged man screamed in fear. The purple gold heavenly armor on his body surged with a violent golden light. After Xianxia rushed over, his palm directly struck the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man's back was against the dragon-patterned heavenly saber. The power of the purple gold heavenly armor on his body was released to the extreme. However, the barrier released by the purple gold heavenly armor was easily broken by Xianxia's palm. Xianxia's palm slammed towards the middle-aged celestial's head. Boom. The sound was like a clap of thunder. The middle-aged celestial being's head was struck by the violent palm force, and his head and body exploded, accompanied by a burst of purplish-red lightning. Even the violet gold heavenly armor was torn apart by the violent energy, and only the violet gold divine universe sword that had fallen to the ground was spared. The leader of this group of celestials had been killed just like that, by borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. He should have been very strong, but he was killed by Xianxia with a single palm strike. Someone who could devour the heavenly eyes and control the power of the heavenly eyes was so terrifying that they could easily kill a deva. Who borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao? The other heavenly beings and heavenly armor guards screamed and fled. Don't even think about running. Xianxia shouted angrily. Suddenly, a purplish-red mist appeared in the sky. The purplish-red mist rapidly sank in the air, and it looked as if a part of the sky had collapsed. That was supergravity. However, it had turned into a purplish-red mist. Boom! The sudden supergravity caused the group of deva humans and heavenly armor guards to fall to the ground. They lay on the grassland and screamed in pain. Xianxia kept roaring as a violent purplish-red mist surged out of his eyes, strengthening the supergravity. It must be known that the ground of buried heaven land is very firm and the supergravity released by Xianxia is incomparably heavy. Even though those heavenly beings and heavenly armor guards have powerful equipment to protect their bodies, they are now screaming in pain. Boom! The strength of the heavenly armor guards is lower than the deva humans. They were the first to explode under the pressure of the supergravity. Their bodies let out a loud explosion and several hundred heavenly armor guards exploded and turned into purplish-red mist. Who the hell are you? Heavenly Tao will not forgive you, one of the deva humans shouted in trembling voice. I am the heavenly Tao. Xianxia let out a deep roar. The ground suddenly sank by several meters. The bodies of those deva humans were crushed in a flash. Their flesh, blood and bones were torn and dissolved by the purplish-red supergravity. Qin Yan's eyes are still emitting very strong purplish-red flame and lightning. Although the heavenly eyes are not in the sky, the heavenly might in Qin Yan's eyes is not reduced at all. Even Xiaqiru and Xianrujing felt incomparable fear when they saw Qin Yan. It is equivalent to them looking at the heavenly eyes at close range. Xiaoyun. I am your sister Qiru. Xiaqiru suddenly yelled. She is very worried that Qin Yan will be devoured by the heavenly eyes. I am Ice Mother Tigress, your sister Rujing. Do you still remember me? Xianrujing is also very worried. The purplish-red flame and lightning in Qin Yan's eyes suddenly disappeared. It is as if they have been absorbed into his eyes. His eyes return to normal, they are clear and bright, filled with unswerving determination. Of course I remember. Qin Yan said with smile, Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice goddess. Humph. So you are fine. I was worried to death. Xianrujing rebuked and laughed, then walked over with Xiaqiru. Qin Yan said to Xiaqiru with smile, Sister Qiru, I am fine. Many thanks to you and Sister Rujing, otherwise it would not have been so smooth. It is good that you are fine. I will go back and continue cultivating Ice Snow Spirit. I still have not finished cultivating it. Xianrujing said. Qin Yan nodded. Xianrujing casually picked up a purple gold divine universe sword. Qin Yan sent her into the 9 sun divine soul and let her continue cultivating her Ice Snow Spirit. Xiaqiru very happily picked up the purple gold divine universe swords and said with smile, These are all very good weapons. I want to bring some back to Guanghan Palace for my sisters to use. Sister Qiru, I obtained Heavenly Eye. Qin Yan said. Heavenly Eye is truly awesome. Xiaqiru very happily smiled and said, What kind of ability does Heavenly Eye have? Qin Yan said, For now, it can only allow me to use Divine Universe Purple Energy and also allow my body to quickly refine Divine Universe power. Furthermore, my Heavenly Might has become even stronger. Strange, how did you obtain Heavenly Eye? Xiaqiru doubtfully asked. She already picked up the Heavenly Armor and Purple Gold Divine Universe Swords. I don't know, I just followed your instructions and tried to sense Heavenly Eye. Then the Heavenly Eye felt like it wanted to drill into my body. Qin Yan shook his head, he is also not very clear. What other abilities does Heavenly Eye have? Xiaqiru pulled Qin Yan's hands and carefully looked at Qin Yan's eyes. It can let me quickly draw runes. Qin Yan said, When I attacked that guy just now, runes quickly condensed on my palm. It was a set of suppressing armor runes. So it's like this, no wonder you could easily break through his heavenly armor's defense. Xiaqiru said with smile, Very good, Xiaoyun has become even stronger. Qin Yan said with smile, Then I have to thank Sister Qiru. If you did not suddenly use Nine Divine Soul to help me, I would not have succeeded. Earlier, Xiaqiru was jolted back many times by Qin Yan's power. She dragged her injured body and tried again and again to approach Qin Yan. Finally, she successfully shook hands with Qin Yan and stimulated the power of Nine Divine Soul to help Qin Yan. Qin Yan is very clear about this process. I am your sister Qiru, of course I want to help you. Xiaqiru sweetly smiled, her beautiful eyes flickered with gentle ripple light as she stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan hugged her slender waist and gently kissed her red lips. Xiaqiru's jade face became somewhat red, she said with gentle smile, Xiaoyun, Senior Yunlong is nearby. Cough cough. I didn't see anything. I am busy with opening business, you guys continue. Yunlong's voice arrived. Let's go to the battlefield. Qin Yan said, When I fused with Heavenly Eye, I could see the situation of the battlefield. Father is being suppressed by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Princess also came down from Mother Moon to help. Then what is the overall situation now? Xiaqiru thought about this matter and became very worried. Heavenly Law Divine Domain has the upper hand. Fortunately, the undead army suddenly became very strong and temporarily pulled back a bit. Qin Yan said, Princess's appearance can indeed greatly boost the morale of the undead army. After Qin Yan stored away the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, Xiaqiru said, Xiaoyun, release the heaven leaping shuttle, we will quickly fly over to help. No need for heaven leaping shuttle. Qin Yan laughed, he tightly held Xiaqiru's jade hand and said, I will use Heavenly Eye to look into the distance, then use light transformation sacred pupil's power to arrive even faster. Truly awesome. Xianxia promptly moved closer to Qin Yun, grabbed his arm and said, "Then let's go quickly." Qin Yun looked into the distance and used light transformation sacred pupil. His body transformed into a purple-red beam of light and flew out with Xianxia. In an instant, he flew far away. After Qin Yun and Xianxia left, Yunlong said in shock, "This guy is becoming more and more powerful." In the tyrannical energy battlefield, killing intent rose up and down like waves. All kinds of miserable screams and shouts converged, making the battlefield look like hell. Qin Long's fire dragon scale armor is in tatters, but the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand is not damaged. He relied on the sun-suppressing divine arrow to barely fight against divine cosmos evil dragon, and near Qin Long, fire Qilan's injuries are not light. He joined hands with Qin Long to deal with divine cosmos evil dragon. Ancient Ox Devil, Black Mouse by Zay and 3 dragons went to deal with those silver-scale purple-winged dragons. There are dozens of the most powerful heavenly beings in the sky. They did not make a move and instead watched the battle from the sky. Only a small number of heavenly beings participated in the battle. And all the heavenly armor guards entered the battlefield to deal with the troublesome undead army. Emotionless Immortal Venerable and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master are powerful sacred transformation experts. They mainly deal with the purple-winged race and other ancient race experts. Princess Anya is fighting with the group of heavenly beings. Although she has the suppression sacred talisman weapon and the divine cosmos sword, there are many heavenly beings and all of them are very powerful. What makes her feel great pressure is that the heavenly beings in the sky are all wearing purple gold heavenly armor. This means that they are stronger and have a higher status. Heavenly Lion Monarch and Hercules joined hands and can barely block the Sky Dragon Shark King. The main reason is that the Sky Dragon Shark King's equipment is very powerful. They are all divine cosmos-grade equipment, making Heavenly Lion Monarch very angry. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is also covered in powerful equipment. He looked at Qin Long and said with a sneer, "Fire Dragon God, you were once one of Tian Fa's divine beasts. But now you are in such dire straits. Who asked you to take the wrong path? Shin you evil dragon, you want to capture me to threaten Xiaoyun? Dream on." Qin Long said angrily. "Looks like you father and son have a good relationship." Shin you evil dragon laughed even more happily and attacked even more crazily. Every time the purple gold divine universe sword in his hand attacked, there would be a violent surge of divine universe purple chi. When the divine universe purple chi rushed out, it was like a shockwave that struck Qin Long's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The divine universe power had a very strong penetrative power to begin with. It could penetrate through many layers of space. If one did not grasp an effective technique, it would be difficult to block the penetrative power of the divine universe power, let alone block the stronger divine universe purple chi. Although Xingyu Evil Dragon kept laughing sinisterly and provoking Qin Long, he was also very angry in his heart. This was because he had not been able to take down Qin Long after a long time. In Xingyu Evil Dragon's eyes, it should be easy to take down someone with Qin Long's strength who did not have any equipment. Qin Long was very strong and also very brave. He was the kind of person who was not afraid of death. Even though he was at a disadvantage now, with his tenacity, he was able to block Xingyu Evil Dragon until he went crazy. Of course, Qin Long also had many injuries on his body. The armor formed from dragon scales was already in tatters and his body was bleeding profusely. Xingyu Evil Dragon knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely be able to take down Qin Long and then deal with the other fellows. Not far away, the Heavenly Lion King was heavily injured. He was suppressed by the Heaven Dragon Shark King and a few huge beasts. His huge body was pierced through by a huge harpoon. A huge purple gold net suddenly descended from the sky. The Devas who were watching the battle in the sky finally made their move. They released a net and trapped the injured Heavenly Lion King. After the net trapped the Heavenly Lion King, it gradually lifted him up. The Heavenly Lion King was lifted up and struggled continuously, but he could not break free. "Heavenly Lion King, I've finally caught you." A Devas in the sky laughed loudly. The Heaven Dragon Shark King had very strong equipment and his strength had increased a lot. Even if Hercules and the Heavenly Lion King joined forces, they could not defeat the Heaven Dragon Shark King. "This damn stone man, it's your turn." The Heaven Dragon Shark King slashed at Hercules with his saber. Although Hercules had been hit several times, he was not seriously injured because of the strong Black Tortoise Formation's defense. In addition, Hercules's body was very agile and could avoid the ferocious attacks of the Sky Dragon Shark King. Now that the Heavenly Lion King had been captured, it would be difficult for the others to help him even if they wanted to. It was because they were all being held back by various powerful enemies. The Hercules wanted to head over to save the Heavenly Lion King but was stopped by the Heavenly Dragon Shark King and a few huge beasts wearing heavenly armor. Seeing the massive Heavenly Lion King flying into the air, everyone felt helpless. Moreover, the Heavenly Lion King was enveloped by a very powerful divine net. It was very difficult to break through the divine net. It was obvious that such a divine net had been refined with the powder of the godly universe amethyst. "Don't save me, kill those guys." The more he struggled, the tighter the net became. Moreover, it even released very powerful lightning bolts. "Poodle, obediently follow the natural law divine realm. Otherwise, you will become food." Heavenly Dragon Shark King laughed. Suddenly, a purplish-red beam of light shot over. Qin Yun used his sacred light-transforming pupil and arrived with Xianxia. When Qin Yun suddenly arrived, the ferocious heavenly might on his body immediately caused everyone on the battlefield to tremble in fear. "Qin Yun is here. How did this brat become so strong? What's with that aura on Qin Yun's body? I wonder if he can deal with that group of heavenly beings. Whether or not we can turn the tables will depend on him." When the leading power of the Heaven Creation City saw Qin Yun arrive and felt his ferocious aura, they immediately became excited. "Princess, receive the sword!" Qin Yun shouted to the Dark Princess in the distance. The Dark Princess was currently dealing with a group of powerful heavenly beings as well as the Purple Wing race. Qin Yun released those 9 Yang Emperor swords. Several intense golden lights suddenly rushed towards the Dark Princess, emitting waves of sword hum. When the sword force surged out, the killing intent whistled and rippled. "It's the 9 Yang Emperor sword." The Divine Universe Evil Dragon shouted, "Quickly kill that woman." 9 Yang Emperor sword? A heavenly being shouted in shock, "Isn't it sealed?" The moment the 9 Yang Emperor sword appeared, the 9 Yang undead army immediately cheered. Their morale seemed to be at an all-time high as they killed even more ferociously. Many 9 Yang Emperor swords fused into one and fell into the hands of the Dark Princess. The Dark Princess held onto the 9 Yang Emperor sword. The Emperor's might was vast and mighty, carrying a murderous aura that looked down on the world. Hoo! The 9 Yang Emperor sword flickered with intense light and released a boundless sword force. The heavenly beings and Purple Wing race around the Dark Princess were all blown away by the energy wave formed by the aura. Die! The Dark Princess slashed horizontally at 2 heavenly beings with the 9 Yang Emperor sword in her hand. The threatening sword Qi, which was full of fierce killing intent, turned into a golden arc of light and swept out, cutting the waists of the 2 celestial beings in the purple gold heavenly armor. 9 Yang Palace King, it is indeed you. A Purple Wing race old man coldly looked at Qin Yun and flew over. Qin Yun was immediately surrounded by more than 10 heavenly beings and Purple Wing race people. The group of noble heavenly beings watching from the sky also sent out a few heavenly beings to capture Qin Yun. Xianxia rushed towards Qin Long with the Divine Universe sword in her hand. She wants to deal with the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon and the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor are one. Kiru, long time no see. You have indeed succeeded in making that bastard floating cloud do something big. The Immortal Desolate Great Emperor looked at Xianxia and said coldly, "But your efforts are futile. You and him will be sealed in the end. You will only be pawned." Xianxia's jade face was ice cold. The purple gold Divine Universe sword in her hand emitted a faint silver light. She coldly said, "Divine Universe Evil Dragon, little Yun will settle this with you." She stabbed out with her sword. Dazzling silver light brought along an extremely strong mental penetrating power. Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Ah, little bitch. Divine Universe Evil Dragon's soul was attacked and he roared in anger. "Big brother Qin, go and save the Heavenly Lion King. Leave this guy to me." Xianxia said to Qin Long in a low voice. "Imperial Tutor Xia, be careful. When Qin Long saw that Qin Yun has arrived and that he is not weak, he felt relieved and immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Lion King. After the Dark Princess obtained the Nine-Yang Emperor sword, she started a massacre. Those heavenly armors are like paper in front of the Nine-Yang Emperor sword. Qin Yun is surrounded by a few heavenly beings and purple wing race people, but he is not afraid at all. Nine-Yang Palace King, how have you been? You still remember us, right? A purple wing race old man said. I don't remember. You are about to become a dead man, what's the point of remembering you? Qin Yun sneered. Dead man? How can our purple wing race die so easily? We are immortal. The purple wing race old man laughed loudly. These powerful races that were sealed in the burial ground of heaven were extremely difficult to kill. For example, the Ling Tian clan is very brave and fierce on the battlefield. Although many of them are injured, they are not killed. Qin Yun held the black sun-suppressing divine arrow tightly. His eyes suddenly shot out a purple-red lightning. That is the lightning chain of the electric-locking sacred pupil. After Qin Yun obtained the heavenly eye, his light-transforming sacred pupil and electric-locking sacred pupil have greatly improved. When the purple-red lightning struck the purple wing race person, it immediately turned into a lightning chain and bound that purple wing race person. That purple wing race person cried out in alarm. He wanted to struggle free, but he did not succeed. Quickly capture him. A heavenly being in the sky shouted. The purple wing race people and heavenly beings surrounding Qin Yun suddenly attacked. However, they all underestimated Qin Yun's strength. Especially Qin Yun's attack speed, it is so fast that they are unable to catch him. Qin Yun held the sun-suppressing divine arrow and rushed towards the purple wing race old man like lightning. He stabbed with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He activated the sun-suppressing divine arrow's myriad devour ability. After the sun-suppressing divine arrow stabbed into the old man's body, it quickly devoured a large portion of the old man's power. Qin Yun's sun-suppressing divine arrow can devour all kinds of energy. Then he condensed the absorbed energy and released it through the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Boom! After the sun-suppressing divine arrow devoured a large portion of the old man's energy, it rapidly condensed and then exploded. The purple wing race old man's body was torn apart by the explosive power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. That burst of purple chi also pushed back the people who were encircling him. In front of me, there is no one who cannot be killed. Qin Yun said in deep voice. His and Ling Yun'er's nether sun suddenly erupted with supergravity. This supergravity is not a simple pressure. When it is pressing down, the gravity condensed into a sharp weapon. Those heavenly humans and purple wing race people who wanted to rush over were pressed down to the ground. Runes suddenly appeared on Qin Yun's palm. Those are armor-suppressing runes. After they formed armor-suppressing power, they poured into the sun-suppressing divine arrow. More than a dozen heavenly humans and purple wing race people sensed Qin Yun's dreadful power and immediately cried out in fear. Qin Yun waved his hand and threw out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Under Qin Yun's control, the sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through more than a dozen heavenly humans and purple wing race people's bodies. After piercing through their bodies, the sun-suppressing divine arrow quickly devoured their energy and condensed it together. Qin Yun's sun-suppressing divine arrow condensed many kinds of energy. It is trembling and whistling as it pierced towards the heavenly dragon shark king. In a blink of an eye, the sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through the heavenly armor on the heavenly dragon shark king's body and pierced his formidable body from behind. Boom! A loud explosion shook the sky. The entire battlefield was shaken by the violent explosion. The earth shook again and again. After the heavenly dragon shark king was hit by the sun-suppressing divine arrow, his body directly exploded. The fragments on his body flew in all directions along with the berserk energy wave, shaking the entire tyrannical battlefield. Even the Herculean god was sent flying far away. Everyone on the battlefield is scared witless by Qin Yun's power. Even Qin Yun's friends are very surprised because Qin Yun's strength has increased by a lot again. Qin Yun cultivated the powerful sun core. He can make the sun-suppressing divine arrow erupt with terrifying power. The sun-suppressing divine arrow flew back into Qin Yun's hand. He held the sun-suppressing divine arrow and rushed towards Xianxia. Sister Kiru, leave him to me. Qin Yun shouted. Xianxia was able to fight evenly with Xinyu Evil Dragon, but it was still not enough to kill him. After Qin Yun arrived, he released the supergravity on his body. God Universe Evil Dragon's knees were pressed down and his body slightly sank. The sealing of the Divine Universe Evil Dragon was mainly due to the efforts of the Ninyang Palace King. Not only did Palace Lord Ninyang participate in sealing the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, but he also dug out its heart and took out its dragon pearl. The heart was still sealed in buried heaven land while the dragon pearl was in Qin Yun's possession. Qin Yun had faced the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon previously. Back then, the Heavenly Lion King had participated as well. The Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon had no choice but to escape in the end. The current Divine Universe Evil Dragon was much more powerful than it had been last time, and it was also wearing a full set of Divine Universe-grade equipment. Of course, Qin Yun's strength has increased a lot compared to before. Xinyu Xiaolong and Qin Yun fought again. Even though the various experts were fighting against powerful enemies, they would still pay attention to Qin Yun's situation from time to time. When General Pang saw Qin Yun appear with the Ninyang Emperor sword, he was filled with resentment towards the Ninyang Hall King's reincarnation. However, he was filled with gratitude. Nine Sun departed spirit armies kings all hated Nine Sun Palace King from back then, but now they want Qin Yun to defeat Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Palace King Ninyang, whether or not we can seal Shen Cosmos Evil Dragon will depend on you. General Changde said. Ninyang Palace King, if you are unable to seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, then you should just kill yourself. A Ninyang tribe king said. Ling Tatian shouted, Palace King Ninyang, show me the power you used to seal the Ling Tian clan. You once sealed the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, so you can definitely do it this time as well. Palace Monarch Ninyang, you've sealed me before and caused me to lose my important heart. However, I have no complaints. I only hope that you can defeat the Divine Universe Evil Dragon and seal this Evil Dragon again. The Heavenly Lion King, who was encompassed by the net, shouted loudly. Those who knew Hall King Ninyang spoke up one after another. Although Qin Yun had yet to fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, he was certain that the life of the King of Gods was not his first life. His earliest life must have been during the Nine Suns era, and he must have had countless connections with the Nine Suns royal family. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared with rage as the purple gold Divine Universe sword erupted with a violent aura, and it was like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves as it howled through the air. Roar! The violet gold Divine Universe sword slashed out furiously, the sword energy transformed into a furious black dragon, bringing with it the Divine Universe purple energy and biting cold evil energy. It rippled through space as it swept towards Qin Yun majestically. Qin Yun had already put on the heaven-trampling divine boots and used the core crystal to awaken them. Using the Sun Soul could make his strength even stronger. This battle was of utmost importance. It concerned the entire situation. As long as the Divine Universe Evil Dragon was defeated, then they would have won half the battle. Shua, Qin Yun waved his palm and a gigantic heavenly lion claw suddenly appeared. The heavenly lion fighting dragon claw was unleashed, accompanied by a lion's roar. The heavenly lion's claw formed from the Divine Universe purple chi was extremely powerful. It grabbed at the sword chi that had transformed into a dragon, directly sweeping it apart. At the same time, Qin Yun used the light transformation sacred pupil and charged at the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. He held the floating cloud staff in one hand and the sun-suppressing divine arrow in the other. First, the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew through the air, engulfing the violent energy around it before shooting toward the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Don't even think about using this kind of trash to hurt me, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared. Its body trembled, and black dragon scales flew off its body. The dragon scales surged with evil aura as they charged toward Qin Yun. When Qin Yun saw the dragon scales, he loudly roared and used the heavenly lion's heavenly roar. The vast and mighty sound wave brought with it a fierce heavenly might aura. It formed a heavenly might Dao astral shield and attacked the dragon scales. Boom 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 boom, the black dragon scales contained a very powerful evil aura. After being attacked, they suddenly exploded. A large area was immediately enveloped by the evil aura released by the dragon scales. Black fog filled the air, evil aura and violent wind wreaked havoc. Qin Yun and the Divine Universe Evil Dragon were both enveloped by the evil gale. Black energy waves continuously rushed out in all directions. The people near Qin Yun and the Divine Universe Evil Dragon had no choice but to stay far away. Even though they were still some distance away from the battlefield, they were still suffocated by the pressure. Whoosh whoosh, a violent wind suddenly erupted, accompanied by fierce lightning and fire. A large amount of evil aura was suddenly dispersed. Although the Divine Universe Evil Dragon is now in human form and is also an old man, his power did not decrease when facing Qin Yun. After the black evil aura dispersed, Qin Yun and the Divine Universe Evil Dragon appeared. The two were already fighting. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is circling around, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Qin Yun is holding a long rod, wearing a pair of shoes filled with violent flame. He is fighting the Divine Universe Evil Dragon in close combat. The speed at which the two of them attacked was extremely fast. Even many of the experts present couldn't see their moves clearly at first glance. Although their attacks are very fast, their power is not weak at all. The power contained in each attack burst out, creating a violent energy wave. Buried Heavenland's ground is very sturdy, otherwise it would have been pierced through long ago. Ha ha ha. Former powerful Nine Sun Palace King, now you are truly pitifully weak. You have already used the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation's power, but you are still unable to do anything to me. Qin Yun's floating cloud rod has indeed activated the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation's power, but it has been blocked by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Even with the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, Qin Yun is still unable to break through the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's defense. Everyone is somewhat disappointed. If the Divine Universe Evil Dragon is not destroyed, they will definitely lose this battle. In the end, they can only hand over the buried Heavenland or be killed by the heavenly beings. The floating cloud rod suddenly turned into a saber. The Nether Spirit Sacred Blade's power burst out. This kind of soul attack power is very familiar to the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. The Netherworld Great Emperor's broken saber? The Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon sneered. Is that bastard dead? He still hasn't appeared. Netherworld Great Emperor and Xia Wufeng went to the Nine Netherworld and there is no news of them. Whether it is Divine Universe Evil Dragon's soul or body, they are very powerful, worthy of being a heavenly punishment divine beast born from heavenly Tao. Moreover, it is the strongest kind. Divine Universe Evil Dragon, don't get carried away too early. Qin Yun shouted. Boom. Qin Yun's saber hacked down, energy wave vibrated, it feels like the sky is collapsing. Heavenly Extermination 9 style, Heavenly Quake. This saber attack is very fast, the power is also very ferocious. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon wants to dodge, but his body is being suppressed by the supergravity. He can only block with great difficulty with his sword. Saber and sword fiercely clashed. The berserk energy wave burst out like a tsunami. The energy wave spread to the entire battlefield in an instant. The people who are fighting feel like their bodies have been ruthlessly impacted. Looking carefully, they discovered that Qin Yun's arms have swelled a lot. There are many golden totem runes on the back of his hands. That is the Nether Sun Totem. The power just now is also the power of sun and moonshine together. It has become even stronger through the heaven-trampling divine boots and the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Divine Universe Evil Dragon's arm is slightly trembling, although he blocked Qin Yun's saber attack. A very small dent has appeared on his purple gold Divine Universe sword. As for his arm, it felt like it was being shaken to the point where it was burning with pain. Qin Yun's sudden burst of power caused everyone to let out a low cry. Everyone here is very clear about the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's strength. Qin Yun is only a human and has not become a sacred, yet he can burst out with such power. Even the Celestials in the sky are shocked. Qin Yun's second saber attack, it swept out. Divine Universe Evil Dragon can't use his sword to block. He can only use his purple gold heavenly armor to release his strongest defense. Heaven Annihilation 9 form, lightning burst. Lightning filled with heavenly might surged out along with the saber. It is like a surging flood. When the saber landed on Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body, a large amount of lightning burst out. Divine Universe Evil Dragon let out an angry roar as his body was sent flying by the saber. If not for his purple gold heavenly armor, he might have already been severely injured. Divine Universe Evil Dragon just stabilized his body and was about to counterattack, but Qin Yun had already leaped over. Boom, another double supergravity force pressed down on Divine Universe Evil Dragon, making it difficult for him to move. As long as Divine Universe Evil Dragon is restricted from dodging, Qin Yun can hit him again and again. Qin Yun held the saber with both hands, and as he leaped over, he circulated his power and used the Heaven Annihilation 9 form. This saber strike is like a blazing sun. the momentum of the saber strike is like a blazing sun falling to the ground. Heaven Annihilation 9 form, setting sun, the brilliant sun wild saber slashed down. It seems like it has the power to destroy the world. Boom, this time, Divine Universe Evil Dragon saw Xianxia's saber strike, but he is unable to dodge. His body is struck, he can only circulate all the power in his body to block the saber strike. When the saber fell, a brilliant light shot out in all directions. Xianxia and Divine Universe Evil Dragon are enveloped by a huge ball of light. Scorching heat waves roared and ravaged the ground. Just now, it was like a small sun had fallen to the ground, erupting with scorching energy waves. Roar, Divine Universe Evil Dragon let out a miserable and painful roar. A huge figure suddenly appeared. Divine Universe Evil Dragon reverted to his original form. A huge black dragon appeared in the sky. This huge dragon's body is covered in flames and is riddled with scars. Bastard, I'm going to eat you. Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared furiously, and his huge tail swept toward Xianxia. Black astral baleful chi spewed from his mouth, and blood-colored lightning shot out from his eyes, enveloping Xianxia's location. Boom boom boom, Divine Universe Evil Dragon, who had turned into human form, had been suppressed by Xianxia just now and felt extremely aggrieved. After reverting to his original form, Divine Universe Evil Dragon is even stronger, but he has lost his agility. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil to dodge Divine Universe Evil Dragon's furious attack. Xianxia is very strong, and he did not disappoint anyone. However, from the looks of it, he can only be evenly matched with Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Now that Divine Universe Evil Dragon has reverted to his original form, it will be even more difficult to take him down. They did not expect Xianxia to be able to kill Divine Universe Evil Dragon. They only hoped that Xianxia can suppress Divine Universe Evil Dragon again. After all, even the powerful Nine-Yang royal family and the Nine-Yang Palace King were unable to kill Divine Universe Evil Dragon back then, let alone now. Xianxia's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the huge black dragon that blotted out the sky. His expression was very solemn. An enlarged Divine Universe Evil Dragon is indeed very difficult to deal with. He thought of using the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, however, he needs to cooperate with the Heavenly Lion Monarch. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion Monarch is still enveloped by that powerful net and floating in the air. The group of people with extremely high status in the sky looked at the battle below as if they were watching a show. A celestial shouted lazily, "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, quickly eat the Heavenly Lion King. This will allow you to become stronger. Eat the Heavenly Lion King and I'll bestow you a Heavenly Tao Divine Weapon. You'll be invincible." After hearing this, the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon was extremely excited. It let out a loud bellow and charged toward the Heavenly Lion King. Everyone immediately became extremely nervous. Palace King Nine-Yang, hurry up and stop the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Once he eats the Heavenly Lion King and obtains the Heavenly Law Divine Weapon, we will all die. Ling Tadian shouted in terror. Don't even think about succeeding. Princess Anya held on to the Nine-Yang Imperial Sword and dashed toward the Heavenly Lion King. Xianxia also chased after him. You two bitches, get lost. The devas in the sky roared coldly and waved their hands, sending out a wave of violet-red power that transformed into a huge violet-red hand. He waved his hand casually, but Princess Anya and Xianxia were sent flying. Xianxia, who was charging over, was immediately infuriated. In order to make the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon even stronger, the devas in the sky sent everyone who tried to stop it flying. At this moment, everyone was in despair. The strength of the group of celestials in the sky was actually so powerful, even Princess Anya, who possessed the Nine-Yang Emperor Sword, was no match for them. Those guys are sacred transformation stage experts. Immortal Desolate's sacred master shouted. Xianxia also discovered it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be that powerful. However, celestial beings of the sacred transformation stage could not appear in the buried heaven land. But now, they were here, and they were still in control of the entire battle. Xianxia executed the light transformation sacred pupil and charged toward the Heavenly Lion King. The huge net that encompassed the Heavenly Lion King was suddenly put away. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon had already opened its mouth and was holding the injured Heavenly Lion King in its mouth. Palace King, avenge me! The Heavenly Lion King bellowed furiously in despair. After Qin Yan rushed over, he shouted, "Your heart, return it to its original owner." Previously, he had redeemed the Heavenly Lion King's heart. Right now, he was tossed out and sent into the Heavenly Lion King's body. After the Heavenly Lion King's heart touched his body, it suddenly entered the Heavenly Lion King's huge body. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon sensed that something was amiss and immediately spat out the Heavenly Lion King. "Damned bastard!" Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared. When the Heavenly Lion King fused with the heart, he would obtain the strongest divine beast powers. If it just so happened to enter the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's body, it would definitely explode. The Heavenly Lion King let out a furious bellow, and powerful divine light rippled from his body. Waves of boundless divine power surged out and tore through space. The frenzied Heavenly Lion King kept on releasing powerful divine powers, wanting to attack the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. However, its divine powers were restricted. The Heavenly Lion King, who had recovered his powerful powers, was sucked into the divine wilderness in an instant, leaving behind only a few words, "Let's meet again in the divine wilderness. I wish you good luck." Although the Heavenly Lion King had left, everyone felt much more at ease. At the very least, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon had not eaten the Heavenly Lion King. Everyone was astonished that Qin Yan had the Heavenly Lion King's heart in his hands. The saber in Qin Yan's hand suddenly turned into a cannon barrel. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon was aimed at the group of celestials in the sky. "You bunch of hindrances, I don't want to see your stinky faces." As soon as the voice fell, the cannon barrel shook continuously, and explosions rang out continuously. 2-star. Cannonballs shot out and instantly exploded near the group of Heaven Realm people. Air waves exploded in the sky and a large number of star fragments fell to the ground. After those scorching fragments landed on the ground, they were quickly devoured by the grassland. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is currently cooling down and the group of Saint Transforming Heaven Realm people are cursing in anger. "If you have the guts, come down and fight," Qin Yun shouted. Saint Transforming Heaven Realm people did not come down. Clearly, there is a limit. They can only attack from time to time in the sky and cause trouble. The Heaven Realm people that can come down are not Sacred Transformation Realm people. Heaven Realm people who did not become Sacred Transformation Realm people would not be able to resist for long against Qin Yun and company. "Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, quickly kill him," a Saint Transforming Heaven Realm person shouted angrily. "Quickly bestow me the Heavenly Law Divine Weapon," Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon shouted. "Your strength is not enough, you are unable to control the Heavenly Law Divine Weapon. You will kill yourself," that Saint Transforming Heaven Realm person said anxiously. "Quickly get rid of that guy." The reason why Saint Transforming Heaven Realm person made the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon eat the Heavenly Lion King was clearly because of this. He was unable to successfully eat the Heavenly Lion King, so he was unable to obtain the Heavenly Law Divine Weapon. This made the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon extremely furious. The Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon fiercely attacked Qin Yun. While Qin Yun is dealing with the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, he is also secretly thinking, searching for an opportunity and a suitable angle to counterattack. At this moment, there are even more Heaven Realm people and Heavenly Armor Guards participating in the battle. Although the group of Saint Transforming Heaven Realm people in the sky were unable to descend, however, they did a lot of small tricks to help the warriors of the Purple Wing race and the other ancient races become stronger. Princess Anya's 9-yang Imperial Sword is very powerful. No matter what kind of heavenly armor the purple gold heavenly armor was in front of the 9-yang Imperial Sword, it couldn't even block 2 strikes before it was pierced through or shattered. Those powerful Heaven Realm people all turned around and ran when they saw Princess Anya. If not for the group of Saint Transforming Heaven Realm people in the sky interfering with Xiaoqiru and Princess Anya from time to time, the Heaven Realm people and Purple Wing race people fighting below would have been killed long ago. Xiao Yun, little Heavenly Lion, entered the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and turned into the cauldron's soul. Ling Yun'er said, "The Heavenly Tao's ferocious power that you have cultivated has become even stronger after obtaining the Heavenly Eye. If little Heavenly Lion enters the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, it can strengthen the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron." Hearing Ling Yun'er's words, Qin Yun immediately took action. While dodging the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's attack, he took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and released little Heavenly Lion into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Little Heavenly Lion is a heavenly Tao power that Qin Yun cultivated. Furthermore, because of the Nether Sun, it possesses a portion of the Nether Sun totem. After Little Heavenly Lion entered the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, the entire Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron suddenly shook and let out a lion roar. The black Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron suddenly shone with intense golden light. The entire cauldron has undergone a great change. The mouth of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron was originally circular, but now the mouth of the cauldron has turned into a huge lion's mouth. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron looks like a golden flaming heavenly lion that is as large as a mountain. It is squatting on the ground, raising its head and roaring at the sky. The opened mouth is the mouth of the cauldron. Boom! After the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron appeared, it suddenly fell down and smashed onto the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body. Qin Yun's eyes are currently filled with purple-red lightning. Berserk heavenly might and fury surged out from his eyes. The floating cloud staff in his hand has already turned into a large saber. Moreover, it is overflowing with Divine Universe purple energy. Qin Yun, who is using the Heavenly Eye, can release the Divine Universe purple energy within his body. He has absorbed a lot of Divine Universe purple energy, and with the Heavenly Eye, his Divine Universe purple energy is even stronger than when others use it. Seeing the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron appear and change its appearance, the people who are fighting are all shocked again and again. The pupils of the group of Sacred Transformation heavenly beings in the sky immediately shrank. Their faces are filled with shock, because the might that Qin Yun has erupted with caused them to feel an indescribable fear. They can't see that Qin Yun has the Heavenly Eye, they can only see that Qin Yun is releasing a very strong Divine Universe purple energy. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon is being suppressed by the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, and the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron has the Nether Sun totem. The Nether Sun power within Qin Yun's body can be transmitted to the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron through space. Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er's Nether Sun released waves of supergravity that poured into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, causing the entire cauldron to become incomparably heavy. The pressure caused the Divine Universe Evil Dragon to struggle and roar in anger. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, I will end you today. Qin Yun's eyes are filled with purple-red lightning. The floating cloud staff has transformed into a purple-red saber and the heavenly might is unleashed. In front of that might, all the living beings on the battlefield are filled with fear. It is as if they are facing a powerful and illusory heavenly Tao. This kind of heavenly might is terrifying to the extreme. It is as if the heavenly Tao is angry and destroying the world. At this moment, everyone is looking at Qin Yun. The Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is constantly roaring. That loud roar is filled with despair. Qin Yun rushed over and raised his saber high. All the power in his body surged out at this moment. At the same time, heaven and earth trembled. The saber slashed down and the berserk heavenly might surged out in all directions. Heavenly Annihilation 9 styles, Heavenly Madness. As the saber descended, it emitted a boundless aura that landed on the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's neck. Rumble, whoosh whoosh, the power shook the heavens and the earth. The whistling sound was filled with ferocious heavenly might. The Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon let out a deep roar of despair. Its head was actually chopped off. This heavenly might enveloped the entire battlefield. At this moment, the battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone who was fighting felt a sense of impending death, as if they were about to be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. At the same time of fear, their hearts also received an intense impact. They felt incomparably shocked. The Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's head had actually been chopped off. Roar. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron roared and swallowed the entire head. As for the huge dragon body, after struggling a few times, it finally stopped moving. The world suddenly became incomparably quiet. All sorts of living beings are dumbstruck as they looked at Qin Yun, who is beside the huge dragon body. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yun kept the huge dragon body into the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit. His eyes are still flashing with purplish red lightning as the heavenly might burst out. You. The group of Sacred Transformation heavenly beings in the sky also felt a chill run down their spines. They shouted loudly, the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon was born from the Heavenly Tao and we are the incarnations of the Heavenly Tao. You actually dare to trample on the Heavenly Tao in front of us. Qin Yun suddenly raised his head and looked at the group of heavenly beings. He said coldly, "You are just a bunch of heavenly slaves. You dare claim to be the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? You truly don't know the meaning of death." As he spoke, his body was like a bolt of purplish-red lightning as he charged towards the group of sacred transformation heavenly beings in the sky. The group of sacred transformation heavenly beings were completely fine after suffering 2 cannons. It could be seen that they were still very strong. But the current Qin Yun was even stronger. There were dozens of sacred transformation heavenly beings. When they saw Qin Yun's purplish-red eyes at close range, they immediately cried out in shock. That was the heavenly eye. They recognized it as the heavenly eye. The heavenly eye was actually on a human's body. Previously, they had felt it was strange that the heavenly eye would suddenly disappear. Now that they saw Qin Yun's heavenly eye, they knew that it had been obtained by Qin Yun. Return your power to the heavenly Tao. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, his body trembled as a vast and mighty heavenly might surged forth like a tide. Many supergravity forces came from all directions. The heavenly man claimed that they were the incarnations of the heavenly Tao, but at this moment, they were easily killed by Qin Yun. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was actually so weak, everyone looked at the group of saint-transforming heaven men in the sky being crushed and turned into flames. They could not help but feel fear in their hearts because they suddenly felt that Qin Yun was more like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Whether it was the various powerful weapons that Qin Yun had mastered or the powerful strength that he had displayed, they were all extremely effective in restraining those heaven men. For example, the heavenly armor on the heaven man's body was restrained by the sacred talisman weapon forged by Qin Yun. Just now, Qin Yun had even displayed his powerful might. It was comparable to the might of the heavens, causing people to feel that the wrath of the heavenly Tao was nothing more than this. On the ground, there was a large group of heaven men. They knew very well what the berserk might from Qin Yun's body meant. That was the true might of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly man and the heavenly armor guards, with the help of all kinds of equipment and the heavenly energy within their bodies, were unable to release such a powerful heavenly might. They could not understand why Qin Yun, an enemy of the heavenly Tao, could grasp such a powerful might of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun had just obtained the heavenly eye, but he had already used it twice in a row. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, he didn't want to use the hidden power of the heavenly eye. Because he was worried that he would lose himself in this powerful power and suffer a backlash. The divine universe evil dragon was captured by Qin Yun, and the group of powerful sacred transformation heaven men were all killed. The remaining heaven men, heavenly armor guards, as well as the Purple Wing clan and other powerful ancient races, immediately had low morale. Without needing to face the threat of the divine universe evil dragon and no longer needing to worry about the interference of the sacred heaven man in the sky, the many powers led by Heaven City were able to attack smoothly. The people of the heavenly law divine realm were being chased and annihilated by the forces led by the undead army and Heaven City. Qin Yun floated in the air, his eyes gradually becoming clear and bright. Although the buried heaven land had experienced a great battle, it was not damaged at all. The grassland returned to its original state. The energy within the bodies of the living beings who had died in the great battle had all seeped into the grassland. Their corpses sank bit by bit into this mysterious land. The undead army roared as they chased after the group of fleeing ancient races, as well as the heaven man and the heavenly armor guards. Is it over? The immortal desolate sacred master came to Qin Yun's side. He was not surprised to learn that Qin Yun was the Nine-Yang Palace King. The Nine-Yang Palace King had once created the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The sacred master of immortal desolate did not know about this at first. He only found out about this matter in Heaven Creation City. It's over. However, some things have just begun. Qin Yun said. What just started? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked, is the matter here not over yet? Qin Yun said with a smile, the opening of the Heavenly Tao pawnshop means that even more people will be sealed here. Maybe after many years, a great war will break out here again. The Heavenly Law pawnshop had been closed for many years. After Yunlong took over, he would start a new war. Pawnshop? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor did not know about the Heaven Tao pawnshop. The Heavenly Law pawnshop is going to open? When Qin Long heard about this, he immediately flew over. His injuries were not light, but in order to understand this situation, he did not treat his injuries. It sounded like a pawnshop, but Xianxia knew very well that the pawnshop was the crux of how the heavenly Tao affected the various worlds under it. Perhaps it was a door that the ruthless heavenly Tao had opened to all the realms. This door could release treasures, but it could also release disasters and wars. It was used to balance the many forces under the heavenly Tao. I wonder what will happen after the heavenly law pawnshop opens. Xianxia said. He already pawned it once in exchange for a talisman that could open the seal on Yangdi's inscription spirit. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, "It is time for us to return to the Immortal Desolate. The Outer Heaven Domain and the Dark Royal Race will definitely take advantage of our absence to stir up trouble." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master looked at Xiaoqiru. He seems to know that Xiaoqiru is the moon god. Xianxia once said that he would help restore the moon god's divine position. Then how do we return to the Immortal Desolate? Heartless Immortal Venerable looked at Xianxia and said with smile, "Sect Master Qin, do you have a way?" Xianxia stored the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said, "I don't have a way for now, but it definitely won't be a problem." Xiaoqiru flew over and said, "Our Guanghan Palace has a way. The mother moon hanging in the sky looks very powerful. Others don't know about it, but Qinyun does. Emperor Race, Immortal Desolate Dragon Race, Nether Sect, Inscription Aristocrat Clan and many other powers from the Immortal Desolate have also found something suitable for them in the Buried Heaven Land. They entered the Buried Heaven Land and broke through many large tombs. The treasures they obtained benefited them greatly and they are all very satisfied. Now they only want to quickly return to the Immortal Desolate. Because they still need some time to become saints. Before that, they have to take care of all kinds of matters in the Immortal Desolate. Before they left the Immortal Desolate, they had a conflict with the Outer Heaven Domain and the Dark Royal Race. In this operation, the Dark Royal Race and the Outer Heaven Domain did not participate, mainly because these two evil powers were defeated in the Evil Dragon City's war. Now these two evil powers have already returned to the Immortal Desolate. Then when can we return to the Immortal Desolate? Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother asked. She is also very worried about the situation in the Immortal Desolate. We can return immediately. Xiaoqiru lightly smiled. Grandma Qiyang, is there anything else you need to do here? Long Yuqing is in the Divine Inscription Mountain. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother also knows about it. And their Immortal Desolate Dragon Race, after breaking through a tomb city, found the inheritance of the Dragon Race from back then, as well as many treasures related to the Dragon Race. It is extremely important to them. There's nothing else, let's go back immediately. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, "Those bastards from the Outer Heaven Domain and the Dark Royal Race must have done a lot of things in the Immortal Desolate." Heartless Immortal Venerable chuckled and said, "We grew up a lot in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. After we return, we'll make them look good." Just now, Princess Xianxia flew back to Heaven Creation City. She still has things to do there. She now has many identities. She is the Dark Royal Race's Princess Xianxia, the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation God Palace, the Nine Sun Royal Race's Moon Shi Clan Emperor and also the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Princess Xianxia returned to Heaven Creation City to pass down the position of Palace Master of the Heaven Creation God Palace. After Qianxia saw her fly away from Heaven Creation City, she brought a few women and flew towards the Mother Moon in the sky. Those women are the ones she wanted to bring to the Immortal Desolate, they are her approved disciples. The huge Mother Moon in the sky suddenly began to slowly revolve. Suddenly, a huge spatial crack appeared in the sky, tyrannical spatial power gushed out from the crack. Seeing the huge crack being torn open, Ling Tian Clan's clan elder Ling Tadian shouted, "We also want to go to the Immortal Desolate, can we?" "Of course you can, but you must abide by the rules of the Immortal Desolate." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, "I am the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, the ruler of the Immortal Desolate." If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to say such words. But now is different, he has Qianxia to support him from behind. "Don't worry," Ling Tadian said. Although Ling Tian City is huge, it can still pass through the spatial crack. Soon after, Heaven Suppressing Sect and Heaven Creation City expressed that they would head to the Immortal Desolate and promised the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master that they would abide by the rules of the Immortal Desolate. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master also won very straightforwardly. He suddenly felt that in these few epochs, this is the first time he looked like a real Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. It's good to have a backer. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master sighed in his heart. The ancient ox devil led the experts of the ancient heaven race to the immortal desolate. Heaven Creation City and Ling Tian City flew through the huge spatial crack in the sky and flew into the immortal desolate. Finally, everyone flew into the spatial crack one after another. Not long after, everyone who could leave left. Qin Yan and Xiaqiru are still in the buried heaven land. The mother moon in the sky slowly rotated and the spatial crack became much smaller. Sister Kiru, immortal desolate sacred master, can repair your damaged god position. Qin Yan said. If you fused with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, you would also know how to repair it. Xiaqiru held Qin Yan's hand and said with light smile, let's go. Qin Yan looked at the buried heaven land, then looked at the undead army in the distance and said with sigh, the 9-son royal family can no longer rise again. However, the 9-son royal family's bloodline has been passed down, moreover it is very strong. Xiaoxi will become even stronger. Xiaqiru said. At most, Princess Yi can only let people know that the 9-son royal family once existed. It is impossible to create a powerful 9-son royal family army to fight 3,000 heavenly domains. A white cloud suddenly flew over. Cloud Dragon has arrived. Senior Cloud Dragon, I will leave immediately. I am waiting for you to appear and say goodbye to you. Qin Yan said with smile. Cloud Dragon laughed loudly and said, you will say goodbye to me? Brat, how can you be so kind-hearted? Tell me, you waited for me. What's the matter? Although the Cloud Dragon mountain range has become the Cloud Dragon realm, it used to be the Sun Holy Land. What exactly is hidden in the Cloud Dragon mountain range? Qin Yan asked. Cloud Dragon said, there is no harm in telling you now. In the Cloud Dragon mountain range, there is a passage that leads to the 9 Nether realm. I have been to the 9 Nether realm, but it is just like that. Qin Yan said with frown. No, the 9 Nether realm is very big, it can accommodate all the departed spirits under the heavenly Tao. It is not just the 9-son heavenly domain, countless other heavenly domains living beings died and the departed spirits gathered in the 9 Nether realm. The mysterious passage in the Cloud Dragon mountain range leads to the core of the 9 Nether realm. What is so special about that place? Qin Yan asked. Xia Wufeng and Netherworld Great Emperor know about that passage. I don't know, that passage is closed. Yunlong sighed, I originally wanted to go and find out. Really closed? When did it happen? Qin Yan promptly asked. When the heavenly eye appeared, it suddenly closed. Why are you so anxious about this matter? Cloud Dragon said. It's nothing. Qin Yan is very worried about Netherworld Great Emperor and Xia Wufeng. Heavenly Dao Pawnshop has successfully opened, we will meet again. Let's quickly return to Immortal Desolate. That place is a complete mess. Cloud Dragon said. So many things have happened in the Immortal Desolate during this period of time. Qin Yan said with frown, Senior Yunlong, is the situation in the Immortal Desolate stable? Yunlong looked at the sky and said, the 9-son heavenly domain is close to nirvana. Before that, it is not strange for anything to happen. Before the 9-son nirvana rebirth, they will do their best to make the creatures of the 9-son heavenly domain stronger, therefore, you don't have to worry about those guys from the outer heaven domain. The creatures of the 9-son heavenly domain are not as weak as they think. Really? The Outer Heaven Domain Alliance army and the variant dragon race that appeared before were all very strong. We almost couldn't stop them. Qin Yan said. That's what you humans think. The beast races in the Immortal Desolate have always been very low-key. If you humans are no match for the Outer Heaven Domain, those beasts will naturally replace you. Yunlong said with smile, therefore, you should peacefully coexist with those beasts. Most of the resources from the sun's descent are given to the inscription beasts. Inscription beasts can influence other beasts. Most of those powerful inscription beasts hide in the sacred grounds of the Immortal Desolate. Those sacred grounds have gathered many powerful beasts. They are absorbing the power of the Sun Divine Stone and growing very quickly. Xiaqiru said, at this stage, the 9 sons intentionally give resources to the beasts so that they can quickly become stronger and resist the enemies from the Outer Heaven Domain. Indeed, because beasts are different from humans. Beasts grow very quickly, and beasts have a unique way of evolution. After evolution, they can adapt to the environment more. Yunlong said, in comparison, in the process of evolution, humans have not improved enough. Xiaqiru pulled Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, let's go back to the Mother Moon. Qin Yun nodded and said to Yunlong, Senior, if the passage to the Nine Nether Realm opens again, you must contact me. All right. Yunlong nodded. Xiaqiru tightly held Qin Yun's hand. She can sense the Mother Moon and let it release its power to teleport them inside. After the slowly rotating Mother Moon received Xiaqiru and Qin Yun, it suddenly started rotating very quickly and flickered with intense silver light. Hoo! After a gust of wind hit the ground, the Mother Moon disappeared. The huge spatial crack in the sky also disappeared. Yunlong saw the Mother Moon disappear and let out a long sigh. I wonder how far the enemy of the heavenly Tao can go. I'm really worried that he won't live to see the sacred wasteland. Suddenly, a black gas floated over. The black gas gathered together and turned into an old man wearing a black robe. The black-robed old man looked at the remnant silver light in the sky and said, how could he not live until the sacred desolate? He will definitely be able to go further in this life. Netherworld Great Emperor, why didn't you tell him about the Nine Nether Realm? He is very worried about you. Yunlong said. Xianxia is in trouble. It's all my fault. I want to rescue little Xia by myself, I don't want Xiao Fuyun to know about this. Netherworld Great Emperor said. Little Xia? Xia Wufeng? Yunlong was shocked. I remember, I once helped him obtain the inheritance of the Sword God. He should be very strong. How did something happen? Netherworld Great Emperor sighed and said, what happened to him in the Nine Nether Realm is my fault. Yunlong was even more shocked and said, Netherworld Great Emperor, you are the overlord of the Nine Underworld Realm, but you can't even protect one person? Overlord? That was all in the past. Netherworld Great Emperor let out a long sigh. No one in the Nine Nether Realm recognizes me and my strength is far from what it was in the past. How is that child Xiaoxia? Is it a big problem? Yunlong asked. It's hard to say, I came to you to pawn my soul so that I can quickly become stronger and save Xiaoxia. Netherworld Great Emperor said, we can't let Xiao Fuyun know about this, otherwise he will disregard everything and go to the Nine Nether Realm. Yunlong said, alright, what do you plan to pawn this time? Pawn my soul, only that broken soul of mine is of value. Netherworld Great Emperor said. There is nothing wrong with pawning your soul, I became a shopkeeper because I pawned my soul. Yunlong said with mischievous smile, there is nothing wrong with working under heavenly Tao. But in the end, you are someone else's subordinate. Netherworld Great Emperor helplessly sighed and said. The Mother Moon suddenly appeared in the sky of Immortal Desolate, it caused no small commotion. The sky of Immortal Desolate is now dark, the huge Mother Moon is side by side with the Moon of Immortal Desolate, they are actually the same size. The reason why the Moon of Immortal Desolate has become a lot bigger is because a barrier has appeared, enveloping the real moon. Qin Yun is inside the core of the Mother Moon. What caused him to be amazed is that there is a very beautiful palace inside the Mother Moon. Qin Yun is inside the palace, Xiao Yuan and the others are also here. Xiao Yun, I want to fuse with my body. I want to go into seclusion. Xiaqiru said. I also want to find a time to fuse with my 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls. Qin Yun nodded. You need to be very careful about the matter of 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls because during the process of fusing, many situations can occur. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yun also knows that after all, the process of fusing with the memories of several lifetimes is very long, they will also experience all kinds of emotional impact. Little husband, I am actually 9 Sun Divine Maiden. I never knew it. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin Yun's hand and smiled coquettishly. Yu Xiaoling, the Sun Fairy, is also at the side. She kissed Xiao Yuan and said with a charming smile, no wonder I fell in love with you at first sight. Humph, you even stole my man back then. Xiao Yuan tenderly snorted, then giggled and pulled Qin Yun towards a room. Xianxia Yu saw the couple leave, shook her head and said with a smile, 9 Sun Divine Maiden's mission is truly not ordinary. After coming to the Mother Moon, we finally understood our mission. Liu Shuyan sighed and said, it seems to be very difficult to accomplish. Xiao Yuemei is currently eating fruit. Hearing Liu Shuyan's words, she immediately frowned and said, Big Sister Master, don't say any more. Whenever you talk about that mission, my mood becomes very bad. Then eat a bit more and quickly forget about it. Liu Shuyan smiled gently and walked over to caress Xiao Yuemei's face. Princess Anya's face is filled with joy, she said with smile, my mission has already been completed. I am the fusion of two nine-sun divine maidens. Our mission took a very long time to complete, now it is really easy. Xiaoxi, you're bad. Liu Shuyan walked over and said with hidden bitterness. Don't worry, as someone who has been through this and I don't have any mission, I will help you. After all, we are all good sisters. Princess Anya smiled and said, alright, I want to go see Bing Xing, I want to see this sister who looks exactly like me. Xiao Xianqin said with smile, let Bing Xing and Yu come over, they still haven't awakened their divine maiden mission. Let them come to the Mother Moon to awaken. At that time, we will have two more sisters to complain with us. Liu Shuyan faintly sighed and then said with smile, this is great, we have two more difficult sisters. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are in the room sweetly. The young couple are very loving and sweet-talking each other, saying all kinds of words of love and flirting from time to time. Yuelan, after you became the nine-sun divine maiden, is there anything different? Qin Yan asked. I should be the one asking you. Did you notice anything different about me? Xiao Yuelan said with a smile and hammered Qin Yan's chest. Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan's beautiful red lips and said with smile, you're even more beautiful. Moreover, your skin is even smoother. Nonsense. Xiao Yuelan scolded with a smile but her heart is sweet. Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuelan and hugged the charming and peerless beauty tightly. The two of them hugged each other sweetly, feeling each other's heartbeat. After the matter of buried heaven land, they finally solved the mystery that had been hidden in their hearts for many years. Yuelan, after I fuse with the 8 spirits and 9 spirits, I might become another person. I'm worried that I won't be me anymore. Qin Yan gently caressed Xiao Yuelan's jade-like back and sighed with complicated feelings. Little husband, don't worry and fuse. No matter what, that is the only way to find yourself. Otherwise, you will live an unclear life. Xiao Yuelan pressed her face against Qin Yan's chest and said softly, no matter what, you will always be the Xiao Yun in our hearts. We will always love you. Yuelan, how do you feel after knowing that you are the nine-sun divine maiden? Qin Yan is very curious about this matter. We all awakened in the same place. The strange thing is that we all feel that we lost a part of our memories. Xiao Yuelan said with frown, our 9 spirits and 9 spirits are complete, why did we lose our memories? Then, do you feel your mission? Asked Qin Yan. Of course we felt it. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed, it is very difficult to accomplish mission, sisters are very sad because of this. Only Xiaoxi, she completed it and even showed off in front of us, I really want to hit her. Qin Yan speechlessly smiled, pinched Xiao Yuelan's jade waist and said with smile, is she the Moonxi clan's empress now? Or Heaven Creation Palace Master? Or Princess Anya? All of them, she is my little sister Xiaoxi. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, she is the youngest among the 9 sun divine maidens. What? She is the youngest? Qin Yan is extremely shocked. Because Yuxi's mission back then was to help the 9 sun royal family become stronger. It can be said that she appeared in the 9 sun royal family at that time. And now Xiao Yuelan and others know what their mission is and they are all Yuxi's big sisters. Xiao Yuelan flipped to Qin Yan's other side and said with smile, I will tell you about the ranking of the 9 sun divine maidens. Alright. Sister Kiru asked me to guess who big sister is but I didn't get it right no matter how many times I tried. Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan's forehead and said with smile, my little wife is the best, you are willing to tell me who big sister is. If I didn't awaken my memories regarding the 9 sun divine maidens, I wouldn't have been able to guess who big sister is. Xiao Yuelan stuck out her fragrant tongue and said with charming smile, I really didn't expect it. Qin Yan said, I thought Heaven Creation Palace Master had no name, turns out she is called Yu Tian. Who came up with these names? Muyu started it. Xiao Yuelan pinched Qin Yan's face and said angrily, don't interrupt, listen to me. Alright, it's time to rank 7. Qin Yan smiled and pinched Xiao Yuelan's thigh, causing her to chuckle a few times. Xiao Yuelan continued, Sister Kiru's name is Yuero, ranked 7th. Xie Kiru is actually the 7th sister. Among the 9 Sun Divine Maidens, she is the youngest. This caused Qin Yan to be very surprised. He previously thought that Xiaqiru was the eldest sister. Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan's shocked expression and said with smile, I am also very shocked, I thought Sister Qiru was the big sister. Then she continued to talk about the ranking. Sister Bingxing is called Yu Bing, ranked 6th. Sister Yang is called Yu Ji, ranked 5th. 4th is Sister Yu Yu. 3rd is Sister Master, your sister Shu Yan. Her original name is Yu Yao. At this moment, Qin Yan's eyes are already wide open. He looked at Xiao Yuelan and shouted, Yuelan, you are big sister? Yang Shiyue is 5th, Yu Yu is 4th and Liu Shuyan is 3rd. Then the remaining 2nd and 1st are Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yan never expected this. Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan are the youngest among the 9 women. Especially that wild girl Xiao Yuemei, she is actually so close to the front. Xiao Yuelan stuck out her tongue, slightly curled her lips and said, you guessed wrong, the first is that little girl Yuemei, she is the big sister. Qin Yan was completely dumbfounded, he was actually wrong again. Because Xiao Yuelan was Xiao Yuemei's elder sister, he subconsciously believed that Xiao Yuemei was Xiao Yuemei's elder sister. Xiao Yuelan is ranked first. Yuemei is actually big sister. Qin Yan began to doubt life and said, what is the basis of this ranking? I clearly felt that Sister Qiru or Sister Yang should be the big sister. We think so too, but Yuemei is big sister. Xiao Yuelan said, my original name is Yuelan, big sister is Yuemei. Qin Yan said, in my previous life in the Guanghan Palace, you were called Yuelan and Yuemei was also Yuemei. Big sister Yang's name is Yu Ji, which is her 9 sons' divine maiden name. Big sister Shuyan's name is Fang Yueyao. And big sister Yu Yu, your names match your original names. Who came up with them? Sister Qiru gave us this name. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, although I am second sister, she will always be my sister Qiru. Although Yuemei is 9 Sun Divine Maiden's big sister, she will always be my little sister. Qin Yan said with deep emotion, so Sister Qiru had a lot of memories from the beginning. Yes, she was the one who gathered most of our sisters in the Moon Palace. Xiao Yuelan drew small circles on Qin Yan's chest and said with charming smile, then we met you. This is not a coincidence, it was all secretly arranged by Sister Qiru. Wait a minute, the youngest 9th sister Yu Shi, 8th sister Heaven Creation Palace Master Yu Tian, 7th sister Qiru, these 3 youngest sisters have already completed goddess mission, right? And you older sisters have just completed goddess mission. Qin Yan said. Indeed, but we were born earlier than them. Xiao Yuelan said, it's just that I don't know what we experienced. Qin Yan said, then did I have any dealings with all of you? I met Princess Anya and even pawned her 8 spiritual and 8 physical souls. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, I heard about this matter from her. When she told us about this matter, she wished that she could ruthlessly bite your flesh. I told her to be at ease and bite you. If she didn't vent her hatred, I would have pulled my sisters to help me bite you. Humph. Yuelan, you have changed. Not only did you not help little husband, you even brought your sisters to bully me. Qin Yan pinched her cheeks and pretended to be very sad. Little husband, did Xiaoxi kiss you? She looks very arrogant, very pure as ice and as clean as jade. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. She did. Qin Yan also brought up the matter of cultivating Sun Heart. Xiao Yuelan touched Qin Yan's heart and said with smile, I am jealous, your heart was cultivated by Xiaoxi, will it be only her without me? How could that be? Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan and said, you will always be the Xiao Yuelan I will protect. Xiao Yuelan's heart immediately warmed up, her face is filled with sweet and charming smile. She very clingy leaned on Qin Yan and said in low voice, little husband, we 9 Sun Divine Maiden don't know why we were born. We all have our own mission that is very difficult to accomplish. Apart from this, we also have a common mission. Common mission? Is it very difficult to accomplish? Qin Yan asked. And it is very difficult to accomplish. It is to protect you. Xiao Yuelan said with stern expression. Protect me? Qin Yan said with frown, it's more like me protecting you, you have helped me so much. It's not like that. Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, I still don't know what is going on. Maybe only Sister Qiru knows but she won't say anything. Qin Yan said, could it be that your birth is related to me? Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, Xiaoxi said that after she completed the mission of helping 9 Sun royal family conquer 3,000 heavenly domains, she had a new mission. That is to find a person and then protect him. Qin Yan is startled. Princess Anya used a secret method to detect the person she was looking for. Qin Yan casually tested and found out that he was the person Princess Anya was looking for. Both he and Princess Anya felt that it was too much of a coincidence. They tried again and found out that he was indeed the person Princess Anya was looking for. At that time, Qin Yan thought that Princess Anya was looking for his enemy, so he was scared half to death. He was afraid that Princess Anya would hack him to death. Xiaoxi told us that she found that person, it is you. Xiao Yuelan said to this point and laughed. She pinched Qin Yan's nose and said with smile, Xiaoxi also said that you thought she was looking for you for revenge but you were so scared that you covered your head and fled like a rat. Did you do a lot of shameful things? Of course not. Qin Yan groaned and said with smile, this 9th sister of yours is really something. I asked her why she was looking for me but she didn't say it directly. She even said that her memory is not complete. So she knew why she was looking for me. If I were her, I would also not say it. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, back then, you and she were in conflict. She suddenly said that she was looking for you to protect you, she herself could not accept it. Qin Yan said with smile, that's true, back then she also had a face full of doubt about life. Back then, Qin Yan learned from Peng Han Tao of the ancient era aristocratic family Peng family that the 9 Sun divine maiden who helped the 9 Sun royal family become stronger finally went to find a man. Qin Yan told this matter to Xiao Yuelan. Looking for a man, looking for many years. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, it seems like she found him. Moreover, many things happened between you two. Qin Yan said, I was the 9 Sun Palace king back then. Later I died and reincarnated. She also died and reincarnated. Then she subconsciously looked for me, she must have looked for me for a very long time. Xiao Yuelan sighed with emotion, she nodded and said, Xiaoxi lost her 8 souls and 8 spirits in the 9 Sun era. It was you who pawned them. Therefore, after she reincarnated, her memories were incomplete but she knew that she had to find someone to protect her. The 9 Sun Emperor sword of the 9 Sun royal family was pawned by Yu Shi. Qin Yan said, something very complicated must have happened back then. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, little husband, we can only wait until you fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, then we can understand more clearly. If Princess Anya fuses with the 8 souls and 8 spirits, she can also understand more clearly. Qin Yan said. It is time for us to go to Sacred Desolate. It is not a problem for us to go to Sacred Desolate, but you. Xiao Yuelan said. What about me? I will soon become a sacred saint and then enter Sacred Desolate. Qin Yan pinched Xiao Yuelan's face and said with smile, don't think that you can look down on your little husband just because he is someone you want to protect. I am very strong. You don't have sacred veins, it will be very difficult for you to become a sacred saint. Xiao Yuelan said, but we are different. We are at the core of the moon in the Guanghan Palace. Through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, we can cultivate sacred veins. We can quickly become sacred saints and then go to Sacred Desolate. Regarding cultivating sacred veins, Qin Yan indeed has no clue at all. This is also the key to becoming a sacred saint. Qin Yan said, don't worry, it is not difficult for me. There is nothing that can stump your little husband. Your little husband is omnipotent. Sister Rujing is inside your 9 Sun divine soul, right? Don't let her come out, hee hee. Xiao Yuelan said with naughty smile. I won't use her to cultivate sacred veins. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I want to rely on myself. Alright, it's up to you. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, hypocrite. Sister Rujing told me many things about you and her. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, this ice mother tigress is truly something, not only does she bite people, she also talks nonsense. Don't talk about her like that. Xiao Yuelan vigorously pinched Qin Yan's waist and said with angry smile, she is very good, she often accompanies me to cultivate. Really? I can't tell. Qin Yan said in amazement. Previously, I cultivated a type of cultivation technique that caused my body to emit fire. It was very, very hot. Sister Bingxing was unable to help me cool down. In the end, she joined in and helped me cool down. I cultivated with her for a period of time. Xiao Yuelan's smile is charming and alluring. She said, "Don't look at how cold she is. Her body is very soft." At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Yuelan, little husband, what are you doing inside?" the one who asked is Yu Xiaoling. "We are sleeping." Xiao Yuelan shouted. "I want to sleep with you." Yu Xiaoling said with smile. I broke the door and went in. "All right." Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. "Not good." Qinyan immediately got up and quickly tidied up his clothes. Qinyan came to the living room outside and saw Xiao Yuemei holding a piece of roasted meat in her hand. She laughed loudly and said, "Sister Bingxing, I am big sister, I am big sister, rest assured, as the big sister of Nine Sun Divine Maiden, I will definitely take good care of you little sisters." Qinyan finally knows why Xiao Yuemei likes to be big sister so much. It is because deep in her soul, she remembers that she is the big sister of Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Ahahaha. Seeing Qinyan come out, Xiao Yuemei laughed loudly and said, "Brother, I am big sister, I am the big sister of Nine Sun Divine Maiden, do you know that?" Seeing Xiao Yuemei acting like this, her little sisters cannot help but laugh. Even Bingxing and Princess Anya revealed sweet and charming smiles. Bingxing and Princess Anya are sitting together. They look exactly the same, even their temperament is very similar. Xiao Yuemei used her oily hand to push away Qinyan's hand that is pinching her face. She said with charming smile, "I won't go back for now. We Nine Sun Divine Maiden are discussing important matters here, how can I, the big sister, be absent? I have to take charge of the overall situation." This caused all the women to laugh again. They suddenly feel that Xiao Yuemei is their big sister, it is very interesting. Qinyan rubbed Xiao Yuemei's face with both hands and said with smile, "Then I will go back myself. You are the big sister, you should let your little sisters worry a bit." "What are you talking about? I am the big sister of Nine Sun Divine Maiden, I do things calmly and calmly. With my calm and steady character, how can I give trouble to my little sisters?" Xiao Yuemei is very unconvinced, she spoke with a very domineering voice and then took a bite of the roasted meat in her hand. This kind of appearance looks very strange and even more adorable. Although Xiao Yuemei is very old, she still has the appearance of a young girl. Coupled with her charming and pleasant face, no matter how you look at it, she does not have the demeanor of a big sister. "Big sister, this man bullied me, help me beat him up." Princess Anya suddenly said. "Brother, how did you bully little sister Xiaoxi? Quickly apologize to her." Xiao Yuemei's eyebrows are knitted as she said in low voice, "Brother, cooperate with me a bit, give me some face, I am now the big sister." This caused everyone to laugh again. Qinyan walked towards Princess Anya and said, "Divine Maiden Yuxi, little brother Qinyan offended you before, please forgive me." "Xiaoxi, didn't you say you wanted to bite him? Quickly go and bite him." Yu teased and said with charming smile. "Xiaoxi, you already bit him, right? Did you bite his lips or his tongue?" Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "I think you bit both, right?" Liu Shuyan, who was still wearing a mask, giggled and said, "Good bite." Qinyan looked at Bingxing beside Princess Anya. These two people look exactly the same, they both like to bite his tongue. And now, their expressions are equally ice-cold. "Yuelan, I will bite you to death first, then I will bite your little husband." Princess Anya suddenly pounced on Xiao Yuelan and pressed her to the ground. The two women frolicked and rolled on the ground. "Goodbye." Qinyan shook his head and smiled. "Xiao Yun, I will find you another day with Sister Shuyan and teach you the Nine Sun World Extermination Scripture. This is something you must master." Xianxia walked towards Qinyan and said with gentle smile. Liu Shuyan laughed, "Xiao Yun, I'll teleport you out." Xiao Yuemei promptly shouted, let me do it, brother, let's go." Before Qinyan could respond, he was teleported outside by Xiao Yuemei. "This little girl Yuemei, she is in such a hurry to get rid of me. Is it because she wants to test the Mother Moon's teleportation ability?" Qinyan shook his head and smiled. Qinyan arrived outside the Mother Moon and took out the teleportation jade pendant. After sensing the divine inscription mountain, he immediately teleported there. After returning to divine inscription mountain, Xianxia saw ancient ox fiend and fire Qilin. Old ox, you are an elder of the ancient heaven race. You have just arrived at the immortal desolate, so you need to lead the ancient heaven race to find a territory. Xianxia said with a smile, you still have the time to eat and drink here. Ancient bull demon laughed, Sect Master Qin, are you finding this old bull annoying? Xianxia promptly shook his head and said, no way. Xiaohua said with a smile, boss. Old ox and brother Qilin are now members of my inscription gate. What? When did this happen? Xianxia is greatly alarmed, then said with a smile, welcome, welcome. You two are really something. You joining my inscription gate is a bit of an injustice for you. No, we all feel that staying in the inscription gate is very good. Fire Qilin laughed, Sect Master, you will be our boss from now on. What about the ancient heaven race? Xianxia asked. The ancient heaven race, our matter in the buried heaven land has been completed, the ancient heaven race can be disbanded. Ancient bull demon said with a smile. Azure Dragon said, it was Big Sister who accepted them. Oh right, where's Big Sister? She's a bit busy. Xianxia said. That's how it should be. After all, she's Big Sister. Ancient bull demon chuckled. Xianxia never expected that Xiao Yuemei would actually trick the ancient bull demon into joining. After the inscription Divine Mountain returned from the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, the number of inscription gate members increased a bit. Elder Shui Hui, Triple Radiance and Yi Xiaosong. Now there's also the ancient bull demon and the fire Qilin. The ancient bull demon is a very powerful inscription dome master and the fire Qilin is also a heavenly rune beast. There's no problem at all in joining the inscription gate. It's a pity that the old lion isn't here. Old Mountain sighed, the old lion promised Big Sister to stay in the inscription gate. He went to the Divine Desolate, we can still meet in the future. Xianxia said with a smile, this heavenly lion king, will definitely be able to do well in the Divine Desolate. When we go to the Divine Desolate in the future, we'll be able to receive him. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror walked over and said, Boss, during the time we went to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, many things happened here. Look at the Devil Mirror and you'll know. Xianxia took out the Devil Mirror and checked the news. During this period of time, the sun once again descended a large amount of resources, mainly from the Divine Mountains. The Divine Mountain this time is different from the previous ones. The previous Divine Mountain was made up of Sun God Stone and this time, there are many Sun God crystals inside the Divine Mountain. Of course, it's not easy to absorb those Sun God crystals. Only a small number of heavenly rune beasts have this kind of ability. Therefore, those Sun God Mountains are all occupied by powerful heavenly rune beasts. Currently, it was mainly the people from the outer heaven realms who were attacking the Divine Mountains. Apart from that, there was also the Sun Soul race and the Darkness Royal race. The Sun Spirit race and the Dark Royal race had joined forces with the outer heaven realm and occupied a part of the Sun God Mountain. The heavenly rune beasts from the outer heavens were especially powerful. Legend has it that the heavenly rune beasts of the outer heaven region absorb the divine universe golden stones to cultivate and are much stronger than the heavenly rune beasts of the immortal desolate. The Alliance army had suffered heavy losses in the immortal desolate before, and the Alliance army that came this time were all stronger. Many forces from the outer heaven domain regarded the entire immortal desolate as a land of treasures and resources, wantonly plundering the immortal desolate. The Imperial Clan's Qin Imperial Clan did not proceed to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. They advocated for the entire immortal desolate to unite against the outer heavens. However, the Dark Royal race and the Sun Spirit race were playing tricks on them, saying that they were fighting against the outer heavens, but the heavenly rune beasts of the immortal desolate were the ones who benefited, not the humans. From the looks of it, it was the heavenly rune beasts that had suffered the greatest losses. However, many powerful heavenly rune beasts have long expressed their willingness to coexist peacefully with the humans of the immortal desolate. They want to help the humans become stronger and help them absorb the Sun God Crystal's energy. However, the Sun Spirit race is too despicable. They used their Sun Spirit poison to control many people and spread rumors everywhere, causing the immortal desolate people to distrust the heavenly mark beasts. The Nether Sect, Guanhan Palace, Qin Imperial Clan, Inscription World, Ancient Era clans and other righteous factions all expressed their willingness to ally with the Heavenly Rune Beasts. But because their core forces had all gone to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, even if they joined forces with the Heavenly Rune Beasts, it would be difficult for them to fight against the powerful Outer Heaven forces. At this time, the core forces of the various righteous sects had all returned to the Immortal Desolate. This caused the Dark Royal race and the Sun Spirit race to become anxious and spread all kinds of rumors. Fortunately, the Magic Mirror is under our control. We didn't let their rumors spread in the Magic Mirror. Magic Mirror Mortal Emperor said. With Ling Tian Clan, Heaven Creation City and Heaven Suppressing Sect joining us, those guys from Outer Heaven won't be able to be arrogant for long. Qinyan said, my inscription gate will maintain communication with the other powers. When needed, we will attack with all our strength. There are many formidable inscription beasts in the inscription gate. Qinyan feels that with them communicating with other heavenly rune beasts, it will be very convenient. Xiaohua said, Sect Master, those sun altars have all disappeared. I don't know if they returned to Divine Desolate or went somewhere else. I'll get to the bottom of this. The matter of the sun altars is very complicated. They sealed me back then, it must be related to the mysterious heavenly Tao. Qinyan said. When Qinyan and Princess Anya were sealed, it was because of the heavenly Tao altar controlled by Tian Daozi. Lu Jiayan said, the most urgent matter now is to eradicate the evil forces of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor are no more, but their power in Immortal Desolate is still there. Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor said, I investigated, Xian family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate have been taken over by the Dark Royal race. Dark Royal race? Qinyan said with frown, half of the Dark Royal race's bloodline is from 9 Sun Royal race. Now it has completely transformed into evil, it all depends on Princess Anya's opinion. He always felt that the matter of the Dark Royal race should be handled by Princess Anya. That's true. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror nodded. Ancient Ox Demon said, by the way, I heard you say that there's a mutated dragon race in Outer Heaven Realm. Did those guys come to cause trouble? I want to meet them. The Demonic Mirror Immortal Emperor said, that's not true. Back then, the alien dragon race's leader was scared silly by Qinyan. He immediately called Qinyan Uncle Qin and decisively ran away. That was how he managed to escape with his dog life. They won't dare to come again. Qinyan said with smile, the variant dragon race is very afraid of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor has the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, they still dare to come. Breaking news suddenly came from the Demonic Mirror. Xiaohua looked at the Magic Mirror and shouted, Boss, a large number of Alliance Army warships are rushing towards Heaven City. Magic Mirror Immortal Emperor said, there is a rumor that there is a fluctuation of Divine Universe Golden Stone in Heaven Creation City. Those fellows from the Outer Heavens are going to snatch the Divine Universe Goldstone. Everyone in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range knew that Qinyan had given the Divine Universe Goldstone to Heaven Creation City. Now, the news had spread in the Immortal Desolate. Let's go, let's hurry to Heaven Creation City. Qinyan said, these guys from the Alliance Army, we killed so many of their warships before but they still don't have a good memory. Ancient Ox Demon said with smile, this old ox can finally meet those fellows from the Outer Heaven Realm. When the time comes, don't steal this old ox's limelight. Let me go out and settle them. Fire Qilin said with smile, old ox, I'm also new to the inscription gate. You have to let me do something, lest the boss thinks that I'm here to eat and drink. Qinyan said with smile, let's all go together and let the Outer Heaven Alliance army live in fear of the inscription gate. Mountain God said with smile, I still haven't had enough fun in the buried heaven land. The strength of Heaven City is not weak. They have just arrived in the Immortal Desolate, so the people of the Immortal Desolate and the Outer Heaven domain don't know much about Heaven City. It's just that some people have posted some things about Heaven City on the Magic Mirror. The Outer Heaven domain only has a vague understanding of the specific strength of Heaven City. The people of the Outer Heaven domain have always been very arrogant and look down on the 9 Sun Heavenly domain because in their eyes, everything in the 9 Sun Heavenly domain is very backward. Now, they know that Xianxia's divine universe golden stone has fallen into the hands of Heaven City, and they have also detected the fluctuations of divine universe golden stone in Heaven City, so they rushed over like a swarm of bees. In order to snatch Xianxia's divine universe golden stone, the outer heaven domain suffered heavy losses, countless casualties, and a large number of precious warships of the Alliance army were destroyed. Therefore, no matter what, they must obtain Xianxia's divine universe golden stone from the immortal desolate. Only then can they have an explanation. At this time, the outer heaven domain is wantonly plundering resources in the immortal desolate. On one hand, it is to suppress the growth of the immortal desolate, on the other hand, it is to make up for their previous losses. Heaven City is located on a very flat wasteland in the immortal desolate. This kind of huge and ancient city, although it has experienced the vicissitudes of life, it is still magnificent. Coupled with the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside, one can feel the power of this city after approaching. Within Heaven City, there are Divine Inscription Palace, 9-yang Divine Palace and Heaven Creation God Palace. They are 3 very powerful forces. After experiencing the previous few battles, these 3 forces are even more united. Although Princess Xianxia passed down the position of Palace Master, the authority of Heaven Creation God Palace is still not reduced. In the air around Heaven City, there are hundreds of black warships floating. The largest is 1,000 meters long and the smallest is a few hundred meters long. These black warships are mainly from the Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army. Not only the Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army, there are also experts from the Dark Royal race and the Sun Spirit race. They are now allies with the Outer Heaven Domain. The Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army has abundant resources, and with good relations with the Alliance Army, it will be more convenient to go to the Outer Heaven Domain in the future. People of Heaven City, listen up, quickly hand over the Divine Universe Golden Stone you obtained from Xianxian. An arrogant and cold voice came from a huge warship. Xianxian gave us the Divine Universe Golden Stone, so it is ours. What does it have to do with you? Heaven Creation City Creation Heaven City Master, the person who spoke was Elder Situ. No matter what, that Divine Universe Goldstone is ours. The voice from the Alliance Army's warship was very strong. If your Heaven Creation City doesn't give it to us, we will rob it. Elder Situ replied with a big laugh, then come and fight for it. The warships of the Alliance Army suddenly condensed a powerful energy and turned into a huge ball of light. Hundreds of huge energy balls suddenly blasted towards Heaven City. A series of explosions rang out, and Heaven City was also constantly shaking. The entire Heaven City was suddenly shrouded in all kinds of tyrannical energy mist. The vast wasteland cracked and sunk. A voice came from the warship of the Alliance Army, laughing loudly, Heaven City, do you know how strong we are? At this moment, a giant that was dozens of meters tall and very agile appeared. This giant, clad in purple gold armor, suddenly appeared through space. It was Hercules transformed from the divine mountain of inscription. Previously, during the great battle in the graveyard, the divine mountain of inscription had obtained a lot of purple gold heavenly armor. Now that he had turned into Hercules, he was wearing a very strong purple gold heavenly armor. Hercules traveled through space and appeared in the sky, descending towards a warship. The Alliance Army's warship also sensed an attack approaching and quickly released a powerful barrier. Boom! Hercules descended and punched the barrier, causing an explosion. The flying ship was also blasted downwards. However, Hercules did not break the barrier. These Alliance Army are indeed much stronger than before. Xianxian was inside the divine mountain of inscription. After seeing the situation outside, he said, "Let's go out." "Let's go." The ancient ox devil laughed, "I can't wait any longer." Within the inscription gate, those who could fight immediately rushed out. Seeing a group of experts suddenly appear and ferociously attack the warships, the Alliance Army is very angry. They are all very shocked because these people are not many in number, but they are all very strong. Who are you people? How dare you make an enemy of our Alliance Army? We are the strongest power in the Outer Heaven Domain. An angry shout came from the largest warship. Alliance Army, haven't you been looking for me? Now that I brought the inscription gate, you actually can't recognize us? You deserve to be beaten. Xianxian laughed loudly and shot out the sun-suppressing divine arrow from the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. The sun-suppressing divine arrow was shot out like a cannon arrow. With a so sound, it fiercely pierced through a huge warship. The sun-suppressing divine arrow's 10,000 devouring ability, under the control of Xianxia's powerful mental power and sun core, was unleashed to the extreme. The huge warship was pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Although the sun-suppressing divine arrow is very small, after entering, it devoured all kinds of energy and condensed a very strong power, forming a very strong barrier. That huge barrier is like a giant arrow. It wrapped around the sun-suppressing divine arrow and pierced from the stern to the bow. The huge ship that is several hundred meters long was pierced in an instant and the entire hull was torn to pieces. The most terrifying thing is that after the arrow pierced through a flying warship, its power did not decrease and continued to pierce through another warship. Boom! Although the other warship was activated with all its might and released a very strong barrier, it was still pierced through by the ferocious sun-suppressing divine arrow. It caused the warship to break into two pieces in an instant. There are many people watching from the vicinity of Heaven City. They were the ones who first released the news on the magic mirror that the Alliance army was going to attack Heaven City. At this moment, they also witnessed the appearance of the Hercules and the attack of the inscription gate on the Alliance army. The sudden appearance of the inscription gate destroyed several huge warships in an instant. The ancient Ox Devil and the Fire Qilin are both very strong. Although this is their first time attacking the warships of the Alliance army, it is still relatively easy for them to destroy a warship. The inscription gate has the most experience with these warships of the Alliance army. In just a short period of time, more than 20 of the 100 warships were destroyed. The onlookers were all shocked and quickly posted the news on the magic mirror. Originally, the people of the immortal desolate land thought that the current Alliance army was even stronger. It would not be that easy for the inscription gate to deal with the Alliance army. However, the great battle that broke out at this moment was even more shocking. The Alliance army was not the Alliance army from before. The Alliance army that came this time was even stronger. As for the inscription gate that had just returned from the Cloud Dragon mountain range, it was just as strong. Sect Master Qin, why are you all here? This kind of thing can be solved by my Heaven City. It's as if we are very weak and always need help. Elder Sita laughed and said. He had already brought a group of experts out. Elder Situ, we are not here to help you. I already have enmity with the Alliance army. When we found out that the Alliance army was here, we rushed over. Qin Yan said with a loud laugh. Then, he casually waved the long floating cloud rod in his hand and broke a flying warship. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed the warship that the Alliance army was so proud of. This caused the people of the immortal desolate land who were previously afraid of the warships to be dumbfounded. Because in their eyes, the warships of the Alliance army were not only extremely strong in defense but also very strong in attack. This was also the reason why the Alliance army was able to run amok in the immortal desolate land. After the people of Heaven City appeared, they also attacked bravely. 70 to 80 of the Alliance army's 100 or so flying warships were destroyed in an instant. The rest all fled in panic. Previously, there were many people who questioned how strong the forces that came from the Cloud Dragon mountain range were. Now that they saw how powerful the Heaven City was, it caused a stir in the entire immortal desolate land. The Alliance army of the Outer Heavens, the Dark Royal race, the Sun Spirit race and the Sun Hunter race all attached great importance to this because they knew that none of the forces that came from the Cloud Dragon mountain range were weak. Qin Yan returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain and said, "These Alliance army are not as strong as I imagined. It's just a little stronger defense. Boss, that's for us. For others, this Alliance army is very strong." Xiao Hua said. "Old Xiao, I'm going into seclusion for a period of time. I'll leave the matters of the inscription gate to you." Qin Yan had just witnessed the strength of the Alliance army and felt a lot more at ease. He thought that the Alliance army was very strong, but compared to the Heavenly Man and Heavenly Armor Guard of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, they are still lacking a lot. Therefore, he went into seclusion with ease. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. He had killed the divine cosmic evil dragon and destroyed its soul, but the divine cosmic evil dragon's body still remained. When the divine cosmos evil dragon just broke the seal, its entire body was severely rotten. However, with the help of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, it recovered very well. Qin Yan took out a small cauldron and carefully looked at the divine cosmos evil dragon's body inside. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, Xiaoyun, this divine cosmos evil dragon's body is so powerful that even you can't destroy it. Have you thought about what you want to do? I don't know. I wanted to ask my father, but he's cultivating and healing at the immortal desolate dragon race's side. Qin Yin said. He had previously talked to Xiao Yuelan and Qi Malian about their mother's soul. Their mothers have already been reborn, but they are currently working for the heavenly Tao. If they want to meet, they still need to wait for arrangements. Father once worked for the heavenly Tao, he definitely knows something. Ling Yin'er said, you have to figure out the matter of the heavenly eye. Qin Yin nodded and said, Yun'er, didn't I obtain the divine cosmos heavenly dragon's egg yolk before? Those egg yolks have fused with the devil star tyrant dragon, should I also mix in the divine cosmos evil dragon's body? You can give it a try. Maybe you can create something very powerful. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, Xiaoyun, if you can really create a puppet as powerful as the divine cosmos evil dragon, it will be very useful at the critical moment. That's true, but it will take a very long time. Qin Yan placed the divine cosmos evil dragon into a pearl of the 9th sun divine spirit and mixed it with the devil star tyrant dragon. Ling Yin'er said, are you going to start fusing the 8 souls and 9 spirits? The reason why Qin Yan is at a loss as to whether or not to fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits is because he feels that his present life is pretty good. Although he doesn't have the memories of his past life, he is getting along very well with his friends from his past life. He knows that in his past life, he has interacted with the 9 sun divine maidens. He is worried that he once had an irreconcilable hatred with them. If he regains all his memories, he might become enemies with a certain 9 sun divine maiden. Furthermore, he is afraid that among his 8 souls and 9 spirits, there are some that can change his memories. Yun'er, if I fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits and become someone else, you must think of a way to help me seal those memories. Qin Yin said, my current life is pretty good. I am afraid that I will become someone else and harm my friends and family. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, I know what you are worried about. Because you lost control a few times and almost became very evil. You are worried that it is the other side of your soul, right? Qin Yin let out a long sigh and nodded. When he lost control, he did not recognize even his own family and friends. If not for Princess Anya waking him up, he would have been finished. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's mood became even heavier. Xiaoyun, don't be afraid, I am here. Ling Yun'er said, no matter what, you must find yourself. Otherwise, you will live an unclear life. Maybe you have even more enemies who harmed Sister Kiru and the others? That's true, among the 9 sun divine maidens, only Sister Kiru and the princess have the earliest memories. Qin Yin nodded, but I am worried that the one who harmed them is me. He once pawned Princess Anya's 8 souls and 8 spirits, Ling Yun'er said with smile, don't worry, Sister Kiru loves you so much, you definitely did not harm her. Besides, don't they, the 9 sun divine maidens, have a common mission? That is to protect you. Qin Yin shook his head and smiled, I am worried that I used to be a scum, that I am cold and heartless towards those who care about me. You coward. Ling Yun'er lightly groaned and said, you don't have the courage to face everything. I am not afraid. Qin Yin promptly defended himself. How can it not be? You are afraid. Ling Yun'er said sternly, what are you thinking in your heart, do you think I don't know? Qin Yin slightly clenched his fists and said, I'm really just worried that after I recover my memories, I will lose everything. That's because you're afraid. Your weakness makes you afraid, and you can't deal with everything that happens. Ling Yun'er said, think about it. Why have you been thinking about the buried heaven land for so many years? Qin Yin promptly said, of course I did it for Sister Kiru. Ling Yun'er said, then do you think Sister Kiru didn't do it for your 8 souls and 9 spirits? Didn't she do so much for you? Qin Yin thought of Xia Kiru, her gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Sister Kiru entered the buried heaven land back then. Do you really think that the immortal desolate great emperor could easily capture her and pawn her to the heavenly law pawnshop? Ling Yun'er said again. Qin Yin is startled. Ling Yun'er continued, Mo Ji works for the heavenly law, she is Sister Kiru's mother. Sister Kiru was sealed in the buried heaven land, she ran out with the 9 Yin divine spirit and the 9 sun divine spirit. And the 9-Sun Divine Spirit is very helpful to your growth. Yuner, you mean that Sister Kiru deliberately entered the buried heaven land? Qinyan said in a daze. I'm just guessing. I think that she deliberately allowed herself to be pawned by the immortal desolate great emperor and entered the buried heaven land to think of a way to rescue your 8 souls and 9 spirits. But she failed. Ling Yin'er said, that's why you met in the Tianqin Empire. Qinyan thought about his growth in this life. He has a great deal of interaction with Xie Qiru and the other 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Whether it is Yang Shiyue, Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei, or Lu Yu and Xu Yan who once changed her name to Yao Feng, as well as Bing Xing, you are very powerful now, stronger than them. It can be said that you don't need their protection. However, you can't deny that you can grow to this point because of them. Ling Yin'er said again. Qinyan looked at the pearl in his hand. His 8 souls and 9 spirits are sealed inside. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, don't be afraid. You have never let them down, so they have always protected you. If you didn't fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, you wouldn't even know how much suffering they suffered for you, who bullied them. Do you still remember, Sister Kiru's divine position was taken away by a guy called Love God? They were once Moon God and Slaughter God. Sister Kiru and Sister Xu Yan must have been killed. Ling Yin'er said, maybe they were killed because of you. Qinyan tightly held the pearl, his hands suddenly trembled. When you were the king of gods, you must have been the overlord of a region in the divine desolate. Moon God and Slaughter God must have been your left and right arms. But later they all died and reincarnated. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. When I was the king of gods, I must have made them suffer great grievances. Qinyan took a deep breath. He is already determined to fuse with the 8 souls and 9 spirits. Xiao Yun, you must know that many of your enemies are also very powerful. You are very powerful now, but can you guarantee that your enemies will be weaker than you? Ling Yin'er said, only by fusing with the 8 souls and 9 spirits can you become stronger. Only then can you know who your enemies are. Only then can you prevent Yuelan and others from being killed again. Qinyan's expression immediately became resolute. He looked at the soul-sealing pearl in his hand and said in deep voice, Yuner, there might be some accidents during the fusion. If necessary, help me control the 9 Sun Divine Soul and let Sister Steamed Bun and others come out. Rest assured, there won't be any accidents. Ling Yin'er saw that Qinyan has decided to fuse with the pearl and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I am here. I also have a small nether sun. Ling Yin'er has a small nether sun, she has been familiarizing herself with it. As for her control over the small nether sun, Qinyan doesn't know. Alright, I will begin. Qinyan closed his eyes, undid the soul-sealing pearl seal and released the 8 souls and 9 spirits inside. The moment the 8 souls and 9 spirits came out, Qinyan felt his wrist suddenly become burning hot. It is the 9 Sun Divine Soul that is burning hot. This is the first time he felt that the 9 Sun Divine Soul was so close to him. It was as if it was connected by blood and had spent countless years with him. The 9 Yang Divine Spirit belonged to him alone, he was very sure of this. As for where the 9 Yang Divine Soul came from, he still did not know. The 8 souls and 9 spirits fused with one of his souls. He only had one soul in his body, but because his soul was so powerful, he had reincarnated many times and carried many memories. When he came into contact with his 8 souls and 9 spirits, Qinyan felt an incomparable agitation surge into his heart. He could not help but tear up. After being separated from him for so many years, after sleeping for so many years, his 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls were finally reunited. Ah! Qinyan suddenly roared. He felt extreme pain. He rolled on the ground. The fusion process was similar to what he had imagined, and it was indeed very uncomfortable. After all, he was suddenly going to receive all kinds of energy and memories from these 8 souls and 9 spirits. When the souls fused together, the 2 separated souls had to tear open a crack so that the cracks of the 2 souls could fuse back together. Therefore, the process of fusion was doubly painful. Xiao Yun, hold on. Ling Yin'er said, your 8 souls and 9 spirits have been sealed for many years and are very weak. You must not resist or you will destroy your precious memories. Qinyan could not speak at this moment. All kinds of pain suddenly surged and all kinds of emotions appeared in his incomplete memories. His entire body suddenly erupted with endless hatred. That kind of resentment is incomparably terrifying, causing him to let out all kinds of sinister roars. His appearance was as if he had turned evil. Ling Yuner is very nervous because when Qin Yan fused with the 8 souls and 9 spirits, there were too many negative emotions. Hatred and grief were the most. In addition, Qin Yan is now suffering from the pain of fusion. If this continues, he will definitely collapse. Xiao Yun, hold on. Ling Yuner lightly shouted, among the memories of the 8 souls and 9 spirits, the negative memories must be the strongest, so you are the first to feel them. There must be many good memories. Ling Yuner also did not expect that Qin Yan's 8 souls and 9 spirits would often have so many painful memories. She previously thought that Qin Yan had the protection of the 9 sun goddesses. Even if there was sorrow in his memories, there should be even more good memories. But now she is wrong. In Qin Yan's memories, there is only hatred, endless hatred. Ling Yuner can't see Qin Yan's memories, she can only feel Qin Yan's extremely strong resentment. He has a complete 9 souls and 9 spirits. In addition, these 9 souls and 9 spirits are very strong souls, causing Ling Yuner to be unable to see through Qin Yan's memories. In other words, she will no longer be able to read Qin Yan's memories. Xiao Yun, no matter what, your life is very beautiful. Think about Yuelan and Yuemei, think about little Momo in the 9 sun divine spirit. Ling Yuner said, look at Momo, she is so cute, so pure. When she was at her most difficult, she was hungry and uncomfortable. It was you who made her full. Ling Yuner tried her best to evoke Qin Yan's beautiful memories. She continued, you are little Momo's brother. She thinks you are a good person. You must not turn bad. There is also little Malian and little Jingmeng. In their hearts, you are a good brother. They are also very concerned about you. For you to be able to meet them, this is a beautiful and bright experience in your life. Qin Yan is still hugging his head and screaming in pain. His eyes are emitting black gas. Ling Yuner said again, Xiao Yun, I know that in your memories, there must be a very painful experience, but that is all in the past. Your life is beautiful. If you are lost in hatred, then the beauty of your life will be destroyed in an instant. Love God. I will kill you. Qin Yan roared, I will kill all the beasts of the heavenly law divine realm. Ling Yuner continued to guide Qin Yan, letting him receive those painful memories and at the same time, let him recall those beautiful memories. The memories you are receiving now are the painful memories of the past. And the beautiful memories I mentioned just now are all in this life, they are very precious. Ling Yuner said, if you are led astray by those painful memories and become a great devil, then you are finished. Your enemies will definitely be very happy. I know. Qin Yan said in deep voice, but, those bastards, I can't let them off. Xiao Yun, look at Sister Kiru. She knows a lot of things but she is always very happy. She is so good and gentle to you. Ling Yuner said, therefore, you must properly cherish Sister Kiru and Yuelan's kindness to you. The evil aura that burst out from Qin Yan's body gradually weakened. It is no longer like before when he almost lost control. Ling Yuner once saw Qin Yan's memories. It can be said that she is very clear about most of Qin Yan's experiences in this life. Therefore, all those beautiful memories that Qin Yan experienced are now being dug out by Ling Yuner one by one. In this way, Qin Yan's painful and dark memories are gradually being suppressed. Ling Yuner cannot help but sigh with emotion. The memories that Qin Yan experienced in this life are certainly not as many as those of his previous lives. Qin Yan's previous life's memories seem to be living in darkness. The beautiful memories of his current life, compared to the dark memories of his previous life, can be said to be very weak. But it is precisely this weak beautiful memory that blossomed with light that can illuminate a large area of darkness. Qin Yan's previous lives, even if he experienced miserable pain, he still has this life's beautiful memories. He can overcome the miserable pain he experienced and not lose himself because of it. One day passed by, Qin Yan is lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He is no longer in that much pain but he is still in a semi-conscious state, fusing with those memories. Ling Yuner let out a long sigh of relief. She swung around in Qin Yan's illusory space and said in low voice, finally pulled him back. It seems like he often loses control, it must be because of the hatred in the depths of his soul. Now that he knows all the hatred he experienced and can control his emotions, he won't sink into depravity again. When Qin Yan began fusing with all the memories, he was like a small boat lost in the raging sea of a violent storm. He was in despair and suffered all kinds of torment, causing him to be filled with pessimism towards the entire world. In the face of adversity, once one was in despair, they would give up and never be able to break free from adversity. It was equivalent to self-destruction. Ling Yun'er is like a bright lamp, illuminating the way in the raging sea of storms, letting Qin Yan see hope, thus firmly fighting against the storm. Now that Qin Yan has walked out of the storm, Ling Yun'er can be completely at ease. The next step was to wait for him to rest, cross the vast ocean, and reach his destination. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the powerful powers of the Immortal Desolate returned from the Cloud Dragon mountain range. In the past 3 months, all the forces and the heavenly rune beasts of the Divine Mountains joined forces to fight against the Alliance army of Outer Heaven. There were a small number of Sun God crystals in those Sun God mountains. The Alliance army that occupied the Sun God mountain had no way to take out the Sun God crystal, nor could they move the entire mountain away. Under such circumstances, defending Sun God mountain was meaningless when facing the combined forces of the Immortal Desolate. They could only retreat. These heavenly rune beasts were very capable, they could release the energy of the divine crystals inside the Sun God mountain. As long as they climbed the Sun God mountain, they could absorb a small amount of divine power. With this kind of divine power, after the sun fell, even if many living beings left the 9-sun heavenly domain, they would still have a certain amount of strength and would not be bullied by the people of Outer Heaven domain. Because of the resources of the sun, more and more powerful 9th-stage immortal emperors were able to break through their bottlenecks, successfully become saints and go to the Sacred Desolate. Of course, there are also some immortal emperors who want to stay in the Immortal Desolate, absorb the power of the divine crystals to improve their body and go to the Sacred Desolate when they are strong enough. For example, Gu Jiyuan's group is like this. As for Creation Heaven City and Immortal Desolate Dragon Race, because they have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, they can release the power of the Sun God crystal through the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, which is easy to absorb and strengthen. After the Immortal Desolate Dragon Race became stronger, they had a strong deterrent force in the Outer Heaven domain. In the past 3 months, there has been no movement from the Divine Inscription Mountain, mainly because the various forces in the Immortal Desolate are very strong. There is no need for the Divine Inscription Mountain to take action. 3 months passed and Qin Yan still hasn't come out. Outside the floating cloud pagoda, Xianxia stood for a long time. Long Yuqing said in low voice, "Sister Yang, brother hasn't come out yet? Do you want me to knock on the door and let him know you are here?" "No need, he must be in seclusion, it would be bad if we disturb him." Yang Shiriyue promptly pulled Long Yuqing to the side and said with smile, "Yuqing, the Guanghan Palace has already moved to the Mother Moon. We will go to the Sacred Desolate through the Mother Moon. Will you go with the Divine Inscription Mountain or the Guanghan Palace?" "Ah? But I haven't become a saint yet." Long Yuqing said, "Then what about big sister Yume? Yume will go with the Guanghan Palace. It doesn't matter if you haven't become a saint, the Mother Moon will protect you." Yang Shiriyue said. "Then what about brother?" Long Yuqing looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said, "He is still in seclusion. I want to ask him." "Your brother will definitely go to the Sacred Desolate." Yang Shiriyue said. "Can we wait for him to come out and then let him go to the Guanghan Palace and go with us to the Sacred Desolate?" Long Yuqing is somewhat reluctant to part with Qin Yan. The Mother Moon can only protect women to smoothly pass through the Sacred Desolate space. "Your brother is a man, he can't go." Yang Shiriyue said with smile. A3. "I want to go to the Sacred Desolate but I can't bear to part with brother." Long Yuqing pouted and said, "Big sister Yang, don't tell me you have the heart to abandon brother and leave?" Yang Shiriyue shook her head with smile and said, "I also don't have the heart but we have important things to do in the Sacred Desolate. We have the protection of the Mother Moon, there won't be any problem for us to go there." Just when Long Yuqing is at a loss, Qin Yan suddenly opened the door and came out. Long Yuqing and Yang Shiriyue are startled when they saw Qin Yan. The Qin Yan before them is the one they are familiar with but they feel that he is somewhat different. They can't tell what is different for a moment. Qin Yan is wearing a blue inscription master robe. His handsome and resolute face has a gentle smile on it. His bright eyes seem to be filled with infinite beauty. From his expression, it can be seen that Qin Yun's mood is extremely good. Moreover, he looks even more cheerful and sunny than before. His eyes are filled with deep love, as if he loves all the beautiful things in the world. "Brother, why do I feel that you are a bit different?" Long Yuqing ran over, pulled Qin Yun's hand and said with smile, "What's wrong with you? You seem to have become a bit more handsome." "I have always been very handsome." Qin Yun pinched Long Yuqing's small earlobe and said with smile, "Baby dragon girl, during the time I was in seclusion, you were not mischievous, right? Brother, you recovered your previous life's memories?" Long Yuqing said in shock, "You liked to pinch my earlobe in your previous life and even called me baby dragon girl." Qin Yun faintly smiled, "Baby dragon girl, go to the Guanghan Palace and follow me to the sacred desolate." Yang Shuriwen knows that Qin Yun has been fusing with the 8 souls and 9 spirits for the past few months. Therefore, she is not surprised that Qin Yun has recovered his memories. "All right." Long Yuqing said with smile, "Since you have recovered your memories, I don't need to worry about you anymore. I will go find Yueme to play." After speaking, she skipped away and pulled Shiman Qinglian to go pick fruits. Qin Yun and Yang Shuriwei entered the floating cloud pagoda. After Yang Shuriwei sat down, she drank the tea that Qin Yun poured for her. "Big Sister Yang," Qin Yun said with smile. "You have already recovered your memories, are you still calling me Big Sister Yang?" Yang Shuriwei smiled sweetly. "You will always be my big sister Yang." Qin Yun laughed, then let out a long sigh and said, "I am truly sorry. I harmed the Guanghan Palace and caused it to be attacked. In the end, I was unable to defend it." Yang Shuriwei held Qin Yun's hand and looked at him affectionately. She said with a gentle smile, "Xiao Yun, you are not immortal King Fu Yun, nor are you the king of gods, nor are you the king of Nine Yang Palace. You are Qin Yun. Let go of some things from your previous life. There are some things that I can let go of, but there are some things that I can't let go of." Qin Yun's expression turned slightly cold as he said, "Especially those fellows who once harmed you, I will definitely not let them off. We can still be reborn, we can still be together. The experience of this life is very beautiful to me, I don't want to lose it." Yang Shuyue's beautiful eyes were filled with affection for Qin Yun as she said softly, "And you are the most beautiful thing in my life." Qin Yun embraced Yang Shuriwei and kissed her vermilion lips. The two of them hugged each other tightly. After recovering his memories, Qin Yun knew that he and Yang Shuriwei had very deep feelings for each other in his previous life. After he recovered his memories, when he saw Yang Shuriwei, even deeper emotions erupted. And when Yang Shuriwei saw that Qin Yun had recovered his memories and was still the Xiao Yun in her heart, she was also extremely happy. Their feelings rose once again and they couldn't help but hug and kiss each other. On the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda, on a large bed, Yang Shuriwei and Qin Yun had a sweet night. "Big Sister Yang, you're so beautiful." Qin Yun looked at the perfect beauty who got up from the bedding and said with a smile, "I've known you for so long, only today did I completely feel your beauty." "Humph, who asked you to be so insensitive?" Yang Shuriwei laughed in anger, put on her clothes and said with a smile, "Yuelan has long since appreciated my beauty." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "In my previous life, I was punished by the heavens and I couldn't even kiss a woman. Besides, I'm an honest person. It's normal for me to be insensitive." Yang Shuriwei giggled. After putting on her clothes, her long hair hung down on her chest as she sat on the bed and looked at Qin Yun. At this moment, she was slightly cold and elegant, but when she smiled, she was charming and charming without losing her gentleness, causing Qin Yun to be somewhat infatuated. "Xiao Yun, how are you right now? Do you want to learn the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture?" Yang Shuriwei said, "If you want to learn, then you have to quickly find Yume to refine the world extermination spirit. Because I still have the heavenly punishment. If I refine the world extermination spirit, the heavenly punishment will become even stronger." Qin Yun said, "Furthermore, after cultivating the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture, once I use the power of the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture, the heavenly punishment will descend." Yang Shuriwei said in astonishment, "You still have the heavenly punishment? Didn't your heavenly punishment in this life make everyone forget about you? This heavenly punishment was broken by you." Qin Yun sat up and hugged this charming and gentle beauty. he said with smile, a new heavenly punishment has appeared again. But don't worry, I'll be fine. Yang Shuriwei gently caressed Qin Yun's chest and said with worried expression, Xiao Yun, I'm really worried about you. Don't worry, I have so many memories now, I can deal with it. Qin Yun said with smile, I've known you for a long time but, our relationship in this life is the best. Ah? My previous life is Yuji's life. Other than that, I still have a previous life? Yang Shuriwei said in astonishment, how come I don't know? Qin Yun smiled mysteriously and said, that's because you haven't awakened your memories. Quickly tell me what my previous life was like. Yang Shuriwei's face is filled with charming smile. She bit her lips and lightly pounded Qin Yun's chest. She is very anxious and looking forward to it. I won't say. In the past, you knew about my previous life. Now, I know more about your previous life. Qin Yun mischievously laughed and then gently caressed Yang Shuriwei's face. You're bad, quickly tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. Yang Shuriwei really wants to know. She threw Qin Yun on the bed and played with him while laughing. The two of them were originally fooling around but very soon, they kissed again. They didn't know how long they were sweet for before they got up from the bed that witnessed the result of their several lifetimes of love. Big Sister Yang, why are you in such a hurry to go to the sacred desolate? Is it the mission of the goddess? Qin Yun asked. Yang Shuriwei gracefully wore a white dress. A pair of slender and beautiful jade-like legs were slowly wrapped in the white dress. Qin Yun walked over, hugged Yang Shuriwei's waist and said, your goddess mission is very difficult to complete, right? Do you need my help? Yang Shuryu shook her head and said softly, Xiao Yun, Sister Kiru and Xiaoxi said that you have something very important to do. Our mission cannot delay you. Big Sister Yang, you're already mine, why are you still treating me like an outsider? Qin Yun hugged her tightly, letting the beauty lean against his chest. Xiao Yun, Big Sister Yang promises you that when I need your help, I will definitely tell you. Yang Shuryu gently smiled. And, if there's anything, don't shoulder it yourself. Qin Yun said with a smile. Alright, I'll go back first. Yang Shuriwei said with smile, Sister Rujing is still inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, it's been a long time. She's been cultivating for a long time. I'll get her to come out and go to the Guanhan Palace. Qin Yun said. No need, let her follow you for the time being. Yang Shuryu quickly said. Why? She'll go to the Guanhan Palace and go to the Sacred Desolate with you. Qin Yun said, she's very strong and can be of great help to you. Yang Shuryu wrinkled her nose and said with a displeased smile, Xiao Yun, Sister Rujing can help you cultivate a very strong saint vein. If you let her go with us, it will be very difficult for you to cultivate your own saint vein. This? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I want to cultivate by myself. Alright, let's go back to the Guanhan Palace first. Yang Shuryu said with smile, Sister Kiru and the others might not come to see you, so I'll bid you farewell on their behalf. Xiaoxi has recovered her memories? Qin Yun asked. Yang Shuryu nodded. Then does she still want to bite me? Qin Yun asked worriedly. Yuelan said that Xiaoxi might want to bite your tongue. Yang Shuryu chuckled, quickly send me out. Qin Yun said with smile, kiss me before you leave. Yang Shuryu wrapped her arms around Qin Yun's neck. The two of them sweetly kissed for a moment before leaving the floating cloud pagoda. Originally, Qin Yun wanted to go to the Mother Moon but Yang Shuryu said that the Mother Moon can't allow men to enter now, the Mother Moon is very powerful. It appears during the day and can directly teleport the disciples of the Guanhan Palace back to the Mother Moon. Yang Shuryu was teleported away in an instant. Qin Yun returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain and entered the floating cloud pagoda. He deeply breathed in the fragrance left behind by Yang Shuryu and felt very happy in his heart. Xiao Yun, after you fused with your memories, you finally became enlightened. Ling Yuner giggled and said, were you happy last night? Yuner, I am still Qin Laosher. Qin Yun said with a serious expression, you little rascal fairy, don't even think about corrupting my honest soul. Ling Yuner said with disdain, Xiao Yun, I can't see your memories now, so don't try to fool me. Answer me honestly, after you recovered all your memories, who was the first woman you had in your several lifetimes? Yuelan. Qin said, you might not believe it, but in this life, I truly felt the beauty of living. How miserable. Ling Yan'er said sympathetically. Qin said with a smile, not miserable, not miserable, I am very satisfied. Ling Yan'er said, Xiao Yun, what happened to Xiaoxi's 8 souls and 8 spirits? Was it really you who pawned it? I pawned it. Qin sighed and said, at that time, she just happened to die. I pulled out the 8 souls and 8 spirits, sealed them and then gave them to the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. Ah? Then what did you exchange for? Ling Yan'er asked curiously. In exchange for the chance to reincarnate 8 times. Qin said, otherwise, she might not have been able to reincarnate so smoothly. So that's how it is. Ling Yan'er said, then what did you exchange for when you pawned your own 8 souls and 9 spirits? It was also in exchange for a chance to reincarnate smoothly. Qin said with a long sigh, this was my plan back then. Although I was very strong back then, I was not a match for the Heavenly Dao Divine Realm, so I could only guarantee that I could continue to reincarnate. Is the Heavenly Dao Divine Realm that powerful? Ling Yan'er said with a frown, their celestial beings are very weak. Back then, to me, they were indeed very powerful. Qin nodded and said, but now, it's not certain. Back then, when I was still a palace king, I made the right bet. As long as I can continue to reincarnate, I will definitely have a chance to rise up again. Ling Yan'er is very curious about Qin's matters and asked again, then what did you exchange for so many things in the Heavenly Dao pawn shop? I exchanged for many things, such as allowing the 9 Yang Divine Maiden to continue to reincarnate, as well as some resources. I hid those resources and left them for me or Sister Kiru to reincarnate. Qin said. Ling Yan'er suddenly became very excited and said with a smile, little Yun, what's going on with that bloodline heavenly pattern box? What's inside? I don't know what's inside either. Qin took out the bloodline heavenly pattern box and said, even little she doesn't know. But she can open it. Ling Yan'er said, she recovered her memories and knows the way to open it. I also know the way to open it, use the 9 Desolation Divine Saber. Qin shook his head, the 9 Desolation Divine Saber is one of the keys to open the box, but the 9 Desolation Divine Saber is damaged and is repairing itself. What other keys do you need? Ling Yan'er asked again. The other key is the bloodline of the 9 Yang royal family. Qin said, there are many ways to explain the birth of the 9 Yang royal family, but they are all legends. The 9 Yang royal family is so powerful, the mystery of why they were born is all in this box. Qin put away the box. Ling Yan'er said, little Yun, did you, immortal king floating cloud, leave anything behind in the immortal desolate in this life? Yes, but those things are not important. They are mainly used to raise cultivation. Qin said with a smile, I don't fancy those things now, so I'm too lazy to take them. In Immortal King Floating Cloud's life, the Immortal Desolate was lacking in resources. Now, in the Immortal Desolate, 9 suns have descended, so Qin naturally does not lack resources. Furthermore, he still has half a box of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Right, what's going on with the Sun Altar? Ling Yan'er hurriedly said, and that love god. Speaking of the love god, Qin immediately clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. The love god betrayed me. She was the one who killed Sister Kiru and Sister Shuyan, that bitch. Qin said coldly, she was sent by the heavenly law divine realm to deal with me. It's all my fault for being too careless. Otherwise, my divine king life would not have ended. Love god, is she still in the divine desolate? Ling Yan'er finally understood why Qin hated the love god so much. The love god is also the one who pawned the moon god divine position. No, she's in the 9th desolate. Qin's expression turned cold as he said, no matter where she is, no matter how strong she is, I will find her. Then did you fall in love with her? Ling Yan'er asked in a low voice. Qin slowly nodded and said, yes, but she betrayed me. She is a heavenly person. Ling Yan'er said again, little Yun, you will definitely find her. Right, what about the sun altar? There is a sun altar hidden in the 9 nether realm. It was created by you, immortal king floating cloud, in your life, right? There are 9 sun altars, they belong to 9 sun sects. I was once the sect master of a 9-sun sect. However, the other 8 9-sun sects all joined forces with the heavenly law divine realm. In the end, one of the 9-sun sects was destroyed. Xianxia said, the 9-sun sect that was destroyed was mine. So that's how it is. You are the king of gods, yet you can't defeat them? Xianxia said. If it wasn't for the love god, they wouldn't have been my match. Xianxia clenched his fists and said coldly, this is all my fault. Xianxia was worried that she would incite Xianxia's anger, so she did not continue asking. She said again, little Yun, then in your life before the divine king, was it the 9-yang palace king? No, I have a total of 9 lives. The 9-yang palace king is the first life. Xianxia shook his head. In the few lives between the 9-yang palace king and the king of gods, I was sealed and tortured in all kinds of ways. My soul was sent to various heavenly realms in the 3,000 heavenly realms, and I was tortured differently in each heavenly realm. When Xianxia talked about this matter, he was very calm. Xianxia did not continue asking. She suddenly felt sorry for Xianxia because these memories were the most painful and tragic but also the most. Little Yun. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have let you recover your memories. Xianxia said with some guilt. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Xianxia looked at the prairie inside the divine inscription mountain and felt very comfortable. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, after you recovered your memories, you have changed a lot. Although you are still you, the feeling you give me seems to have become even more extraordinary. Is that so? Why don't I feel it? Xianxia said with smile, I feel that I am still that Xianxia. After all, you were the 9-sun palace king. Back then, you must have been very strong. Later on, you experienced so many hardships, your mental state must have improved a lot. Xianxia said. Maybe. Xianxia recalled the past and smiled indifferently, speaking of which, it is strange. After I recovered my memories, I felt like I had a nightmare. In my memory, I have indeed experienced a lot of pain. When I woke up, I found myself in the most beautiful time. Xianxia said with smile, of course, with my great beauty Yun accompanying you, how can you not be beautiful? Xianxia cannot help but laugh and said, Yun although I was once the 9-sun palace king, I still don't know much about Nether Sun. It's fine, we can slowly explore. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, how did you bring the sun altar to 9 Nether Realm? 9 Nether Realms floating cloud city is not easy to build. It was my foster father's help. Xianxia suddenly thought of the Netherworld Great Emperor and said, foster father's experience is very rich. He was once the overlord of 9 Nether Realm. When I was the 9-sun palace king, I knew him. Ah? The overlord of 9 Nether Realm. Xianxia said in shock, then how did he go to Immortal Desolate and even become the Netherworld Great Emperor? The relationship between 9 Nether Realm and Heavenly Law Divine Realm is very complicated. Xianxia said with a frown, I am not too clear about the specifics. In short, when I was the king of gods, foster father and the space god helped me a lot. Then your foster father and boss Xia are now in 9 Nether Realm. What are they doing there? Xianxia asked. I don't know either. Xianxia shook his head and suddenly felt worried. He muttered, when I was the king of gods, my relationship with Sword God was pretty good but Sword God died in the end. Boss Xia being able to obtain Sword God's inheritance is also pretty good. Xianxia said, little Yun, did your foster father return to the 9 Nether Realm to become the new overlord? But his current strength shouldn't be enough. Xianxia nodded and said, I'm also worried that he will act recklessly. Looks like I have to find a way to contact him. It's a pity that the passage between Cloud Dragon Realm and 9 Nether Realm is closed. Otherwise, I could ask Cloud Dragon to help me check. Xianxia said. This guy Yun Long, the passageway between the Cloud Dragon Realm and the 9 Nether Realm has never been closed. Xianxia said, it's impossible for that passageway to be closed. He lied to me. Xianxia had not recovered his memories previously, so he did not know. Now that he had recovered his memories, he understood many things. Ah? Then why is there a passage? Xianxia was surprised. That's a secret passageway. When foster father was still the overlord of the 9th underworld, he created such a passageway. Xianxia said, because that is the buried heaven land, a space that cannot be destroyed, so he created a secret passage. Looks like your foster father has been eyeing buried heaven land all this time. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. It should be. Qin Yan's eyes turned, he is thinking about something. He muttered, this guy Yun Long definitely knows foster father, but he didn't tell me about it. He even lied to me that the passageway is closed. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, let's talk about it another day when we meet Yun Long. You still have a very important matter. You promised Sister Yu that you would help her refine a nether moon. That's easy. Qin Yan said with a smile, I have nether sun, refining nether moon will be very fast. Really? Why can you refine nether moon so quickly with nether sun? Ling Yin'er asked curiously. The birth of the moon has a lot to do with the sun. The relationship between the nether moon and the sun is the same. Qin Yan said, Yun'er, let's begin now. Help Sister Yu refine a nether moon and make it before she goes to the sacred desolate. Alright. Let's begin. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. Qin Yan took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace from the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Seeing Qin Yan take out the pill transformation heavenly furnace, Ling Yin'er hastily shouted, Xiao Yun, 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 6th pearl. Quickly open it and take a look. Oh, that's right, what is the relationship between you and this 9 Sun Divine Spirit? Qin Yan looked at his wrist and said with a smile, Yun'er, this 9 Sun Divine Spirit was refined by me. I started refining it when I was the 9 Sun Palace King. The 9 Yin Divine Spirit also came from my hands, but it is only a semi-finished product. Ling Yun'er is very pleasantly surprised and said, in that case, will you be able to open the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th pearls immediately? Qin Yan shook his head and said, no, I don't know what is inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit because those things were placed inside by Sister Kiru's mother. The seal was also placed by her. Sister Kiru's mother is that MOG, right? What is her background? Ling Yun'er asked, do you know her? Sister Kiru said that her soul has not been destroyed, she might still be alive. Of course I know her, she is a very good granny. She should be in 9 Nether Realm now. Qin Yan sighed, she made a great sacrifice for me and Sister Kiru. Qin Yan looked at the white 9 Sun Divine Spirit on his wrist and said again, I refined the 9 Yin Divine Spirit for Sister Kiru. Back then, we planned to use it to create the strongest primal chaos divine sun. Sister Kiru said that she wanted to use it to refine 9 strongest primal chaos divine suns. Ling Yun'er nodded and said, what exactly is it? Is it awesome? Let's say it like this, the sun and moon that can be seen in the 9 desolate are called heavenly sun and heavenly moon. The invisible ones are called nether sun and nether moon. Qin Yan released his nether moon and said again, when heavenly moon and nether moon fuse together, it becomes primal chaos divine moon. When heavenly sun and nether sun fuse together, it becomes primal chaos divine sun. If one has primal chaos divine sun, what does it mean? Ling Yin'er asked. It means that one can possess formidable power that surpasses heavenly Tao. Qin Yan inhaled a deep breath and said, back then, I didn't know much about nether sun, I could only capture nether sun spirit. Nether sun is very difficult to obtain, it is controlled by heavenly Tao. Really? As a nether sun elf, why wouldn't I know? Ling Yun'er said, she was a nether sun Tao spirit. Qin Yan put away the nether moon and said, because the heavenly Tao is old, its strength has weakened, its control over the nether sun is becoming weaker and weaker. It even let the nether sun do whatever it wants. Xiao Yun, is the heavenly Tao going to die? Ling Yun'er said in a low voice, the natural law divine realm is so rampant. Is it because of the heavenly Tao? Yes. The heavenly Tao allowed the natural law divine realm to mess around and destroy all kinds of powerful powers. The 9 Yang royal race is an example, and my 9 Yang divine palace back then was also destroyed by the natural law divine realm. As Qin Yan spoke, he and Ling Yun'er controlled a very strong nether sun power and poured it into the pill-melting heavenly furnace. Ling Yun'er was very curious about the past and continued to ask, what happened in the 9 suns heavenly region? Who created it? Where were the people from the Heaven Creation God Palace? I was one of the members of the Heaven Creation God Palace. Back then, I advocated using the power of the 9 suns to capture the nether sun and use it to fuse and refine it into a primal chaos divine Sunday. However, everyone else opposed me, worried that the primal chaos divine sun would be controlled by me. Xianxia said, therefore, I fell out with them and created my own nine-sun god, palace, then they all called me the king of the nine-yang palace. Ling Yin'er said in surprise, you participated in the creation of the nine suns heavenly domain? Xianxia shook his head and said, I only joined later. The most ancient nine suns were created by the heavenly Tao. Then, the nine suns spewed out many stones and earth to create the nine desolate lands. The heaven creation god palace is only perfecting the laws. What makes the nine suns heavenly domain different is that these nine suns have their own thoughts. The nine-sun goddess can be said to be the child of the nine suns. What about you, Xiaoyun? Why did the nine-sun goddess protect you? Ling Yin'er said, how did you come here back then? When you were the king of the nine-yang palace, who were your parents? Xianxia was silent for a while and said, I also don't know their mission to protect me. In my memory, I was sleeping inside a meteorite. The meteorite fell into the nine desolate lands and exploded. That is how I arrived in the nine desolate lands. I was only a child at the age of 2 or 3. Then I started familiarizing myself with everything here. Later I slowly became very strong and my relationship with the nine-sun royal family was pretty good. Then many things happened. I was targeted by the heavenly law divine domain. Speaking about this matter, Xianxia is also very perplexed because he doesn't know how he came here. Xianxia released nether sun power and poured it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine a small nether moon. Xiaoyun, it seems like you still have many things to do in the future. Ling Yin'er sighed and said, but the nine desolate lands will be exterminated very soon. Why did the nine suns fall into the nine desolate lands? The nine suns have their own consciousness. On one hand, they can sense danger. It is a kind of self-protection method. As for what kind of threat the nine suns are facing, I am also not clear. Xianxia said, back when I was the nine-sun palace king, I did not experience the nine suns exterminating the world. At this time, Xian Rujing inside the nine-sun divine soul lightly called out to Xianxia. Xiaoyun, my spirit cultivation is done. Xian Rujing said with smile, let me out, I will show you my spirit. Xianxia promptly let out Xian Rujing and said with smile, Sister Rujing, Guanghan Palace and Moon will soon leave for Sacred Desolate, will you go? I will. Xian Rujing said with smile, what about you? Will you also come with us? Mother Moon does not allow men to enter, so I won't go. Xianxia shook his head and said with smile, relax, I will be able to enter Sacred Desolate very soon. Ah? Then I won't go, I will accompany you. Xian Rujing said with smile, let me take a look at my snow spirit first. After Xian Rujing released 2 beautiful fairies, the surroundings suddenly became very cold. These 2 fairies are very stunning, they are completely different from the ones Xianxia saw before. One of the fairies has the same ice-cold jade-like face as Xian Rujing. Her shoulder-length hair is very beautiful, it is a kind of silver-colored hair that is slightly transparent. The other fairy's appearance is completely different from Xian Rujing. The 2 snow woman immortals Xian Rujing released before looked exactly the same as her. But now another fairy looks exactly the same as Xianling Shui. Xianling Shui is a clone of Xian Rujing, but she has not been awakened by Xian Rujing, she still has her own thoughts and personality. Isn't this Sister Ling Xue? Xianxia said with smile. Ling Xue is also me. Isn't she beautiful? Xian Rujing said with smile, the fairy that looks exactly like me is Ice Fairy. The fairy that looks exactly like Ling Xue is Snow Fairy. Very beautiful. Xianxia admired the 2 fairies. The Snow Fairy's snow-white long hair fluttered like white snow, it is also emitting a kind of faint white light, it is very beautiful. Even though Xian Rujing is ice-cold normally, her clone Xianling Shui has a very beautiful and charming face. Beautiful but not ordinary, within the charm there is firmness and gentleness. Her intelligent eyes under her shapely eyebrows are filled with spirituality, they are very alluring. Xiaoyun, when will you cultivate your fairies? Xian Rujing waved her hand and stored her fairies. Soon. Xianxia said with smile. Xian Rujing originally had snow woman immortals but she still cultivated for so long. If Xianxia wants to cultivate, he will need a lot of time. When you are cultivating, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Xian Rujing said with stern expression, I am an experienced person, I have a lot of experience. Qin Yan said, Sister Rujing, I am refining Nether Moon for Sister Yu Yu. After I finish, you will bring Nether Moon to Mother Moon and hand it over to Yu Yu. Say goodbye to them on my behalf. Then, you will go to Sacred Desolate with them. Didn't I say earlier that I will stay behind to accompany you? Xian Rujing's jade-like face turned cold and said, Qin Yan, did you become stronger and now you despise me? Qin Yan said with smile, Of course not, you are so strong, I need you to help them. They have very important things to do, they need powerful helpers. Alright. Xian Rujing bit her lips and lightly sighed. Sister Rujing, I have already recovered my memories. Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing opened her eyes wide in amazement, she looked at Qin Yan and said in alarm, Really? Xian Rujing said with smile, True. Your Divine King's memories have also recovered? I used to be Ice and Snow Goddess but back then I did not know you, Divine King, but now I know you. Xian Rujing said with smile. Qin Yan continued refining Nether Moon. He released the Nether Sun's power and poured it into the Dan transformation Heavenly Furnace. Then he let the Dan transformation Heavenly Furnace condense the Nether Sun's power into a small pearl. Of course, this requires a lot of Nether Sun power. Qin Yan and Ling Yuner both have Nether Sun, so he now has sufficient Nether Sun power. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing are now in the 20th floor of Floating Cloud Pagoda. Xian Rujing looked at the altar and yelled, Big Sister Star God, Big Sister Star God, I am Little Sister Bingxue, quickly reply. Sister Star God is in seclusion. If she comes out, she will contact us. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yun, Sister Star God is in seclusion. If she comes out, she will take the initiative to contact us. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yun, Sister Star God's God position has a problem, causing her to be unable to become stronger. Do you know the reason? Xian Rujing asked. Her God position is sealed, causing her to be unable to obtain all the God position inheritance. Qin Yan said. Oh, that's right, how do God positions come about? I remember it was created by 9 Sun Divine Palace. Xian Rujing asked, Since you have recovered Divine King's memories, you should know some things, right? I remember Sister Star God said that you were only one of the Divine King's candidates? How did you become Divine King? Qin Yan said with smile, It is very complicated. I was indeed one of the candidates but later I defeated them and became Divine King. But some people don't want to admit it, they want to overthrow me. Sister Star God doesn't know much about these matters. Although the Star God inherited the deity position, she did not know much about the deities of the divine wilderness. That is also true, we can be said to be the gods of this era's later era. You and Sister Kiru are the earliest era's gods. Regarding the matters of that era, we only know some legends. Xian Rujing nodded and said. The deity position was not created by the 9 Yang Divine Palace. To be more specific, it was created by the 9 Yang Divine Palace and the Heaven-creating Divine Palace together. Qin Yan said, It's just that later on, the 9 Yang Divine Palace was powerless to control the gods and because of other matters, the Heaven-creation Divine Palace ignored the gods of the Divine Desolate. Xian Rujing sighed and said, No wonder the gods of Divine Desolate became like scattered sand. Back then I was also muddle-headed, I didn't know what I wanted to do as Snow Goddess, I only wanted to become stronger and go to 9th Desolate. Qin Yan said, Originally, the responsibility of the gods of the Divine Wasteland was to control the various energies of the 9 Suns' heavenly domain or to manage the various races. However, they were obstructed by the heavenly law Divine Domain, so they were unable to smoothly operate the gods. As a former palace king of the 9 Yang Palace, he knew very well how deity thrones came about, because he had participated in the creation of deity thrones. They existed in the first era of the 9 Sun heavenly domain. The heavenly law Divine Domain intervened? Why can't I sense it? Xian Rujing said with frown. The 8-9 Sun sects, Divine Inscription Palace, Evil Yang Palace of the Divine Desolate have close relationship with the heavenly law Divine Domain. Now, the 9 Sun sects are pretending to submit to the Divine Desolate Imperial race. Not long after, the Divine Desolate Imperial race will be infiltrated by the 8-9 Sun sects. Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing cursed in cold voice, These wretched 9 Sun sects, they are actually lackeys of the heavenly law divine domain. I have been in the divine desolate for so long, yet I didn't know about them. Even many people from the Nine Sun sects don't know about them, let alone you. Qinyan said. I did not expect that the divine desolate's divine inscription palace would also be infiltrated. Xian Rujing's expression became grave as she said, in the divine desolate, the divine inscription palace is a very righteous existence. Qinyan said, the heavenly law divine domain's powers are everywhere in the divine desolate. That is why I was killed back then. Xian Rujing said, let's not talk about this, let's go to the divine desolate first. Qinyan took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiaqiru and others. He asked them when they will be going to Sacred Desolate and also informed them about his current situation. After he contacted Xiaqiru, he found out that it is not them who want to go to Sacred Desolate, it is Muyu who wants to go to Sacred Desolate. Therefore, after they discussed, they decided to go with Muyu to Sacred Desolate. Xiaoyun, since you have recovered your memories, you must know a lot about Muyu. Muyu wants to go to Sacred Desolate, there must be a very important matter, although I don't know what it is. Xiaqiru said. Since Muyu wants to go, let's go quickly. After I finish refining the nether moon, I will let Sister Rujing deliver it to Sister Yuyu. Qinyan said. Alright, we will be leaving in 5 days, can you make it in time? Xiaqiru asked. No problem. Qinyan said with smile, keep an eye on Yume, this little girl. Big sister, I have always been worried about her. I know. Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiaoyun, I am very happy that you have recovered your memories. I can't leave Muyu for now, so I won't go see you. I believe you will come to Sacred Desolate very soon. Muyu doesn't allow you to leave? Qinyan said. Indeed. Our 9-Sun Divine Maiden is being watched very closely by Muyu, she doesn't allow us to run around. Xiaqiru's laughter came from the devil mirror. Qinyan said, Sister Kiru, try to communicate with Muyu. Help me ask her if she is ready to evolve into Primal Chaos Divine Moon. If she is ready, I will help her evolve as soon as possible. Alright. I am just worried that Muyu will be as scared as she was back then. Xiaqiru faintly sighed, Muyu has been sealed for many years, it is not easy to communicate with her now. Back then it was Yume who pawned her, she didn't do anything to Yume, right? Qinyan said. The situation back then was pardonable, Yume had no choice but to do so to protect the overall situation. Muyu did not blame Yume at all. In short, now is a new beginning, we are all very open-minded. Xiaqiru said. Qinyan said, since it is like this, don't let them recover their memories so that their mental state won't be affected. Xiaqiru said with smile, let nature take its course. Your big sister Yang knows that Muyu has lost a lot of her memories, she always pestered me to tell her about it. Just say you don't know. Qinyan said with smile. Xiaoyun, your big sister Yang has been nourished by you, she has become a lot more beautiful. Xiaqiru said with charming smile, Yuelan often talks about her like that, it makes her very shy. Qinyan shook his head and laughed. Alright, I will go cultivate nether sun spirits. Those nether sun spirits are growing very well inside the 9 divine soul. Xiaoyun, we will surely be able to smoothly create 9 primal chaos divine suns in this life. Xiaqiru said with smile. We will surely succeed. Qinyan nodded. After cutting off the connection, Qinyan sent nether sun power into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and checked all kinds of information on the devil mirror. Xian Rujing is inside the 9-Sun divine soul, imparting some things to Ziqingqing and others. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, what's going on with Mother Moon? Mother Moon is jointly created by 9 suns. Mother Moon gave birth to many other moons, moreover it is also the birthplace of 9-Sun Divine Maiden. I once wanted to help Mother Moon evolve into Primal Chaos Divine Moon but Mother Moon was afraid of being destroyed by Heavenly Tao, so she refused. Qin Yun said. That means Nether Moon Desolate Domain's Nether Moon was placed there by you back then? Ling Yuner said. Nether Moon Desolate Domain's Nether Moon was originally used to fuse with Mother Moon. Later I wanted to give it to Yu, but Yu failed to subdue the Nether Moon and finally returned to me. Qin Yin said with smile, after so many years, I did not expect that it would return to me. Ling Yuner also wants to know what the 9 sons are thinking, why are they undergoing nirvana so many times and what kind of threat they are facing. Back then, Mother Moon was pawned by Yume to the Heavenly Law pawnshop. She mainly did it to save her sisters. Qin Yin sighed and said, this is a very helpless matter. Then why don't they have this kind of memory? Why did they just have their own mission? Ling Yuner said. Qin Yin said, they had a mission very early on but they never completed it. The reason why they lost their memory is because their souls were seriously injured when they fought with the Heavenly Law Divine Domain people. At that time, they participated in the Great Battle and were injured. Bingxing was protected by Mother Moon's power and turned into a star. As for Sister Yang, Sister Yu, Yuelan and Yueme, they were sent to the immortal Desolate's moon by Mother Moon's power and only woke up after many years of slumber. The one who woke up earlier was Sister Shuyan. She was found by Sister Kiru and I in Divine Desolate and became a killing god. However, she still died later on. After she died, she reincarnated into the immortal Desolate and awakened the few 9 son divine daughters with Sister Kiru. Sister Bingxing fell into the immortal Desolate's moon later on. Ling Yuner sighed and said, so there are actually so many twists and turns. Mother Moon is truly awesome, she can protect them. Qin Yin said, Yueme pawned Mother Moon so that the Heavenly Law pawnshop can ensure that they can live smoothly or continue reincarnating. The Heavenly Law pawnshop is really useful. It can let you group of enemies of the Heavenly Law continue reincarnating. Ling Yuner said with smile. That's because the Heavenly Law is bored. It wants to see what kind of storm we can create if we continue living. Qin Yin said with smile. After recovering his memories, Qin Yin joined hands with Ling Yuner and frantically released a large amount of Nether Sun power and poured it into the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. The Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace absorbed the sacred mysterious silver crystal's energy and condensed a large amount of Nether Sun power into pills. 5 days passed by and Qin Yin finally refined a small black pearl. Then he carved the Nether Moon totem on it. Is this enough? Ling Yuner said, this Nether Moon is so small. The Nether Moon refined by Qin Yin is indeed very small, it is only the size of a thumb. This is the initial Nether Moon. After I give it to Sister Yu, she will be able to fuse with it more easily. Then she can make the Nether Moon stronger by herself. That's right, raising Mingyu from a young age is the most important thing. Ling Yuner said with a smile. After refining the Nether Moon, Qin Yin let Xian Rujing out. Originally, he planned to let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji go to the Guanghan Palace together with him. However, the 3 of them refused no matter what, they wanted to stay in the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yin could only agree to let them continue staying. Xian Rujing is also very reluctant to part with Little Nether Moon, she brought along Little Nether Moon towards Mother Moon. Qin Yin came out of seclusion. In the Divine Inscription Mountain, what surprised him is that most of the people in the Divine Inscription Mountain have cultivated saint veins. The evolution of the entire Divine Mountain was very strong. This was mainly because it had absorbed a large amount of energy from the Sun God Crystal. Boss, we all have sacred veins, we can become sacred at any time. Xiaohua said, it's time to go to Sacred Desolate. With a sacred vein, one could enter the Sacred Desolate. Without a sacred bloodline, one would not be able to pass through the space of the Sacred Desolate. Qin Yin said, you all go to Sacred Desolate first. Why? Mountain God said, boss, if you don't want to go to Sacred Desolate, we should stay here. I can't cultivate sacred vein. This is my personal reason. Qin Yin said. Ancient Ox Devil is very shocked and said, boss, how can you not cultivate sacred vein? I thought you cultivated it long ago. Qin Yin said with smile, something happened to me, that's why I can't cultivate it. You all go first, I will go there very soon. Shiman Dazhuang said, boss, when will you be able to cultivate it? If you can't go to Sacred Desolate, we also won't go. Inscription Gate can't do without you. Others promptly nodded, Qin Yin is very important to Inscription Gate. Without Qin Yin, although the Divine Inscription Mountain can grow and each of its members have mastered very strong runes, they still feel that they can't do without Qin Yin. Relax, how can I not go to Sacred Desolate? There is no place in this world that I can't go. Qin Yin laughed loudly and said, I say, what are you worried about? Don't tell me you think I will be trapped in Immortal Desolate? That's not it, we are just worried. Devil Mirror Mortal Emperor said with smile. Alright, if you want to set off, then set off as soon as possible. Xianxia said, are the other major powers ready to set off? Immortal Desolate Dragon Race has already set off. There is also Ling Tian clan, in short, many experts have gone to Sacred Desolate. Ancient Ox Devil said, they all have support on the other side. For example, Sacred Desolate originally has Imperial clan, Immortal Desolate Imperial clan can go there and join them. Xianxia nodded and said, we have enough resources, we should indeed go to Sacred Desolate to take a look. If possible, we should try our best to go to Divine Desolate before world extermination. Boss, then we should set off as soon as possible. Rest assured, I will go to Sacred Desolate and become stronger as soon as possible. I will produce even stronger divine fruits. Mountain God said. Xianxia nodded and said, with you guys in Inscription Gate, I am very relieved. Everyone in Inscription Gate cooperated with each other and refined many good weapons for Hercules to use. After Xianxia and everyone ate and drank to their heart's content, they left Divine Inscription Mountain. When he walked out of Divine Inscription Mountain, it is already dark. There used to be 2 big moons in the sky, but now the 2 big moons were gone, and there was only one normal moon. This normal moon, Guanghan Palace and Moon God Mountain have moved to Mother Moon. And Mother Moon has already gone to Sacred Desolate. I can't cultivate sacred veins because I suffered heavenly punishment. Xianxia looked at the sky and said, every time I enter a stronger space, it is extremely difficult. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, what do you plan to do next? Seclusion to cultivate sacred veins? I plan to make a trip to Inscription World. Xianxia said, there is something I left behind in Immortal Desolate. What is it? Ling Yin'er asked. Sun Dragon Totem. Xianxia said with a smile, do you still remember Li Longshan? He obtained 2 stone slabs with dragon totem on them. I remember, that is the Sun Dragon Totem? Ling Yin'er said in astonishment, is this dragon totem powerful? Of course it's powerful. The strongest 9 dragon heavenly origin formation needs this kind of dragon totem. Back then I obtained some stone slabs and hid them in a desolate domain of Immortal Desolate. Later that desolate domain became Immortal Desolate's Inscription World. Li Longshan is someone Xianxia met in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, he is from Li family of Inscription World. While Xianxia is flying in the night sky, the Devil Mirror suddenly trembled. Xianxia took out the Devil Mirror and heard Xian Rujing's voice. Little brother Xiaoyun. I want to go find you, don't go. Xian Rujing yelled. Sister Rujing, didn't you go to Sacred Desolate? Xianxia said with frown. I can't bear to part with you. Xian Rujing said with smile. Xianxia sensed Xian Rujing's location through the Devil Mirror and directly entered the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xian Rujing is wearing snow-white long skirt, she is ice-cold and gorgeous. After seeing Xianxia, she revealed a tender and beautiful smile. 9 Sun Divine Maiden cannot leave Mother Moon but I can. Now that Mother Moon is gone, don't think you can drive me away. Xian Rujing said. Alright. Xianxia said with smile, I want to go to Inscription World. Up to you, I want to go find little Momo. This magical fairy's high priest seems to be able to evolve my divine position totem, I want to have a chat with her. Xian Rujing said. Alright. Xianxia sent Xian Rujing into the 9 Sun Divine Soul with smile. Outer Heaven Domain can no longer be arrogant in Immortal Desolate, they have suffered great losses, so they gave up on coming to Immortal Desolate. Dark Royal Race can only return to Great Dark Desolate, they plan to become stronger and then make a comeback. The strongest faction in Immortal Desolate is Immortal Desolate Sacred Masters Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. Heartless Immortal Venerable is inside Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. And Immortal Desolate Holy Palace's 4 heavenly kings, because of special reasons, can continue to stay in Immortal Desolate even after transforming into Sacred Masters. Xianxia is now communicating with Immortal Desolate Holy Master through the Devil Mirror. Boss Divine King, it seems like 9 Suns' power is still there. For heavenly kings have become Sacred Masters, they can still stay in Immortal Desolate. Sacred Master can still stay in Immortal Desolate to protect Immortal Desolate because 9 Sun allows it. Immortal Desolate Holy Master said. Both Immortal Desolate Holy Master and Heartless Immortal Venerable are in this situation. Yes. Nine Sun has always been here. It's just that there is a problem. Qin said. During this period of time, Immortal Desolate Holy Master has already helped Xianxia restore Moon God's divine position. Boss Divine King, when are you going to Sacred Desolate? Immortal Desolate Holy Master asked. Soon. Qin said with smile, once I go to Sacred Desolate, I don't know when I will be able to see you again. It doesn't matter if you see me or not. In any case, when you become Divine King again, I will definitely be able to follow you and achieve meteoric success. Immortal Desolate Holy Master said with laugh. Qin is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, looking at the moon in the sky. He is currently flying in a certain direction. He also cut off contact with Immortal Desolate Holy Master. Then he took out a large golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Evil God doesn't know that Qin is the king of gods, but he knows that Qin is very powerful. Even in Divine Desolate, Qin is very famous. Little ancestor, have you gone to Sacred Desolate? Evil God asked with smile. It seems like he is in a very good mood. Not yet. Qin said, how is the situation in Divine Desolate now? I want to know about the 8-9 Sun Sects, Evil Yang Palace, Divine Inscription Palace and Dark Royal Race. It is very strange. Those 8-9 Sun Sects seem to have fallen out with the Imperial Race. They are actually together with the Dark Royal Race. And the Imperial Race is now isolated in Divine Desolate. Evil God said. What about the Sun Altar? Have they returned to Divine Desolate? Qin asked. No. But I have received reliable information that the Sun Altar is in Sacred Desolate. Evil God's voice is very low as he said, Little ancestor, the Sun Altar is doing something big in Sacred Desolate. As for the specifics, I don't know. Qin is controlling the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly. He is currently looking for a weak space wall to enter the Inscription World. He has a good understanding of the Inscription World. When he was Immortal King Floating Cloud in his previous life, he went there. There is a normal passage to the Inscription World, but he doesn't want to go through that passage because it will be very troublesome. Now, Qin's Heaven Leaping Shuttle is near that passage. After so many years, the space wall has strengthened so much. Qin said, I can't find a weak space wall. Xiao Yun, you forgot to tell Sister Yang to leave behind a moon fairy for you. Ling Yin'er said, her moon fairy has fused with Space Xian Ant. Moreover, you and her fairy can, hee. Bad fairy, you are wrong about this. If Sister Yang goes to Sacred Desolate and her fairy is an Immortal Desolate, then the moon fairy in Immortal Desolate will fall asleep. As Qin spoke, he controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and released formidable spatial power to search for a suitable shuttle point. Ling Yin'er said with sweet smile, then when are you going to take Sister Rujing? Whether or not you can cultivate Sacred Vein, she is the key. She doesn't mind, why do you mind? Hurry up and take her down. Yun'er, the reason why I can't cultivate Sacred Vein is because I suffered heavenly punishment. Qin said with stern expression, if Sister Rujing helps me cultivate Sacred Vein, I am worried that she will become the target of heavenly punishment and harm her. So you have always been worried about this. Ling Yin'er sighed and said, Sister Rujing, this ice beauty is trying so hard to seduce you but you are indifferent. She must be very depressed. Qin shook his head and said with smile, Great beauty Yun'er, I have now recovered all my memories. I can tell you with certainty that I am not lustful at all. Therefore, you being so bad has nothing to do with my soul. Humph, it must be related to you. Ling Yin'er giggled and said, it might also be Yuelan who taught me. Oh that's right, has Yuelan always been so bad? She is indeed very similar to you. Qin said with smile. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle released a large amount of spatial power and quickly detected a relatively weak space wall. Just as he was about to shuttle through, a glowing white cloud suddenly flew over from the night sky. Cloud Dragon. Qin is alarmed. Yunlong's sudden appearance here meant that he was definitely here to look for him. Qin immediately arrived outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He sat on the large gourd-like Heaven Leaping Shuttle and waited for Yunlong to arrive. Not long after, the white cloud turned into a dragon. Senior Cloud Dragon, you lied to me before. Qin said with smile. Palace King, congratulations on recovering your memory. Yunlong laughed. I lied to you, but what can you do to me? Are you going to hit me? Don't think that just because you are the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawnshop, you are very arrogant. The previous shopkeeper of the Heavenly Law pawnshop was bullied by me to the point that he has a shadow in his heart. Qin chuckled and said. Tian Daozi was the previous shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dao pawnshop and he was bullied by Qin. Yunlong said, I came to you this time to tell you 3 things. I came here quietly. Qin put away his smile and said seriously, speak. The Heavenly Dao is dead. Yunlong said solemnly. Qin's expression sank as he said with a frown, since the Heavenly Dao is dead, why can it still operate? Although the Heavenly Dao is dead, the Heavenly Dao laws did not disappear. It's just that the Heavenly Dao has no master. The Heavenly Dao is about to enter a great upheaval. Yunlong said, the Heavenly Law pawnshop is very independent and restricted by very strict Heavenly Dao rules. No one can control the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Otherwise, they will be punished by the strongest Heavenly Law, destruction. Before the Heavenly Dao died, it established very strict heavenly rules to ensure that the Heavenly Dao can operate stably. Qin said with a frown, it seems like the Heavenly Dao already had a plan. Yunlong said, before the Heavenly Dao died, it passed on a very important thing to you. Heavenly Eye? Qin slightly frowned and said, why did the Heavenly Dao do this? Do you know what kind of inheritance the Heavenly Eye has? Yunlong said. I don't know. I don't know much about the Heavenly Eye. Qin shook his head. Then you should properly comprehend it. Yunlong sighed and said, the Heavenly Dao is already dead, it might just be an illusion. I can't believe that the Heavenly Dao is dead. Maybe the Heavenly Dao never lived, how could it die? There is no such thing as the Heavenly Dao dying. Qin looked at the sky and said, maybe, the Heavenly Dao has become another kind of existence. Yunlong said, as far as I know, after the death of the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is like a funeral. Because they have lost the power bestowed by the Heavenly Dao, even they are restricted by the strict heavenly rules. In the long run, this is a good thing, but in the short run, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm will definitely become even more rampant. While they are still powerful, they will definitely strive to control the heavenly domain under the Heavenly Dao. Qin said. Palace King. The matter of resisting the Heavenly Law Divine Realm must be considered at length. Yunlong said, the second matter is regarding the 9 Nether Overlord. What happened to foster father? Qin wanted to ask about this matter. Back then, the 9 Nether Realm was infiltrated by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. As a result, the Netherworld Great Emperor was killed and could only be reborn in the Immortal Desolate. Yunlong sighed, the Netherworld Great Emperor has already passed the Heavenly Law pawnshop's examination and is working for the Heavenly Dao. Then what about Boss Xie? It's a young man beside my foster father. Qin said. Little Xie? The successor of the Sword God. Yunlong laughed, he's very good. Previously, he was brought to the 9 Nether Realm and captured by those fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, but he was saved by the Netherworld Great Emperor. Perhaps, he will be the next 9 Nether Overlord. Qin said in shock, foster father wants Boss Xie to take back the 9 Nether Realm? Yunlong nodded and said, yes. That's not bad either. I wish them success. Qin felt a lot more at ease and asked, then what's the third matter you're looking for me for? It's about the Sacred Desolate. Yunlong said in a deep voice, the 3 suns in the sky released something very important and fell into the Sacred Desolate. What is it? Qin had long guessed that there was something because the Mother Moon and the Sun Altar had anxiously gone to the Sacred Desolate. Sun Seed. I heard that there are even 9 sun seeds. Yunlong said, Palace King, you should know what this means, right? Qin, who was sitting on the large gourd, stood up in shock and said, sun seed? 9 suns can give birth to sun seeds? And 9 of them? Yes, the young seed. I am also very surprised because the 9 suns can only be considered average among the many heavenly domains. There are many heavenly suns that are stronger than the 9 suns, but they are unable to give birth to sun seeds. Yunlong said, "You are the Nine-Sun Palace King, you are most interested in the matters of the Nine Suns. That's why I immediately told you." Qinyan said, "It seems like I have to go to the sacred desolate as soon as possible." Yunlong said with a smile, "As soon as possible. The sun seed is very important. With the sun seed, it will be easier for you to create your own sun." "Many thanks for telling me," Qinyan said. "Farewell." After Yunlong finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Qinyan returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle, controlled it to travel through space and arrived at the inscription world. The sky of the inscription world is the same as the immortal desolate, one can see the sun, moon and stars. After arriving at the inscription world, Ling Yuner asked, "Xiao Yun, what's going on with the sun seed?" "A heavenly domain has the sun as its center. There must be a heavenly sun in the center of the heavenly domain. Around the heavenly sun, there are many huge stars or even great desolate. Generally speaking, there are only a few heavenly suns in the center of the heavenly domain." Qinyan said, "But the Nine-Sun heavenly domain has 9, so it's very special." Ling Yuner said, "Aren't the heavenly suns of other heavens stronger than the 9 suns? Yes, in some heavens, one of their heavenly suns is equivalent to 3 of ours. However, the number of 9 suns means that the potential is very great and can be continuously strengthened. It can surpass the heavenly suns of the ancient heavenly domains." Qinyan said, "If the number of heavenly suns of the other heavenly domains wants to increase, they need to nurture the sun seed." Ling Yuner said with a smile, "I know, it's just like laying eggs." Qinyan said with a smile, "It's more or less like this. There is a legend that the 9 suns are very large and ancient heavenly suns. With the help of the heavenly Tao power, they gave birth to 9 eggs. And now, this very young 9 suns have given birth to 9 sun seeds. This is very strange. It seems like the 9 suns have a lot of secrets." Ling Yuner said. Qinyan took out a soul-chasing talisman to find Li Longxian. After retrieving the complete Sun Dragon Totem, he will go into seclusion and cultivate sacred veins. The soul-chasing talisman quickly reacted. Li Longxian is also in the inscription world. In order not to cause a big commotion, Qinyan stored the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards Li Longxian. Li Longxian took out 2 stone tablets and showed them to Qinyan. After obtaining 2 dragon totem, he handed over the dragon totem to the Li family. As a result, his status has risen very high. This is what Qinyan learned from the Li family of the inscription world. It is said that Li Longxian is a core figure in the Li family, mainly because of his great contribution. After obtaining the mysterious dragon totem, the Li family's inscription level has increased a lot. Therefore, they attach great importance to Li Longxian. The inscription world was created by the people of the immortal desolate divine inscription palace in order to avoid disputes. It is only a desolate domain. Inside, there is only a very large city where people are gathered. When Qinyan was in Heaven Creation City, he learned about the general situation of this place from the people of the inscription world. In addition, his previous life, Immortal King Floating Cloud had come here before. Therefore, after coming to the inscription world, he is not unfamiliar with it. Anyone can enter that city. Qinyan took Li Longxuan's soul-chasing talisman and found the Li family villa. Originally, Li Longxian gave him a communication magic tool but he couldn't use it. He also didn't know why, so he could only use the soul-chasing talisman to search. Although there is only one city in the inscription world, this city is very prosperous. At night, the lights are colorful. Many buildings in the city have runes, even the ground has many runes. Those runes shine at night, very beautiful and mysterious. The city is not protected by a barrier but the villas of the major families are protected by many layers of barriers. The reason why Qinyan came to find Li Longxian this time is because of a very important matter. Using a polite method to visit can avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Although it is night time, the Li family's door is still open and there are people at the entrance to receive them. After all, the Li family of the inscription world is considered a top power in the inscription world. Usually, there are many people who visit the Li family. Qinyan walked to a place outside the door to receive visitors. The one who received him is an old man. When he saw Qinyan, he asked with a smile, "Young man, why are you here so late? Are you a friend of which young master of the Li family?" I am Qin Yan. I am here to pay a visit to Senior Li Longxian. Qin Yan said with a smile, is it convenient now? Of course it's not convenient now, but I can arrange for you to go to Celestial Master Longxian's reception hall. If you are lucky, tomorrow morning, Celestial Master Longxian will appear. Maybe you can meet him. The old man said. Tomorrow morning? Qin Yan never expected that it would be so difficult to meet Li Longxian. From the old man's reaction, he did not recognize Qin Yan. Celestial Master Longxian might be in seclusion to study runes. If he doesn't come out, he might not even show his face for a month. The old man said, if little brother has the heart to see Celestial Master Longxian, you need to wait patiently. Qin Yan said, alright, then I'll have to trouble Senior to bring me to the reception hall. He planned to enter the Li family villa first. It would definitely be easy to find Li Longxian then. He did not expect that Li Longxuan's reception hall was not in the Li family villa but in a large courtyard outside the walls of the Li family villa. Qin Yan followed the old man to the courtyard and entered a large house. The reception hall is very large. There are many round tables and chairs. There are dozens of tables that can seat hundreds of people. Sit wherever you want. The old man said with a smile, in the morning, someone will deliver tea, wine and fruit snacks. Thank you, Senior. Qin Yan did not succeed in entering the Li family villa. When he was at the gate, he saw that the barrier was very strong. If he were to forcefully enter, he would definitely cause quite a commotion. He could only try his luck in the reception hall. Sit at the very front. If Li Longxian appears, he will definitely see me. Qin Yan directly walked to the seat at the very front. There is only Qin Yan in this spacious and comfortable reception hall. After all, it is night and everyone has gone back. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, this Li Longxian is really doing well. To have such a reception hall, there must be a lot of people who want to visit him. He should be. It wasn't easy to see him, and he probably wouldn't come here often. He made such a guest hall because he doesn't want to offend anyone. Qin Yan said with a smile. Li Longxian wouldn't be able to handle too many visitors, so he often used seclusion as an excuse to arrange for those who came to visit him to stay here and entertain them warmly. In this way, even those who couldn't see Li Longxian wouldn't have any complaints. Instead, they would praise Li Longxian for his hospitality. Qin Yan sat down, closed his eyes and waited patiently. At daybreak, Qin Yan heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. Although the soundproofing in the living room was good, his hearing was very strong. An immortal emperor has arrived and it's an old man. Qin Yan sensed that the aura was not Li Longxuan's and retracted his mental power. Early in the morning, people came to the reception hall one after another. The table is filled with tea, wine and fruits. The people who came to the reception hall have been waiting for Li Longxian for a long time. Qin Yan heard someone say that he has been waiting for a month. He came here every day but he could not see Li Longxian. They mainly asked Li Longxian to refine tools or carve runes. Some asked Li Longxian to accept them as disciples or comment on their runes. Not long after dawn, the reception hall is almost full. Qin Yan found that the round table at the front of the reception hall is empty. No one came to sit. The people who entered the reception hall are all sitting at the back. Just as he is feeling puzzled, he suddenly sensed many powerful auras. Several groups of people are talking and laughing. Under the admiration of everyone, they walked into the corridor of the reception hall. These few groups of people are all wearing the robes of inscription masters and they are the more luxurious kind. Most of them are middle-aged and old. Although they are chatting and laughing with their friends, when they look at the others present, their eyes are filled with contempt. Qin Yan can tell with a glance that these people are inscription masters with a certain level of status. They also have a favor to ask of Li Longxian. Because they have more status, the front row seats are all theirs. No one dares to sit there. Seeing that the people who came are relatively skilled inscription masters, Qin Yan wants to chat with them and understand some things about the inscription world. The first few tables were occupied by the nobles. There were 10 seats at each table, but there were only a few people at each table. It can be seen that they are in several small groups, so they can't sit together. Although it is not full, the people who came later don't dare to sit there. They only brought their benches and sat in the empty space at the back. Qin Yan's table has 5 people sitting there. 2 old men, 2 middle-aged men and 1 young man. They saw Qin Yan's unfamiliar face sitting there. Their expressions are very unfriendly. They looked at Qin Yan with a slightly cold gaze. Qin Yan originally wanted to chat with them, but seeing how fierce they are, he dispelled the idea. Who are you? This table is for our Lu family. The young man wearing a green robe said in a stern and cold voice, don't you know the rules here? Hurry up and leave. Qin Yan said, I came last night. Aren't these seats for whoever arrives first to sit first? Could it be that this table was made by your Lu family? Brat, what kind of tone is that? The young man suddenly stood up, pointed at Qin Yan and shouted coldly. Qin Yan smiled slightly, my tone is so much better than yours, yet you can't stand it. The old man beside him said coldly, Lu Feiyuan, sit down. Sit down. Lu Feiyuan could only sit down and stare coldly at Qin Yan. The people in the living room also looked forward with interest. The rest of our Lu family will be here soon. If you don't want to make the scene so ugly, then hurry up and leave. A middle-aged man from the Lu family said to Qin Yan with a deep voice. Whether it is the tone of his voice or the way he looked at Qin Yan, they are all filled with a strong sense of threat. Qin Yan said, this is Celestial Master Long Xian's reception hall. There is no rule that this seat belongs to you, right? If there is a rule, then I won't say anything else. You really don't know who we are? Lu Feiyuan said coldly, our Lu family's patriarch is a friend of Celestial Master Long Xian. Qin Yan said with a smile, I am also a friend of Celestial Master Long Xian. Everyone here is a friend of Celestial Master Long Xian. You are nothing. You bastard, do you really not know the relationship between our Lu family and Celestial Master Long Xian? Lu Feiyuan shouted. The people from the other families in the vicinity nodded their heads. Someone said, young man, everyone tacitly gave up the front seats. Do you still not understand the reason? Hurry up and leave. Qin Yan said, I was the first to arrive and this place is not full. Why should I leave? Lu Feiyuan rolled up his sleeves and said with a face full of anger, you don't know the rules, you are not worthy to sit in Celestial Master Long Xian's reception hall. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then I can only take action. Openly provoking my Lu family, teach him a lesson. The old man from the Lu family sneered, I gave him a way out just now but he didn't know what's good for him. He really deserves a lesson. Someone from the back said, hurry up and take this kid out. You don't understand the rules at all. Let's not talk about the fact that he is from the Lu family, just based on his identity as a member of the Inscription Profound sect. Do you think you are worthy to sit together with him? That's right. Nothing like this has ever happened in the living room. Someone said, the living room has to be harmonious. Isn't it good for everyone to have a bit of tacit understanding and abide by the unwritten rules? Lu Feiyuan has already arrived beside Qin Yan. Qin Yan is still sitting there, not understanding. Qin Yan's expression is still calm and composed. He doesn't care about the Lu family's unwritten rules. You're still not leaving? Lu Feiyuan grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder with all his might. He wanted to lift Qin Yan up but he discovered that it was as if he was grabbing an incomparably hard rock. Qin Yan used the Heavenly Tao technique and his body is incomparably sturdy. Furthermore, Lu Feiyuan is only an immortal king. Why should I leave? Qin Yan sneered, take your hand away. While speaking, Qin Yan lightly waved his hand and hit the hand on his shoulder as if he was hitting a speck of dust. Qin Yan lightly swept his fingers and shot out a very strong hidden energy. Lu Feiyuan immediately felt extreme pain and let out a loud cry. Lu Feiyuan's hand is already red. He is an immortal king, yet his hand was lightly touched by a large bell. He is alarmed and angry in his heart. He loudly shouted, he used poison. This is a vicious guy. Quickly teach him a lesson. There are no Li family people in the living room. So even if a fight broke out, no one would come to stop it. Lu Feiyuan knows that Qin Yan's strength is not weak but he doesn't know what his cultivation is. So he doesn't dare to continue. Everyone is secretly alarmed, someone actually dared to attack in Li Longshuan's living room. Lu family's 2 middle-aged men abruptly stood up and flashed behind Qin Yan. They attacked with their palms and vigorously slapped Qin Yan's shoulder. They want to grab Qin Yan's shoulder. Qin Yun is still sitting on the chair. He channeled the hidden energy into his shoulder and released threads of suffering divine ability power. When those two middle-aged men vigorously slapped Qin Yun's shoulder, it is as if they are slapping many scorching hot thorns. They screamed in pain and promptly retreated. Hundreds of people in the living room saw Lu family people suffer losses again and can't help but let out a burst of low cries. This guy has very strong equipment and strange poison. Those two middle-aged men's hands turned purple from the pain. It looks like they are indeed poisoned. The other two Lu family elders did not sense any aura fluctuation from Qin Yun's body. Therefore, they also believe that it was caused by Qin Yun's equipment. The two Lu family elders released very strong power fluctuations, but Qin Yun is still sitting there very calmly. After recovering his memories, although Qin Yun's cultivation is only at the 9th level Immortal Emperor realm, he has mastered all kinds of rich combat experience in his previous life. His strength is far from what these people can compare to. After the two Lu family elders walked over, their palms overflowed with Immortal Emperor power. As soon as the Immortal Emperor power appeared, the house where the reception hall is located immediately trembled. Many of the younger generation are immediately alarmed and promptly praised the two Lu family elders for their strength. As expected of the Lu family elders, they casually released Immortal Emperor power, and it already has such power. If they used all their Immortal Emperor power, the power would be unimaginable. To deal with this kind of ignorant youth, there is no need to use the strongest Immortal Emperor power. That's right, this guy looks so weak, he can be killed with just a few moves. Lu Feiyuan shouted, "Elders, be careful of the poison on his body. That guy's poison is not very strong, it only makes people feel pain and also makes them red and swollen." Qin Yun finds it very funny. That Lu Feiyuan was clearly injured by power, but he said it was poison. "We originally didn't want to make a move, but you are too arrogant. We have no choice but to teach you a lesson," the old man said coldly. The other Lu family elder already arrived behind Qin Yun. His palm is filled with formidable Immortal Emperor power. The entire reception hall trembled along with the Immortal Emperor power gushing out from his palm. Qin Yun said, "Arrogant? The arrogant ones are obviously you guys. Your Lu family people attacked me one after another, everyone saw this." "Shut up. This table clearly belongs to our Lu family. It's you who don't understand the rules and refuse to leave," the old man said angrily. "I'll give you one more chance, take out the antidote and apologize to us. This is Heavenly Master Long Xian's place, we don't want to fight here." The other old man's tone is calm, but it revealed a very strong killing intent. Qin Yun said coldly, "The ones who should apologize are you. Heavenly Master Long Xian's reception hall did not say who these seats belong to. I came first, I sat down first. Moreover, there are so many seats here, I am not hindering you at all. It seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." After the old man finished speaking, he vigorously struck Qin Yun's head with his palm. The old man's palm contained a very strong Immortal Emperor's power. Not to mention the head, even the very sturdy saint metal would probably be dented. When the palm landed on Qin Yun's head, it only produced a gust of wind. That old man was extremely shocked. That was because when his palm landed, the Immortal Emperor's power that erupted out was completely devoured. If it was someone else, their head would have been smashed into pieces. The elder's heavy hand infuriated Qin Yun. "Let me," another old man's withered hand pierced towards the back of Qin Yun's neck like a sharp thorn. But after stabbing forward, the powerful Immortal Emperor power suddenly dissipated and was blocked by the energy barrier Qin Yun released. "You guys aren't holding back at all," Qin Yun said coldly. Boom, suddenly, a very strong supergravity appeared, but it only locked onto the two elders. The two elders originally wanted to continue attacking Qin Yun, but now they feel extremely uncomfortable, their bodies suddenly became incomparably heavy. "You." One of the elders is horrified because he can see that Qin Yun is very strong. "Bastard, what did you do?" A middle-aged man from the Lu family saw this and immediately took out a sword. Seeing that sword, everyone cried out in alarm. "King Great Immortal Tool." Looking at the material, it is refined from saint metal. If it is upgraded a bit more, it might become a low-grade saint tool. Lu family people are really awesome. This King Great Immortal Tool looks very good. Qin Yun said, "What are you doing?" They attacked me. It's already pretty good that I didn't fight back. Everyone feels that it is very strange that this young man is so powerful that even two Lu family elders can't take him down. What caused people to be even more alarmed is that the faces of the two Lu family elders are completely red. They look very uncomfortable. The middle-aged man from the Lu family furiously said, "Did you poison him?" While speaking, the king great immortal sword in his hand stabbed towards Qin Yun. An energy barrier appeared in front of Qin Yun. It is the body-protecting dragon handle barrier. The king great immortal sword stabbed forward but was actually blocked by the energy barrier. This immediately caused the entire guest hall to cry out in alarm. Boom! Qin Yun suddenly increased the supergravity, causing the two elders to kneel on the ground, their knees breaking the sturdy floor. Ah! The two elders immediately screamed miserably and lied on the ground because the super pressure is about to crush them flat. Ka ka ka! Everyone can see that the two elders' bodies are emitting a burst of crisp sounds. It is as if their bones are being crushed. Qin Yun has been sitting on the chair the entire time, not moving at all. However, he blocked the king great immortal sword and even pressed the two Lu family elders to the point that they are lying on the ground and screaming miserably. At this moment, everyone present knows that this young man is not simple. He possesses a very strong power. What is most inconceivable is that they are unable to sense the aura fluctuation of this young man's body. They don't know what his cultivation is. You. The middle-aged man from the Lu family is also extremely shocked in his heart. He shouted, "What poison did you use?" The tip of his king great immortal sword is pressing against the body-protecting dragon handle barrier released by Qin Yun. It is continuously stabbing with all its might, wanting to pierce through it. Qin Yun suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the king great immortal sword. He said with sneer, "I didn't use poison, you guys are too weak." While speaking, he vigorously twisted the king great immortal sword and broke it into two. Even in the inscription world, king great immortal swords are very precious, especially to people with ordinary conditions. But now, this kind of king great immortal sword that many people want to obtain has actually been broken by someone's hand. Qin Yun's body is originally very strong. It is an existence close to divine body. Adding the heavenly hard Dao technique, his palm became very hard. Not to mention a king great immortal tool, even a sacred tool would not be able to injure his body easily. Everyone looked at the broken king great immortal sword and became tongue-tied in shock. The supergravity is still pressing down on the two elders, causing them to scream unceasingly. They are unable to resist at all. The middle-aged man from the Lu family attacked with his sword, but his sword was broken. This mysterious young man's strength caused everyone present to feel an indescribable chill in their hearts. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Lu family's patriarch has arrived, also Li family manor's housekeeper." Knowing that their patriarch and Li family's housekeeper have arrived, the Lu family's people immediately became wild with joy. It is as if they have been saved. "Patriarch, patriarch, quickly save us," an old man shouted. The Lu family's patriarch is a tall and fat old man. He has a white beard and is wearing a red robe with runes. After entering the guest room, he became very eye-catching. Beside the Lu family's patriarch is a round-faced middle-aged man with a big belly. He is Li family's housekeeper Li. Housekeeper Li is wearing luxurious white and blue clothes. As soon as he entered, he saw the two Lu family elders lying on the ground and shouting. His face immediately became filled with anger and he shouted, "Who dares to be so impudent?" Lu family's patriarch quickly walked over. Sensing that the energy barrier released by Qin Yun is not weak, he immediately said with a frown, "Why are you attacking my Lu family's elders? They are all inscription masters, they are not good at fighting. Don't go too far. They were the ones who attacked me first," Qin Yun said as he retracted the supergravity. The two elders of the Lu family quickly crawled up and hid beside Housekeeper Li. Housekeeper Li said angrily, "These two Lu family elders are my friends. How could they attack you for no reason?" Soon after, someone explained the cause and effect. After listening, Housekeeper Li and Lu family's patriarch knew that the Lu family was indeed in the wrong. However, they are all people with status. Now that the Lu family has lost face, if they were to admit their wrongs or just leave like that, they would completely lose face. So that's how it is. Sure enough, you are the one who is causing trouble without reason. Housekeeper Li pointed at Qin Yun and scolded angrily, "It's fine if you don't know the rules of the guest room, but after reminding you, you are still so unreasonable." Qin Yan said coldly, is there really such a rule in this guest room? Lu Feiyuan said with a sneer, ignorant bastard, do you know who this lord is? He is the Li family's housekeeper and he is also a good friend of Heavenly Master Long Xian. If he says there is such a rule, then there is such a rule. I don't believe it. Get Heavenly Master Long Xian to come out and prove it. Qin Yan said. Everyone immediately roared with laughter. Heavenly Master Long Xian is so busy, how could she come out and care about this kind of thing? Someone laughed. That's right, even Housekeeper Li said that there is such a rule. You should just admit it, right? You bastard, you're the only one with so many problems. Do you think you deserve to sit in those seats? Who do you think you are? A group of people spoke up for the Lu family in order to get close to them. Lu family's patriarch said in a deep voice, young man, I think you have some strength, that's why you are so arrogant. For Heavenly Master Long Xian's sake, obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs to my Lu family's elder and I will let you off. Qin Yan remained sitting there and said indifferently, I will wait for Heavenly Master Long Xian to come. Impudent. A guy like you is not worthy of seeing Heavenly Master Long Xian. Housekeeper Li took a step forward and arrived beside Qin Yan. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Qin Yan's face. Qin Yan's eyes turned cold as he released supergravity. The range of the supergravity was very small, it only covered the middle of Housekeeper Li's arm. Under Ling Yun'er's control, the supergravity turned into a hand blade and fell down, before Housekeeper Li's hand could grab Qin Yan, his arm was suddenly broken. Seeing Housekeeper Li's arm suddenly cut off, everyone shouted in horror once again. Housekeeper Li is a member of the Li family and he actually dared to hit him, of course, what everyone is even more surprised about is Qin Yan's strength. Housekeeper Li let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated a few steps. He knew that the young man in front of him was not to be trifled with. Hearing that Li Longxian was coming, everyone immediately cheered. Great, now that Heavenly Master Long Xian is here, she will definitely be able to teach this person a lesson. Lu Feiyuan stood behind the patriarch and looked fiercely at Qin Yan. Housekeeper Li did not dare to approach Qin Yan because he knew that Qin Yan was very strong and could kill him at any time. You dare hit me, the Li family will not let you off. Housekeeper Li glared at Qin Yan and shouted. Many of the people present hurriedly blocked the way out. Don't let him escape. Trap him and wait for Heavenly Master Long Xian to teach him a lesson. This guy is behaving atrociously in Heavenly Master Long Xian's territory, he really hasn't died yet. At this moment, more than 10 middle-aged men wearing white robes with cold expressions walked out from the front door of the living room. Seeing these middle-aged men, everyone let out a cheer. From the conversations of the crowd, Qin Yan found out that the dozen or so middle-aged men who looked very strong were all Li Longxuan's bodyguards. They were all very strong. Li Longxian came out. Qin Yan remembered that Li Longxian was a bald old man. However, the current Li Longxian has a head full of black hair and his face is not that old. He looks a bit like a middle-aged man. Li Longxian just walked out of a door and looked at Qin Yan. Because in the front row, everyone stood up. Only Qin Yan was sitting there. After seeing Qin Yan, Li Longxuan's eyes widened. Housekeeper Li immediately shouted angrily at Qin Yan, Heavenly Master Long Xian came out and you are still sitting there. You are so rude, you are truly asking for a beating. Li Longxuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Housekeeper Li. He shouted, you dog, it's not your turn to speak here. Li Longxian ruthlessly slapped Housekeeper Li's face. Housekeeper Li was sent flying by the slap and smashed through the thick wall of the living room. Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The people of the LV clan shuddered slightly. Everyone in the living room was dumbstruck. Previously, someone said that Housekeeper Li was Li Longxuan's good friend, but now, he was sent flying by Li Longxuan's slap. Li Longxuan's eyes were ice cold as he swept his gaze over the Lu family members. Seeing that they were injured, he suddenly understood something. Heavenly Master Long Xian, this guy is very presumptuous. He is causing trouble in your living room and even hit our Lu family members. Lu Feiyuan pointed at Qin Yan and said with a trembling voice. Li Longxian slapped Lu Feiyuan's face and said coldly, what about now? Lu Feiyuan was sent tumbling in the air and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Heavenly Master Long Xian, you. Family head Lu's legs trembled. This is Master Qin, my benefactor. He had a good temperament and never took the initiative to attack. If you are beaten up, then you must have provoked him first. Li Longxian shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Longshuan's benefactor was actually waiting for him here. The Liu family members were all trembling with fear. They finally understood why Steward Li had been slapped. Right at this moment, someone cursed angrily. It's all because the Liu family's people are too arrogant to occupy the front position. That's right, this little brother came last night and is sitting at the very front waiting for Celestial Master Long Xian. The people from the Liu family think that I'm an eyesore and want to drive me away. There are only a few people in the Liu family and they can't even fill up those seats. Yet, they want to drive this little brother away. The few people from the Liu family immediately cursed at these people. This was simply adding insult to injury. Li Longxian looked coldly at the people from the Liu family. He waved his hand at the bodyguards behind him and said, "Beat them up and throw them on the street." The Liu family was only a small family in the inscription world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here for Li Longxian to appear. Elderly, I just came from the Immortal Desolate. There's a problem with the communication talisman I used to contact you, so I can only wait for you here. Qin Yin stood up and said with a smile. Back then, Li Longxian had given Qin Yin something similar to a magic mirror, but it has already lost its effectiveness. Master Qin, just say your name. Li Longxian said with a chuckle. He immediately patted Qin Yin's shoulder and said with a smile, I've finally waited for you to come. I said it, but the old man who received me didn't recognize me. Qin Yin said. Uncle Wang is really something, he actually doesn't recognize the famous Qin Yin. Li Longxian shook his head and said with a smile, let's go to the Li family villa and talk. After speaking, Li Longxian left with Qin Yin. After the living room quietened down, a commotion broke out. Qin Yin? Is that the Qin Yin from the Immortal Desolate? Oh my god, this is the person who beat Xiaoyang, destroyed the altar and caused the Outer Heaven Alliance army to suffer a great loss. The sect master of the inscription gate, even Heavenly Master Long Xian has to call him Master Qin. Those fellows from the Liu family have really kicked an iron plate this time. Everyone is incomparably shocked. Qin Yin, whose name has shaken the Immortal Desolate, has actually come to the inscription world. Qin Yin followed Li Longxian to a secluded garden in the Li family villa, inside a small building. Master Qin, I thought you went to the Sacred Desolate. Li Longxian said with a smile. He is very clear that the reason why he has his current status is because Qin Yin gave him those dragon totem. Therefore, he is very respectful towards Qin Yin. Old Li, when are you going to the Sacred Desolate? Qin Yin asked. I'm ready, I can go. Li Longxian chuckled and said, because of Master Qin's help, I obtained an extremely high position in the Li family and obtained a large amount of resources. I am truly grateful. Where did you get those stone slabs from back then? Qin Yin said. Back then, he obtained the Sun Dragon Totem stone slab and stored it in this desolate domain. Later on, this desolate domain became the inscription world and the terrain changed greatly, causing him to be unable to find the place where he hid the stone slabs. In the ancient tomb of the Long family. Li Longxian said, I found the 2 stone slabs in my hands from there. A guy from the Long family brought me to rob their ancient tomb. That guy is already dead, only I know how to enter the ancient tomb. Qin Yin said in low voice, quickly bring me there should be other rigid people inside. Master Qin, now? Li Longxian said in deep voice. Qin Yin nodded. He also found it strange that the stone slabs he hid in the inscription world back then were actually obtained by the Long family. Alright, let's go now. Li Longxian chuckled and said, Master Qin, with you following us this time, we will definitely have a great harvest. Old Li, what's going on with the Long family of the inscription world? It seems like they didn't go to the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yin said. When the Emperor race appeared, many families of the inscription world went there. However, Qin Yin never heard of the Long family of the inscription world. The Long family has already declined. Their people have already left and scattered. It's impossible to gather them all. Li Longxian said, their ancient tomb in the inscription world is very mysterious. Only the direct descendants of the Long family know about it. Qin nodded and said, let's go. Li Longxian brought Qin and left the Li family villa through a secret passage. After changing their appearance, they boarded a carriage and left the city. Old Li, did you hand over the 2 dragon totem on the 2 stone slabs I repaired? Qin asked. Li Longxian chuckled and said, Master Qin taught me that I only need to hand over 1 totem. However, I did not hand over the complete dragon totem. I only handed over a part of it and they had a whole new level of respect for me. Then do they know what totem it is? Qin asked. They said that it is a very important sun dragon totem. Li Longxian said, Master Qin, you should already know about it, right? Li Longxian met Qin in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Back then, he knew that Qin is a very powerful old ancestor Fuyun. Qin nodded and said, I know. I am preparing to go to the sacred Desolate, so I came here to see if there are other stone slabs. Back then, he asked Mo to help repair Li Longshuan's 2 stone slabs and also mastered the 2 sun dragon totem. At that time, he felt that the 2 dragon totem are very different. After he recovered his memories, he realized that it is a very special sun dragon totem. Master Qin, do you have any research on these 2 dragon totem? Li Longxian curiously asked. Although it looks like a totem, it has sun heavenly rune and sun totem inside. It is very complicated. Qin said. There is also sun heavenly rune? Li Longxian said in amazement, how come I didn't discover it? I indeed discovered a bit regarding the sun totem. Qin said with smile, sun heavenly rune can't be seen, it needs to be comprehended. You must first familiarize yourself with what the sun dragon totem can see, then you can comprehend what you can't see. So it's like that. Li Longxian repeatedly nodded, he has a look of sudden realization. Qin is not talking nonsense, it is the truth. Master Qin, what exactly is the sun heavenly rune? Li Longxian asked again. It is the heavenly rune branded inside the sun when the heavenly Tao created it. It exists inside every sun but it is very difficult to discover. If you can discover it, you can create your own sun. Qin said. Li Longxian shook his head and said with smile, I am too stupid, this is very profound to me. After the carriage left the city, Qin got off and took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin and Li Longxian are inside the control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. They are flying towards Long family's mysterious ancient tomb. Old Li, how many times have you been to that ancient tomb? Qin asked. After I came back from Great Dragon Desolate Domain, I went there several times but each time I didn't gain anything. Moreover, I was worried that there would be danger inside, so I didn't go too deep. Li Longxian said, Master Qin, with you here this time, I dare to go too deep. Qin nodded and said, there might be many mechanisms inside Long family's ancient tomb. You didn't go too deep, it is also correct, otherwise you would have died without even knowing. Yes. Li Longxian promptly nodded and said, that prodigal old man of Long family told me that the reason why their Long family declined is because they often explored that ancient tomb and died inside. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle's flying speed is very fast, moreover, it can shuttle through space. In just a short while, it arrived above Long family's ancient tomb. Qin controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and landed on the short mountain. Li Longxian looked at the mountain and became very nervous. He said in low voice, Master Qin, every time I approach this mountain, I get a very scary feeling. Qin said with smile, didn't you go in before? What are you afraid of? Li Longxian sighed and said, I went in a few times before but last time, I almost died inside. Oh? Did you encounter something dangerous? Qin asked. I didn't encounter anything dangerous. In short, I was slowly walking along a passage and then my head suddenly felt very painful, then my whole body felt very painful. Li Longxian recalled this matter, his expression became very fearful and also very doubtful. He said, I am sure that there was nothing in the vicinity at that time but I had a very big headache. I almost died from the pain. Qin said with frown, was it a soul attack? Li Longxian promptly shook his head and said with certainty, it was absolutely not a soul attack because I was wearing something to protect my soul. If my soul was attacked, I would have sensed it. I am here this time, don't be afraid. Qin said. Master Qin, I heard that you displayed great might in buried heaven land and killed many powerful people. I believe you. Li Longxian said with smile. Li Longxian also knows a bit about buried heaven land. Qin Yan secretly used his heavenly eye to check the ancient tomb. What caused him to be amazed is that he cannot see through the mountain. There is a very strong barrier protecting it. Qin Yan said in amazement, this ancient tomb of the Long family has some tricks up its sleeves. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many elders of the Long family. Li Longxian said with smile, many famous and powerful inscription masters of the Long family suddenly disappeared because they entered this damned place. Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to enter the interior of the mountain but failed because the mountain's barrier has completely sealed the space. Where is the entrance? Qin Yan asked. He can only enter from the entrance. Master Qin, I will take you there. Li Longxian said. Qin Yan and Li Longxian left the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qin Yan stored the heaven-leaping shuttle and followed Li Longxian to the bottom of the short mountain. Li Longxian brought Qin Yan and circled around the short mountain a few times. Where is it? Qin Yan asked, elderly, don't tell me you forgot? Master Qin, that's not it. I'll take a few rounds first and observe the situation. Li Longxian said, this is what the prodigal old man from the Long family taught me. He said that before entering, I have to walk around a few times. If there is no wind in this mountain, I can enter. What's the principle behind this? Qin Yan was somewhat surprised. I don't know either. Li Longxian smiled. After circling a few rounds, Li Longxian brought Qin Yan and landed on a large rock at the foot of the mountain. Li Longxian carried the boulder away and saw a cave entrance. This is the entrance. Li Longxian said, it's very dark inside. Qin Yan took out a few glowing stones and controlled them to fly in front. The stone of light flew in front and immediately lit up the interior. Qin Yan walked in front while Li Longxian followed behind. Master Qin, be careful. Li Longxian warned. Although he came in with Qin Yan, he is still afraid. Don't worry. Qin Yan's pupils have already turned faint purple-red. He released his heavenly eye, allowing him to see many things. After entering the cave, Qin Yan walked along the passageway and saw a faint golden energy. What kind of energy is this? Divine Cosmos Golden Stone's Divine Cosmos Power? Qin Yan said in his heart, but this is not the same as the Divine Cosmos Power I am familiar with. Before coming here, he thought that this Long family ancient tomb was not that big of a deal. But now he realized that he underestimated the Long family ancient tomb. This is indeed a very awesome ancient tomb. Not long after they walked, they came across 3 forks. Which one? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. Li Longxian said, when I came in, I just walked casually. Where did you get those 2 stone slabs last time? Qin Yan asked again. This passageway. Li Longxian pointed to the right and said, last time we walked to the end, we met many poisonous spiders on the way. Then let's take this passageway first. Qin Yan walked this passageway and increased his speed. He can see a faint golden energy. Because this energy filled the entire ancient tomb, he doesn't know where it came from. Suddenly, Qin Yan heard a squeaking sound. Poisonous spiders. Li Longxian said in low voice, these poisonous spiders are very fast. Qin Yan walked forward and very quickly saw those poisonous spiders. These poisonous spiders are as big as a wash basin. Moreover, they have dragon scales on their body. They are actually poisonous dragon spiders. Many poisonous dragon spiders are blocking the path ahead. They look like black water rushing out. It is very scary. Why are there so many? Last time there were only a few of them. Li Longxian shouted. Qin Yan immediately let out Long Tianji. After Long Tianji came out, she let out a low roar and those poisonous dragon spiders all retreated. Tianji, what is going on? With these poisonous dragon spiders? Do they have mothers? Qin Yan asked. These poisonous dragon spiders are mothers. Long Tianji said in amazement, but they are all in their infancy stage. When they grow up, they will all be mothers. Long Tianji is a poisonous dragon spider, but she has now evolved into a true dragon. This is mainly because Long Yuqing provided her with a large amount of dragon blood and also because she absorbed Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Egg Yolk's energy. Although she has transformed into a dragon, she still has the ability of a poisonous dragon spider. Just now, Long Tianji released a signal and forced back a large group of poisonous dragon spiders. After all, she used to be a spider queen and now she has become so formidable, that kind of might is still there. Li Longxian saw that the gorgeous woman Qin Yun suddenly let out is so formidable and he feels even more admiration in his heart. Master, rest assured, these poisonous dragon spiders will not harm you again. I have already communicated with them. Long Tianji said. Qin Yun said, Tianji, ask these poisonous dragon spiders, is there an end ahead? Long Tianji nodded and began communicating with these poisonous dragon spiders. Not long after, Long Tianji said, Master, there is an end ahead. But that wall can be broken. Then ask them again, what do we need to pay attention to here? Qin Yun said. Long Tianji communicated with those poisonous dragon spiders and very quickly got an answer. She said, there is a kind of strange spirit here, it can bewitch people's mind and make them sink into a kind of hallucinatory state. They will become very painful or even lose consciousness. Right. Li Longxian promptly nodded, I was almost killed before. Alright, thank you very much. Qin Yun faintly smiled at Long Tianji, gently caressed her beautiful and alluring face and then sent her back to the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. Li Longxian said in low voice, Master Qin, these strange spirits are very dreadful, have you thought of a way to deal with them? Qin Yun said with smile, temporarily not. But don't worry, I will think of a way when the time comes. The poisonous dragon spiders opened up a passage on the wall. While walking through, Li Longxian felt fear in his heart because there are densely packed large spiders all around and above the passage. Although he knows that these large spiders won't attack people, he still feels very scared. After a while, Qin Yun and Li Longxian arrived at the end. Master Qin, last time I came here, I picked up those 2 stone slabs. Li Longxian said, the runes on those 2 stone slabs are still damaged. I suspect that they are damaged because they left the place where they were kept. Qin Yun touched the stone wall at the end and said, have you tried to blast open the stone wall? I have, it is very hard, I can't open it. Li Longxian took out an awl, walked over and vigorously poked it, issuing a dang sound. After the crisp sound, the stone wall is still intact. Qin Yun used the mysterious penetration divine ability and tested it. His hand can penetrate the stone wall, causing Li Longxian to cry out in alarm. Qin Yun grabbed Li Longxuan's shoulder and said, let's go. After saying that, he led Li Longxian through the stone wall and arrived inside a stone room that flickered with golden light. Inside the stone room, there are 7 golden stone slabs. And near the stone slabs, there are many faint golden light rays lingering around. Even the stone walls here are covered with a layer of golden light mist. Li Longxian is incomparably excited and said, so this is the treasure trove. After saying that, he was about to rush over. Qin Yun promptly grabbed him and said with a frown, don't go over, it's dangerous. Li Longxian promptly jumped behind Qin Yun and said in low voice, Master Qin, what kind of danger is there? Why didn't I discover it? The strange spirits were born here. Qin Yun said with a frown. When he entered, he used his heavenly eye to see the faint golden energy. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over, Li Longxian immediately screamed in pain. Qin Yun promptly released a very strong nether moon mental power and formed a barrier that enveloped Li Longxian. After Li Longxuan's pain disappeared, he gasped for breath, his face is deathly pale. He is very clear that if Qin Yun did not suddenly take action, he would have been finished. Qin Yun released the nether moon and released its devouring power. The nether moon slowly rotated and gathered the golden light from all around. Half an hour passed, the originally golden and dazzling stone room has become pitch black. Qin Yun took out a light-emitting stone and illuminated the 7 stone slabs on the ground. He said, I really did not expect that these 7 stone slabs would actually give birth to a strange spirit body. The stone slabs gave birth to it? Li Longxian said in shock. Qin Yun inspected the stone slabs, the sun dragon totem on them is very well preserved. He put away the stone slabs and exclaimed in admiration, these strange spirits are very powerful. They can use the runes on the stone slabs to refine the heaven and earth energy and even condense them into runes. The ancient tomb's powerful barrier was created by these strange spirits. Fortunately, Master Qin is here, otherwise I would not have known about this place. Li Longxian said with smile. Inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, Qin Yin kept thinking about the sun dragon totem. Not long after, the heaven-leaping shuttle arrived outside the city. After Li Longxian bade farewell to Qin Yin, he left the heavenly leaping shuttle and returned to the Li family manor. As for Qin Yin, he controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly to a place where the space was weak. He wanted to return to the immortal desolate. Little Yun, didn't you study the sun dragon totem in your previous life? Ling Yin'er asked. Not long after I obtained the sun dragon totem, I was targeted by the heavenly law divine realm. Qin Yin said, the situation at that time was very urgent. I didn't have the time to delve into it. Is the natural law divine realm also looking for the sun dragon totem? Ling Yin'er asked in shock. Luckily it did not fall into their hands. Qin Yin sighed and said, this sun dragon totem is far more important than I imagined. Ling Yin'er said, when you were the king of the Nine-Yang Palace, you wanted to create a powerful primal divine sun. This sun dragon totem should be very important. The key is, possessing the sun dragon totem is the first step to creating a heavenly sun. If I can obtain the sun seed, it will be even easier. Unfortunately, I can't go to Sacred Desolate right now. Qin Yin said. The heaven-leaping shuttle had already pierced through space and returned to the Immortal Desolate. Not long after returning to the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master contacted Qin Yin. Boss Divine King, the Sacred Desolate Gate has appeared. Did you go take a look? The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master contacted Qin Yin through the mirror. Gate of the Sacred Desolate? Qin Yin was somewhat astonished as he said, this Gate of the Sacred Desolate has not appeared in a long time. It's really strange for it to appear now. I've already rushed over. Are you going? Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate said. Where is it? Asked Qin Yin. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master told Qin Yin the location of the Sacred Desolate Gate. Qin Yin immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the entrance of the Sacred Desolate. Ling Yin'er asked, Xiao Yun, what's going on with the Gate of the Sacred Wasteland? The Sacred Desolate Gate is a very mystical existence. It's a door to enter the Sacred Desolate. Qin Yin said with a frown, it's really strange. I thought that the Sacred Desolate Gate was already gone. After breaking through to the peak of the ninth heaven Immortal Emperor realm and becoming a sage, aren't they sucked into the sage-grade space? Isn't that gate superfluous? Ling Yin'er said. No, the Sacred Desolate Gate is unique to the Nine Suns heavenly region. There are many such spatial gates in the Nine Suns heavenly region. Qin Yin explained, if you transform into a sacred near the Sacred Desolate's gate, you won't be sucked into the Sacred Desolate immediately. You can open the gate and enter the Sacred Desolate. Ling Yin'er quickly said, could it be that there are other benefits to entering the Sacred Wasteland through the Gate of the Sacred Wasteland? Qin Yin nodded and said with a smile, that's right. It can be said to be a reward bestowed by the Nine Suns, but it is not easy to open that door. What kind of reward will there be? Ling Yin'er asked. I don't know because not many people can open the Gate of Sacred Desolate and I don't have this kind of experience. Qin Yin said. Not long after, news of the appearance of the Sacred Desolate Gate spread through the magic mirror. Many people who were preparing to become saints immediately headed towards the vicinity of the Sacred Desolate Gate. Regarding the matter of the Sacred Desolate Gate, it was also released by the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. He understood these things better. In just a short while, Qin Yin arrived near the entrance of the Sacred Desolate. On a spacious and empty land, a 10,000-meter-tall golden door appeared. This tightly closed door is emitting waves of golden sacred energy. There are many runes carved on the door. This grand and huge golden door is the Sacred Desolate Gate. If one were to look high up in the sky, they would be able to see that the Sacred Desolate Gate is inside a huge golden ring. With the Sacred Desolate Gate as the center, the area with a radius of 100,000 meters is inside the golden ring. That's the Sacred Gate's domain. Qin Yin looked at the huge halo and said, if you become a saint within the Sacred Gate's domain, you won't be sucked into the Sacred Desolate. You can challenge and open the Sacred Gate. Ling Yun'er said, "Can anyone enter the sacred gate's domain?" Qin Yan left the heaven-leaping shuttle and floated in the air. He said, "Only ninth-stage immortal emperors can enter." At this moment, he is outside the sacred gate's domain. Many people have already arrived but they are unable to enter because they are not ninth-stage immortal emperors. The crowd below suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Because a giant flying city has arrived. Heaven Creation City. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Are the people of Heaven Creation City coming to open the sacred gate?" Xiao Yun, can a sacred transformation expert like Xianxia open the door? Ling Yun'er asked. Sure. Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the Heaven Creation City. Qin Yan kept the heaven-leaping shuttle and immediately chased after it. Just now, a person flew out from the Heaven Creation City, that is Zhang Xingxian. If Zhang Xingxian left the Heaven Creation City, he would be sucked into the Sacred Desolate. However, the moment he left the city, he entered the Sacred Gate's domain, so he did not enter the Sacred Desolate. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, "Previously, so many people entered the Sacred Desolate early, they suffered a great loss." Not necessarily, because not everyone can open the Sacred Gate. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Besides, to be able to encounter the Sacred Gate, this is also a kind of opportunity." Zhang Xingxian left the Heaven Creation City and flew towards the Sacred Desolate's gate. His speed is extremely fast. Qin Yan's speed is also not slow, he immediately chased after him. In addition, Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master and Heartless Immortal Venerable also flew towards Zhang Xingxian. Zhang Xingxian! Qin Yan shouted as he approached. Sect Master Qin. When Zhang Xingxian saw Qin Yan, he was slightly alarmed and then said with a smile, "I thought you had already gone to the Sacred Desolate. You can't be waiting for the Sacred Gate to appear, right?" To be honest, I haven't cultivated sacred veins yet, so it's still too early for me to become a sacred saint. Qin Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master and Heartless Immortal Venerable also arrived. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master looked at the Sacred Desolate's gate and said in shock, "The Sacred Gate really appeared. I thought that after the Nine-Yang Divine Palace left the Nine-Yang Heavenly Domain, the Sacred Gate would never appear again. The relationship between the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Sacred Gate isn't that great." Qin Yan said, "The spatial gates of the various gates are mainly controlled by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace above the Ancient Desolate." Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master nodded. He knew that Qin Yan has already recovered the memories of the King of Gods, that's why he knows these things. In addition, Qin Yan was once the king of the Nine-Yang Palace, the founder of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Zhang Xingxian said with a smile, "My luck is pretty good, I've finally waited for the Sacred Gate to appear." Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master chuckled and said, "Old Zhang, you have been hiding in the Immortal Desolate and not leaving, so you were waiting for the Sacred Gate to appear. I have to say, you really hit the jackpot." Emotionless Immortal Venerable said with a smile, "Old Zhang, if you can't open the Sacred Gate, then it would be embarrassing. I have made ample preparations for today, I will definitely be able to open it." Zhang Xingxian said with a smile, "Friends, if we are fated, we will definitely meet again. We will meet again in the future." After speaking, Zhang Xingxian flew towards the Sacred Gate's gate. Outside the Sacred Gate's domain, many people saw someone flying towards the Sacred Gate. Furthermore, that person is releasing very powerful saint power. Even though they were outside the Holy Gate's domain, everyone could feel the powerful saint energy undulations. Many 7th and 8th stage immortal emperors sensed this level of saint power. While they are shocked, they also yearned for it. Many disciples of Heaven Creation City's Heaven Creation Palace flew out and looked at Zhang Xingxian who was flying towards the Sacred Gate. Zhang Xingxian quickly arrived in front of the huge Sacred Gate. He spread his arms and released the most powerful saint power from his body. The saint power rushed forward, wanting to push open the huge gate. Berserk saint power roared crazily. The entire earth trembled violently. Ka ka ka, a crisp sound came out, the Sacred Gate was pushed a little, everyone let out a burst of exclamations. Zhang Xingxian, just a little bit more, work hard. Emotionless Immortal Venerable shouted. This guy's saint power is quite strong. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said, he should be able to open the Sacred Gate. The saint power released by Xianxia is extremely berserk. It has already shocked the immortal emperors outside the sacred gate's domain. However, even so, the sacred gate only moved a little. Ling Yuner asked, Xiao Yun, can you go and help? Qin Yan looked at the sacred gate and replied, I can't. If I go and help, the sacred gate will only close even more. Zhang Xingxian suddenly let out a deep roar. He has always been refined, but now the clothes on his upper body are torn apart, his muscles swelled up and the berserk saint power caused many sinister veins to appear on the surface of his skin. It can be seen that Zhang Xingxian is now going all out. The saint power he released became even stronger and the gate was pushed open a little more. However, his power is still far from enough. At this moment, Zhang Xingxian drew runes with his 10 fingers. He used inscription battle technique. He crazily urged the strongest power in his body and drew many complicated runes in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in admiration again and again. Zhang Xingxian's saint power is already very strong, but he is still unable to completely open the gate. Many 9th stage immortal emperors feel that even if they become saints, they still don't have enough strength to open the sacred gate. One must know that Zhang Xingxian has already become a saint for many years and has always been cultivating inside Heaven Creation City. He is not someone that those experts who have just become saints can compare to. Even so, Zhang Xingxian risked half his life and still failed to open the sacred gate. After a moment, Zhang Xingxian turned into a rune, crash. That rune condensed powerful saint power and burst out, turning into a golden river that rushed towards the sacred gate. Then, Zhang Xingxian released all the remaining saint power in his body. It fused into the river formed by the runes. At this moment, the sacred gate finally opened and a crack appeared. From the crack, a burst of intense and berserk golden energy leaked out. Very strong divine cosmos power. Qin Yan said in shock, is this the reward for opening the sacred gate? At this moment, Zhang Xingxian looks like he has been squeezed dry, his entire body is extremely weak. He gritted his teeth and controlled his body to fly towards the crack that appeared in the sacred gate. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Zhang Xingxian's tiny body staggered into the crack of the huge sacred gate and disappeared in the intense golden light. Bang! After the gate of the sacred wasteland closed, everyone was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Just now, everyone saw that in order to open the sacred gate, Zhang Xingxian had made himself half crippled. If the sacred wasteland's gate had not been opened in the end, then Zhang Xingxian would definitely be lying on the ground with heavy injuries. Although the Heaven Creation City had just arrived in the Immortal Desolate, the Immortal Desolate was very familiar with the Heaven Creation Mansion because it was the place where the Heaven Creation City trained powerful disciples. Zhang Xingxian was the manager of the Heaven Creation Mansion, so his reputation was not small. Therefore, everyone knew that Zhang Xingxian was an expert who had become a saint for many years. It was already so difficult for experts who had become saints for many years to open the door to the sacred wasteland, let alone those who had just become saints. Although everyone knew that it was very difficult to open the sacred desolate gate, there were still many 9th stage immortal emperors who released mansions that were made into magic treasures to stay in the sacred gate domain. Sect Master Qin, even if you become a saint, I don't think you'll be able to open it. Immortal Supremacy Heartless said with a smile, that door is really powerful. I'm scared just looking at it. The Heartless Immortal Venerable was also a sacred transformation stage powerhouse. He had interacted with Zhang Xingxian several times and had a better understanding of Zhang Xingxian's strength. He didn't think that he was stronger than Zhang Xingxian, so he was sure that he couldn't open it. I haven't become a saint yet. Let's talk about it after I become a saint. Qin Yan chuckled and said, I'm going to stay in the sacred gates domain for a long time and attack the saint realm. Cultivating in the sacred gates domain might make it easier to break through. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, especially for cultivating sacred veins, it will be of great help. Emotionless Immortal Venerable said with a smile, I plan to stay in the Immortal Desolate forever. I think this is pretty good. For example, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and Heartless Immortal Venerable were appointed to protect the Immortal Desolate, but they still had the chance to enter the Sacred Desolate. That's right, in this Immortal Desolate, we can be considered the strongest. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate smiled and said, then we will leave first. We won't take up the energy of the Holy Gates domain. After Immortal Venerable Heartless and Immortal Desolate's sacred master left, Qin Yun landed on the ground and chose a location far away from the sacred Desolate's entrance. This location wasn't very close to the borders of the Saint Gate's territory. Many people chose to stay close to the Holy Gate because they felt that they would be able to absorb the energy released by the Holy Gate. The energy released by the Sacred Gate was of great help to many Ninth Heaven Immortal Emperors, but Qin Yun didn't need it. He had the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array, the Divine Universe Amethyst, and a large number of Divine Universe Golden Stones. The energy released by the Saint Gate was negligible to him. Xiao Yun, in this Holy Gate domain, it should be easier to cultivate holy veins. Ling Yuner smiled and said, "You must have confidence in yourself." Yuner, it's not the lack of resources that's hindering my cultivation of the sacred bloodline, it's the heavenly punishment. Qin Yun sighed and said, "This damned heavenly punishment is very mystical, I can feel it but I don't know how to get rid of it." Ling Yuner and Qin Yun have been together for a long time, so she naturally knows that this kind of heavenly punishment is strange. There are 2 types of heavenly punishment. One is the heavenly tribulation lightning. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning is very powerful, it is nothing to Qin Yun. The other kind of heavenly punishment was like a curse, inexplicably imposed on the person being punished. Both Qin Yun's previous life and present life have encountered such cursed heavenly punishment. Is there really no way to get rid of it? Ling Yuner is also very depressed. If Qin Yun can't cultivate holy veins, he can only stay in the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yun said, "I can only try and see if I can break through this kind of cursed heavenly punishment." In your life as the King of Gods, how did you break through the bottleneck and enter the Sacred Desolate? Ling Yuner asked. "I was born in the Divine Desolate." Qin Yun said, "My starting point in this life can be said to be the lowest. Moreover, my spirit vein was destroyed at the beginning, leaving only one sun spirit vein." Ling Yuner smiled and said, "Although it is the lowest starting point, it made you deeply understand the hardships of walking step by step." Qin Yun released the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. When he arrived at the 20th floor, he saw the altar flickering with multicolored light. "Big Sister Star God, you came out of seclusion?" Qin Yun said in surprise. Wearing a thin purple dress, a charming beauty with a faintly discernible jade-like body appeared in front of Qin Yun. In front of Qin Yun, Star God is as flirtatious and enchanting as always. She has not seen Qin Yun for a long time, so she is dressed very gorgeously. Star God is sitting on the altar, crossing her pair of jade-white beautiful legs. She is looking at Qin Yun with her charming eyes, her expression is gentle and charming. "Many thanks little brother Xiao Yun for the sacrifice, I broke through a great realm." Star God said with charming smile, "If not for the fact that I can only appear as a phantom image, I would have kissed you. No need to be so polite." Qin Yun laughed and said, "I have not been able to contact you for a long time, I was very worried. Seeing that you can smoothly come out of seclusion, I feel a lot more relieved." Star God said with charming smile, "Little brother Xiao Yun has always been worried about me, causing my heart to be in chaos, what should I do?" "Big Sister Star God, don't cause trouble." Qin Yun took out a few large soul-sealing pearls and said with mischievous smile, "I can only use these remnant souls as sacrifice to appease Big Sister Star God's heart." Star God's eyes flickered with rippling light, she looked at Qin Yun with tender affection and said with annoyed smile, Big Sister Star God's heart is in chaos now. Let's begin." Qin Yun shook his head and let out Xian Rujing. After Xian Rujing came out, she saw Star God is trying to seduce Qin Yun, she coldly groaned and said, "Demon, why are you wearing so little? Your body is not as good as mine, yet you are wearing so revealing clothes, don't you know shame? Little sister Bingxue, how can my body not be as good as yours?" Star God said with charming smile, "How about we compete and let little brother Xiao Yun judge?" While speaking, she giggled and used a very charming and very provocative posture to take off her clothes. "Big Sister Star God, what is the situation in Divine Desolate?" After the Heavenly Law Divine Domain appeared, it wants to rule over Divine Desolate, are you affected? Qin Yun promptly interrupted Star God. This wretched Heavenly Law Divine Domain is joining hands with a group of scoundrels to stir up havoc in Divine Desolate. Speaking about this matter, Star God very angrily said, "Especially those 9 sun sects, they are trying to capture me again. The most infuriating thing is that they made some divine desolate beauty list and put me at 99th place. Xianxia learned from evil god that the heavenly law divine domain wants to unify divine desolate. Originally, when the imperial race gathered the 9 sun sects and gods, Star God did not continue to be chased by those 2 9 sun sects. And now the heavenly law divine domain is supporting those sects to fight against the imperial race. Apparently they want to defeat the imperial race. Xianxia said, "Big sister Star God, you must be careful. First accept Xiaoyun's death sacrifice and become stronger." Big sister Star God, do you have any news about Heavenly Lion King? Xianxia asked. After Heavenly Lion King obtained his heart, he was sucked into Divine Desolate. Yes, this guy is being chased. It is also very miserable. Star God said, "As soon as I came out, I heard that this formidable Heavenly Lion King has caused a lot of trouble." Xianxia said with grave expression, "It seems like I have to go to Divine Desolate as soon as possible." At this time, Xianxia also began sacrificing. Star God said in low voice, "Little brother Xiaoyun, the gods have closed the passage to lower realms, I can't send you anything for now." "It doesn't matter," Xianxia said with smile. "That won't do, it must be very difficult for you to collect remnant souls for me." Star God said in charming voice, "I must compensate you. How about this, I will dance for you, I will take off my clothes while dancing." "No need, no need," Xianxia promptly said. Xianxia promptly covered Xianxia's eyes and said, "Xiaoyun, don't look at her dancing, it is very irritating to the eyes." Star God pouted coquettishly and said, "Little sister Bingxue, how can you be like this? My dancing is very beautiful." Big sister Star God, roughly when will you be able to send something down? I need you to help me get something down, Xianxia asked. First tell me what it is, when the passage opens, I will immediately send it to you. Star God said. Divine flame leaf, if you can't get a whole leaf, grind it into powder and give it to me, Xianxia said. What do you want this kind of thing for? The divine flame leaf is not something rare, the Star God asked. It is useful, Xianxia said with smile, thank you in advance. Star God said with charming smile, no need to be polite. The death sacrifice this time is much more than last time. I am really grateful to you, my adorable little brother Xiaoyun. Not long after, the death sacrifice is completed. Alright, this time the energy of the death sacrifice is too much, my location will surely be exposed. I will hide first and talk later, goodbye. Star God promptly left. This slut. Xianxia lightly groaned and said. Sister Rujing, Sacred Desolate's entrance is here, do you want to try opening it? You should be able to transform into Sacred Spirit Realm, right? Xianxia asked. I have already cultivated Sacred Spirit Vein. I heard that you have not cultivated it yet, is that true? Xianxia said in low voice. Xianxia nodded and said, indeed. It is very difficult for me to cultivate. Xianxia's expression is very complicated, she bit her lips and said in low voice, of course, because you only have one vein. But your Sacred Sun Vein is very powerful, if it evolves, it will become very strong. My Dual Spirit 8 Immortal Veins have already evolved into Dual Spirit 8 Sacred Veins, if you let me help you. You will soon have Sacred Veins. Your 1 vein plus my 8 veins will be 9 veins, after we fuse together, we will both have 9 Sacred Sun Veins. Xianxia naturally knows, he lightly sighed, held Xianxia's lily-white hand and said in low voice, thank you Sister Rujing, in order to let me cultivate Sacred Spirit Vein, you made such a great sacrifice. But I want to cultivate on my own. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. She bit her lips and then tightly hugged Xianxia. She leaned into Xianxia's bosom and said in low voice, Xiaoyun, there is no need to sacrifice, you have helped me many times. Now helping me cultivate Sacred Spirit Vein is the most important thing, no need to be polite. No need, I can cultivate on my own, I just need a bit of time. Xianxia wanted to push Xianxia away. Xianxia immediately became very angry, she stamped her foot, opened her mouth and ruthlessly bit Xianxia's arm. Xianxia's beautiful eyes are filled with hidden bitterness and tenderness, as well as a bit of anger. Xianxia immediately held her in his arms and sat on a large chair. Xian Rujing lightly hammered Qin Yun's chest a few times and then bit Qin Yun's wrist. Are you loosening the reins only to grasp better? Xian Rujing coldly groaned and said, You wretched honest Qin, you are definitely tricking me, making me so passive. Qin Yun gently caressed her beautiful hair. Looking at her cool and elegant face, he said with smile, Sister Rujing, we have known each other for so long, I have also been forcefully kissed by you a few times, how can I not understand you? Then why are you making all sorts of excuses? Xian Rujing spat in low voice, I originally wanted to go to Sacred Desolate, I found out that you have not cultivated Sacred Vein, so I stayed behind to accompany you. But you are not grateful at all, you are so infuriating. Finished speaking, she bit Qin Yun's arm again. Qin Yun pinched her thigh, then gently caressed her hand and said with sigh, I have heavenly punishment, it is very difficult for me to cultivate Sacred Vein. If you help me break the heavenly punishment, I am worried that you will be implicated. Xian Rujing is startled, she now knows why Qin Yun is rejecting her so much, so this is the reason. Xiao Yun, I am sorry, I misunderstood you. Xian Rujing suddenly said with guilt. It doesn't matter. Qin Yun laughed, then lowered his head and kissed Ice Goddess. Both of them intimately hugged and kissed. Although Xian Rujing is Ice Goddess, her whole body is now very warm, it is as if a dense flame of love is ignited in her heart. Late at night, the golden and dazzling Sacred Desolate Gate illuminated the entire Sacred Gate domain. This huge sacred gate is erected on the ground, it is like a bright lamp, illuminating a large area. Qin Yun and Xian Rujing are inside the floating cloud pagoda, they are hugging each other and sitting on a chair, looking at the huge Sacred Desolate Gate. Xian Rujing said, Xiao Yun, I am not afraid of heavenly punishment. What if heavenly punishment kills you? Qin Yun asked. I am also not afraid, as long as I can help you cultivate Sacred Vein. Xian Rujing said. But I am afraid that I will never see you again. Qin Yun pinched her arm and said with smile, No one will bite me in the future. Xian Rujing very anxiously said, Then what should we do? You can't cultivate a saint bloodline, and I can't help you. Qin Yun said, That's why I want to cultivate by myself first. What if it doesn't work? Wouldn't that waste a lot of time? Xian Rujing pursed her lips and said, Don't think too much, we will start now. Sister Yuelan and Sister Kiru told me that if we cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level with you, we can help you cultivate Sacred Veins. Qin Yun frowned and said, When did they tell you? Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said, I said it long ago. Especially that bad girl Yuelan, she taught me all day long. She really underestimated me, thinking that I don't understand anything. When I see her next time, I'll have to spank her but she's actually going too far. Qin Yun deliberately said angrily. There is no need to hit her. Xian Rujing coldly smiled, Yuelan and Yu Shaoling, these two bad girls have been bitten by me many times. My Ice Goddess's ice teeth and snow mouth are not to be trifled with. These two girls have soft skin and tender flesh, so it feels good to bite them. Qin Yun said with smile, Really? They have been bitten by you? Yuelan never told me about it. Xian Rujing said, She is afraid of losing face, so she doesn't dare to say it. Sister Rujing, return to 9 Sun Divine Soul first. I will go into seclusion next. Wait until I cultivate Sacred Veins, then I will be able to break through this heavenly punishment. Qin Yun said. After breaking through. He. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun with tender affection. Her lily-white hands gently caressed Qin Yun's handsome face and said, You will definitely be able to do it. Qin Yun nodded and placed Ice Goddess back into 9 Sun Divine Soul. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, if she helps you break the cursed heavenly punishment, what will the consequences be? I don't know, my cursed heavenly punishment is imposed on me by strict heavenly rules. This is mainly because back then, I was once an enemy of the heavenly Tao and wanted to break the heavenly rules set by the heavenly Tao. That's why I've been suppressed for so many years. Qin Yun said, and later on, the heavenly law divine realm became even more severe towards me. Suppression. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yun can't help but recall the several lifetimes he was tortured. He was alone, exiled to various heavenly domains and suffered all kinds of cruel torture. He spent many years alone and in pain. Those days were worse than death to him. Finally he was tortured to death. But after reincarnation, he was tortured since childhood. Heavenly Law Divine Domain didn't let him die, they let him live for a very long time to torture his soul and body. Because no matter how I was tortured, I never feared the ruthless and callous Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Therefore, Heavenly Law Divine Domain branded indelible and painful memories in the depths of my soul, made me fear them at all times. Xianxia looked at Sacred Desolate's gate, his expression suddenly became very distant. He recalled those incomparably painful and long years, he became very calm and tranquil, he closed his eyes and began wholeheartedly cultivating his sacred veins. He can absorb 9 suns energy through 9 sun divine soul, that is why he has not used his sacred sun vein for many years. Even so, his sacred sun vein has always been strengthening. Xianxia released his absolute yang power to sense the sacred sun vein hidden in his body and tightly wrapped it up. Spirit veins are very mystical things. They are very closely integrated with the body and soul. Xianxia once had several spirit veins extracted. That was the pain he experienced during his childhood. Even now, he still engraved that kind of pain in his heart. He is currently using a very common method to cultivate, which is to use the sacred power he cultivated to wrap around the sacred sun vein and let it absorb the sacred power. Because his body and soul are already sacred spirit sacred body, it has a great effect on the sacred sun vein. After a 9th stage immortal emperor cultivates the sacred spirit sacred body, as long as the immortal veins in his body can evolve into sacred veins, he will be able to enter the sacred desolate. Many powerful 9th stage immortal emperors are stuck at the threshold of sacred veins. Xianxia is also at this threshold now. In the past, those 9th stage immortal emperors were unable to break through mainly because of the lack of resources. But now that the immortal desolate is so rich in resources, it is not difficult to cultivate sacred veins. Xianxia's resources are very abundant but he is unable to cultivate them. This is mainly because of the curse of the heavenly punishment. The power of this curse is very mysterious. It is as if it is branded in Xianxia's soul and will restrict him from cultivating sacred veins. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, Xianxia suddenly heard a muffled sound. He opened his eyes and saw someone attacking the sacred desolate's door. A sacred transformation realm expert is going to open the door of the sacred desolate. The sacred transformation realm expert is an old man. He is currently roaring loudly and constantly releasing sacred power from his body in an attempt to push open the door. He tried for a long time but the door did not budge at all. There are also many people watching. When they saw that the old man did not succeed, they all let out long sighs of regret. The old man did not succeed but he consumed a lot of energy. Because he released too much power, his body suffered heavy injuries. Although he cultivated a sacred body, his sacred body is not strong enough. Xianxia shook his head. Many people can cultivate sacred spirit sacred body but they can't achieve balance. Ling Yin'er said, that old man's sacred power is not weak but his body is too weak, restricting the usage of sacred power. Xianxia nodded and said, yes. It's the same for Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly exploded his body. Xiaoyun, what about you? Ling Yin'er asked. Me? I don't know. Xianxia said with a smile, I might have the same problem but I should be able to open the door of the sacred desolate. Xianxia cultivated for a month but he did not make any progress in cultivating sacred veins. He had no other choice but to continue cultivating. Soon, another 3 months passed. During this period, sacred transformation realm experts came to attack the door one after another. Not only humans. Even a few sacred transformation realm inscription beasts came. It has to be said that sacred transformation realm inscription beasts are very powerful. 2 of them were actually able to open the door of the sacred desolate and smoothly enter the sacred desolate. In comparison, not a single one of the sacred transformation realm human experts could open the door of the sacred desolate. The inscription beasts were indeed powerful. Even if they opened the door of the sacred desolate, they would not become as weak as Xianxia. 3 months passed, Xianxia still did not succeed. And inside his 9 Sun Divine Soul, Xian Rujing, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji have already cultivated sacred veins. They are all sacred transformation realm experts. Xianxia also did not continue cultivating. He is very clear that no matter how much he continues, he will not be able to improve. Xiaoyun, sacred veins are your bottleneck. You can't cultivate sacred veins, you can't grow. Ling Yun'er sighed and said. This heavenly punishment is truly ferocious. I can only think of another way. Qin Yun said helplessly. How about this, you go capture those scoundrels who have cultivated sacred veins, pull out their sacred veins and devour them. Ling Yun'er suddenly said. I can't. Qin Yun shook his head, cultivating sacred veins is not that easy. Xian Rujing came out of the Nine Sun Divine Soul and faintly sighed, Xiaoyun, you still haven't cultivated sacred veins? She is wearing a snow-white long skirt, her body is overflowing with sacred power, her skirt is slowly fluttering in the wind, making her look even more gorgeous and moving. Not yet. Qin Yin shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, I will think of a way. There is nothing that can stop me. Xian Rujing looked at the door of the sacred desolate and said, Xiaoyun, try using 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. I heard Sister Kiru say that 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is a very heaven-defying existence, maybe it will work? I will give it a try. Qin Yin arrived at the 3rd floor and released the 9-dragon mark heavenly sabers. Xian Rujing also arrived at the 3rd floor and said, how about this, I will release my sacred veins, I have duo spirit sacred veins, maybe I can assimilate sacred veins. Qin Yin also thought of using 9-dragon heavenly origin formation before, but he was worried that it would cause the opposite effect and trigger even stronger curse heavenly punishment. Now he has no other choice but to release 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to give it a try. Sister Rujing, don't release your sacred vein yet, I will try cultivating it first. Qin Yin said. Alright. Xian Rujing nodded and said, I will wait for you on the side, if you don't succeed, I will take action. Qin Yin wants to prevent Xian Rujing from participating as much as possible to avoid suffering the mysterious curse heavenly punishment. Yun Long said before that heavenly law is dead. But heartless heavenly law is still operating, it is an even more direct and brutal existence. Qin Yun is the enemy of heavenly law, if Xian Rujing helps him become stronger, she will most likely be punished by heavenly law. Qin Yun sat in the middle of 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and controlled it to operate. 9-dragon heavenly origin formation released 9-colored light and poured into Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun used his formidable mental power to gather the energy released by 9-dragon heavenly origin formation together and wrapped up his sacred sun vein. After being wrapped up by the 9-colored energy, the sacred sun vein became irritable and restless. Qin Yun can only slow down the infusion of energy. He wants to slowly push the 9-dragon heavenly origin array's energy into the sacred sun meridian to strengthen it. After a while, Qin Yun discovered that there is a bit of effect and immediately became very happy. Xiaoyun, is there any effect? Xian Rujing saw Qin Yun's smiling face and promptly asked. There is a bit of effect. Qin Yun nodded and said, I will continue to try. He discovered that his sacred sun vein can now absorb energy. However, the sacred sun vein is forced to absorb energy. Under normal circumstances, energy absorption should be done naturally. Qin Yun feels that his situation is rather special. There is no harm in forcing the sacred sun vein to absorb energy. Only the energy released by 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can force the sacred sun vein to absorb. Xian Rujing felt relieved hearing Qin Yun say that there is some effect. How is the progress? Xian Rujing asked after waiting for 2 days. Not bad, it is steadily absorbing. It is only a matter of time now. Qin Yun said with smile. How about you return to 9 Sun Divine Soul first? With Sister Steamed Bun and others here, it won't be so boring. Qin Yun said with smile, why don't you return to the 9 Sun Divine Soul first? With Sister Steamed Bun and the others together, it won't be so boring. No need, I will wait for you here. Xian Rujing is now a sacred transformation expert and her strength is also very strong. If there was any sudden situation, she would be able to solve it in time. Qin Yun knows that Xian Rujing is worried about him and his heart feels warm. The effects of cultivating in the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation were becoming more and more obvious. Qin Yun gathered the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation's energy together and forcefully pushed it into the sacred sun meridian. In order to prevent the sacred sun meridian from becoming too violent, he slowly pushed it in, step by step. As a result, his sacred sun meridian was growing stronger and stronger. In a blink of an eye, Qin Yin cultivated for more than a month. Xian Rujing did not return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. When she feels bored, she goes up and down the floating cloud pagoda. There are 20 floors in the pagoda. She often finds a floor and releases a bathtub to bathe. Seeing that Qin Yin's condition is gradually stabilizing, Xian Rujing's mood also became a lot more relaxed. She was very worried about Qin Yin before. Night time, Xian Rujing finished her bath and changed into clean and simple purple clothes. Then she arrived at the third floor where Qin Yin is. She arrived at the third floor and immediately let out a cry of alarm. "Xiaoyun, how are you?" Xian Rujing yelled in alarm. Qin Yin is sitting inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. The clothes on his upper body burst open and his body expanded by a size. What caused Xian Rujing to be most alarmed is that a small hole has appeared on Qin Yin's forehead. A nine-colored light belt is coming out of it like a snake. It wants to drill out of Qin Yin's head. The nine-colored light belt is like a rainbow. It looks very beautiful, but it is very manic. My sacred sun meridian wants to separate from my body. Qin Yin is in great pain. He yelled, "This is the power of heavenly punishment curse." Xian Rujing is now at a loss of what to do. She promptly walked over. Just as she walked over, Qin Yin's sacred sun meridian suddenly burst out with a burst of energy wave. "Ah!" Qin Yin yelled in pain. The nine-colored light belt coming out from Qin Yin's forehead has now become a lot dimmer. Moreover, there are many cracks on it. The nine-colored light belt has shrunk back, but Qin Yin is extremely weak. He fell on the ground and gasped for breath. "Xiaoyun, your sacred sun meridian, energy is leaking. Moreover, it is seriously damaged." Xian Rujing bit her lips. Her eyebrows are slightly creased. She is supporting the weak Qin Yin. She is very sad and very distressed. "I failed." Qin Yin lightly sighed and said. "It doesn't matter, there is still me," Xian Rujing said in soft voice. She sweetly smiled, pressed her lips on Qin Yin's and tightly hugged him. "Sister Rujing, don't act recklessly." Qin Yin promptly sent sound transmission to Xian Rujing. He knows what she wants to do. "Xiaoyun, let me help you." Xian Rujing's gentle voice transmitted into Qin Yin's mind. Not long after, Qin Yin fell into the embrace of this ice and snow goddess. Their feelings suddenly became as thick as ocean. It is as if they fell into a gentle ocean. Even though the ocean is surging violently, they are still immersed in deep love, feeling each other's tenderness. Qin Yin suffered a backlash from cultivating sacred sun meridian and became very weak. But now that he is together with Xian Rujing and cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level, he very quickly recovered. And now, Qin Yin can finally feel Xian Rujing's Duo Spirit 8 sacred veins. His weak sacred sun meridian recovered very quickly. Xian Rujing's Duo Spirit 8 sacred veins suddenly appeared beside Qin Yin's sacred sun meridian and started intertwining with each other. Not long after, Qin Yin sensed that his sacred sun meridian is evolving very quickly. Moreover, he has 8 more meridians inside his body, total 9 meridians. Although Qin Yin has successfully cultivated 9 sacred sun meridian, he is still very weak. He still needs to continue cultivating. Qin Yin and Xian Rujing cultivated together for several days and then stopped. "Sister Rujing." After the cultivation ended, Qin Yin looked at the exceptionally beautiful and elegant ice-cold beauty in his bosom and lightly yelled. Xian Rujing's eyes are closed. It looks like she is in deep sleep. Qin Yin's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately caressed her cheek and poured in formidable mental power to probe her situation. What caused him to be shocked is that Xian Rujing does not have 9 sacred sun meridian. Instead, she has other 9 sacred veins. After he came in contact with the 9 sacred veins, he only felt endless ice cold. Could it be 9 sacred veins? Qin Yin is endlessly shocked. She should have cultivated 9 sacred sun meridian. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiaoyun, now Sister Rujing looks very beautiful. I really want to touch her face." Qin Yin said with grave expression, "The situation is not right." "Why is it not right?" Ling Yin'er said with smile, "She is already your woman, you should be very happy." Qin Yin looked at the beauty in his bosom and cannot help but shiver. Xian Rujing's body was very warm before. But now her body is becoming more and more ice-cold. Even though Qin Yin has formidable body, the ice-cold feeling from Xian Rujing's body pierced into his bone marrow and soul, causing him to shiver. Sister Rujing. Qin Yan is very worried and lightly yelled. Suddenly Xian Rujing opened her eyes. Qin Yan is startled seeing Xian Rujing open her eyes. Xian Rujing's eyes do not have the least bit of emotion, they are incomparably ice-cold, there is even a trace of gloomy and cold feeling in them. You cultivated sacred veins, right? Xian Rujing said in cold voice, then slowly stood up and leisurely put on her clothes. N. Qin Yan said with frown, Sister Rujing, what happened? After Xian Rujing put on her clothes, her eyes are ice-cold and merciless. She turned around to look at Qin Yan and said in cold voice, Qin Yan, you helped me many times before, I owe you, so I used this kind of method to help you cultivate sacred veins. Qin Yan slightly frowned, he suddenly clenched his fists and said, thank you. No need to thank me. We are even. You are not allowed to mention this matter to anyone. Xian Rujing said in cold voice. Sister Rujing, if possible, I really hope that you will not help me cultivate sacred veins. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. Humph, you have already enjoyed it, yet you still say such words. Qin Yan, I am very grateful to you for being able to have my current situation, don't feel guilty. Xian Rujing said with sneer. Can we still be like before? Qin Yan asked. You can relax, we are not enemies. Maybe I used to love you. But now I have already forgotten that feeling. But I feel that it is very good, I like my emotionless and desireless self, only like this can I be more like Ice Goddess. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and said, cursed heavenly punishment has landed on your body, it has deprived you of your emotions. Xian Rujing's cold eyes flickered with cold light, she said, Qin Yan, only like this can I become stronger. Ice Goddess God position inheritance said that only by being emotionless and desireless can one become stronger. This is exactly what I am pursuing. Then will you return to Guanghan Palace in the future? Qin Yan asked again. Xian Rujing said, rest assured, as long as they don't harm me, I won't harm them. And if you are in trouble, I will surely come and help you. Qin Yan knew that Xian Rujing would be affected if she helped him cultivate sacred veins. Therefore, he did not want her to participate in this. Seeing Xian Rujing like this, he felt heartache. He promptly walked over and grabbed her lily-white hand. Don't touch me. Xian Rujing shook off Qin Yan's hand and said with frown, Qin Yan, quickly let me out, I want to open Sacred Desolate's entrance. You should forget about our relationship. Qin Yan feels very sad in his heart but he has no other choice because this is cursed heavenly punishment. It is very difficult for him to break cursed heavenly punishment, not to mention that it is happening to Xian Rujing. Sister Rujing, I will not forget about our relationship. Since Heavenly Tao deprived us of our relationship, I will take it back from Heavenly Tao. Qin Yan said with expressionless face, his voice is filled with heavenly might, so long as I become heavenly, I can change everything. Xian Rujing retreated a few steps and said in cold voice, then I wish you success. Be careful, take care. Qin Yan waved his hand and sent Xian Rujing out. After Xian Rujing left, she did not even look back and flew towards Sacred Desolate's entrance. Xian Rujing flew towards Sacred Desolate's gate, on the way she left behind a burst of ice-cold and oppressive aura. Qin Yan looked at that proud and aloof ice-cold beautiful figure and clenched his fists. He does not blame Xian Rujing at all. In order to help him cultivate sacred veins, Xian Rujing sacrificed her everything and helped him cultivate formidable 9-sun sacred veins. However, because of this, she suffered from heavenly punishment curse, causing her emotions to be stripped away. Qin Yan remembers that Xian Rujing said that even if she died, she would still help him cultivate sacred veins. Therefore, even though she knew the consequences, she still took great risk to help him. Thinking of this, Qin Yan felt very moved in his heart, but also very unwell. Xiao Yun, think on the bright side, heavenly punishment curse does not take life. At least Sister Rujing is in her current state, she still has leeway. Ling Yuner said, if it takes her life, it would be the worst. Qin Yan nodded and said, since Sister Rujing is not afraid of death, heavenly punishment curse directly taking her life is meaningless, it directly deprives her of her emotions. In this way, we can turn her into a person without the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Moreover, it will also conveniently torture you and make you feel sad. Ling Yuno lightly groaned and said, how can this heavenly punishment curse be so evil? Xian Rujing very quickly arrived in front of Sacred Desolate's gate. Seeing someone flying towards Sacred Desolate's gate, the people inside and outside the Holy Gate's domain burst into an uproar. Because they can see that the person who is going to blast open the gate is a peerlessly beautiful woman. Xian Rujing is wearing snow-white long skirt, her long hair is fluttering in the wind, her clear and cold jade-like face is filled with ice-cold expression, her body is releasing wave after wave of cold air. Ninth-layer immortal emperors who are very close to Sacred Desolate's gate can feel the dreadful ice-cold power. Qin Yun is also earnestly looking. After cultivating sacred veins, it can be said that he has successfully transformed into a sacred. If he leaves Holy Gate's domain, he will be sucked into Sacred Desolate. Since Sacred Desolate's gate has appeared, he will try to blast it open. Qin Yun left Floating Cloud Pagoda and stored it away. He secretly sensed the energy all around him. He is not using 9 Sun Divine Spirit, he is relying on his own 9 Sun sacred veins to absorb 9 formidable sun energy. Xian Rujing arrived in front of Sacred Desolate's gate and released formidable ice-cold power. A piercingly cold gale suddenly gushed out, and the entire Saint Gate's domain suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. A thick layer of ice appeared on the ground, and the gale carried along with it large snowflakes. Even a 9th Heaven Immortal Emperor would feel a piercing pain when the snow blew against him. After the icy blizzard appeared for a moment, it suddenly stopped. The power of the snowstorm was suddenly condensed by Xian Rujing, transformed into a large ball and rushed towards Sacred Desolate's gate. Boom! The entrance of the sacred wasteland was struck by the powerful blizzard, causing a loud sound to ring out. The ground of the Saint Gate domain was covered in thick ice, and at this moment, it shattered. The thick ice had absorbed the energy from the ground, and after it shattered, all the ice fragments floated up. Under the golden light of the Sacred Desolate Gate, the ice crystals refracted a dazzling golden light. They were sparkling and translucent, giving the entire Sacred Gate domain an ice-cold and sacred feeling. All of the shattered ice crystals were waves of very strong energy. At this moment, they were all flying towards the gate of the Sacred Wasteland. Just now, the gate of the Sacred Wasteland had been opened a little. Everyone is endlessly shocked looking at this scene. They did not expect that a woman would have such formidable power. Her expression did not change at the same time she opened the Sacred Wasteland's gate. A large amount of ice fragments flew towards the Sacred Wasteland's gate and transformed into a huge ice dragon. The huge ice dragon absorbed the golden light released by the Sacred Wasteland's gate and became bright and dazzling. It looks very beautiful and shocking, causing people to sigh in amazement. Roar! The ice dragon let out a roar. Under Xian Rujing's control, it charged towards the Sacred Wasteland's gate. Boom! The Sacred Wasteland's gate burst with a burst of explosion again. The gate was finally opened and a gap appeared. What caused people to be shocked is that this gap is bigger than the one that other people opened before. And Xian Rujing, as a human, looks very relaxed after opening the Sacred Wasteland's gate. She is not like Xianxia who almost lost half his life. Xian Rujing coldly groaned and rushed towards the gap of the Sacred Wasteland's gate. Just as she rushed over, the gate suddenly closed with a bang sound. Everyone inside and outside the Sacred Gate domain saw this and let out a cry of alarm. Xian Rujing has not even entered the Sacred Wasteland's gate and the gate has already closed. Emotionless Immortal Venerable and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master recognized that woman as Xian Rujing. They also find it strange and flew towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun has already transformed into a sacred sage, but after restraining his aura, it is impossible to see that he has transformed into a sacred sage. Sect Master Qin, people have not even entered and the gate has already closed. What exactly is going on? Emotionless Immortal Venerable asked. I don't know. Qin Yun said with frown, this gate should be controlled by Heaven Creation Divine Palace. He suspects that the mysterious and unfathomable heavenly rules have taken over the Sacred Wasteland's gate or that Heaven Creation Divine Palace has suddenly lost control. Xian Rujing is very angry. She once again attacked the gate with all her might. This time she used even stronger power, but the Sacred Wasteland's gate did not budge at all. Everyone is very suspicious about this. They can see that Xian Rujing is very strong. She also opened the Sacred Wasteland's gate, but the gate suddenly closed. I will go take a look. Qin Yun flew towards Xian Rujing. He suspects that this is related to Xian Rujing being cursed by heavenly punishment. Xian Rujing is so angry that her expression turned gloomy and cold, dreadful anger rushed out of her body. Sister Rujing, you step back, I will open the gate. Qin Yun said. Can you? Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun, her ice-cold voice is filled with disdain as she asked again, what is going on here? Because of heavenly punishment curse. Not only does heavenly punishment curse deprive you of your emotions, it also prevents you from becoming stronger. Qin Yun said. Xian Rujing looked at the huge sacred gate and said with cold groan, is it not enough for heavenly punishment curse to deprive me of my emotions? Definitely not enough. I told you before not to act recklessly. Qin Yun sighed and said. It has already been done, what is the point of saying it now? Xian Rujing said in cold voice, Qin Yun, I will not go through this gate, I will fly out of Sacred Gate's domain and enter Sacred Desolate. She very quickly flew out of Sacred Gate's domain, but after flying out, she was not sucked in by Sacred Desolate. This caused her to be startled and angry, she can only fly back to Sacred Desolate's gate. Qin Yun. What is going on? Xian Rujing cursed in low voice, why can't I enter Sacred Desolate? Qin Yun is not surprised at all, he said indifferently, I already said, heavenly punishment curse will prevent you from maturing. If you are restricted from entering Sacred Desolate, you will not be able to mature. Xian Rujing said, then can you truly open Sacred Desolate's gate? I can open it and let you enter. Qin Yun very confidently said. Can two people enter together? Xian Rujing said with frown. I can, but I don't know what will happen after we enter. Qin Yun sighed and said. Back when he came to Immortal Desolate, it was very difficult for him to fly out. Xian Rujing said in cold voice, you can open it, we will talk about what will happen after we enter. Qin Yun's expression suddenly became grave, he said in deep voice, you step back. You don't need my help? Xian Rujing asked. Two people cannot blast open Sacred Gate together, you step back a bit, after I open it, I will do my best to block the Sacred Gate. Qin Yun said, when the time comes, you will enter with me. Xian Rujing immediately flew away from the Sacred Gate and maintained some distance from it. Many people were able to clearly see Qin Yun through the telescopic tools. They all recognized him. They are all extremely shocked because they thought that Qin Yun had already entered Sacred Desolate. They did not expect that Qin Yun would still be in Immortal Desolate, moreover, he is preparing to open Sacred Desolate's gate. Qin Yun looked at the huge Sacred Desolate gate ahead and said in cold voice, no matter what kind of power it is, it will not be able to stop me from entering. While speaking, he and Ling Yuner released formidable supergravity and rushed towards the Sacred Gate ahead. Invisible supergravity gathered together and battered against the Saint Gate. This kind of supergravity can be said to have no imposing matter at all, so people who are far away cannot sense it at all. Even Xian Rujing and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master did not sense it. However, the huge Sacred Gate is slowly being pushed open. After becoming sacred, Qin Yun has recovered his memories. Although his 9 souls and 9 spirits are still weak, they can still unleash the formidable power of Nether Sunday. The Sacred Gate is slowly being pushed open, Qin Yun is just floating in front of it, it looks like he is not doing anything. What caused people to be alarmed is that the Sacred Gate is very wide open, golden light burst out from inside and is very intense. At this time, the Sacred Gate burst with a burst of intense trembling, it looks like it is about to close. Just as the Sacred Gate is about to close, Qin Yun released the floating cloud rod and made it longer and thicker to block the Sacred Gate. Boom, after the Sacred Gate was blocked, it burst with violent trembling. The floating cloud rod is transformed from 9 sun heaven raising pagoda, Qin Yun is very clear about its might. Quickly go in. Qin Yun yelled at Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing flew over in a flash and together with Qin Yun entered the gate. Seeing this scene, everyone is dumbstruck. They did not expect that there would be such a thing, 2 people can enter Sacred Desolate Gate at the same time. The Sacred Desolate Gate is fiercely trembling, it looks like it is very angry because someone is using unconventional method. Qin Yun and Xian Rujing flew into the Sacred Gate in a short while. After entering, Qin Yun controlled the floating cloud rod to shrink and flew back to his hand. At this moment, they were also in a space that was filled with violent golden energy. Audacious madman, you dare break the rules and trespass into the Sacred Gate, suddenly a furious roar echoed. I opened this sacred gate but it's suddenly closed, it is your fault. If you have the guts, come out and I will chop you into pieces. Xian Rujing shouted in cold voice. Qin Yan firmly held the floating cloud rod and sun-suppressing divine arrow and said in low voice, Sister Rujing, we will fly forward and prepare for battle. On the way, absorb as much energy as possible. Xian Rujing took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. It can be said that this is the best weapon on her body. You helped me enter Sacred Desolate, I owe you, I will repay you later. Xian Rujing flew beside Qin Yan and said in ice-cold voice. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in Xian Rujing's hand is filled with cold air. This kind of gloomy coldness caused Qin Yan's heart to tremble. After entering the holy gate, Qin Yan and the others arrived at a space filled with all kind of tyrannical energy. This kind of energy contains the aura of divine cosmos power, but it is not completely divine cosmos power, it also contains a kind of gentle saint power. After absorbing it, it can allow people to better adapt to using saint power. Qin Yan is now frantically absorbing this kind of energy because it is very easy to absorb and refine. Moreover, it is very useful for his current stage. Although he has many divine cosmos golden ores, after being transformed by 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, he can easily absorb them. However, compared to the energy in this space, divine cosmos power is not very suitable for Qin Yan who has just become saint. Sneaky bastard, quickly come out. Xian Rujing coldly shouted, if you want to kill me, don't hide. She used to be ice and snow goddess. After entering this space, she realized that the energy here is very suitable for her. While absorbing, she is also paying attention to her surroundings. After Qin Yan successfully entered the holy gate, he saw that he can still absorb the energy here and is not worried at all. He feels that even if he is trapped here for a long time, it will not be a bad thing. Through absorbing the energy here, he can become stronger even faster. The person who spoke has not come out yet, he is still hiding. Xian Rujing's ice-cold eyes are fixated ahead. She walked forward step by step and said in low voice, Qin Yan, how can we leave this place? Quickly tell me. I also don't know, we just need to keep moving forward. Qin Yan said, pay attention, absorb the energy here as much as possible. I know. Xian Rujing who was walking in front suddenly sensed a power rushing over from behind. It is the power attacking Qin Yan. Xian Rujing suddenly arrived behind Qin Yan in a flash. She vigorously stabbed the sun-suppressing divine arrow filled with 9 frost chi. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand is like a white jade ice spear. After it was vigorously stabbed, the energy attacking Qin Yan condensed into a round ice ball. Qin Yan turned around and saw that there are many golden needles inside the ice ball. He realized that it is a very dreadful hidden weapon. Many thanks. Qin Yan said. You are welcome, I will not let you die here. Xian Rujing said in cold voice, no matter what, we are acquaintances. Qin Yan feels that this is very funny because in Xian Rujing's eyes, he is still that weak and small Qin Yan. Xian Rujing knows that Qin Yan is not weak, she is just saying these words to repay the favor. Qin Yan looked all around and yelled, who are you? Why are you hiding like a mouse? The 2 of you who broke the heavenly rules and barged into the sacred gate are the rats. That voice finally spoke and said angrily, I'm the guardian of the sacred gate. I don't want to make a move because lowly rats like you are not worthy of me making a move personally. Sacred gate was built by the heaven creation divine palace, what does it have to do with heavenly rules? Humph, I never thought that a guy like you would actually know about the heaven creating God palace. The gate god sneered, the holy gate is controlled by the heaven creating God palace. That is something that happened many years ago. Right now, Sacred Gate has already merged with heavenly rules and is under the control of heavenly rules. It operates according to the heavenly rules, that is to say, ancient desolate heaven creation divine palace has integrated heavenly rules into 9 sun heavenly domain. Qin Yan suddenly understands why 9 sun heavenly domain can undergo nirvana so many times. It is very likely that heaven creation divine palace cannot protect 9 Sunday. Less bullshit, quickly come out and let me kill you. Xian Rujing's ice-cold voice is filled with killing intent and reverberated through the entire space. Less nonsense, quickly scram out and let me kill you. Xian Rujing's ice-cold voice is filled with killing intent and reverberated through this space. After entering Holy Desolate's gate, he can absorb the energy here and consolidate his saint realm. It will be very helpful to his future advancement. By entering the sacred desolate gate and absorbing the energy inside, one would be able to consolidate the realm of a saint. It would be of great help to one's future advancement. After entering Holy Desolate's gate and absorbing the energy here, he can consolidate his saint realm. It will be very helpful to his future advancement. For example, his sacred spirit, sacred body, and sacred veins have not reached perfect fusion state. After entering Holy Desolate's gate, absorbing this kind of strange energy will allow saints to pass through initial stage even faster. Gate God's voice can no longer be heard. Xianxia coldly groaned, "You cowardly mouse bastard, you can only hide and say some scary words." Roar. A beast's roar suddenly echoed. A fierce golden tiger scuttled out of the dense golden fog and pounced towards Xianxia. Die! Xianxia coldly shouted. Her body is as fast as lightning, it is as if she has fused with the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand. As she flew out, the arrow pierced through the body of the fierce golden tiger. After the fierce tiger was pierced, its body immediately turned into ice cubes. Xianxia waved her lily-white hand, the fierce tiger and the ice cubes suddenly turned into ice crystals and flew into her body. This is equivalent to her swallowing the fierce tiger. Xianxia is secretly alarmed. He knows that Xianxia is ice and snow goddess, but he has never seen this kind of swallowing technique. "Xianxia, you don't need to take action here," Xianxia said. "If necessary, I will still take action." Xianxia laughed and said, "Sister Rujing, you are much stronger than I imagined. You have always been looking down on me." Xianxia said in cold voice, "Xianxia, don't think that just because you are the king of gods, I am inferior to you." Even though Xianxia has been deprived of her emotions, her innate arrogance is still present in her heart. Seeing this cold and arrogant Xianxia, Xianxia is somewhat happy in his heart. At least this is the Xianxia he is familiar with. Xianxia is also imagining in his heart what would happen if he was deprived of his emotions. He thought about how he would no longer miss Xiao Yulan and others, how he would be very cold to them and how he would be very afraid in his heart. He can only rejoice that the heavenly punishment that fell on his body was not so cruel. After entering Sacred Desolate's gate, the space inside is very big, all around is dense golden fog, nothing can be seen. Xianxia and Xianxia can only keep moving forward. Even though the door god said many ruthless words, he never appeared, he only released some things from time to time. Xianxia is also very puzzled, why did the door god keep attacking him and not Xianxia? "Xianxia, don't think that I am protecting you because I still have feelings for you, don't think too highly of yourself," Xianxia suddenly said because she saw that Xianxia has been smiling all along the way. "I have never felt that way. I understand Heavenly Tao very well, your emotions have been thoroughly deprived." Xianxia spread out his hands and said, "Humph. I think you must still be thinking that way." Xianxia coldly groaned and said, "All right, in my heart, there is still a trace of fantasy." Xianxia sighed and said, "Sister Rujing, no matter what, I will never give up on you." "Wishful thinking," Xianxia said in cold voice, "I have no emotions, it is not heavenly punishment, it is a gift from heaven. The current me is much stronger than before." Xianxia is startled and said, "Is this truly what you are pursuing?" Xianxia said, "Indeed. When I inherited the god position, I was warned by the inheritance that I cannot have too many emotions, especially the emotions between men and women, otherwise my growth will be restricted. I cannot have lovers, it will cause me to lose the core inheritance of Ice Goddess. I was plagued by all kinds of emotions before, now I have no emotions, I don't know how relaxed I am." Man God suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Well said. If you want to become a formidable god, you should not be plagued by annoying emotions." "You know fart," Xianxia said in cold voice. "Woman, so what if you were Ice Goddess? I am now Men God, you are in my territory and you still dare to be so arrogant. I will let you know the consequences." Man God furiously shouted. "I am Ice Goddess, you are just a trifling Man God, yet you dare to be impudent in front of me. If you dare come out, I will directly exterminate you." Xianxuji's aura soared to the sky as she shouted in cold voice. Right now, she really did look like a snow goddess. Xianxia suddenly feels that the current Xianxia is indeed very good. "Wretched woman, just wait for me, I will let you know how awesome I am. Man God furiously said. Xianrujing no longer paid attention to Man God. Man God has not come out for such a long time, it is clear that he does not dare to come out. Qin Yun is still silently absorbing the energy here, he said in low voice, Sister Rujing, you have cultivated 9 sacred veins, do you know how to use them? I don't know, I don't need you to tell me. Xianrujing glanced at Qin Yun, don't help me, I will figure it out myself. Alright. Figure it out yourself, if you encounter problems, solve them yourself, it will also help you grow. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun knows a lot about 9 sacred veins, they are very formidable. Xianrujing is also absorbing energy here, her absorption speed is not slower than Qin Yun's. They have been walking around here for several days, they still haven't come out. Man God, I want to ask you, were you a disciple of Heaven Creation Divine Palace or Heavenly Law Divine Domain? Qin Yun asked. Why are you asking this? Man God said. You should know a lot about Divine Desolate, right? Qin Yun asked. Of course. Man God said, I am Man God, I am in charge of many desolate domains gates in Divine Desolate. Just a gatekeeper. Xianrujing coldly groaned and said. Qin Yun said with smile, Man God, I was once the king of gods. Man God said, I know. But now you are not, whether or not you can go to Sacred Desolate is unknown, let alone Divine Desolate in the future. Therefore, in the eyes of this Man God, you are not even a fart. Then what about me? Xianrujing asked in cold voice. You have obtained the grace of heavenly law, your emotions have been stripped away, you have returned to the right track, one day you will surely become a strong god of Divine Desolate, so I can't say for sure. Man God chuckled and said, but that king of gods, he is not even a fart. Xianrujing looked at Qin Yun and saw his indifferent expression. She said with frown, what did this guy say about you, are you not angry? Qin Yun is holding 2 very small pearls in his hand, he walked forward and said with smile, what's the use of being angry? The angrier you are, the happier that guy is. Xianrujing groaned and said again, even if you can't do anything to that guy, you shouldn't be so careless. That bastard is insulting you, are you just going to endure it? Qin Yun looked at the 2 pearls in his hand, they are Divine Universe Devil Dragon and Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Dragon Pearls. He is letting them absorb the energy here. Insult? He is not qualified to insult me. Qin Yun said with calm expression, nobody can insult me now. That guy is just a cowardly dog, he doesn't dare to come out and bite people, he only barks randomly. How can I be angered by this kind of dog thing? Manshin immediately became furious, bastard, you bullshit God King. You have been dead for so many years, why are you still putting on airs? Do you really think you can become the God King again? Pooh. Divine Desolate already has a new God King. Really? This is very good, it means that you dog thing have a new master. Qin Yun said with smile. Xianrujing is somewhat shocked and asked, Divine Desolate truly has a new God King? You dare to call yourself God King without Divine King Heavenly Seal? Divine King Heavenly Seal is just a broken thing. As long as Heavenly Law Divine Domain approves of it, as long as one has enough strength, who wouldn't recognize it? Manshin said with sneer, Divine Desolate's new God King is the legendary Love God. Love God? Qin Yun's brows creased, a burst of anger suddenly rushed up in his heart but immediately dissipated. Love God once betrayed Qin Yun and caused him, a God King, to fall. So when he heard this name, his hatred suddenly rushed up. This King of Divine Desolate is an incomparably divine existence, she wants to save the entire Divine Desolate. And you bullshit thing offended Heavenly Law, causing Divine Desolate to be punished. Manshin furiously said. Qin Yun's expression became somewhat gloomy. Manshin continued, and Love God has very good relationship with Heavenly Law Divine Domain, she is even a core elder of Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Now under her rule, Divine Desolate has become very orderly. She is the true God King. Xianrujing also did not say anything because Divine Desolate has become very chaotic. Qin Yun suppressed the anger in his heart and continued absorbing the energy here. The reason why the Divine Wasteland had become like that back then had something to do with him. In his heart, he admitted that it was his fault, because he had misplaced his faith in love, He once had incomparable trust in the God of love, which led him to walk step by step into the trap set up by the God of love, causing him to be destroyed by the natural law divine realm. At that time, it also implicated Moon God and Slaughter God, who are now Xiaqiru and Luiwei Shuyan. Qin Yin was not surprised that the love goddess was in charge of the entire divine wilderness. Because this was something that the natural law divine realm had planned for a long time, the divine wasteland was the most important great wasteland in the Nine-Yang heavenly realm, and the natural law divine realm had always wanted to control it. And now was the best opportunity. Love God, I will make you pay a terrible price. Qin Yin swore in his heart, I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. The moment Qin Yin closed his eyes, the scene of the moon god being killed by the love god appeared in his mind. Back then, Xiaqiru and Luiwei Shuyan had died in front of him. Furthermore, it was the love god who had deliberately killed his two beloved women in front of him. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. I want to become stronger as soon as possible and go to Divine Desolate. Qin Yin's eyes are resolute, they are filled with faint heavenly might, heavenly law divine realm. I will let you know that I am not only the ruler of the Nine Sun heavenly domain, I am also the heavens that you all fear. Xian Rujing can also sense Qin Yin's dreadful might. Seeing that Qin Yin is not speaking, Menshin said with sneer, God King. I heard that you were once the Nine Sun Palace King during the era of Nine Sun royal family, right? Qin Yin no longer paid attention to Menshin because he clearly wants to infuriate him. Nine Sun Palace King, once established Nine Sun Divine Palace. But Nine Sun Divine Palace has already been driven out of the Nine Sun heavenly domain many years ago. Menshin said with smile, what bullshit Nine Sun Divine Palace, it is just a nest of snakes and rats. This kind of third-rate trash wants to shake the sacred heavenly law divine realm? Although Qin Yin established Nine Sun Divine Palace and had great influence, after he died as the Palace King, he did not know anything about Nine Sun Divine Palace. Divine Desolate's Nine Sun Divine Palace left, it is clear that they were forced to leave by the heavenly law divine realm. Xian Rujing coldly shouted, you dog, quickly shut up. Heavenly law divine realm has such formidable strength, yet they let Divine Desolate fall into chaos. Isn't it to starve you dog for a period of time so that they can easily subdue you? Love God is also worthy of being Divine King? She is the love god of Divine Desolate, but she left Divine Desolate early, she did not contribute a bit to Divine Desolate. After Divine Desolate's era, only her fake legend has been passed down, there is no sign of her, a trash that occupies a latrine pit but doesn't shit. It is at this time that heavenly law divine realm pushed him out to swindle you dog things. Xian Rujing's words thoroughly infuriated Menshin. Ice and snow goddess, you can curse me, but since you insulted the sacred love god, don't blame me for being impolite. At the same time Menshin's furious voice arrived, a burst of golden light appeared in front of them. Menshin has appeared, this is a tall and mighty middle-aged man, he is more than 3 meters tall, the muscles on his body are very scary. He is only wearing golden armor pants, his upper body is bare, those malevolent-looking muscles look like hard armor, one look and one can tell that this guy has very strong defense. You dog thing, you finally came out. You just came out to die. Xian Rujing said with sneer, you just came out to die. Slut, you insulted the sacred love god, I will capture you and humiliate you. Menshin is carrying a huge axe, he rushed towards Xian Rujing and shouted with malevolent expression. Xian Rujing saw Menshin appear and attack, there is no need to mention how happy she is, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand seems to be trembling in excitement. Xiao, the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew out, bringing along gloomy and cold energy. Although Menshin has appeared, he is not in his strongest state. He is indeed Menshin, but he does not have the power of a god. Because in this space, one's cultivation would be suppressed. Menshin loudly shouted and rushed towards Xian Rujing. Seeing the sun-suppressing divine arrow piercing towards him, he nimbly brandished the huge axe in his hand and hacked towards Xian Rujing. Just as the huge axe hacked down, it hit the sun-suppressing divine arrow and released a very strong energy. After the energy sent the sun-suppressing divine arrow flying, it whizzed towards Xian Rujing and enveloped her in a short while. A protective barrier formed from cold ice appeared on Xian Rujing's body, blocking the dreadful energy. However, Menshin's strength is very dreadful, when the second axe chopped down, it already arrived in front of Xian Rujing. Don't look at his big body, he is very nimble. Boom, Menshin's axe chopped down on the thick layer of ice. The protective barrier protecting Xianrujing suddenly turned into thick ice. Xianrujing is also not to be trifled with, she blocked the axe head-on. At the same time the protective barrier was destroyed, she released intense cold ice power and covered Menshin's body. Menshin's body immediately became covered by a layer of thick ice. At the same time, the sun-suppressing divine arrow that was sent flying suddenly flew back. Menshin is after all Menshin, he sensed danger approaching and bellowed, his body expanded by one size. His suddenly expanded body shattered the thick ice covering him and then dodged the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Hoochie, the sun-suppressing divine arrow did not pierce Menshin's body, it only brushed past his body. Xianrujing gritted her teeth, groaned and yelled at Qin Yun, "Don't attack, I can do it myself." Qin Yun originally wanted to attack but since Xianrujing said so, he continued to watch from the side. "I have never seen a woman as savage as you. You are far inferior to Love God." "I have seen Love God, he is very gentle." Menshin loudly cursed. This thoroughly infuriated Xianrujing. Although Xianrujing has been deprived of her emotions, she still cares about people comparing her with other women. It must be known that Xianrujing hates Love God very much. Although she has never seen Love God, she grew up in Divine Desolate, she has heard many legends about Love God. Those legends boast about Love God to the heavens, how great Love God is, how important he is to Divine Desolate, therefore, this caused Xianrujing to feel disgusted. And now Menshin is actually comparing her with Love God and saying that she is far inferior to Love God. Xianrujing is furious, she immediately summoned two spirits. Ice spirits and snow spirits appeared and the surrounding became incomparably cold. Menshin looked at the two women who were fluttering their spirit wings and said in shock, "These are spirits. You cultivated spirits? This is an ancient secret technique. This secret technique came from Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Xianrujing obtained this inheritance because she has good relationship with Qin Yun. Therefore, she feels that she owes Qin Yun. Go to hell." Xianrujing and the two incomparably cold and elegant beautiful spirits condensed formidable ice thorns at the same time. A great number of ice thorns pierced towards Menshin from all direction. Menshin furiously shouted, he firmly held his huge axe with both hands and rotated on the spot. He released a protective barrier and blocked all the ice thorns piercing towards him. Right at this moment, a white ice mountain suddenly appeared in the sky above the door god, the ice mountain suddenly dropped down. Boom, the ice mountain is incomparably gloomy and cold, at the same time it dropped down, it released a burst of ice-cold astral wind. Menshin is being pressed down by the ice mountain, he continuously struggled and roared. "Slut, don't even think of killing me." Menshin's body burst out a very formidable power. For some unknown reason and shattered the ice mountain. Menshin's body is now enveloped by a burst of faint yellow light, overflowing with formidable divine power. His injuries are also healing very quickly. "Do you see this? This is Love God's power, she gave me divine talisman to protect me at the crucial moment." Menshin is incomparably excited, he laughed loudly and said, "You arrogant slut, I will borrow Love God's power to kill you." Menshin's power is even stronger than before, he is holding his battle axe, his tall and sturdy body is as fast as lightning, he rushed towards Xianrujing with swift and fierce aura. At the same time he rushed over, Menshin's axe swept horizontally, in a blink of an eye, he released a burst of berserk energy blades. The two spirits have no choice but to defend, this way they cannot join hands to attack. Many white totem runes appeared on Xianrujing's beautiful jade-like face, this is her god position totem. Qin Yun also recognizes Ice Goddess totem. "Bastard, what kind of power did you use?" Xianrujing is in endless pain, she can no longer fight, even her ice fairies are screaming in pain. "Ha ha ha. Now do you know how awesome I am?" Menshin proudly laughed, his huge axe chopped towards Xianrujing. Qin Yun suddenly rushed over and stabbed with sun-suppressing divine arrow. His black sun-suppressing divine arrow devoured all the energy in this space and brought along a violent tide of energy. It is like a huge wave overflowing the heaven, it instantly attacked Menshin's body. As soon as Menshin's axe fell, his body was suddenly sent flying, his entire body flew very far away. Xianrujing hugged her head and screamed in pain. Qin Yan took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal and placed it on Xian Rujing's forehead. Xian Rujing's God position totem seems like it wants to struggle out of her body, it wants to separate from her soul and body. This is equivalent to tearing apart her soul, it is equivalent to pulling out the tendons in her body, it is incomparably painful. But after Qin Yan placed his Divine King Heavenly Seal on Xian Rujing's forehead, she gradually stabilized and those totem runes that wanted to escape were all suppressed back. Qin Yan's expression is ice cold, he muttered in low voice, "How many years has it been? Love God's method is still the same. Has she been using this method to collect God position totem?" After Xian Rujing's pain disappeared, there is still that power inside her body. She has no choice but to use her power to suppress it. Is this love God's doing? Xian Rujing hates love God even more. Indeed. Qin Yan nodded and said, "That is her divine talisman, if your God position totem comes out, it will enter her divine talisman." Xian Rujing cursed in low voice, "I want to kill her." If not for love God's divine talisman, Xian Rujing would have already killed Menshin. "It is even better that you are together, I will capture you both at the same time." Menshin suddenly flew over, his body is still filled with love God's divine talisman's power. He raised his battle axe with both hands, condensed the formidable power of the divine talisman and hacked towards Qin Yan. When the axe arrived, Menshin's divine talisman again shot out lightning towards Xian Rujing. It is this kind of power that made Xian Rujing's God position totem come out. Qin Yan snorted coldly as his eyes flashed with a purplish-red glow. He sent the bolt of lightning flying. At the same time, he waved his hand to release the godly King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became very big. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is formed by a golden square seal body and Qin Yan's statue. Now that it had grown bigger, the might it produced, along with supergravity, instantly pressed Menshin to the ground. Boom! The godly King Heavenly Seal descended and pressed down on Menshin's body. The door god screamed in pain. Xian Rujing said with frown, "Is Divine King Heavenly Seal complete?" The door god was pressed down by the god King Heaven Seal as though he was being tortured. He cried out tragically. "A godly monarch Heavenly Seal is a godly monarch Heavenly Seal after all." "Don't all of you know how deity positions come about?" said Qin Yan with a sneer. As one of the founders of the Nine-Yang Heavenly Region, he had built the Nine-Yang Divine Hall and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. He and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace had once controlled the Nine-Yang Heavenly Region and created the deity throne laws together. Ah! The door god screamed miserably, "Impossible. The godly monarch Heavenly Seal has been completely destroyed." "Love God told you?" Qin Yan said with sneer, "How can the godly monarch Heavenly Seal be destroyed? You don't understand anything about the godly monarch Heavenly Seal. The door god is in endless pain after being pressed down by the godly monarch Heavenly Seal. It can be seen that the godly monarch Heavenly Seal has a great deterrent effect on these gods. Even Xian Rujing is now secretly afraid of the godly monarch Heavenly Seal. The statue on the godly monarch Heavenly Seal is exactly the same as Qin Yan. Moreover, a very strong power is surging out of it. This power seems to be the power of 9 suns. I was wrong." The door god screamed in pain. "How can we leave this place?" Qin Yan asked. He withdrew the godly monarch Heavenly Seal's power. The door god did not continue screaming, but he is still being pressed down by the godly monarch Heavenly Seal. "If I tell you, will you kill me?" The door god's voice became filled with fear. "That will depend on your performance." Qin Yan's indifferent voice is filled with godly monarch's might, causing the door god to tremble in fear. The door god promptly said, "If you stay here for 9 days and 9 nights, you will be sent to Sacred Desolate. But you are trespassers. After 9 days and 9 nights, you will be sent to chaotic spacetime. Sir Divine King, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong, please spare my dog life." The door god knelt on the ground, looked at Xian Rujing and yelled again, "Your Excellency Ice and Snow Goddess, what you said is very correct. I am only a dog, sirs, please spare me." The door god is very afraid of death, he is even more afraid of being tortured to death before dying. Qin Yan took out 2 talisman papers, wrote on them with godly monarch Heavenly Seal, then gave one to the door god and said, "You find a way to give this talisman to Space God." This sir's whereabouts are erratic, I cannot find him. the door god's hand is somewhat trembling as he took the talisman. You can find him with this talisman. Do as I say. Xianxia said in stern voice. Yes, 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 the door god promptly nodded and complied. Xianxia used Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal to print on the door god's head and said, if you don't earnestly do what I told you, you will know the consequences. I will surely do it well, I will surely do it well, the door god knelt on the ground and said with trembling voice. The door god glanced at Xianxia and saw her bone-piercing ice-cold gaze. He immediately shivered. I ask you, when did Love God become Divine King? Xianxia asked. 1 month ago. Everyone in Sacred Desolate and Divine Desolate knows about it. Moreover, Love God's spirit appeared in Sacred Desolate and was worshipped by many experts of Sacred Desolate. Sacred Desolate also descended many Divine King palaces with Love God statues and altars to receive death sacrifices. The door god immediately replied. This Love God is truly a slut. He easily obtained the power of so many sacrifices. Xianxia cursed in low voice. The door god said again, at that time, the show of extravagance was very big. Heavenly Law Divine Domain was in charge of inviting all the gods of Divine Desolate to participate. Many sects and powerful races of Divine Desolate came and announced to the entire Divine Desolate that Love God has become the new Divine King. She dares to proclaim herself as Divine King without Heavenly Seal. Xianxia said with sneer. She said that Divine King Heavenly Seal is completely destroyed. No one in Divine Desolate can obtain the inheritance of a Divine King, and Divine Desolate needs a Divine King, so she bravely stood up. Hypocrite! Xianxia groaned. The door god said again, she also said that she has already convinced the Heavenly Law Divine Domain to pass down all kinds of divine arts and heavenly laws to benefit Divine Desolate. Xianxia asked, has the Heavenly Law Divine Domain been passed down? It is passed down, but they must sign a soul contract with them, forever loyal to the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Never rebel against it, the door god said in low voice. What about you? Did you obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Law Divine Domain? Xianxia asked. I am not qualified. The door god said, in their eyes, I am just a dog, I only got a few divine talismans. Then how did you get this job? Xianxia looked all around. Holy Gate has not appeared for many years. Now it has finally appeared again. Heaven Creation Divine Palace has already seized Holy Gate under the control of Heavenly Law, but Heavenly Law Divine Domain has a way to arrange for people to enter. Mention quickly replied, they put me in charge of introducing the people who passed through the Sacred Desolate Gate to the Divine King Palace. Xianxia also understands that this way Divine King Palace can gather a group of outstanding saints who passed through Holy Desolate's Gate. Then did you succeed? Xianxia asked. There was a person who passed through Holy Gate along with a few inscription beasts. They all said that they would go to Divine King Palace, the door god respectfully replied. The only human who passed through Holy Gate before was Xianxia. Xianxia is worried that Xianxia will be taken in by Divine King Palace and will most likely be sent to collect offerings. You go and do my job. Also, if someone passes through Holy Desolate's Gate again, don't interfere with their decision to enter Holy Desolate or you will suffer heavenly punishment. I am not trying to scare you. Xianxia said. Sir Divine King, is this true? The door god immediately trembled and said in fear. Otherwise, why would they find you to do this kind of thing? Do you really think they think highly of you? Xianxia said with sneer. The door god immediately became furious and cursed in low voice, these bastards. Xianxia is currently healing, but she is still coldly looking at the door god, causing him to feel very scared. Let's go. Xianxia said. Yes, I will immediately find a reason to return to Divine Desolate. Properly handle Sir Divine King's matter. The door god picked up the huge axe and suddenly disappeared. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, her voice is still ice-cold as she said, I remember you said that your Divine King Heavenly Seal is not complete, moreover you don't have God Position Totem, how can it still be so powerful? Because my 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits are part of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Now it is complete. Xianxia laughed and said, you might not know, but this Divine King Heavenly Seal was refined by me. I also participated in your Ice Goddess Totem and God Position Totem. Xian Rujing coldly groaned. She cannot help but recall how she passed down the god position totem to Qin Yun. I can see that you very much want to kill that door god, but you still did not attack. You are very restrained. Qin Yun said with smile. He was captured by you. What you want to do to him is none of my business. Xian Rujing bit her lips and said, I owe you another favor. Your emotions have already been stripped away. Why do you still care about owing favors? Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. None of your business. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun looked all around and said, very soon, 9 days and 9 nights will arrive and we will be thrown into chaotic space-time. You have a way to escape, right? Xian Rujing said. Relax, I have a way to help you escape. I will be trapped for a period of time. Qin Yun faintly smiled. I am already accustomed to this kind of thing. Xian Rujing clenched her teeth and did not speak again. She doesn't want to owe Qin Yun favors, but now she has no other choice. She owes Qin Yun favors again and again. I know you don't want to have any entanglement with me, you want to completely sever all ties with me. Because you don't have lust, you loathe people who have feelings for you. Qin Yun seems to have already seen through Xian Rujing's thoughts. Xian Rujing remained silent. She coldly looked at Qin Yun. It is as if she can see all kinds of sufferings Qin Yun has gone through from his bright and firm eyes. She doesn't know what kind of sufferings Qin Yun has gone through, but from Qin Yun's tranquil tone, she can sense a kind of deep coldness. Look, it seems like Qin Yun is completely accustomed to all kinds of sufferings. That's why he is so calm when recalling all those sufferings. Xian Rujing sank into contemplation. She is thinking how much suffering a person has to go through to become accustomed to all kinds of sufferings. She carefully thought about it and can't help but feel fear and trepidation. Qin Yun is a person who is numb to all kinds of sufferings and sufferings. What will happen if we enter chaotic spacetime? If it is only immortal space's chaotic spacetime, we can still endure. But if it is sacred space's chaotic spacetime, it will be very difficult to endure. Qin Yun said. How difficult to endure? Xian Rujing deeply inhaled. She is already prepared. I don't know. But you can rest assured, I have experience in dealing with it. We will take this opportunity to absorb the energy here and store it in our body. Wait until we reach sacred desolate and refine it. Xian Rujing slightly nodded and said, then let's cultivate together. Yun is somewhat startled. He said with smile, cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra requires you to trust me a lot. Do you trust me as much as before? I don't know, do you want to give it a try? Xian Rujing said. Let's do it. Qin Yun laughed. Follow. After that, they put their palms together and looked at each other's eyes. I will begin. Xian Rujing said in an indifferent tone. Qin Yun nodded. Xian Rujing began operating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and both of them entered into a cultivation state. Thinking in order to absorb the energy here faster, fused cultivation was indeed the fastest way. Qin Yun has 9 Sun sacred veins and Xian Rujing has 9 Yin sacred veins. Now Yin and Yang are fusing together, their energy absorption speed is even faster and fiercer. For the golden energy around them converged into 2 streams and rushed towards Qin Yun and Xian Rujing's back. Although Xian Rujing's expression is ice cold, her beautiful eyes are flickering with happiness. She can feel the benefits of cultivating together with Qin Yun. It seems like you trust me a lot. Qin Yun said. That is because you never let me down. Xian Rujing groaned. I have no choice but to say, you are indeed a man worthy of being relied on. Qin Yun laughed and said, Sister Rujing, my 9 Sun sacred veins and your 9 Yin sacred veins are very harmonious now. It seems like this kind of cultivation method can allow both of us to quickly improve. We should first store energy in our body and not cultivate for the time being. Xian Rujing said, I cannot cultivate in peace under this kind of situation. Yes. Qin Yun said. The 9 Yin Saint vein is really not bad. Xian Rujing said, if I had cultivated it earlier, we would have obtained this kind of formidable sacred vein earlier. If it was earlier, we might not be together now. Qin Yun sighed and said. Xian Rujing did not speak. If she and Qin Yun had cultivated sacred veins earlier, then the two of them might have already become strangers. You have already cultivated the dual spiritual 9 Yang Saint Meridian. If you and Yuelan cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level together, you should be able to cultivate 9 Yang Saint Meridian. Xian Rujing said. It is indeed possible. Qin Yan said with smile, but it is also possible that some other mishaps will occur. Logically speaking, I should have cultivated 9 Yang Saint Meridian? Why is it 9 Saint Meridian? Xian Rujing is very doubtful and asked. This might be related to your temperament. You are ice and snow goddess, 9 Saint Meridian should be more suitable for you. I don't think so. Xian Rujing said, I originally have 8, Sun Saint Meridian, your meridian is very special, it allowed me to cultivate 9 Saint Meridian. Qin Yan said, why do you say so? Xian Rujing coldly groaned and said, it is very difficult for my 8, Sun Saint Meridian to evolve into 9 Sun Saint Meridian. When I cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level with you, you were in a half-conscious state. I can clearly feel that it is your special meridian that allowed me to cultivate 9 Saint Meridian. It is very strange, during the few days we were together, why was I in a half-conscious state? Qin Yan is also very doubtful. How did you feel at that time? Xian Rujing is very curious. At that time? It was very comfortable, very enjoyable. I don't feel anything about my Saint Meridian evolution, only you gave me a very deep feeling. Qin Yan said very earnestly with frown. Xian Rujing coldly groaned, your brain is full of this kind of thing. The evolution of your spirit vein is so important, you don't even pay attention to it. Qin Yan did not speak, instead he looked at Xian Rujing's ice-cold jade-like face and calmly appreciated it. Xian Rujing said, I suspect that there is something related to 9 Saint Meridian in your body, that is why I cultivated 9 Saint Meridian. Could it be because of 9 Sun Divine Spirit? Qin Yan said. I don't know, Sister Kira might know. Wait until I see her, I will ask her. Xian Rujing said. While they are cultivating together, their energy absorption speed is very fast. Qin, the energy absorbed by Yun is entering his nether sun, it is being stored temporarily, he is not refining it. Fusing after cultivating for a few days, they suddenly sensed that the space around them is collapsing. After the collapse, Qin Yun and Xian Rujing seemed to have been forcibly sucked into some place by a frantic power. On that instant, the two of them held each other's hands tightly and hugged each other tightly. Qin Yun unleashed Heavenly Might Dao Technique's Heavenly Might Tyrant Body, at the same time he released a very strong barrier to protect the two of them. It was pitch black all around them. The chaotic streams of space were extremely berserk, continuously attacking them. Thankfully, Qin Yan reacted in time and had the experience to deal with it. Thus, he was able to avoid being ravaged by the violent spatial turbulence. In the pitch-black chaotic spacetime, Qin Yan's body released a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the surroundings. That some of the multicolored light was distorted and devoured. It gave off a very sinister feeling. Just like that, just as Qin Yan is about to release Floating Cloud Pagoda, red light suddenly appeared on Xian Rujing's body. Oni brutal aura surged out. Sister Rujing. Qin Yan shouted in alarm, he felt an incomparable stabbing pain entering his body, it is caused by the red light around Xian Rujing's body. Ah! Xian Rujing also let out a painful scream. Although she was tightly hugging Qin Yan, her body suddenly disappeared after being enveloped by the red light. Qin Yan became anxious, he promptly took out a soul-chasing talisman and began tracking Xian Rujing's location. Little Yun, what happened? Ling Yan'er asked anxiously. She was locked on by the power of heavenly punishment and teleported away. Qin Yan said in cold voice, the power of heavenly punishment is currently targeting her, it wants to teleport her to a special place for punishment. Huh? Ling Yan'er is also very anxious, will she be okay? What kind of punishment will it be? In that place, the space inside will be distorted, and the body will also be distorted. It is very painful, but the body will not be injured. Qin Yan sighed and said, back then, I was imprisoned in that kind of place for thousands of years by those fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. He took out the sky-leaping shuttle. Leap, the heavenly shuttle turned into a small gourd and was held in his hand. It released waves of spatial energy that allowed him to accurately sense the direction of space. Tong, the spatial energy released by the sky-leaping shuttle allowed him to advance against the tyrannical spatial turbulence. Half an hour later, he suddenly arrived in a space flashing with red light. Xian Rujing was in that space. She lay on the ground, her face pale. She couldn't even speak. This red space was the land of punishment. Qin after Yun entered, it was also difficult for her to move, and her body was twisted into all kinds of shapes. That is a very familiar pain. He was imprisoned in this place for thousands of years, so he is already used to this kind of pain. But Xian Rujing cannot bear it, she is being tortured endlessly. Qin after Yun rushed over, he released Heavenly Might Tyrant Body and protected Xian Rujing. Only then could she take a breath. Then he wanted to put Xian Rujing into the 9 Sun Divine Soul, but space magic tools have no effect here. Fu Cloud Pagoda is also space type, even if it is released, it will not become bigger. This is the land of punishment with chaotic space and time. Space energy is the most chaotic and tyrannical place, all kinds of space magic tools have no effect. Qin Yun is holding the sky leaping shuttle, it cannot become bigger, it cannot release even a little bit of space power. Xian Rujing's ice-cold body felt a burst of warmth rushing over. After she opened her eyes, she discovered that a golden light barrier is covering her body. And Qin Yun is beside her, his body is being stretched and twisted. She can see that Qin Yun's twisted and stretched face is filled with pain, but he is silently enduring the pain and releasing all of his power to protect her. Xian Rujing's ice-cold and heartless heart suddenly palpitated, a trace of strange yet familiar feeling rushed into her heart. That trace of wonderful feeling lingered in her heart, causing her eyes to become moist. After feeling that kind of pain just now, she doesn't want to endure it anymore. But Qin Yun is able to endure it, moreover he is very stable in transferring energy to her, she can feel Qin Yun's love and concern for her. She can guess that Qin Yun was once trapped in this kind of place, therefore he is very familiar with this kind of pain and can endure it. Thinking about this, she feels even more uncomfortable in her heart, her complicated heart is also secretly throbbing in pain. Yuner, let's join hands and release the strongest Nether Sun power. Qin Yun endured the pain and communicated with Ling Yuner, Nether Sun power can distort space and time, as long as we correct the distorted space and time, we can leave. Alright. Ling Yuner immediately cooperated with Qin Yun. They released Nether Sun power together, but the effect is not obvious, it will take a very long time for it to have any effect. But now they have no other way, if they want to leave, they must suppress the distorted space and time and find a passage to leave. Entering is easy but leaving is very difficult, after all this is the land of punishment with chaotic space and time. Qin Yun and Ling Yuner's Nether Suns are releasing a great amount of Nether Sun power. Qin Yun and Ling Yuner need to continuously accumulate power to stabilize the distorted spacetime. So long as the tyrannical energy is suppressed, the punishment land will temporarily stabilize. Then Qin Yun will be able to bring Xian Rujing out of the punishment land and return to the chaotic spacetime. Xian Rujing is inside a barrier, Qin Yun is continuously pouring in Nether Sun power to strengthen the barrier, ensuring that Xian Rujing will not be affected by the tyrannical energy. The pain on Xian Rujing's body has already disappeared, she is gradually recovering. She looked at Qin Yun and lightly yelled, "Why don't you come in? We will squeeze in here, we will talk about it after we pass through." "This won't do, I can only resist this kind of power outside." Qin Yun's voice came in layer upon layer, moreover it is distorted very strangely, it is as if it is being stretched, his voice is also fluctuating between high and low. Xian Rujing knows that Qin Yun is in great pain and said, "Then you should come in and rest. It is not easy to endure outside." Qin Yun heard Xian Rujing's voice, it is also distorted. He replied, "I am used to it, it doesn't matter. We need to leave this place as soon as possible, the punishment here is very changeable, the current situation is very weak." "Alright, then you must be careful." Xian Rujing no longer said anything, she only hopes that Qin Yun will be safe and sound. In the bottom of her heart, she is still very concerned about Qin Yun, but because she has been deprived of her emotions, she has become very cold towards Qin Yun. It caused her to feel that her concern towards Qin Yun is repaying a favor. 3 days passed by. The red light of the punishment land is gradually becoming weaker, the energy Qin Yun released is already able to suppress most of the tyrannical spacetime power. Qin Yun's body does not look that distorted, but his skin has some cracks, his eyes are bloodshot, he is only tightly frowning, he looks very calm. "Let's go." Qin Yun suddenly rushed towards Xian Rujing, grabbed her hand and used transformation light sacred pupil. Huo, Qin Yan brought along Xian Rujing and left the red punishment ground. Not long after, they arrived at a dark tyrannical space. Xian Rujing is leaning on Qin Yan's body. She can sense that Qin Yan's body is very weak, whether it is aura or soul fluctuation, they are all very weak. Are you alright? Xian Rujing sent Saint power into Qin Yan's body. Not bad. Qin Yan said solemnly, Sister Rujing, next I will open a spatial passage and send you to Sacred Desolate. Then what about you? Xian Rujing is startled and asked, why are you not coming with me? I want to stay here. Qin Yan said, there are people inside my 9-sun divine spirit. If I bring a few people through the spatial passage, it will cause the passage to collapse. Xian Rujing gritted her teeth and said in cold voice, if you are not leaving, I will also not leave. If you don't leave, you will soon be dragged into the land of punishment. Don't tell me you want me to endure the pain to save you again? Qin Yan said sternly, after I send you out, I will recover from my injuries and think of a way to get out. Xian Rujing did not speak, she only feels that she is very weak now. She is very arrogant, she always thought that she is very strong, but in this kind of predicament, she is completely helpless. She finally felt the terror of the heavenly punishment. She finally understood why Qin Yan insisted on not letting her help him cultivate the sacred bloodline. Sister Rujing, you must go through this trial first. Heavenly punishment power cannot be too rampant inside the 9-sun heavenly domain, because we want to enter Sacred Desolate. When we pass through this space, we are in the blind spot of the 9-sun heavenly domain. That is why the heavenly punishment power is so dreadful. Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing lightly sighed, it seems like it will be hard to sever the entanglement between us in this life. I owe you again. After arriving at Sacred Desolate, find Sister Kiru and clearly understand the usage of 9 sacred veins. Let her and Sister Yang guide your cultivation. You must quickly become stronger. Understand? Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing suddenly hugged Qin Yan and kissed him. Qin Yan is startled, then also hugged Xian Rujing tightly. I don't have any feelings for you, I only feel that doing this will make you a bit happier. Xian Rujing's voice is somewhat cold, this is the only thing I can do to make me feel at ease. Qin Yan is indeed very happy in his heart. He took out the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and unleashed formidable 9-dragon divine cosmos power to open a space passage. Sister Rujing, no matter what, don't treat me as an enemy, okay? Qin Yan said. Relax, you are the only man who can cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with me, how can I treat you as an enemy? Xian Rujing coldly groaned, if not for the vile environment here, I would cultivate 3rd layer with you and help you recover quickly. Qin Yan is very startled and said, didn't you say you don't have any feelings for me? Why are you still willing? You are injured because of me, I will use my own method to help you heal, why do you care so much? Besides, aren't we still not done? Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said. Suddenly, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation became enveloped by many red lightning bolts. Those 9-dragon rune heavenly sabers began trembling. What's going on? Xian Rujing promptly yelled in alarm. Heavenly punishment power has arrived. It wants to destroy my 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yan's expression turned cold, he controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to release its strongest power and opened a space passage. A circular passage appeared in the center of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it looks like it is trembling. Quickly go! Qin Yan yelled. Red energy once again appeared on Xian Rujing's body, that heavenly punishment power once again appeared on her body, it wants to drag her into the punishment land. Xian Rujing immediately rushed towards the center of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. While entering, she turned her head to take a glance, her expression is filled with complex emotion. She bit her lips and yelled, you must come to Sacred Desolate alive. Even though I don't have any feelings, I cannot live without you in my life. Finished speaking, she immediately entered the passage. The space passage began trembling and became very unstable. If one person enters, the space passage will become like this, there is no need to talk about 2 people. Qin Yan continued operating the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, released energy, and stabilized the space passage. After he sensed that Xian Rujing is not in the space passage, He let out a long sigh and stored the 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers. The golden light released by Qin Yun's body suddenly dimmed, his ice-cold and damaged body is floating in the chaotic space filled with death's sacrifice. As soon as Xian Rujing passed through the passage, she saw Qin Yun's body covered with cuts and bruises, the golden light on his body has dimmed and he is floating in the chaotic space filled with death's sacrifice. She is still as cold and elegant as before, her bright eyes are also filled with coldness but her tears are hot. Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, are you all right? Ling Yuno lightly called out to Qin Yun. I'm fine. Qin Yun woke up after a nap, he feels that his body is in incomparable pain, he is floating in the air and being blown around by all kinds of tyrannical spacetime chaotic flow. Ling Yuner said, Sister Rujing seems to be treating you a bit better, did she recover her feelings? Qin Yun shook his head and said with sigh, her feelings have been stripped away, she can no longer have feelings. She is treating me well because she feels that she owes me, this is her principle. Then will she always be like this? Ling Yuner said with great sadness. Actually, she is also not bad like this. Qin Yun said, she has 9 sacred veins and she is the snow goddess. Her cultivation path does not need emotions. This will instead make her stronger even faster. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, what will you do now? How will you get out? Qin Yun looked all around and said, rest assured, I will surely get out. This kind of place can't trap me. Do you have any way to get out? Ling Yuner said, why do I feel that it will be very difficult to get out? Moreover, you still have 9 Sun Divine Soul, with so many people inside, won't it be sensed? It doesn't matter, if Sister Rujing is not here, I will be a lot more relaxed here. Qin Yun said with smile, wait for my injuries to recover, then I will take action. If Xian Rujing is still here, she will be targeted by heavenly punishment power. He will have to help Xian Rujing resist heavenly punishment power. Otherwise, with Xian Rujing's current strength, she will not be able to resist heavenly punishment power and will be tortured to death. Qin Yun drifted for a few days and gradually recovered. His body has very strong recovery power, 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is operating inside 9 Sun Divine Soul, it can transfer some power to him to help him recover. Xiaoyun, how will you get out? Ling Yuner is very worried that Qin Yun might have an accident and fall into the hands of those heavenly beings of heavenly law divine domain again. Qin Yun said, very simple, I will wait patiently, naturally something will come to help me go to Sacred Desolate. Ling Yuner very curiously said, what will come? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, Space Xian ants. Ah? There are Space Xian ants here? Ling Yuner said in amazement, then how can we lure them over? Use Divine Universe Golden Stone. Space Xian ants love to eat Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qin Yun said with smile. Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy can penetrate through many layers of space, it itself has a certain amount of space-penetrating power. Adding the formidable energy stored inside, Space Xian ants love to eat them. Xiaoyun, do you understand Space Xian ants very well? Sister Kiru seems to understand them very well. Ling Yuner said with smile. I was once imprisoned in the punishment land of chaotic spacetime. Back then, Sister Kiru thought of many methods to find me, so she also understands Space Xian ants very well. Qin Yun said with smile. Sister Kiru must have suffered a lot to find you. Ling Yuner said, Sister Kiru is very good to you. N. Qin Yun thought of Xia Kiru and felt warm in his heart. He also took out a Divine Universe Golden Stone to lure the Space Xian ants in the vicinity. The Divine Universe Golden Stone that Qin Yun released, under the control of Nether Sun power, floated in the chaotic spacetime. With Qin Yun's current strength, using his Nether Sun power, he can completely imprison the Divine Universe Golden Stone and prevent it from running around. 2 days passed and suddenly a ball of white light appeared, the Space Xian ant is formed from a ball of white light. It appeared. Ling Yuner shouted excitedly, the Space Xian ant has appeared, it's so big. So big, could it be an ant queen? Qin Yun said in shock. Ant queen? Ling Yuner shouted in alarm, Xiaoyun, can you capture the ant queen? How many queens do the spatial Xian ants have? There are more queens, but actually every spatial Xian ant can become an ant queen. It's just that those Space Xian ants don't have enough courage to leave their nest. Qin Yun said, after leaving the nest, the spatial Xian ants will drift alone. When they find enough energy to devour, they will be able to produce a large amount of space. Space Xian ants. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, the space Xian ants live in the dark space. Does this place belong to the dark space? Qin Yun shook his head and said, no. This is only the edge of the dark space. The space Xian ants should have sensed the energy of the divine universe golden stone, so they came from the dark space. Space Xian ant is not a bug, it is just a name. It is mainly formed from special space energy. Because their way of life is somewhat like ants, they are called space Xian ants. There is a large white ball of light in front of them, it is slowly floating over. After approaching the divine universe golden stone, it suddenly accelerated, as if it is very excited. Qin Yun quickly stored the divine universe golden stone. The ball of light seems to be very angry, it emitted a burst of white light. Bring me to the sacred desolate and that divine universe golden stone is yours. Qin Yun said. He has a lot of divine universe golden stones. Using one to leave this place is very cost-effective for him. The ball of light did not respond. Qin Yun said with a frown, is this really an ant queen? Why can't she communicate with others? Yun'er, you are a spirit body, you communicate with her. Ling Yun'er immediately communicated with the space Xian ant and said, Xiao Yun, she said she wants two. Tell her that I only have one. Qin Yun's face is filled with amazement. He said with smile, this little ant queen actually knows how to bargain. She said that she is very hungry right now. She needs to eat 2 pills to have enough energy to open the spatial passage and take you to the sacred desolate. Ling Yun'er said again, Xiao Yun, give her 2 pills. What if she doesn't bring me to sacred desolate after eating 2 pills? Qin Yun said. I don't think she would lie. Ling Yun'er said, she's really hungry. All right. Qin Yun nodded and took out 2 divine universe golden stones. Seeing the 2 divine universe golden stones, the white ball of light seemed to be very excited. Then, it wrapped around the 2 divine universe golden stones. Ling Yun'er said, she needs to absorb for a period of time. Once she has enough power, she can take you to the sacred desolate. Qin Yun said with smile, I will wait for her. Ling Yun'er smiled and said, Xiao Yun, there are so many divine universe goldstones in the 9 Sons royal race's chest. Do many people know about this chest? This is the supreme treasure of the 9 Sons royal family. This chest was left behind by the 9 Sons royal race's clan emperor to revive the 9 Sons royal race. It was handed over to the dragon race for safekeeping. I did not expect that it would fall into the hands of the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, in the end, it is still mine. Strictly speaking, it should be Xiao Shi's. Do you think she will ask you for it? Ling Yun'er said with smile. If she wanted it back, she would have asked me for it a long time ago. Qin Yun said. Xiao Shi said that she wants to find a person, that person is you. She wants to find the 9 Sun divine spirit and 9 Yin divine spirit from you, as well as the 9 desolate divine saber. Why is she looking for these things? Ling Yun'er said. To create the sun. Her memory is not complete, so she doesn't know that the 9 Sun divine spirit and 9 Yin divine spirit are mine. Qin Yun said with smile, moreover, the 9 desolate divine saber and I have a very deep relationship. I just don't know what is inside the bloodline heavenly rune box. Ling Yun'er is very expectant. 2 days. Later, the little ant queen is finally full, the white light on her body became even more intense. Ling Yun'er suddenly said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, she knows that you have a lot of divine universe golden stones, she can eavesdrop on our mental communication. What? Qin Yun said in shock, she can eavesdrop on our mental communication? Indeed, she said that this is her special ability. It is also because of this that she doesn't get along with others and wandered alone. Ling Yun'er said with smile, she wants to follow you. Qin Yun thought about it, he feels that having a space Xian ant queen following him is also very good. He said, Yun'er, if I cultivate you into a spirit in the future, maybe you can fuse with this little ant queen. All right. Ling Yun'er said with smile, I will have spatial power at that time. Then ask her if she is willing to fuse with you or not. Qin Yun said. After Ling Yun'er asked, the white light ball suddenly trembled. Qin Yan said with frown, she is not willing, so she is angry? Ling Yaner very happily said, no, she said she is very willing. I said that I am a great beauty and she is willing. It seems like this little ant queen and you are birds of a feather. Qin Yan shook his head with smile and said, let her lead the way, I need to hurry to the sacred desolate. A sun seed has descended into the sacred desolate, he wants to obtain it. He does not wish for the sun seed to fall into the hands of the heavenly law divine realm. After the space Xian ant is full, it can indeed release a very strong power and open a spatial passage. Qin Yan is now wrapped up by the space Xian ant and entered the spatial passage. Not long after, Qin Yan appeared in a mountain forest. The space Xian ant that turned into a ball of white light was also placed into the 9 sun divine spirit by Qin Yan. Xiaoyun, you have come to the sacred desolate, can you open the 6th pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit? Ling Yaner asked, you seem to have said before that you would have to go to the sacred desolate to open another one. Qin Yan looked at his 9 sun divine spirit and said, the seal was placed by Mog. Back then, Mog borrowed the power of the heavenly law pawnshop to place the seal. It is very difficult to break. Why did she seal the 9 pearls? Ling Yaner asked. She must be worried that after some things come out, I and Sister Kira won't be able to control them. Qin Yan released his mental power to try to open the 6th pearl. Also, it is to prevent someone from breaking it and taking away the things inside. The pearls behind the 9 sun divine spirit are even more difficult to open. Qin Yan released formidable mental power and entered the 6th pearl. After breaking through a barrier, his soul suddenly felt a stabbing pain. Can't open it? Ling Yaner said. It can be opened, very strange. Qin Yan said with some joy, after I opened the barrier of the 6th pearl, I can feel a very powerful mental power. I can absorb that kind of mental power. Is this the thing inside the 6th pearl? Ling Yaner is somewhat disappointed. Not at all. I want to absorb and refine that mental power and strengthen my mind to a certain level. Only then can I completely break through the barrier of the 6th pearl. Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise, the thing inside the 6th pearl must require very powerful mental power to control. Ling Yaner is now also filled with anticipation. She said with a smile, is that why it can provide energy to strengthen your mind and soul? It seems like the thing inside is very extraordinary. What could it be? I still don't know. Qin Yan began absorbing the mental power inside the 6th pearl to strengthen his mind and soul. He said with a smile, I should be able to absorb and refine it in about a month. After arriving at Sacred Desolate, Qin Yan first took out the Devil Mirror and tested it. The Devil Mirror's formation base is inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain has already arrived at Sacred Desolate. However, Qin Yan's Devil Mirror did not have any effect. It seems like Sacred Desolate space law has changed. Qin Yan said. Changed? Didn't the space god pass you a universal space rune? I remember that it is used on the Devil Mirror's formation base. Ling Yaner said. Indeed. But now that the space law has evolved, the space god should not be able to interfere. The talisman I asked the door deity to give to the space god is a special kind of communication talisman. It can be used to communicate through the sun. Only the 2 of us know how to use it. Ling Yaner said, Xiaoyun, how do you contact Sister Kiru and others? Qin Yan looked at the 3 suns in the sky and said, let's wait for night. The soul-chasing talisman cannot track their soul fluctuation, it seems like they are very far away from me. Only when their soul fluctuation reaches me will I be able to track them. Qin Yan took out the large golden devil horn and tried to contact Evil God but failed. He looked at the large golden devil horn in his hand and said with sigh, only by going to Divine Desolate can I contact Evil God. What about the Star God altar? Ling Yaner asked. I don't think it can be used, I will need to discuss with the space god to know the specifics. Qin Yan said with a frown, that door god said that a large number of godly monarch palaces have descended into the Sacred Desolate. There's the Love God altar inside. I suspect that the Love God altar rules over the entire Sacred Desolate. Only Love God altar's passage can be opened. Sacred Desolate is much more formidable than Immortal Desolate, the energy obtained from offering sacrifices in Sacred Desolate is even greater. Love God controls all the sacrificial resources in Sacred Desolate, it means that her strength will advance by leaps and bounds in the near future. Xianxia floated high in the sky, looked all around and said, "The Nine Suns' sacred power here is rather weak, it is not a flourishing area of sacred desolate." He entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and tried to control it to travel through space. It failed. Xianxia sighed and said, "This kind of spatial seal is truly terrifying. The heavenly Tao is already dead, the heavenly Tao divine domain is interfering with the operation of many heavenly domains." Ling Yun'er said with smile, "Xiaoyun, there is still the little queen ant." Xianxia laughed and said, "I wonder how long the 2 divine universe golden stones I gave her will last." While speaking, he released the little queen ant. A huge white ball of light suddenly appeared in the main control room. Xianxia looked at the little queen ant and said, "Any spatial power under the heavenly Tao is based on the operation of dark space. Space Xian ants can ignore any spatial law." Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to absorb the energy released by the little queen ant and began to travel through space. According to his own senses, Xianxia determined which direction the Nine Suns' sacred power is denser and then flew towards that direction. Because places with dense Nine Suns' sacred power have more people gathered, he can find people to ask about the situation in Sacred Desolate. What surprised him was that he had stumbled upon a sun altar by accident. Seeing that sun altar, he did not immediately fly over. That sun altar has become very big, it is more than 3,000 feet tall. Its entire body is flickering with light, it looks like a huge mountain pyramid. The reason why Yun did not fly over is because this sun altar is in the middle of a city. Build a sun altar built in the middle of a city must be controlled by a powerful faction. Xiaoyun, how did this sun altar become so big? And it looks very strong. Ling Yun'er said in shock. Sun altar has been remodeled by the heavenly law divine domain. Xianxia said with sneer, "No matter what it turns into, this altar will definitely be mine." 9 sun altars, 1 in 9 nether realms floating cloud city, 1 in Guanghan Palace became the star god altar. Another 20th floor of Xianxia's floating clouds pagoda has also been remodeled into the star god altar. The remaining 6 are in the hands of the 6 Nine Sun sects. Spirit Yun'er said, "Xiaoyun, where did these sun altars come from?" The 9 sun altars came from inside the 9 suns. They were originally used to connect the 9 sun sects with the sun, but later on the heavenly law divine domain cut off the connection, causing the 9 sun sects to lose contact with the sun. Xianxia said, "Those 8 9 sun sects betrayed the 9 suns and joined the heavenly law divine domain." Yun was once the sect master of a 9 sun sect. Because he refused to submit to the heavenly law divine domain, he was destroyed by the other 8 9 sun sects. Fortunately, he had kept that altar in the 9 nether realm. He placed the altar in the 9 nether realm mainly because he hoped to be able to communicate with the 9 suns through the special space of the 9 nether realm. After Ling Yun'er heard about the sun altar, she angrily cursed the other 8 9 sun sects. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to land on the ground and said, "For the sun altar to be located here and even build a city to attract a large number of sacred desolate experts, it is definitely not simple." He put on a simple disguise and disguised himself as a middle-aged man in dire straits. Wearing a bamboo hat, he walked towards the city. When he arrived at the city gate, he saw the plaque on the gate and was secretly surprised. 6 Divine King Cities? This city was called the 6 Divine King Cities. Entering the city wasn't very strict, only needing to buy a pass. The price wasn't cheap, needing 5 sun divine crystals. Xianxia had dozens of them, enough to buy an entry pass. The city's barrier was very strong. Xianxia did not wish to barge in to prevent himself from stirring up trouble. Although he was very powerful in Immortal Desolate, he was very weak in Sacred Desolate. At Sacred Desolate, he was just a little saint. Saint Human is a very powerful existence in the Immortal Desolate, a peak existence. But in a place like the Sacred Desolate, it was more common. However, there were many immortal kings and immortal emperors in the sacred wilderness, so sages were not the weakest. Currently, there are only 3 realms in the sacred space: Sage Realm, Great Sage Realm and Quintessential Sage Realm. Xianxia is now a sage. His saint power needs to contain 3 kinds of sacred splendor to reach late-stage Sage Realm. He released saint power and condensed it in his palm. It only has a thin layer of sacred splendor. It is early-stage Sage Realm. Qin Yan obtained the entry pass and smoothly entered the 6 divine king cities. After entering the city, he realized why it was called the 6 divine king cities. Because this city was the city where the new god king came to sacred desolate. Moreover, the sun altar in the middle of the city was called the god king altar. Every once in a while, a sacrifice would be made to the god king. After the sacrifice, a lot of divine liquid would descend from the sky. The current god king is the love god. Love god now calls herself the sun god. Although she doesn't have a god position, no one dares to question her. Qin Yan looked at the sun altar and sneered in her heart, "Love god, the god position in your hand should be the love god position, right? Only with a god position can one accept the sacrifice." Spirit Yuner said, "Xiaoyun, how awesome is the love god?" Yun said, "The love god is a person who can control other people's emotions, her mental power is very strong." "Don't tell me you are being controlled by her? That's why you trust her." "No, she has always been my friend, I have never been controlled by her, I only trust her, just like how I trust Sister Kiru and the others." Qin Yan's eyes flashed with coldness, he said in his heart, "I never expected that she would betray me." 6 divine king cities are very lively. Qin Yan walked on the street and saw that most of the people are immortal kings, immortal emperors, and saints are very few. After all, those with high cultivation are either in seclusion or searching for resources. Also only those youngsters with high cultivation of great powers are idling around. Qin Yan strolled around the 6 divine king cities once and then checked into an ordinary inn. He entered the inn to rest and wait for night to descend. Night too late. Heaven, countless stars are flickering in the sky, a river of stars traversed the entire night sky. Qin Yan stood beside the bed and looked at the night sky. He said with frown, "The moon has not appeared, could it be that the mother moon is hidden?" It seems like the love god already knows that the mother moon has appeared. The mother moon really needs to be hidden. He took out many soul-chasing talismans but none of them showed any reaction. He can only helplessly put them away. Deep night, Qin Yan is sitting on the bed, closing his eyes to rest, calming his heart to sense. Today, he had strolled around the city in order to find out what was special about this city. Because he knows that the sun altar will not randomly choose a place to descend. The sun altar descended here, moreover it brought along a very large city with a perfect and powerful barrier. Qin Yun is puzzled because the 9 sun sacred power in this area is not very dense and there are no resources nearby. He feels that there must be a reason why the sun altar would descend here. Deep night, the 6 divine king cities are very quiet. Qin Yun released formidable mental power and penetrated into the ground to sense the situation in the depths of the earth. More than an hour later, he opened his eyes and said with frown, "There is a very strong barrier under the earth." "Xiaoyun, what did you discover?" Ling Yun'er said, "Could it be that there is something sealed under the 6 divine king cities?" Yun said, "When my mental power touched the barrier, it bounced back. I'll go investigate again. This time, if I'm more careful, I won't be bounced back." He tried again, and this time, the mental power he released was even stronger. In just an hour, the mental power he released penetrated the ground and wandered near the barrier. After a serious investigation, Qin Yan's face suddenly revealed a smile. He attracted his mental power and said with a smile, "I have to say, these fellows from the heavenly law divine realm are truly capable. They found the sun seed so quickly." Ling Yun'er said in pleasant surprise, "Xiaoyun, they found the sun seed but they can't take it away, right?" Yun said with a smile, "It's not easy to take away the sun seed. I was once a palace king of the 9 Yang divine palace, so I understand this thing the best. They can't take it away, so they guard here and don't allow anyone else to take it away. These are the 6 cities of the divine king. When you were strolling around the city during the day, someone said that there are a total of 9 divine king cities. Could it be that the 9 sun seeds are all under the divine king cities?" Ling Yun'er chuckled and said, "That's great. This way, you don't have to look everywhere." Yun said, "I want to quietly take away the sun seed. Otherwise, once they discover it, they will definitely strengthen their defense." "Xiaoyun, why can't they take away the sun seed? What is the sun seed like?" Ling Yun'er asked. "I have never seen a sun seed before, but according to my experience with the Sun Research Institute, the sun seed should be split from the core of the sun. It's very hot and very powerful, there should be sun totem and sun heavenly rune. Xianxia said, there must be divine universe golden stone inside. Xianxia said, then how can we take it away? Xianxia said with a smile, I have the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. If I can take it away smoothly, I just need to install the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. The difficult part is to take it away quietly and then conveniently dismantle this Divine King altar. Xianxia giggled and said, the Sun altar has been renamed the Divine King altar. You are the true Divine King, this altar belongs to you. At night, Xianxia used the mysterious penetration divine ability and drilled into the ground. He wants to approach the barrier and investigate the situation. Not long after, he arrived near the barrier. When he saw the barrier, he immediately jumped up, as if he has encountered something very scary. Return when he arrived at the inn on the surface, Xianxia took a deep breath of cold air. He is still in a state of shock and sighed, it's actually the Heavenly God Seal restriction. What is the Heavenly God Seal restriction? A seal set up by the Heavenly Tao. It seems like after the Sun Seed fell into the sacred desolate, the Heavenly Tao and Heavenly Rules activated and sealed this kind of heaven-defying thing. Xianxia's tone was grave as he said, the Sun must have violated the Heavenly Rules to give birth to the Sun Seed, so it was suppressed by the Heavenly God Seal restriction. Xianxia said, then, the Heavenly Law Divine Domain is also unable to take it away? Xianxia nodded and said, they understand the Heavenly God Seal restriction better than me. There are a few powerful fellows in the Heavenly Law Divine Domain who have been suppressed by the Heavenly God Seal restriction before. They are unable to take away the Sun Seed but they are thinking of ways to absorb its energy. Xiaoyun, do you have a way to break the Heavenly God Seal restriction? Xianxia asked. Xianxia suddenly revealed a smile and said, I do have a way to break it. I have been suppressed by this thing twice and each time it was stronger than the last but I broke it every time. Not only can I break it, I can also see through the Heavenly God Seal restriction and imitate it. However, it's difficult to break through without making a sound. Qinmu said. Yun only wanted to quietly take away the Sun Seed and then find an opportunity to tear down the altar and take it away. Boom! The earth suddenly shook and exploded with a loud sound. End of chapter 2009. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.